change it all. Hey, hey, we can change it all. We can change it all. Hey, hey, we can change it all. We can change it all. This is the moment chosen for the game. Live for the glory, fighting through the pain, fighting through the pain, through the pain, through the pain, fighting through the pain. We can take it all. Hey, hey, we can take it all. We can take it all. Hey, hey, we can take it all. We can take it all.
Ich sitz auf meiner Fensterbank, die Nacht zieht vorbei. Ich blick über den Tellerrand, trinke Sekt auf Eis. Ein Teufel und ein Engel tanzen auf dem Parkett. Vielleicht sind wir unsterblich, müssen nie wieder weg. Ich sitz auf meiner Fensterbank, die Nacht zieht vorbei. Ich blick über den Tellerrand, trinke Sekt auf Eis. Ein Teufel und ein Engel tanzen auf dem Parkett. Vielleicht sind wir unsterblich, müssen nie wieder weg. Big Pie, Kippen und Drinks gegen Tristesse. Großstadtbild, komm mir nicht weg. Kopf fragt, mach kein Pisstest, nein. Ich will nicht auf deine Party gehen. Engel und Teufel tanzen schwammsee. Von deinen Lippen tropft der Chardonnay. Ich küss ihn weg, bevor du schlafen gehst. Sitz auf meiner Fensterbank, die Nacht zieht vorbei. Ich blick über den Tellerrand, trinke Sekt auf Eis. Ein Teufel und ein Engel tanzen auf dem Parkett. sitz auf meiner Fensterbank, die Nacht zieht vorbei. Ich blick über den Tellerrand, trinke Sekt auf Eis. Ein Teufel und ein Engel tanzen auf dem Parkett. Vielleicht sind wir unsterblich, müssen nie wieder weg. Faded auf den Wohnzimmerdielen. Baby, sag, wieso sind wir hier? Kann sein, dass wir den Boden verlieren. Wir heben ab morgens um 4. Ich sitz auf meiner Fensterbank, die Nacht zieht vorbei. Ich blick über den Tellerrand, trinke Sekt auf Eis. Ein Teufel und ein Engel tanzen auf dem Parkett. Vielleicht sind wir unsterblich, müssen nie wieder weg. Ich sitz auf meiner Fensterbank, die Nacht zieht vorbei. Ich blick über den Tellerrand, trinke Sekt auf Eis. Ein Teufel und ein Engel tanzen auf dem Parkett. Vielleicht sind wir unsterblich, müssen nie wieder weg.
whatever he says, I do it.
Yeah, I'm trying to teach him like some place, like the experience I had before. So just trying to give this young talent what.
Thank you so much.
So you guys are like yin and yang.
Welcome to the lobby. All right, I'm taking over. It's the takeover by Launders. I'm dressed like Jesus. Okay, we're here at ESL Cologne, Cathedral Counter-Strike Jesus. Some's there. I'm here with Monte. Hey, come over here. Samda Young. Hey, bro. How you doing? Fucking love you, man. How's your break?
Yeah, it's been good. I spent some time in mountains, like walking, filling up with nature.
What mountains?
In Ukraine, in Carpathian mountains. It's pretty nice place to be, like very peaceful, nice time.
What happened?
I just cut myself in this morning. I was shaving here, and the razor was pretty bad, so that's why.
Was it like a straight razor, like just a blade?
No, just a safe one, but it was super bad still. I don't know how it happened.
Okay, I cut my finger here.
Happened.
If you can see that, and then it kind of exploded. There's blood everywhere. It's like all over the place.
Happened.
Are you okay with blood?
Yeah, I love blood.
Are you ready to spill some blood here at ESL Cologne?
I hope so, and boys are ready. We only have 5 practice days, but overall everyone feels very nice. So
A lot of teams were at the blast groups, and they use that sort of as like a boot camp, a practice.
Yeah.
Did you watch any of that?
yeah, we watch all of that, and everybody in very bad shape, so it's good for us probably. We'll see.
Yeah, it did feel like a lot of people were sort of like struggling to get through. Does that make you worried for how you're going to start?
A bit, not gonna lie, but still we pretty confident, so everything will be fine.
Okay. All right. Love to hear that. That's SDY. This is Monte.
The German side are big. They've already played one event already this year. They got some academy players coming through as well. A lot of changes going up for them. So let's see how they're feeling. Let's see how they're getting on before we get into Cologne. I'm going to run through. Hello, boys. Hello, Process. How are you?
Good. And you?
Not too bad, man. Not too bad. Ready for fun on home soil?
Yeah, of course. Like Cologne is the first tournament for me here in Germany. Cologne, it's really special. Really good feeling being home. It's like near to my hometown, like 30 minutes away with car.
Okay.
Yeah.
You got family and friends going to be coming to see you when you make it to the arena? You're going to think positively towards that?
Yeah, for sure. Everyone will come. Every German fan will be there. So it's a good goal to grind for it.
Kimbo, how are you feeling though, man?
Feeling good, man. How you do?
I'm doing good. Look, you guys are so polite asking me how I am as well. You've obviously been on the stretch of running events back to back, right? But you still feel good? You learned a lot from the first event with the new team.
Yeah, I mean, for sure. It's first event. We had like practice only for 1-2 weeks. Now, of course, we don't play with Monte. We play with Sensei.
Yeah.
We're gonna enjoy the time, man. We have, I mean, home soil, stuff like that. But we just enjoy the time and give our best.
Now, how ready is Sensei when we're talking about this? How much is he into the system?
I mean, he watched always our pracs and also like talk with coaching stuff, like to know what Mantu's doing. But I think it's also one of his first lands, I would say.
Yeah.
I mean, let's see. I think he's ready, he's hungry, of course. But yeah, it's gonna be good.
Process, what can you tell us about Sensei?
I know him I know him like for several years now.
Okay.
Like when I was 12, I first met him like playing ECA and stuff. But he's a crazy guy. He's always bringing a lot of
He's smiling while saying it.
he's always bringing a lot of motivation and hype and everything. So I'm really looking forward to play with him this event. I think it will be great fun.
Keto, welcome to OG. It feels like the team is doing pretty well in terms of like everybody is getting like kind of good rounds here and there. Regali, as a really like a rookie player, is doing really well as an op. Are you feeling comfortable?
Yeah, we're feeling comfortable, I would say. Like we learn day by day. Like we didn't have much practice before our blast.
Yeah.
So it was good that we had a lot of matches there. And I think especially CT sides got a lot better now, I think. And yeah, I hope we can show it in this tournament.
How was your break overall?
My break was really nice. Like I didn't play so much CS like in the other breaks. Like I took like really time off. Like I think I needed this, and yeah, I'm fully back now.
Did you travel?
I didn't travel actually. I was at home, like because we travel like basically the whole year. So
Let me explain. This is a big irony, okay? When you get home after a whole calendar year of traveling, casting, playing, whatever it is, and then your girlfriend, your mom, everybody you know wants to travel for vacation. bitch, we already traveled. Okay, we want to stay home. So we play CS to disconnect. Okay, so you played CS the whole time, but but how much did you play with OG?
With OG, like I only played in the end actually, like with the OG guys, and like I said before, I didn't really play at all CS. Like I just played like Diablo, for example.
Oh, okay. We're gaming though, but we're playing Diablo. Okay.
And like chilling, going outside. Yeah.
Okay, nice. And you feel refreshed, ready for Cologne. It's the first Cologne that you're going to play not on a German team.
Yeah, like I hope we make playoffs, of course. Like I think we get like almost the same amount of support if I play on the stage. If Big doesn't make it, and I just hope for the best. It's like my dream to play there.
Yeah. The interesting thing is, I know you're going to have so many fans here. The interesting thing is seeing the fans cheer almost exclusively for you on this roster. You know, being the one German player on this roster. You know, So have you ever experienced that before? Because always you're walking out with your whole team, with Big or whoever. Have you ever been the only German guy in the room?
No, actually not. But I think it would feel nice if we make Cologne. Like if we make playoffs, but yeah, let's see.
All right, the hard work begins now.
More new rosters, more new players coming in. The Fnatic guys are getting their photos done, and there's a big change of face and a big change of in-game leader as well. I'm gonna run for all these guys. Hello, boys. Dexter, I'm coming straight to you.
Oh shit!
Look at this new jersey, man. How you doing?
Yeah, I'm good. I'm good. Yeah, nice jersey, feeling good.
Yeah. How's it been? How much practice did you guys manage to get before coming up all into this?
About 2 weeks, 2.5 weeks.
It's not bad, really. It's not bad.
From IGL's perspective, you want to. We're about like 40%.
40%.
Across all maps, yeah.
Are you just playing this down? You give me a low number because you're trying to save yourself here?
Make it 15%.
Okay, we're going to go further down with it all. But what's it like jumping into, again, a new squad, but this time, obviously, on MOUZ, you had a lot of young players, and now you're getting a fair few more experienced players.
Yeah, everyone got to push everyone on wheelchairs every now and then, but other than that, it's pretty fine.
So you're saying you got the old boys?
Everyone's pretty experienced and knows what they want to do and kind of react and all that kind of stuff. So it's definitely a different experience as IGL. So, yeah.
Well, nice seeing you black and orange in there like this. Mr. Mezzi, you've been relinquished from your in-game leader duties. How does that feel?
Feels good.
You're happy with that?
Yeah, I mean, I'm happy I don't have the responsibility now, but...
You can kill people.
Yeah, I can kill people.
You can kill people now.
Oh, so we're expecting you to go straight back to where you were before?
Yeah, I mean, Crims has said I've got to drop 40 each game, so...
Whoa. Crims, what are you doing then if he's got to drop 40?
Shouting, cheering. Yeah, just being happy, I think.
Just being happy. So you're happy with the new situation in the team?
Yeah, I mean, Will is more happier than I'm happier.
There we go. That's what
happy wife, happy life.
Happy wife, happy life. Okay, there's some guy I don't know what's going on here. I don't know what his girlfriend's going to think of that, but you know. Mezzi, for you, are you getting the same roles back as what you used to have before you were in IGL, or how's it working?
Some similar. It's a bit of a mix, I think, now, because having the experience from being in IGL, I play some new roles, so it's kind of like opened up some new possibilities for me, like being a bit more aggressive than what I used to be. So I think there's a bit of a mix, and we're still working it out. But with the limited time we've had, it's what we can do. But I'm enjoying it at the moment with the new roles at least.
Am I going to get this in interviews all the time? The limited time we had, the 2 weeks of practice, this is what's going to happen?
No, just for now. I mean, the expectations I think as Fnatic are always going to be high. I think we've got to expect big wins. So I think for now might be some. Well, we're not going to have excuses, but like I think we've got to have a bit more time. Bringing in the two biggest roles in the team, Nigel and the new AWP, is like big changes. So I think for us, it's just got to wait and see. But I'm excited with the new lineup anyway.
Now tell me something about this man here. What do you make of him so far? He's got a big smile on his face.
Yeah, I mean,
put you on the spot.
He's gonna fuck some teams up. That's for sure. Ooh. That's for sure.
You feel pressure for that? You say you're going to fuck some teams up?
Not really.
You're just going to do it?
Yeah, I need to.
Yeah, you need to. Okay, I like that. Confident, strong, very calm answer. How has it been, though, jumping into the Fnatic team?
It was really good. The first days are like going really good in practice and everything. Let's see what happens in officials, but I'm like not 100% confident, but I mean, we had some really good times, so it will be okay.
And first event, is there any nerves of this when you come in and you represent such a big organization like Fnatic?
Yeah, it's really different from the past teams because I was like, in like underdogs teams. But now, I mean, for this event at least, I think everyone sees us as underdogs, so it's okay. like the pressure is not as high as it should be. Like.
Okay. Now, Dexter always used to be the dad when it came to MOUZ before. Is he still a dad in Fnatic?
Yeah, he's still he's still like my dad. He's giving me some meal and everything. He's putting everything in my mouth. So yeah, it feels nice to have him.
Putting everything in his mouth. Dexter, come here. What have you been putting in his mouth? What is this?
Just food. Yeah.
Just food?
Yeah.
Okay.
Not sure, but not sure. Yeah. No, joking, but yeah.
Oh, God. Okay, well, it's going to get pretty wild in the Fnatic camp, I feel. Jeff, I'm wishing you the best of luck, man. It's going to be good to see you in this jersey.
Thank you.
Own it up, yeah? Thank you very much.
I found Greyhound. We got the boys from down under. Let's ambush. Yo, Greyhound. Can I steal Alistair for a second? Can I get you? Yeah? All right, sweet, man. How was your summer break, first and foremost?
Good. I went away on a trip to Japan with my girlfriend, so we got a break. Yeah, it was good.
What's the highlight of that?
I went to a deer park, so we got to feed like random deers and shit, and they bow to you. So that was really cool.
All right. Well, good to know you had some away from screen time. You guys boot camp coming into this?
We did, yeah. We boot camped in Warsaw. We were there for 10 days, scrimmed for about 7, 8. So yeah.
Feeling good?
Yeah, no, prepared, not jet lagged, so should be good.
What's a big change, if any, that you wanted to try to identify in between last season's run, the first half of 2023, coming into this next one? You got CS2 on your mind. Like, what was the target here coming in with the fresh start?
I think we've had more time now, and also more time in Europe. I think at the start of this year, we didn't really get as many boot camps or time in Europe. We sort of just rocked up to most events and just played. So I think a big difference is actually having game time and experience. We tried to get an event to play while we were boot camping to have in-game experience.
Officials.
Which we couldn't, yeah, exactly, officials. So that's still what we want to work towards and be able to play more calm and I guess better in matches because we know what we can do in scrims, which are just an indicator, but yeah, we just have to convert it.
I think going back to Dallas, man, yes, okay, maybe Team Liquid were going into changes and everybody knew it, but, when I saw you guys play in Dallas, I was impressed with that. You had two close maps, excuse me. Was that an event that you're taking a lot from? Is that a result that, just at least gave you a little boost right at the end of the season? Because obviously, there were definitely ups and downs.
Yeah, I still feel like, I don't know, that's not even close to what I know we can do. And, games and matches that we've played before, we see what we're capable of, you know what I mean? And Liquid, that game, obviously they weren't at their strongest, but we were far from ours as well. So it's good that we can actually contest teams while we're not feeling great as well. So yeah.
Yeah, I mean, we've seen you hit higher highs, man.
Yeah.
So I think you got a good chance of doing that in Cologne personally.
Yep.
Last one, bro. What's the mustache routine? Would you keep that trimmed at a 9mm or?
Yeah, no. Actually, just get a electric shaver, and just brush it to the side, and then just keep it above my lip. And just keep it clean.
Keep it clean, yeah. Keep it clean, folks. All right. Good luck.
What is your calling?
MBK gets one, but creeps with the spray down. He gets himself the triple. The Fnatic are not done yet. Jumping casually into the side. He's going to fall down again. What is this shot from Simple? What is there? Team Liquid have just unlocked the Intel Grand Slam. What's going to happen? SK Gaming, second major championship in a row. They are your winners. And an arc, a power surge right through two. Stages do not get bigger than this.
I'm trusting fully in Hedrick. Whatever he says, I do it.
Yeah, I'm trying to teach him some plays, the experience I had before. So just trying to give this young.
Intel Extreme Masters Cologne is brought to you in part by Intel, Acer Predator, DHL, Monster Energy, the United States Air Force, and 1xBet.
Rafa really making history. Absolutely phenomenal.
And Ace is the champion of the Intel Extreme Masters World Finals.
Storm's still not quite done. MC is going to take this fight, though. 3 seconds left.
Last 2 rounds of Passion's got to start it well for ESC.
And this is a massive move for Zez, but he's not content with just a Nexus kill. He wants to win.
And it's all done. A Strolling winning. Unbelievable Rogue with a 4-0 victory over Classic. And they did it again in the grand finals. It's MOUZ! Give it up for your Intel Extreme Masters World Champion!
What a beautiful day and what a marvelous occasion as we are looking down upon Cologne. The day is finally here, the start of IEM Cologne 2023. We could hardly wait, and finally we're here, Banks.
We are finally here, and it is the holy place of Counter-Strike. Cologne, one of our most prestigious events for our beloved game. And my God, since 2014, players have been fighting for this trophy with all the history and legacy behind it.
Yeah, they say all roads lead to Rome. I think in Counter-Strike, they all lead to Cologne and to this trophy. And so many people want to have their hands on it. But this is the last Cologne of this era, and it's going to be so difficult to take this one home.
They're desperate to get their names etched on this trophy, like the winners before them, legendary names, but it is not going to be easy to get their hands on this chalice. They are going against the legends of before, and new teams created, new chances and new paths to be created.
Yeah, you see all these storylines converging upon Cologne. That might to get into the Lanxes that everyone wants, from the new rosters who want to show what they've got, even if they're built for the future, and those rosters who maybe have won this one before or have come very, very close, but you just want to do that in your career, especially in the last Cologne in this era of Counter-Strike.
And in terms of that era, this is the play-in. This is where it all starts. From there, we go to the group stage and then to the playoffs. But my, oh my, it is going to take so much energy from all these teams to get there. The road to IEM Cologne 2023 begins now.
The cathedral is calling and our pilgrimage begins here. 9 years in a row, we have returned to this historic city, as today we welcome you to the Intel Extreme Masters Cologne 2023. My name is Ferris Beers, and I'm joined up on this beautiful pre-show set, by the way, by Blair, Yanko, and Maniac. Gentlemen, it would be an understatement to say we're so excited to get today on the road.
I mean, I think both Shocks and Banks preface it perfectly. Potentially the final Cologne, not potentially, the final Cologne, IEM Cologne of this iteration of Counter-Strike. So much on the line. And again, it is the cathedral, enough said.
Yeah, and I think we're all excited, not because we're sitting behind the bar at 2 in the afternoon,
That's how we love it.
Just because Cologne every year, it is something special. It's been a major early on, first couple of ones, but even after that, when it's just been a standalone tournament, it does have that feel of a major, the prestige, the format, the best teams. Everyone wants to win it. Everyone's going all in for the tournament, and yeah, absolutely a special one.
Yeah, and so quick after the break, right? I think for the players, it's just the incentive to immediately perform. You don't have a month to get up to speed. You have to be extremely good today, right now.
Gentlemen, I love a bit of nostalgia. What's your favorite moment from Cologne's gone by? Because we've got 9 years of history to be diving into. What stands out in your mind?
For me, I have to go all the way back to 2014. Get right, just crying after winning his first major ever, 2014 Cologne.
Yeah,
just
right.
Why'd you
have to pick the one where he beat me in semi-final? Like, thanks, man. That was a great year. I loved all about it.
Maybe I planned it all out, Maniac.
God damn. Yeah, I was going to say that year, but now I'm kind of sad, yeah? I mean, major at the time, semi-final.
I mean, I think last year's grand final has to be up there as well, right?
Yeah, I think for me, 2015, the first time we were in the Lanxes, I was an observer then and just going into the arena and seeing actually how massive the thing is, and it was going to be full and how many people came in. That was early on with these arena events and stage events, so that was awesome.
I'm so excited to be getting into the arena, but we've got quite a long road to be getting there. We begin in the play-ins, and we can take a look at the teams that are going to be creating the stage. In this stage of the tournament, we've got a hell of a lot of different teams. As Banks aptly said, a lot of changes coming into this new season as well. Matthew, we've already seen some of them going down in Copenhagen. We've got some more debuts to be seen today. What were your kind of takeaways from what we saw in Copenhagen from those initial teams?
My main takeaways from this fantastic boot camp that we've had in Copenhagen, of course, is that Astralis is looking great. Honestly, I think they've had a ramp up throughout the event. They were maybe a little bit not so exciting with the roster change, but I think we were wrong. I think we might have misjudged them just a little bit, and they come in here with much more punching power than I thought they would have.
Yeah, and Team Liquid on the other side of things started off great, you know, taking down FaZe and G2. In the end, you know, they miss out on qualifying for the fall finals immediately, losing to FaZe second time around, and then to Astralis ultimately, right? So I think for them, you could tell that early signs seems positive, but still a long way to go.
Yeah, I think for all these teams who had a chance to boot camp as in Copenhagen, they do have the slight little edge coming in here because they might have been able to work out a little bit of some of the rough edges they have. But still, I feel for the majority of the teams, apart from maybe Astralis, a lot of work still to be done.
I think NIP is another name that stands out for my money because they surprised us, Matthew, right? They managed to take down Vitality to net them a spot at the fall finals in the Royal Arena. And we come into the equation with Hampus now jumping back into things. What was your take on that?
I think it's pretty hard to be lucid on what happened to NIP because we've all had the feelings that Vitality missed the mark in that best of three. Like really completely went through back to their old shadowy selves, very passive. Here in Cologne, I think we're going to find a couple of answers about where is NIP at. There are some obvious structural issues that they address openly in interviews, saying, listen, I have 3 anchors, I have 3 movers, one has to be anchor. That's a problem. So we'll have to see where Hampus is stand. But it is cool to see him back in the jersey.
Yeah, I'm liking that a little bit. Very quickly, Anko, Complexity, Elige, what's your takeaways with that?
I think they looked much improved, right? I mean, they ended up losing games in a silly manner a lot of the time. They felt like they should have beaten NIP the second time around too. So that can be really frustrating. But if you have set your sights on, you know, the longer term, and I think absolutely Elige can help a lot with his experience how to not repeat some of those mistakes. But I think you actually have to see improvement immediately, right? Otherwise, you might fall into that trap of, wow, this is just, it won't get better than this.
Speaking of seeing things, we've also got a hell of a lot of new teams that we haven't seen make their debuts with their new rosters coming into this season. For your money, Blair, any of these names standing out on paper for you?
For me, it has to be Furia, right? Like, it's still some question marks over there. I think a lot of camps are divided into multiple camps, rather, where Fallen coming in, you know, as the IGL. Obviously, we know he has the capabilities to be the leader for this team, but some of the spots aren't being a rifler right now. K Serrato, you know, has his era kind of passed by. Is he ever going to have an era? So many questions, which is going to be answered here today.
You know what's kind of crazy? I just realized in that graphic of teams that we haven't seen play yet, there's 3 playoffs of the last major.
Isn't it mad?
3 teams over there, like Into the Breach, Monte, Apeks as well, teams that have gone through changes for whom we don't really know where they stand. Like, do we give them that same kind of leeway and legitimacy already, or do we just send them back to the line and you have to work your way up?
Yanko, you were pulling a little bit of a face when Blair was talking about Furia.
No, I was like, I'm not going to make that same analogy like I did yesterday with Furia and Fallen coming in. It just, there's still remnants of the old Furia in there, so we'll see how much they're able to change and how quickly and how this new Furia roster is going to look like. But I think also our roster, I low-key excited about, well, that's too strong, but Into the Breach, I think their 2 changes actually have a lot of upside, like the 2 additions, and they're not that high risk. We'll see them in the first game today on the A stream, so going to get into it there.
Yeah, well, we've also got some familiar faces, and I'm not just talking about the teams. Of course, we've got some commentators we need to be checking in with. So, Launders, Machine, how are you feeling to be back in Cologne?
Yeah, Freya, we're hanging out. The hot new caster duo on the block. It is myself and Mohan, 2 brown boys making it work here in Counter-Strike. I mean, Mohan, first Cologne?
First Cologne,
First Cologne.
Yeah.
I mean, that's got to be exciting.
I'm starting to feel the magnitude of being here. This event in the calendar has always been special, even to watch from home.
Yeah.
I'll be doing a watch party, actually, for the finals when I get back to Toronto.
That's going to be a banger.
In Toronto, come to that.
Okay, fantastic. And I wanted to pick your brain a little bit about the very short list of teams that haven't made changes. I mean, it is two names. I saw the graphic. 9 and Greyhound. Is there one that's at the particular tip of your tongue in terms of observations about these teams?
I'm liking 9 for sure.
Yeah?
They had maybe the best offseason, and the teams that didn't change played more during the offseason, qualified to Gamers 8. So I think that 9 actually have a chance to make a big wave here. Best of 1 versus OG into playing Fnatic Complexity winner. Like, they could totally just make it through off those.
Just play in and end the first day of playing Cologne by locking themselves in for the next stage in the tournament. On Greyhound's side of things, no changes. And however, nothing has changed for them in terms of international affairs. It seems to be quite a bit of a broken record and not particularly a happy track.
It's not. I mean, when you look at stats, unfortunately, you see that every time they go to an international event, they get stomped. They do everything that you need to say that they're good enough at home.
Best in the region.
And then they come overseas and get erased. Now, the only thing I like about Greyhound that's got me the most excited is Vexite, time and time again.
Yes.
I think he does show up individually. And also, for what it's worth, Inns is the player that falls off the least when it comes to international.
So myself and Chad are going to be casting the first 4 best of 1s on the A stream. And of course, Scrawny and Lord is going to be hanging out over on the B stream. 2 streams simultaneously running for those first 8 best of 1s. We'll be bringing you all of that action. But for now, we'll head it over back to the desk over with Freya.
Thank you very much, gentlemen. Yeah, it is games galore here on day number 1 of Cologne. Of course, we have the best of 1s and best of 3s coming up later. So let's take a look at the action that we have in store. As we said, 2 streams going on simultaneously, gentlemen. We'll be beginning with the best of 1s. Which one, for your money, is kind of piquing your interest the most, Matthew?
The Astralis Liquid. Obvious choice to me. Not only is it a rematch, but if you consider that little square that they have in the bracket, whoever loses this series would have to fight for survival against Apeks or Big. None of these opponents are easy pick'ems. You could argue Big Academy / Big here might be a bit favorable, but let's not fool yourself. You don't want to lose that best of 1 for either of these teams.
I love how we have a rematch already coming this early into the season, Janko.
Yeah, that was like going to look up. When did they play? Oh, yeah, that's right. They just played. I think for me also, I'm looking forward to Into the Breach NIP. I think, you know, I think BMAS was, you know, away from a team for a long while. He's young, he's hungry, he's talented. I think this is a chance for him to show what he's got. Neofrag, not so great in OG, but great in Sinners. So if you can find a way to get that, Neofrag all of a sudden Into the Breach might have upgraded during this break.
We've also got games going down on the B stream as well, so let's check in with the schedule in there. Of course, some of the teams will be playing later on today in that best of 3 as well. We get to see the debut of MOUZ versus your boys, the Mongols. Blair, how you feeling about that?
I'm feeling excited about MOUZ. I don't want to really touch on Mongols yet. Listen, I'm very curious as to how this team's going to be playing out. Obviously, all these youngsters now with Shoei back in to fill in the IGLing shoes. That's a team we're really looking forward to. Also, very quickly for OG, they've been kind of middling, but they did show some signs of promise a little bit here and there. I feel like I'm trying to stretch it a bit here.
I can see what you're doing.
I want to see if 9 are going to be able to continue this grind they've been on and winning a lot of online stuff, and of course they're running the major as well. So I'm curious about that game too.
Well, we've got so many games to be diving into. I think it is time to head to a quick break. But when we're back, it's game number 1 on the A stream, Into the Breach versus NIP after this.
What is that reaction? Yeah, right. This would be an ace clutch from Poland.
Oh my! Oh boy! FaZe Clan, the champions of ESL Pro League.
Poland's here.
Oh my god! Garen, are you gonna be kidding me?
What a map! What a map!
Welcome to the Intel Extreme Masters Cologne, where we're here on the B stream. B for best stream, as we get ready to go live. Soon, it will be time for the Cathedral, but before we get to that moment, these teams need to prove that they deserve to cross that threshold. And for us, first up, we've got MOUZ and we've got the Mongols. We've got Jacob Pimp Winnicky. Did I get that right?
Yeah, you got it right. You got it right.
There we go. On the desk with me for the first time. How are we feeling about our first matchup of the day?
I'm feeling excited, man. As you said, it's one of the biggest tournaments on the calendar. It's one of the biggest experiences as a talent, as a viewer, and as a player, I guess, to play inside this little studio, but also to fight to get into the Cathedral. So a lot at stake, and it all starts right here with MOUZ and the Mongols.
It does indeed, and I mean, we say this little studio, but you can see the setup behind us. It's quite impressive. We've got all of the teams competing. They're face-to-face in terms of who we've got. MOUZ right over there, and the Mongols as well. And so it's the nerves, I think, going to be starting early on for these teams. New rosters debuting, proving themselves, and for the Mongols as well, a team we just don't get to see from that often.
Yeah, we don't see them play a lot, not within European Counter-Strike. Of course, they've had a habit of dominating their region, but it's been a while since we've seen the Mongols that excited us at Katowice. It's been a while since we've seen the Mongols that have excited us at European events before. They went through some roster changes, and honestly speaking, the roster as of right now is not as inspiring as it used to be. So I'm curious to see if we perhaps can get to see these guys on your screen right here turn it up a little bit and overachieve and overperform compared to the expectations.
I mean, it always feels like every time we see them, it's the unknown once again, because we've never seen the same roster appear twice in European competition. So now we've got 910 and Mizzino coming in here. I mean, where are our expectations for them? How do we even set this here?
I think it's the same old broken record in the sense that these guys are in Europe right now to soak in as much experience as absolutely possible. As you said, they've had a habit of always changing players or having difficulties filling the same roster. So for these guys to be to 5 as a unit, get some experience, see if you can apply some pressure to a team like MOUZ, maybe even win a game, win a map, and just get the most out of your time here. You get to practice within Europe, you get to experience a stage like this, so it's a great learning experience. Unless they can surprise our expectations and even get a couple of wins.
I'm liking the contrast we're seeing on the player cams here. Over on the Mongol side, they're focused. They're looking at their monitors. They're looking a little tense maybe. Over on the MOUZ side, we got players sleeping. We got players meditating. We got players chilling out here. I mean, let's talk about MOUZ a little bit, right? Because those expectations are going to be very different. They've made changes. They brought in 2 players, but I mean, they set the standard so high before the break.
They have set the standard so high before the break. I think this roster that you see on your screen right now is extremely interesting. Of course, the big talking point is Shuhei returning to MOUZ. Now, he was part of the MOUZ NXT lineup that did so well, fostering a lot of these talents. And then you bring in a new talent in Jimpad as well, a guy that is very, very young, but online has been tearing it up. So in terms of raw potential and in terms of raw excitement to see MOUZ play, it's all up there in the top for me.
And now, joining us on the desk, we've got Blah. Welcome to the show.
I mean, you guys are talking about the Mongols that came running up, but a little too late, so we're stuck with MOUZ, I guess. But just to carry on what you said,
we can get your input here. Resident Asia expert, how are we feeling about the Mongols?
We're feeling very mid, very low to mid. My headset's just dying on me here. Apologies. But I feel like I have to agree with what Pim mentioned earlier on, that this particular team, just the fact that you have changes happening constantly with every tournament, it's not ideal at all.
No, suboptimal for sure. Now we'll switch gears back into MOUZ because I think there's a lot of excitement there. Whereas for Mongols, it's kind of we're out in the woods. We don't quite know where we are. There's optimism, right? This is the NXT team reforged. This is Shuhei back in the driver's seat. But as we said before, I mean, they made the finals of IEM Dallas right before this change. That was entirely unexpected, and now it feels like this new team has such high expectations to live up to that there's not going to be a lot of tolerance for them to come slow out of the gates.
That's true. I think we need to see results coming in from MOUZ early on. Of course, this being the first event, I guess we'll give them the benefit of the doubt in that regard. Shuhei coming in, a complete different type of in-game leading than Dexter as well. So I think we are going to see some growing pains from MOUZ, but just looking at the lineup, looking at the prospect, looking at some of these players that he's surrounded by, Frozen, one of the best players, one of the best rifles in the entire world, and now Jimpad, who's probably the hottest prospect on a rifle as well. I think there's a lot of positives surrounding MOUZ right now, and as you said, I'm excited to see them play because I think they'll hit the ground running. I think they'll be good from the get-go.
All right. I'd be actually a little surprised that happens, in all honesty, right? Because, again, he might have played in the past with his NXT roster. He hasn't played with Jimpad, obviously, right? He had left that roster at that point in time. So I feel like, you can practice as much as you like, scrim and do all your dry runs, but having an actual game, especially against a team where even though I feel like this MONGOLZ lineup is going to be very disappointing in all honesty, it's still going to be an actual game against an opposition, which you don't really have much information to work with. I still see MOUZ winning this convincingly, but it will be a good test to see how they fare.
I have an interesting question here, right? Because I feel like the big exciting thing about MOUZ for this last year has been the ability to move players up from the academy team. And you put a lot of that credit on towards the coach and Cyclone, but the brain trust originally was Cyclone and Shuhei. So now those two reunited. Is this going to activate the players that were previously part of that MOUZ NXT project? I'm thinking mostly about Torsi here, who has kind of seen his star dim just a little bit in recent time.
Yeah, I would agree with that. Torsi has been a big conversation point for this MOUZ lineup. I think he's a bit lucky to still be on the lineup. I think his role is still up in the air, to be completely honest. A lot of great AWP players out there free on the market right now. Sorted, Dexter, players that could come in and replace Torsi. So I think you're spot on when you're putting highlight at him, saying that he has to perform under these circumstances. He has to show Shuhei from the get-go, and Cyclone for that matter, that he's still the player he were when he first came in a year ago.
Yeah, I have to agree with you on that. The fact that Torsi stuck around, like you pointed out, when there's so many other, not just on paper, but in the server as well, better offers. Also, the fact that quite a few of them didn't even have any buyout, money required, which is a bit of a surprise. And for MOUZ, I guess they're just still trying to give him a second chance. And if I'm Torsi, I'm seizing that with both hands, legs, feet, whatever limbs he's got, and hoping that it clicks this time around. Because if it doesn't work out again in the very near future, I feel there will be changes on the horizon at least for Torsi.
Are you implying Torsi has a tail?
Maybe.
Whatever limbs he's got.
Yeah.
Well, maybe he's going to need an extra limb here to man the up. I mean, look, up in the server here, there's not necessarily someone that you're looking at as like, this is the marquee player you need to face up against, but there's been danger in this MONGOLZ team. I mean, if we're going back to their major run, it wasn't against MOUZ, but it was against Shuei's Gamer Legion that they took a map 16-11 to find out how Shuei feels about that potential rematch. We've got an interview with him. Let's give it a listen.
Welcome to Cologne, Shuei, and I should say welcome back to MOUZ. That is the big headline. How has it been reintegrating into the team and reuniting with your old teammates?
It has been amazing. I got a really warm welcome from every teammate. And yeah, I'm just back with the boys again.
You are, and I think so many people are looking forward to that. You've had such an incredible year, but it is a big task as IGL for such a young team. How much do you feel you have learned this year, and how much experience do you think you have now coming out of course, your major run and everything that's happened, and how confident are you that you can make great things happen with this MOUZ squad?
I think I gained a fair bit of experience before this tournament, but also the players I'm playing with right now are also fairly experienced as well. So it's all about how we join it together and learn from each other. So I think we've been doing that really good so far. And it's just about being comfortable in the team and showing what we can do in this tournament, yes.
Yeah, of course, and starting to play those games on stage with everyone. Now you're going up against the MONGOLZ for your first game, and they can be a little bit hard to prepare against, not that much tape. So how do you feel generally going into this first match in Cologne?
Mixed feelings. Last time I played them was the first game in Paris major as well. So I lost to them, I remember, but then I went to the major final. So yeah, maybe there's something in that. But yeah, it's tough to also prepare against a team that there's not much material for. But I think we did a good job, and yeah, we seem ready.
So you're saying you should lose this one and then go to the final?
We'll see, maybe.
Probably not the best idea, no. But good luck today. We're looking forward to your game.
Thank you for that, Shocks. Now, I'm going to introduce a concept to you guys. Are you guys familiar with the concept of Rumspringa?
No.
No.
It's from the Amish community in the U.S. It's the idea of when, someone becomes an adult, they leave the community for a year to experience the outside world before coming back of their own volition. And it feels like Shuei might have just gotten done with his Rumspringa, and let's see what experience he's bringing back. We're going to get the veto through quickly. Anything we should expect or not expect?
No Inferno, hopefully. I think that's the only takeaway I have.
Absolutely.
Avoid Inferno.
If you're MOUZ, you're banning out Inferno no matter what, because that's always been MONGOLZ' best map, and there we go. I think it's going to wind up something between like Ancient or Nuke. I think Ancient would be ideal because it's Nuke is also a map that MONGOLZ do like to play. Mixed with Ancient coming out here, and I'm curious to see, right? Because Shuhei, he does sometimes try to play some of these. Okay, MONGOLZ going to ban it out, so potential Nuke maybe, whatever map it is. The fact that Shuhei actually puts himself in some of the star role positions, sometimes on the CT side.
Yeah.
he has to potentially relinquish that to Frozen, who is the best player in that team, right? So I'm curious to see. There we go, Nuke. I'm curious to see how it's going to be, how Shu is going to be moving his pieces around. When it comes to ramp, though, one thing which works out for them is going to be, Jimpat. He's a ramp player. JDC used to be a ramp player, so it's going to be very comfortable, at least when it comes to him. But when it comes to the outside yard upper position, Shuhei, is he going to give up that role to Frozen, or is he going to, switch things up? I'm curious.
Me too. I think Shuhei will realize that Frozen is still the gem of this lineup. I think Frozen is, without a doubt, one of the best riflers we have to offer in the world. So he will sacrifice a little bit. And as you said with Jimpat, I think role for role, he's going to fit in some of JDC's positions. But that's one of the things I want to learn about MOUZ, not only in this particular game against the Mongols, which we all expect them to win, but for the tournament and for the future as well. How much of a role change is there going to be within the team for Shuhei, for some of the other players, in order to accommodate Jimpat? To me, that's the big question.
Well, that is the question to answer, but we've got some other guys to keep our eyes on here, making their debut at an IEM Cologne. Two guys you're going to be very familiar with are casters Scrawny and Launders.
Oh, God, no.
all right,
Wow.
pimp. Yes, that's right, Darf. It's our very first Cologne. It's also Darf's first Cologne. 3 new North Americans repping it at an IEM Cologne. I know,
Let's take
Darf,
over.
that you're in the same boat as us, man. We're stoked. So, hello, everybody. Welcome to the B stream of day 1 of IEM Cologne. A little play-in action, Launders. We've got, of course, MONGOLZ versus MOUZ. Big title European change-up. I like the changes. I mean, we've been standing Shuey for years now, since his We Play run, and I have to say I was very happy to see that he got included back on this main team.
If you don't like MOUZ with Shuhei, you don't have good taste. I said it. I said it, and I stand behind it. This is something that the whole team has definitely low-key wanted for a long time. They came up together. Of course, they would want a chance to be able to achieve something together. And, sadly, it's without JDC. Jimpat coming onto the roster is somebody that we casted in the We Play Academy League. I remember him as a really smart player in 1vx situations, somebody who was inconsistent at the time, but has been getting a lot better and is still only 16 years old.
16. 16! Insanity. There's another 16-year-old here at the event as well. He's on the MONGOLZ. Breakout players, I tell you, man. Everybody coming in quick. That, of course, would be Mizinho. And then there's still 9-10. Players as numbers. I like that. We're accepting that the AI products are starting to come in. He's our first cyborg competitor at an IEM Cologne ever. So, quick round of applause for 9-10 before the computers take over.
Let's see if the ChatGPT strat leads him in the right direction.
Blitz is going to play down into the vent. Best of 1 as well, remind you, everybody. Important opening games here. We do BO1 into elimination BO3 for the loser. Mongols are far away from home. A few shots go out from hell. Nothing connects here. Shui's got an easy one. Mizinho just blindsided from that mini peek and Blitz response. Nice to have a player downstairs so quick.
They do. It is cool, but they got upstairs, and when they get that confirmation, well, they run it back to Mini. But, however, 9-10 comes through to stop them. 3v4. Another retake is possible. Bomb hasn't been planted yet. You'd think it's going to come in, but Techno 4K, he's getting curious.
Down an instant flank, perfectly timed. Hastika drops Jimpat. We've got just Torzi. Ooh!
Wow.
Oh!
Clean up.
Very clean pistol. I mean, and with the way the first frag goes down, Shuhei just peeking in, blindsiding Mizinho right inside of sight, I thought, all right, man, this is how it's going to go.
Yeah.
But then we get just as many clean headshots back.
Almost every kill there was somebody getting caught off guard, whether it was MOUZ or it was the MONGOLZ, which is a good sign for the future of this game. Now, this would be upset of the day. We're talking about like 5-1 odds on this matchup because even though MOUZ are making a significant roster change, they're making one to a player that they've already played with. You know what I mean? And they're bringing in major grand finalist Shuhei as well, who's garnered some more experience and already knows how to play with these guys. So there is some pressure on them from that perspective, but they should also be more comfortable.
Yeah. Doesn't that sound really good? Doesn't that just roll off the tongue? Major grand finalist Shuhei.
It's great for the resume.
Well earned. One of the players that didn't get included when the original NXT players started coming up. Took a big shot. Mizinho cleared out of the A site again. We got the... hold on. Instant heaven peak and a push from Hastika. So, yes, they had their footing on the bomb site. Yes, they've done a damage to a bunch of other players. But these Mongols are also chasing. And with an incendiary in front of the pack of MOUZ, they're getting hunted right now. Clean up from Techno. Frozen's done, and it is indeed pistol conversion.
Now, we can't talk about MOUZ NXT without mentioning Shane as well. You know, he was one
Sure.
player who they came up with who got replaced, who was left behind, who was more of a support, of course, than anything else. So that's what always happens, right? Your Inters of the world, your Busters, your
they be out there.
Yeah, you know, your guys who are the glue of the team, but getting a lot less sort of shine. But you know, in his stead, having someone like Frozen, thinking about that as his replacement, it's like it just seems like wow. Like Frozen, it's sort of a hyper carry. I think him and Exertion have both individually put up maps where they're completely unstoppable. Frozen has only been getting more consistent over the years, and he's actually still someone who's really young, which is just absurd. You know, he had the ROPS mystique when he was younger, but he didn't make as much waves because pros weren't calling him a cheater. But he was still 13 years old, owning and face it, coming up, and now is a very consistent tier 1 player.
It's sort of like Knock when he got replaced by Device. It's like, if you're Shane, you can't be upset that Frozen's taking your spot. It's just, you understand. You can come back at it, but can't ignore Frozen. Immensely high rating so far in 2023 as well. Floating around Quesarado numbers. And that's without padding stats to blast America's RMR.
Oh.
So here we go. Desert Eagle kill comes out from MOUZ. So far, you know, listen, we're talking best of ones. Pistol, full conversions. Every round means that much more when it is indeed BO1. And it's 3 rounds straight for the CTs.
And it's sort of like what happens, you know, best of 1. You start 3-0 down. T-side to come back into this for MOUZ, but it is time to sit up straight. It's their debut. And I think Mongols know they had their work cut out for them today, but it looks like they also showed up to work. Led by the chess master in Blitz. Literally, FIDE master Blitz.
Exertion's going to get pressured by Blitz himself, and it's a headshot. We look to Exertion for the big impact, and he delivers in the opening gun round. Hastica going to crank the dial on aggression. Ooh, but the spray's not quite there. A1S falls. Frozen from up above drops him 9-10 on the op. See what he has in store for us. There's a lot of, I think, uncertainty around Mongols just because when they go back to their home country and their region, they do kind of fall off the map. And then we have to wait for their next big international outing. And Katowice at the start of this year was massive for this team. The major was much less impressive. They've gone through some changes.
No score.
Brought back a new formula. You know, and some of those changes just didn't really make sense to the outside scene. Nice angle from Techno. Pressed up against the wall. Shui wants to try to push in and will trade. You know, Shui is an in-game leader that can definitely deliver the headshots when needed. Oh, and Torji finds that timing on the crossover towards Vent. Won't get the quick scope to the young gun, who thinks maybe they go heaven.
Yeah,
and
tried to scare him, and you know what? He pulled it off. But now he's going to overreact. Well, he doesn't know what's happening, but this is actually a perfect split. Like, they respond to the fact that he went down the vent potentially. Go downstairs with one guy, throw nades to sell that fake. It's a beautiful call out of Shuhei.
Yep. Nice play, though. That's fast. Oh, my God. Another chance.
No.
Wow.
He had it.
Brother.
That shot was crazy. Lock that down, man. The second one was easier.
Comes flying out of vent. Snaps it on the Heaven player. Beautiful calls coming out of the T's, of course.
Bro.
But he's got, that was something.
And he had 2
that was
tries.
Something.
The spray wasn't even good on the second. You know what I mean?
He was there.
MOUZ barely squeaked it through. Does anyone use that with MOUZ yet? Squeaked
No,
by?
I don't think so.
No?
No, and you're going to use it now.
Snuck around?
Snuck around.
They nibbled on that round.
Okay. Racked up the costs, too. I almost want to make a bold claim and say the first team that has to save a round is the team that's going to lose this best of 1.
I like that. In best of 1s, you can do that.
Clean one versus Frozen. Ooh, spam damage is great as well. Blitz getting in the impact, but by taking as many chances as he does, he puts himself in the scope of Torji.
They do
so
have a
there's
bit
the
of
answer.
They do have a bit of overfacing. They're taking an extra duel here or there, but we also have a situation where they were down to 2 guns. So Hasteka has the only other one. 9-10 picks his up. Jimpat has a chance to hold this down as the lobby defaulter as they're going for the re-clear. They're going to look up for sure when they don't see anybody, but does he find the timing? Oh my goodness gracious.
Wow.
The team kill.
No way.
Oh, that's a shame.
He sets up the TK inadvertently by dropping down the ladder and hiding behind his enemy.
Oh, and the rotation is beautiful once again. Up the vent.
Yeah, that's one of those. That's an element of this T side that I'm very excited for. Techno's gonna come out, dude. The MP9 is hitting. Techno's finding those headshots.
But you know what? It's 9-10 time.
Okay, let's see it.
He's 5-1. He's got a bit of time.
On the A1S, he'll go around for the lobby flank. Does indeed have the time. Even if he's... Oh, wait, no kit.
No kit. Still, is there one in the site? Is
I don't
there
see it.
anybody with one? I don't think so. Yeah, there's only two teammates came in with guns this round, so... All right, well, might just get opt. Towards he goes deeper. 9-10 will subside. So, okay, MOUZ pick up another one. Clean rotation call out of Shuhei again. Very quick, very high conviction call right to the upper site as soon as they got one frag. And I think what continues right now, Torji, if he plays patient, there will be opportunities where Mongols go for one kill and then go for another without that full reposition. That was sort of an issue, I think. It's good to see them playing confident, but I think they are looking a little rough around the edges. And you said it, Mongols lose. That's what you said.
Well, they kept an A1S, so I found an excuse already.
Okay, so it has to be a full save.
Yes, the first team to have nothing but 5 USPs.
Yeah.
Or, okay, we'll say 1 deagle.
Okay.
That's the team that's going down.
Professional goal post mover, Connor Gervin here, ladies and gentlemen.
Honestly, it's a forte of mine.
We play hockey in Canada.
And in hockey, you can literally move the net. Just saying. Built into our DNA. Shuhei makes that contact on ramp. Fast move out of the Hell player. But remember, it is majority pistols. It's just 9-10 with the A1S, and he's downstairs. Shuhei's starting to play around.
Oh.
Poor Blitz just missed timing, but MOUZ haven't spotted him out either. Oh, now they're starting to creep back.
Getting far and not seeing someone is just
horrifying.
Horrifying when you know there's pistols roaming. But all right, there we go. Confirmation. They make contact. Oh!
Yep. Wow. Gave him that little ha!
And genuinely, Shuhei can be picked up just for an individual level. Like,
yes.
Wouldn't even have to be picked up as a caller. He's good. He's very good.
Exertion still keeping an eye out on the secret stairs. We do get the Jimpat push out through Squeaky. And now these last 2 players, one of which has that M4. That M4 that just never saw any action until the last few moments of this round. Shuhei's going to give him the chase. Doesn't want a follow-up save. Yeah. Taps is nice. Look at him. Look at him. He's talking that smack.
You peeking me? You peeking me in yacht?
No chance.
He doesn't sound like that at all. Picked his battles cleanly. All right, well, Connor said if someone saves, it'll be the end of the game, and there is a chance for MOUZ to pull out a round like that right now.
T-side's cooking. CT's back on the buy.
Mongols full investment.
Giving it the jiggle and setting up the op. They want Torsi to crack open ramp. Jimpat's Galil starts to move forward first. 9-10 rotates in, loses the op duel. Torsi's going to make the difference there. Dink's coming out. Techno holding on, falling away. Oh, almost had himself a triple. But Shuei's got the headshots. Blitz has got the bomb. Quick trade out of the other B players as he presses inwards, and he's so concerned about his flank, but Frozen is indeed in ramp, and Exertion's over on Secret. How do they piece together this 2v3?
It's interesting, because you do wait for a while having ramp. This makes sense, because the CTs have to come help the one CT downstairs. Now, whether they get the kill is the question. Frozen, will he find the second staggered peak? So Frozen won't have that fight right now. He's going to start making noise, and it looks like he's already given up guard from his behind. So now Mouzinho is coming up, and it feels like for sure Frozen's going to die. There's the spray down. It's a 1v2 where both players are known. Can Exertion figure this out?
Do they give him the fights?
Oh, they gave him the fight,
do,
man.
but they also took a lot of health. So
yeah, but you know what? It's Exertion.
That's true. All he needs is a headshot.
Yeah. This is a good pullback. Mozino got really nervous that other Clouch with the op in hand. That was sort of given to him, but he put himself in a good position.
He's got to go.
Oh, wasn't spotted. There we go.
Nice headshot as well. Just to add that insult to injury that he was ready for the trade, ready for the swing, ready for the clutch. You know, wasn't able to post that 1 versus 2 despite it having some real fireworks within it. He will indeed lock in the 1v1 to give MONGOLZ their forward.
You'll love to see it. Here's a trade on the ramp. Got to give some credit here to Techno. Now, they don't swing with Torzy onto the ramp to trade anybody who could be there, but having had just got 1 kill, you know, maybe they weren't prepared for that play. So that much you can understand. Well, no, they should have known that someone else is going to be on the ramp because they killed the turnpike rotator, not the ramp player.
Shoulda, coulda, woulda. Didn't. Blitz gets around into secret. You know, Frozen's been quite confident, I feel like, off the top of Silo. He's gotten a trade or two. It's Jimpat to open up.
Yeah, I imagine. Where did Jimpat do that? Was he inside of Squeaky, potentially? I could totally see him being a lobby lurker. Well, he is a lobby lurker, so that makes sense. Bomb will get dropped. And once again, you know, that round is won with 1 player live for MONGOLZ, and they were already in jeopardy of saving. So, oh, is Jimpat spam? Look at that butt. Hanging down in the vent, so close to getting away.
The dream of the rotate denied.
By 1 ass hair.
Yeah, he's that close, man. He's really that close. Good outer walk. They've gotten to the main door. They're going to try to challenge it into hell. Blitz has just given this a jiggle. Oh, the lineup's there. Oh, he gets the dink on Frozen in the back. Nice little burst of damage out of Blitz. But it's man advantage MOUZ. Despite his best efforts, Techno's going to come into the window. Oh, saw the next player in Shuhei. Frozen gets the headshot.
They were so ready for that.
Now it feels like they're going to squeeze what's left out of this round. But if they go A, then they will walk into the remnants of MONGOLZ.
Okay, let's keep an eye on that because Shuhei's been making great calls in the regard of like avoiding the most danger. But at the moment, these 2 players unknown. Split's coming in for 3 choke points. If they do this right, it should still be hard for them.
Not a lot of time, man. And they're going to make sound. CT's on high alert. It's the bomb down first. Frozen trades it. Torzy connects. Nice to see the tethering there between the T's. Everybody ready to go for trades. And, of course, Shuhei being that guy who's willing to run in first, take his risk, move the bomb in forward. You know, I think, like, bomb control on MOUZ, I know this seems like a small detail, but, like, Shuei's going to have it. He's going to make sure it's in the right place, the right time.
Yeah.
He's going in with it. Even if he dies, it's still closer to the bomb site. He chucked it towards the objective.
Yeah.
We're not talking 3rd guy in, late lobby play, gets stuck on hut, can't plant. Shuhei will be in control of those elements.
Shuhei running out of time.
No,
you
never.
Don't say Shuhei running out of time.
Never.
Yeah, we are the #1 Shuhei meat riders. So it's been a 2-year journey for us.
It has been.
So
we invested long ago. Honestly, kind of like early Apple investors, I feel like, you and I. Except not nearly as rich.
Can't retire, but
nope. Nope. So that's why we've got to sit here and brag to you, because this is the only thing we've gotten out of it. You need evidence? I got the clips. 3 seasons of WePlay, baby, in the back pocket.
So it's fast enough start that it feels like they'll get better. The MONGOLZ still have an opportunity. Very decent start for them as well. However, this is the ever-feared pistol save. Best of ones, these just suck. You know, these just feel deflating.
It feels like there's the weight of an entire best of 3 in these rounds. Just sucks. But you can still get crazy. And right now, stacking up side of the rafters, you love to see it. Frozen's going to take that forward spot outside. They'll peek him. They'll pop him.
Uh-oh.
Dink on Shuhei.
That's a big dink because that gun now it's possible to get. Tees might be a little bit worried about him, but the shot is steady here from Torzy, and the CTs run away.
Yeah, they try to scramble back into the site where they know the bomb's going to get running. Jimpat mows down the Heaven players. Just got to clear back site, and guess what? They will. Nice, smooth, easy, clean, and simple for MOUZ's T side. Taking the lead, 5-4, keeping 4 alive versus USPs. Doing what they have to prove that they are cut from a different cloth.
What is MOUZ's matchup if they win?
So the MOUZ will play the winner of Into the Breach or Ninjas in Pajamas.
Which is not there could be harder games. Ninjas actually, you know, could absolutely beat them, of course, but as you brought up, like 9 have one of the easier possible routes today if they win their game. But an interesting situation because this is the upset of the day. Again, this Mongols match, people have the least confidence in the Mongols to take it over MOUZ, even though, of course, it is a best of one.
Yep. Hastica from up top. Easy one as he dodges flashes. Tries to take the fight one step further.
He did not want to be up there.
No. But luckily for him, there's many defenders inside of the A site still. 2 of them on the floor, op included, and main support soon enough. But Frozen, he's going to let the other teammates take that contact outside. Op is tearing him up right now. 8 and 5 is Torzy.
He's been calm. He's been sharp.
Getting his kills in. 9-10 starts to move out. But he's getting close to holding the same angle as his counterpart. He's taking the op down through vents. And this now starts to alleviate some of the support from the A site, which could very well be where MOUZ end yet again. We haven't even seen footing on B yet, Mohan. They just go A.
But yeah, but MOUZ are going a little slow. I wonder if this is an interesting rotation from 9-10, because if he comes back up secret, there could literally be a free kill as they're exiting.
Yeah.
He's encroaching on the timing. We'll see. They're about to turn the corner into Mini.
He's cooking.
And it looks like they just miss it.
Oh, by seconds.
Oh, and he doesn't know for sure where they are, but...
Oh, and Frozen, instant headshot. Techno's still worried about the outer play. Now there's going to be an op posted on him. 9-10's got to push through. Jimpat's planting. The Heaven player gets it. Off the plant. He comes.
Oh!
Techno from Heaven.
It is the rotation.
Yes,
he
sir.
He didn't even have to kill anybody, but he was there. He was there, and he was so right about pushing into that mini smoke. How could they possibly be prepared for that flank before the bomb's even planted? So very well done by 9-10. Going down the ramp, or going down the vent at a minute, would have been a problem if we haven't seen MOUZ actually squeeze the rounds to the very last second in some of these positions. So got to appreciate that move. And even just by going down the vent first, he tells them it's not lower. So his upper teammates can be more ready. What if we get an upset? First game of the day?
What if?
What if?
I mean, we could have upsets all day long.
We could.
There's still so much uncertainty. But which teams are going to hit the ground running?
Ouch, that's a max damage molly right there. Torzy gets into secret, which may be the most important part for him. CT's playing with incomplete information here. As MOUZ win outside, they take secret control. Frozen with very clean drops right there, all silent.
Smooth moves to go and join his teammates on the cross. They're just jumping over. He gets there. That's what matters. Techno finds it in the end. Gets there in the end. We've got 2 players downstairs on the small halls, Blitz and Hastica.
Oh, there's a kill with his nade.
For sure. Torzy's done. Just like that. Not to mention further damage and the perfect setup. That grenade drew all the attention from the 3 players downstairs. Well, at least the 2 that didn't die to the nades. And then the lineup perfectly timed for the mowdown. So Jimpat on his own as Mongols CT side looking to take that lead back.
Big Mongols going crazy right now. That was a very nice round. I mean, they sort of bled MOUZ dry on any of their ideas. They were, I think, MOUZ actually just playing sort of very simplistically. The defaults look good overall. They've had some good rounds here for sure. But I think Mongols are seeing that most of these rounds are long. So they're taking their time to get into very good spots. They're not overreacting or like, they're not re-clearing secret, for example, when they go downstairs. They're waiting just in case it's downstairs later on. And that sort of passive ideology that they've got going on, I think makes perfect sense. So I think, you know, I always say this at this point in games, but might be time for a tempo change for MOUZ. They've really been running similar setups. However, it's been expensive rounds. They're now on a save.
Jimpat's got that solo AK. There's some hype around this guy. He's got talent flowing through his blood. Little brother of Sergey, for those who don't know. See if he can make a round. He's literally in the middle of the pack. Shui is going to die. M4 pushed in. Nicely done from the op of 9-10. He'll get himself a third and draw Torzy all the way. 4 kills off the op. And Mongols ramp hold versus pistols. No sweat.
Yeah, really good dealing with all of those angles. playing it as slow as he needed to, and well, what can you say? It's one gun. They're trying to play for an op that's sitting on the ramp. At least they got that right. But right now, 7-5. The buy-up will come in again. MOUZ, they could be happy with 5 rounds so far, but they won't be happy with 5 rounds if this is all they get in the half. And we'll find out, I think, at this juncture, if it's the Mongols powering up or if MOUZ have better ideas. But I do think they really need to put more pressure on their defaults and make things move a little faster, because Mongols, I think they're sort of stepping to the challenge of a team that wants to take yard control, go slow, take secret, and put positional pressure on all parts of the map. They're actually looking pretty good with that. Not a single upstairs rush yet for MOUZ.
True. No vent drops either?
No vent drops either. Yeah.
I think we've seen one player walk across the B site when Exertion got his secret down to beat in the 1v1. Like, that's the only footwork on that half of the map. But I'm bringing him up, and Exertion going to go ahead and open up shop. That op is no longer in ramp, so now we start to see MOUZ transitioning into the hit right here, right now. Deagle at the front, but met by smoke, they hold.
That's a very good smoke as well. It's actually, you know, if you smoke's deep, they come through for sure, but the shallow smoke, it's more risky. The smoke that he just used is more risky in a slower round, but if you're shorter rushing, it's the best smoke because you can watch it from any angle. If you throw the deep smoke, you can't watch it unless you're playing in front of the ramp. So that actually changes the complexion of the round completely here for MOUZ to go for new ideas, but with the opening kill, they've alleviated some pressure. Can they get that gun from 9-10 is a question. They've got outside, but not only one person here.
Oh, blitz. Yeah, nicely positioned. Catches Exertion. Techno waiting for it. He'll find his kill as well. That's the pistol dead. Torzi posts up. Has the cut. Falls down.
Yeah,
just like that. Torzi's double kill entry. Now we've got some footing for MOUZ down on B. But we've also still got a chance that Blitz and Mazzino can take it back. They've got both sides of the site, and the bomb dropped. Another critical moment where there's man advantage in MOUZ's advantage, and they lose it. Shuhei, he'll get the kill right back, and it's a silent walk around the vents to try and find timing on the double doors.
There's a chance to go upper, though, if he knows he's vent side, so it's...
he calls it out.
What a risk.
Shui's got you figured out, but he's out already, and that little bit of timing, because he started to move as soon as Shui went into the double doors, it's another clutch from the 16-year-old.
Yeah, what a big find. That's nice. Yeah, 2 clutches and dropped one that he could have won as well earlier. So Shuhei coming to have to clutch that is all because of Blitz. Literally knew that he could take all these fights, and that's actually a problem. MOUZ not taking control side. As we say, they take ramp in this spot, and they get favorable trades. It's 3v3 in the end when they go downstairs, but no one control side means how do you scale? What do you plan for? You don't have decon smoked either. So them going on the right side of the B site means that they were lacking any control that you would need, fundamentally speaking, to take down B safely. It's also your best post plant position. So if Mongols had let them plant, whole different story. But nice from Blitz to say, no, you can't do that.
Problem there. Activates the outer play. Exertion's been playing out here on his own a few rounds, letting them go into the lobby and the multiple players ramp opening setup. But that smoke grenade feels like it just stunned him last round. This time 9-10.
It's the earliest he's been here.
Oof, Molly behind them so that they can't fall back, which means they're going to push right into him and his teammate. And between the two of them, it's a hold again.
Oh, and they're so blind, they didn't even know his position. Torzi was looking around thinking he was in Turnpike. Meanwhile, he was up on NAF, 2v4.
Exertion trying to find entry into A. Bomb will have to be picked back up by ramp eventually, and it's just Hastika with the better timing. Catches Exertion trying to clear, and dude, 9-10's not missing.
Yeah, man, he's been good. He's been good. New to the squad, getting some attention. The 2 new guys, in fact, have been talked about a lot just in this one half. This is spelling disaster for MOUZ. Now, I could say both that Mongols are playing well. Some of the mistakes are palpable for MOUZ, but they've also played well in some of their rounds. So this is a super legit half to kick off the event.
Great cover from Techno on the left side of 9-10 to just let him stay behind that box. Let him regain vision. Let him keep posting critical op kills from inside the ramp room. Exertion real fast will indeed find the best of Blitz. Now, there's another player back here, and as he slides underneath that op shot, it's great. But we've also got Mazzino putting up kills elsewhere. It's a man advantage Mongols yet again, and they are on the brink of double-digit CT side, which is all they need. It's perfect. It's a fantastic start to hold back a team a lot of people were hyped about, and a lot of people had taking this best of one with ease. Because there's uncertainty around Mongols, but that uncertainty is their aura. It's what caught so many off when they started the year in Katowice with a huge run, taking down big names.
Oh, 2v2.
Frozen's up above him. Still a chance to rob this round back. Neither CT looking upwards.
This.
He's going to insta-kill Hastika. Mazzino, he just slides in. He's given himself up. He's going to charge down Jimpat, but it's Frozen from heaven to stop him. And it's MOUZ 6 rounds indeed after the CT side.
T side, I'm like the guy who is on like side of the map, like lurking, and then on CT side I'm like playing Anchor. I used to play it like 1 year ago when I was playing in MOUZ and Active. After that I changed my roles and I have to get used to it. I'm not that great with communication yet, so that's definitely something I have to step up. With the practice so far it's been going like really well in my opinion, and we have really good chemistry, I would say. Like we are making jokes, you know, everybody's like on the same level.
Jumping casually into the site, he's going to fall down again. What is this shot from Simple Warriors?
Team Liquid have just unlocked the Intel Grand Slam.
Mongols, doubters, where you at? 9 rounds on the CT side versus MOUZ. It is, of course, still CT side of Nuke. They've got their work set out for them. We don't know what the new guys are going to bring to the table for the T side, but we saw some clutch wins coming out of the young gun, Mazzino, new Mongols in the camp, and some solid opping out of 9-10 as well. So,
you know, I think all IGLs should play chess.
Okay.
So the fact that, if I remember his ratings, Blitz over 2K rating in all 3 in classical, blitz, and rapid. I think that's a huge. That just says that you're an IGL. Like you literally were made to call in Counter-Strike.
Your brain is big enough to do this.
Like if you can aim at all, you should be immediately being an IGL in Counter-Strike. Like seriously.
Sure.
So I believe in that. So it's a battle of the minds right now.
Well, also battle of the talent, man. Techno 4K, 17 kills. 910's Op got 13. Shui, Torsi. Those are the two CTs to put up frags as now Shui is going to get cleared out from the vent. He got pushed out. And the bomb will be planted front side silo. Torsi could play a critical role to unraveling all this. Could have. Now there's a smoke in front of him. He's going to pressure it with the flash. 2 drop out from Heaven. They've got the back sight, but bomb's on the other side. And there's a lobby wraparound as 910's P250 connects to the face. It's the 2 new players of MONGOLZ to lock in their 10th round and a second pistol in a best of 1. This is critical territory now. That bomb's ticking quick, and Torsi, he's going to try to clear him out. He knows the other was over towards
it's a
Hut.
bad plant, but he's not going to defuse it.
He gets off. 10 seconds.
Oh, he hears him, and now he's just walking away.
Forces the run. It's over.
Goodness gracious.
MONGOLZ will win both pistols in this best of 1.
Oh, and Mazzinho's yelling.
Good.
Which is just, that's what they needed with Score. That's what they had with Score. He was the only guy who was sort of getting hyped. Be careful, might get you cut.
The inexplicables of MONGOLZ last 6 to 9 months. But they know best. We got to put our faith in them. It's a region that is very much under the radar. But he let him know who's winning rounds, and it's sure as hell not MOUZ. Trailing by 4. Now the pressure starts to seep in. Slowly but surely.
Yeah, best of 1, folks. This is, you can't let pistols go. And right now, MONGOLZ have 2. And they're a good place to convert as well. Let's see if Blitz lets anyone go here. Nope, he's got too many teammates behind him, all looking for heads.
4 instant headshots.
All out of bubble gum.
Done. So, MONGOLZ clean convert. They take some damage, but those pistols weren't going to do much.
5 alive.
Oh, boy. Are the MONGOLZ back? Are we overreacting?
I think MOUZ have to, like, win this round cleanly right now. Otherwise, it's going to... They're just going to stack paper so high that MOUZ won't be able to see over it.
Struggling from success. These are the guns, though. Let's see it, MOUZ. Slot into this defensive half. And it's game on.
Whoa, what an interesting... Oh, wow. They were trying... I love that tactic to start out a first rifle. The 4 nades in a mini just to crush a default. That would just take the wind right out of your sails. Any ideas you had just to chill for a sec on CT side, out the window. But now, of course, when you use that tactic, they know exactly where you are. Outside smokes come out immediately, which I think also makes perfect sense. You can't pretend like, oh, they're not going to be able to find you. Frozen should be dead. Wow, he gets spotted and murdered on site.
Dude, they maul him.
Yeah.
All that wallbang damage, little fire.
Oh, okay.
But Hestica gets cleared out. Looked like he was trying to slide through credit card.
That's a big find. But we've got, you know, everyone nuts to butts here on MONGOLZ, walking around the map together.
Big old pack of them. Back into the lobby. Everything that's left. We've got Shui behind the far vent. Start to see some shuffling going on outside. Already
Shuhei's
a player
playing here without
without
a smoke. That's a dangerous game to play.
Oh, they don't molly him, even though they've got 2, and Torsi takes the first contact. Queues up the peak. They're going to regret not having burned him out, but they could still. Oh, Mazzinho runs in, takes the headshot.
They don't have to camp the vent. Heaven can just play safe. Exertion has this rotation locked down. They got to kill Exertion, or they're going to have a hard time planning upstairs.
They're still looking at it. Exertion waiting and waiting. And they crawl by. They keep eyes on main. They could go for the front plant. They're nervous about Heaven. He's going to dive it the moment they go for this, but they're on the other side, so he can't stop it. Oh, okay, he'll finish Blitz despite it getting sketchy. Another clutch attempt queued up. Jimpad's going to come through. 16-year-olds locking horns in a 1v1 on one of the biggest events of the Counter-Strike stage.
Absolutely. Yeah, that one's close, but man, for MOUZ, they win it. That's so key because that was 5 alive on that last round, a pistol 1 for MONGOLZ. You know, I was thinking they need to win it clean to feel good about it. There's still going to be a full buy that MONGOLZ are favored in coming in here. And this is very scary because it was a very atypical round that had some good ideas. So sort of hard to read, you know? Like, how are MONGOLZ going to play this round? 4 nades into Squeaky, into all 5 guys going outside to throw wall smokes and then spamming down Frozen, just playing safe inside a big garage by himself. Like, what are they going to do next? These guys are crazy. Crazy.
Crazy. I was crazy once. Still am a little. But I can also see a way where that whole setup gets unraveled if that Molotov lands on Shui's feet.
Yeah, that was a very... Shui knows the risk.
Yep.
You know, he knows the risk of playing opposite vent with no molly, but it also is a great spot to fight against Squeaky, and that's the whole point of it. So MONGOLZ skipping that bit of utility cost them, for sure. They won't make that mistake again, but might have been the smart risk to take here for Shui. Now, MOUZ, they have a decent buy. It's not as good as MONGOLZ, however, so there's still a big chance for MONGOLZ.
Gonna play outer again off of the bat. Saw the same approach last round. It's what got Frozen pinned into garage.
Interesting. That's a really early molly on the cross, and they aren't running it as well, so...
Whoa, that spam.
He's trying to call him out for this play.
With how tight-knit the MONGOLZ move around the map,
it's insane. It's
anybody who walks into this, it's like, it's just a kill ball.
Yeah, they don't find anybody inside a big garage. Torzi, they're obviously suspicious right now, what the MONGOLZ are up to at the moment, but can they stop it? That's a totally different question.
Moving it around.
Oh my god.
Oof, Techno comes around the blue box.
They're going to let him go.
9-10 gets ever closer. Because there's so many of them as well, I feel like you don't expect 9-10 to be this close.
Yeah. Now they do come up and wait. Torzi from long range and no bullets hit him.
AK, though, going to catch him off. Again, 9-10 using his 2 teammates' deaths to get that much closer. Shuhei blinded, doesn't regain vision fast enough, but Exertion still trying to hold off on the A site. He's got 9-10 up above him. Jimpat kind of squeezed here. Main pressure coming out.
Interesting. Oh, okay. They need to, you know, properly clear this, of course, but I think the CT setup, they're not really ready for opposite, and Exertion covers that. They've got it locked up. That's a solid round, and now a 3-round game. And MOUZ, they make money on this round, keeping 3 up. So this is kind of the exact start they need. Careful. Those are finite.
Something nice about seeing the NXT core. Shuhei in the center of a MOUZ team.
Yep. This is the DLC we wanted.
But shout out JDC and Shane because...
And Dexter.
And Dexter, you know, just because.
He actually looks good in a Fnatic jersey.
Sure. Yep. Oh, careful, Jimpat. Oh, God. That's a ton of util damage,
Imagine
though.
they win this round somehow just because they have the players. No, MP9.
Somebody's going to farm.
Oh, my goodness. But
yeah. Jimpat gets 5 assists this round. Literally 5 assists in 1 round. As everybody there comes around the corner.
All they had to do
like
is shoot
20.
like 2 bullets, and he would have got an ace. All the util damage and everything. Come on, Jimpy.
Yeah, they'll catch him on
That's
timing.
funny.
You know, it's funny because it's just pistols and it doesn't cost them anything.
Mm-hmm. So, an interesting choice to play on Nuke here. MONGOLZ coming through with a very different look on T side. I don't think there's anything necessarily bad about it. They're not exactly as coordinated, I think, to really make MOUZ look silly in a lot of these spots, but they have done some stuff where it's like, I would be a little scared if I was MOUZ. They're not randomly walking around. You know, they're doing things together with a plan in mind. This will be the most prototypical round of the bunch here from the MONGOLZ as they sit back, looking for some late outside control.
Fairly clearly, they have made the most of the time off.
This is a nice adjustment here at this point in the game to start. Towards his secret, they molly in front of him as well.
Easy pickup.
On the re-molly, but oh, they're not expectant of that. That's a lot of information. That was 3 people that he saw.
Still no rotate B.
Yeah, we should have a turnpike rotation. That's what we're looking for at the moment. Frozen not getting down there because Jimpat can't leave without it. Oh, they're going for the lobby reclear, which is interesting.
I feel like luckily for MOUZ, Mongols are taking time to get this much closer.
Yeah.
But Jimpat's going to be under pressure, and I think he
they
has
don't
to
get
deliver
into a good
something.
spot and lower. It's a different look, and the CTs are a little slow to this. Not actually a huge fan. Mongols, maybe there's an opportunity here. Yeah, that's... You're looking in confused. I mean, Torzi...
Should have seen 3.
Should have seen 3, because I think he saw 2 and got shot by a 3rd.
Right.
So, yeah, that's a bad rotation. So normally what happens there is it could have been your Opper, who would normally be rotating Turnpike, J-Hall, sorry, to come and relieve Jimpat so they can go lower. But Jimpat cannot leave without making sure that ramp isn't being attacked late, because it's usually like a 4-1. So they go to try to find a lobby lurker, don't find anything, but then don't put it together that it's going to be lower later anyways. Sort of feels like they either weren't paying attention to what's happened this half or weren't sort of, I don't know, they had the information. That's the problem for me. They definitely had the data, especially after the lobby reclear and especially after this. But
I'm just not sure where Frozen was. Because he decides to drop A site.
Yeah,
and I'm just thinking, if he goes ramp, then that opens up Jimpat to get down B first. But Jimpat couldn't leave.
No. If they had to kind of pick one or the other.
Yeah.
So they shouldn't have done a lobby reclear if they were going to have Jimpat rotate down lower. But when they did their lobby reclear, they were just moseying around in lobby like, I think they're definitely not here. I don't know where they could be.
Check all the nooks and crannies. He got time to check all the corners. Mongols moving quick. Tight-knit pack from this T side. Every single round. 4 guys shoulder to shoulder outside. Whether that's a push out towards heaven, getting into garage, or last round just making it downstairs. Where there's 1 Mongols, there's at least 4.
Yeah. Ooh, that's a nade.
Yeah, not half bad. Take those. Frozen around the smoke, and again, Mongols just going to cross, man.
Yeah,
they're not
big garage
changing
trap.
anything.
They do like that, but oh wait, they're coming secret as well. Exertion, he's like a little scared about it.
Yeah, made sound, so now Mongols are nervous about it.
Short enough step that he probably can't tell which direction it was going. Exertion with the off angle, making it feel like it's a heaven wrap, and it sort of is. Now the T's are getting very spread thin, so this could come down to 1 kill in any part of the map. Oh, nice one there from 9-10.
Taking AK shots to the chest, and still he posts up the op kill.
They did get confused about the rotate lower last time. And
Techno's
now,
up in heaven.
Wow.
Mongols have done a very good job of just leaving Techno somewhere else.
This might feel like a fake, I think, to Torji, but are they going to rotate down? Yeah, they are. Yeah. I think MOUZ have a good read on this now. That looked like too crummy of a fake upper.
Okay, but still, you got to stop it. You've got 10 seconds. 5 seconds for Jimpat to shave off this clock. He dies instantly. Blitz back-to-back rounds, and that bomb plant's going to be safe. 2 players pressuring, and Shui's got to give them the room that they have worked for. Down to the wire, and they get it.
They don't have control side. It's a very possible retake.
9-10 can hold this angle, awaiting somebody to post up. Sure enough, doesn't miss the chance. IGL now down, and that save starts to creep into the backs of their mind.
Oh my god, they could still win this retake. There's no one control, no one decon even for the T side, but they're too scared. That op does it all. Very nice round out of 9-10 with his 2 frags, but this thing is, I would say MOUZ actually had this wrapped up, but they hit the most insane entry on Jimpat.
Yep.
Yeah, I actually feel for him. I think Jimpat was a little bit slow last time to rotate. Here, he was comfortable in a great spot, but that shot from Blitz, so quick, couldn't do anything about it. That should have just been a mowdown, right? Both sides. Easy first kill. Very hard entry.
It did it last round, too. Blitz coming out of single door. Just got that instant delete.
True.
So Blitz is finding his groove downstairs on B. And unfortunately for MOUZ, even with players in position, not something they had the round prior. They fall short.
I think if you're MOUZ, you're not extremely worried, but I will say these rounds are getting more complicated and still well called for the Mongols, which is the scary part here. But again, overall, when it came down to these last 10 seconds, I would say MOUZ were at an 85% chance of winning before that door was open. That's how good that entry was. So The biggest problem for MOUZ is the amount of money they have, and if they get really nervous looking up at the round score and seeing, well, whoa, okay, we can't afford too many more mistakes. I think Mongols need to keep pressuring Jimpat as the new player on the team. Keep pressuring ramp, keep threatening lower. Maybe try to move a bit faster this round.
Torzy looking for a smidgen of an angle here. But just off it. Now Hasta goes back around the corner. But I mean, it's been Mongols 4 players bottom silo every round, every round, every round. So once they get to this point that they've chosen different directions, nearly a collateral kill there from Torzy. He'll drop blitz, go right back up. Oh! Best not to shoot at him. Saw a couple tracers.
Don't make noise, he said.
Yeah, and kills him. Now
Pipe
9-10
down.
floats around. A 5v3 here. Still definitely a chance for MOUZ to reclaim a little territory. But what's the B setup going to be this time? And will it be problematic for a third time? Because right now there's nobody downstairs.
There's no one downstairs, and they got enough information, but do they want to set up for another retake? We got the squeaky lurk happening. That means the 2 Ts downstairs have to take the site by themselves. 9-10 has the full kit of utility to make this happen. Again, rotations, as you mentioned, painfully slow. MP9 is the first person to enter. I don't think Jimpat's going to get much done unless he waits for some help, and he will do that. You still got to trust you can win these rounds, but listen, there's a lurker now coming through ramp.
Hasta's inbound at 9-10
again.
sharp. Connects with the first one. Won't get the repeak. The players on the site do die. This is a quick one from MOUZ. Swift.
Hold on.
They're concerned about the third player, and I believe bombs planted not directly behind the silo. So
Okay, there we go.
Okay, it could have been
Torzi's been
exposed.
so aware of this game. You
Yeah.
got to give him credit. He seems the most clued into what Mongols are trying to do. Having a great match to start things out. They're going to need every little bit of effort, but I think this still feels very much within reach for MOUZ. They touch 10 now. I hate to say it because Mongols have been playing so well, but I think there's still some proving to do. But you know what, Mongols, the money's amazing. The money's actually fantastic here. So it'll be a couple of buys that MOUZ have to chew through.
One of the things that I thought Shuhei was going to bring to the mix was an uptick in Torzi's performance. I think that back when we first saw those 2 players together, he just knew how to get the best out of his Opper. And then he went on to prove that again with Gamer Legion, I think taking Knock up a level.
And at A-Core.
Excuse me, yes, A-Core. Taking A-Core up a level.
And oh yeah, never Knock.
And so...
What team was Knock on? Knock is on
Ninjas.
Apeks. Oh yeah, after.
Oh, Apeks.
Yeah. There's been a lot of shuffling going on. We've watched it all. Chronologically are totally confused, but trust me, we were there.
So to see Torzy succeeding already. Ooh, careful though. Shows a little skin.
I was just thinking about that nade because the amount of timings where there have been 4-pack ready after their smokes come out, and MOUZ have just seen them do it so many times. Oh my goodness.
And he was jiggling before the smoke came up, so it's like, bro, if they see you, you got 4 AKs.
I like the fast cross though, because MOUZ, besides starting secret and they're seeing Torzy there, they've been so slow about dealing with this. Jimpat can play here. There, Torzi's in the site. Jimpat with 1. There it is. Now he's on.
Yeah, MOUZ down 3 players. Finally doesn't get instant hard cleared by Blitz. Now Techno's still alive and he's been fighting tooth and nail for every single chance he can get. He's got the bomb back. He's got a Molotov and a smoke up. Just go for the plant. Could. And he will, safely behind the silo.
Oh, Molly on Shuhei takes 70 damage. Rotation coming in. Hasteka, is he going to check this? No. That'll be Exertion to
Exertion
slowly
saw him.
hunt him. Yeah.
He saw him, though. You can see him calling excitedly. So CTs know that there's one in control. Exertion knows he's behind them. He'll shoot down Techno. Easy pickup. And get himself the headshot to close. So Exertion knew he was behind enemy lines, but a tip of the hat to Jimpat, his first big multi-kill of this map.
Yeah, and he chose to play in that position. Totally fine. As long as, from my perspective, as long as he gets that committed spot and there's some connection between him and his ramp rotation, they're okay. I really think the money here for MONGOLZ is actually splitting ramp with their outside takes more often, because that puts the max pressure on Jimpat and the max pressure on the rotation. It just comes down to if they can see it, right? If they can see the map the same way we do. The same way Torji sees that, they've been grouping outside and then crossing with 4 players and dumping the nade, you know, right at their feet. Easier said than done without the full vision that the casters have, of course, but at the top level of CS, that's what's amazing, is seeing the IGLs be able to read the map identically to what we see. And they're certainly getting close. So all good things must come to an end. The MONGOLZ, they had so much money, but now they are on their final full purchase before a save. It's a chance for MOUZ to tie it up, or a chance for MONGOLZ to rattle them one more time.
Still no end to this round 2. Divert from that 4-player bottom silo play. That nade's been softening them up nicely each and every time.
Yeah, they've been...
Ooh, especially as that one spreads. Extra 20 damage done to Mazzino. Torzi, give it a shot, give it a chance. Taking the 5v4.
Yeah, it's all about Torji.
And he's come at this box before, and Techno ready for it. Wasn't the first time he tried to play that angle. But the spam comes through from Frozen. He'll finish off the 50 health left.
You can
and
tell
now 4v3. But, okay, nice Frozen. Able to recover that one. 9-10 had the drop on him. Azteca looking at this ramp hit. The little bit left of Frozen, still enough for him to continue his success. Exertion cleared from the back of the vent. It's a 1 versus 4 with all the CTs spread out, so much so that a bomb plant's looking likely.
Excellent map out of Techno.
Shui drops a nade on him, softens him up before he comes through to feast, and it is indeed MOUZ to 12, a 1-round game.
Torji, like you mentioned, took that risk of going up top after his first. So even though they have patterns, so does he. At least he got that opening kill. He got the chip damage in. All of that adds up when you're going up against M4s, absolutely. But Torji gets the information. The call-out's been there. MONGOLZ have just spent way too much time in the yard, all together, all on the exact same timing. So not enough variety to scare MOUZ. And I'm not surprised they're starting to get sprayed down through the smokes as well. You create your own luck here in Counter-Strike. And for the CTs, well, once the smokes are up, that's 15 seconds where they're either behind them or they're not. If they're not running through, you can shoot.
Door off the hinges. Frozen. Oh, that next flash. Perfect on top of him. Still, though, fantastic opportunity for the CTs to recover, and they will. Both sides of the bomb site shut down. Bodies in the right spots at the right moment, even despite poor Frozen getting hit by the solar flare.
That was, yeah, that was a strong flash. Great. They go for the twist drop, basically. The ROPS drop, essentially, actually. I'll call that the ROPS drop. Gliding into mini. Beautifully done. What you can do with a Tech 9. That's how you maximize it. And another buy comes in here for the MONGOLZ. This one's for 14. Azteca only has a Tech 9, but that's not the worst situation in the world. 4 AKs is pretty good.
Last time Jimpat had a multiplayer rush, it's when they had pistols and they got past him. He's going to see a lot.
Oh.
And again, they just pounce. Too many players all at the same time, and they shred both members of that ramp hold. Exertion's going to have a chance as they do line up for him. He gets 2, falls back on 30 HP.
Ooh, and he gets that door open as well, just to scare him back sight. No rotation into decon, though. They know it. So they'll go for the cross. Great smoke here. Very important to deny control. Oh, my God. Scary to take that fight. It's 3v3.
That it is. They're ready for this retake. Someone's taking their 14th round off it.
Oh, they go back for ramp. Very smart.
But by the looks of it, bomb is planted back sight. Maybe it's not
is
necessarily behind silo. No, okay. It's over to the side. They'll still have some vision, but they're losing their kills. Azteca, 8 kills on the half. Has to step up, and they put a bomb on it. Nice clean headshot. Goes back to pressure for Rosen. Exertion's looking for it on 20 HP.
No.
All the lineups just not there. But
oh my God.
MOUZ nearly let him walk away with that 1v3.
It's the perfectly placed smoke, but you got to feel for him. Shots on both sides. Torzi had no other thing that he could do. Hope his teammate get the kill and stick that bomb to fuse. My God, 1 bullet away from death. Heartbreaking round here for the MONGOLZ. And they wanted to get downstairs as fast as possible. Leave it to Exertion to make a game-time play like that. A beautiful spray. Got back out of control, stayed 3v3.
Saved them.
Saved them.
He saved them.
He saved basically the whole game.
Yep.
That was a huge chance for MONGOLZ. Another mistake from Jimpat. Again, talking about the pressure on ramp that needs to come down. MONGOLZ are cluing into it. Putting outside pressure is putting ramp pressure. Putting pressure on any part of the map is putting ramp pressure, honestly. And that's where MOUZ have been the weakest. But even with that tactic, even with those kills to kick things off, they can't do it.
No. 2 times they've pulled out that big push towards ramp, one with pistols, one with rifles. Both of them have succeeded in killing Jimpad with no frags.
But you know what? They've done great with the money. Still got another solid buy here.
Fair. Fair indeed. They've gotten ahead of the smoke as well, but Torzy gives it a little jiggle. Oof, almost catching Frozen out.
Yeah, this sneaky play, though, it's so early. As the smokes are coming down.
Exertion's got the gap, but he's also concerned about main.
They're going to feel it's an upper hit with that play, walking to the side of Mini. So what will MONGOLZ do?
Shui doesn't throw the incendiary. Trading grenades. Things are getting weird. They saw a little skin. Exertion's going to have a bunch of players on him. Flash is good, but there's more behind it. He draws them in. Shui's here to offer help. And it's 9-10 with the opening frag back for the MONGOLZ. Immediately flanking back around through lobby is Jimpat. He's going to play it, Torzy with the op. That's awkward.
Is he coming back, though? Blitz going to miss this. That's free for Torzy now.
Oh, he's trying to push down the plant. He comes in with the pistol, finishes 9-10. Now he's up inside of the hut, but he's lost both his teammates. And Torzy, 30 frags off that. MONGOLZ into a chance to go tied game again. And sure enough, the op in the pocket misses its chance. There were defenders there on A, but MONGOLZ bust through.
Yeah, they do. It was actually a decent hold, but you know what? They didn't double reinforce the site. They saw the walk up on the outside of Mini. That was MONGOLZ game plan exposed for the round. But the thing is, all they did was go for the plan anyways. And I think that in itself is a gamble. It ends up working out when they trade out on the site. MOUZ are literally shuffling grenades instead of making sure that no one can get outside of Squeaky. So that's the big one.
Yep.
And now it's 14-14. Anything is possible. Back to Jimpat.
Oh, but this time he doesn't have a nade. Both
Maybe
previous times he's throwing frags as they push him. Now it is guns up. Hands can't be busy. The only chance that they have to catch him off guard is in a reposition, but he has chosen his angle. The flash comes in, he's blind, he dives down, and he will indeed get away, but they are hot on his heels. So fast, in fact, he may not even get a chance to gun them down. He does deliver one. Doors open. Missed shots. Hastika able to open, and Shuhei swinging the door but not flying through it. This is for 15, and damage goes both ways.
Oh, they want something for free so badly. Are they even going to attempt this? The money is not good enough here from MOUZ. Something has to come early, or they're going to let this go to a potential overtime.
Shui lean back, hoping somebody gives him a string to pull on, but it doesn't look like that's the case. Too much to lose in this 3v4. They'll save, and MONGOLZ in a best of one will have an opportunity to close this upset.
I think, you know what, listen, we can talk about Jimpat being uncomfortable, them targeting, but it should be painfully obvious to MOUZ as well that that's what's happening. So it's also on them to start ramp early with 2 players. Boost up in ramp. Use Jimpat in a different way. Maybe start him secret, have Torzy there, who might understand the rotation better, be more comfortable. Of course, MONGOLZ are going to go back to what's weak. It makes sense. They're trying to punish you on the T side. This is apparent to them, and now they're finally starting to win rounds. That should also be obvious. But it's also on MOUZ, not just on Jimpat to play better, but to reinforce his spot. He's one guy in a position that's being attacked constantly.
Yes. And it's not even like it's coming in late into the round, so it's just a timing factor. I mean, these hits have happened in the first 20 seconds, first 30 seconds. What's the move, MONGOLZ? What's the close? Big chance to start their season with an upset win versus MOUZ. But Frozen's going to find the opening kill, so it has to be off the 4 versus 5 with wounded players already.
See, now they instantly smoke into Squeaky. They had that one flying over from heaven there. More prepared for the potential tactic. Blitz's heart will sink as he realizes, damn, that was a chance. And now look, Torzy starts in the ramp.
Finally a change-up.
This is just easier. Like, if Jimp can start in lower immediately, that takes so much pressure off the map. And with a 5v4, they don't have to move at all.
Exertion just put down the last smoke at the CT side in front of Squeaky. That'll be up around 50 seconds. And Exertion comes towards Hut to play on top of it. Can't expose himself to the hut door. Molotov goes on Shuhei. Exertion's also burning. He has to fall down. And this time that utility does pull the site apart.
They're going down the vent. No.
Jimpat's right here, and he's going to kill one from down beneath. That's going to keep them stranded up on A. But Techno 4K is alive and kicking, and he's on the brink of 30 kills in regulation.
And Frozen runs back to spawn.
Jimpat's here. Oh, missed shot. Techno 4K, 1v3 demanded of him, but he's got the bomb, he's got the Molotov for heaven, he's got the open sight. Jimpat could just fly up through vent if he chooses to. Techno's planting. Jimpat stalls out. Now the gun's back up. The frag could soften them. He sees Jimpat, but Frozen's fast, and it's MOUZ to push us OT.
Man, that's it. That was a great round out of MOUZ. You have to give it up to them. A beautiful sort of adjustment at the last second to deal with all of their perspective mistakes from the rest of that half. Like, that's just made perfect sense. Jimpat, look at that. He gets 2 kills playing lower to start. And Torji starts ramp. Everything's a lot easier on the map. And they get that first kill, of course, catching Blitz on the outside play. Just, it's a piece of every round and a clue from every part of the map throughout the round that allowed them to have the easiest round possible.
Oh, nice slide. Blitz off that.
God.
Love it.
Holy hell.
Man comes through on skates. Torzi with a chance to reclaim control of outside. Jimpat's pushed up on ramp. He could very well catch 910. But 910 also doesn't have to move.
Does he have an audible? Because Jimp is not moving either.
Oh, wow, he's going to give it up. Oh, no! Get turned on.
What a shot.
Wow.
That's 2v2 if he gets that. Instead, it's Torzi behind a smoke in mini versus 3.
And that's not going to happen.
Oh, my God, that was free. Man, we got some heavy lifters right now. 910 with 27 kills, Techno with 28.
Blitz with that nasty 2K
Blitz's
slide off the roller.
Have been crazy.
Whew. Torzi's got players all around him. He's going to fight his way out. Bomb will catch him. It is MONGOLZ with man disadvantage off the start of this. But a very quick A play.
Ooh,
way faster. And honestly, I would say way more split up. You haven't seen Blitz solo outside. It's been 4 players on silo.
Besides the mini walk, yeah.
And this time, he just slides, baby.
That's beautiful.
Hey! Shreds him.
I mean, it's a perfect glide.
God, I love movement in Counter-Strike.
Oh, my God.
And I love flick shots, too. He knows,
Take that all day.
He knows. Oh. Back in action. Jimpat wants revenge. Whoa.
Oh, they let him get away.
He's got help.
And
He's got Torzi.
He saw everyone. Double molly. Bit of an overreaction, but better safe than sorry. Especially with a kill. They said, get out of here. We have seen the re-aggros out of MONGOLZ when their game plan is exposed. One round on this T side already in overtime. Makes things interesting.
Jimpat falling out.
Yeah, I think even double molly here, but a chance to shoot back, and Torzi cannot sustain. He gets out of there.
Yeah, super dangerous.
All right, Jimpat, man, he's been tested over and over and over again. Poor guy, they're coming for him.
Haven't seen him this tight, though, in control. Oh, Exertion loses his head. Jimpat activates. Double kill from him. Tries to go for a third. Kept trying to press his luck. And instead, he takes one between the eyes. We've got 910 and a post plant. Azteca almost pulled off that 1v3 back in regulation. Good for a clutch, perhaps.
We're talking about nades here. It goes.
Frag finds no one.
Oh, can't nail it. 910. Should be impossible. From this spot with an up.
Should be. Stuck inside it. Takes down Shuhei. Deagle's out. That player's low. And Frozen's falling. But Torzi, he's going to come back out through single, get himself and MOUZ that 16th.
Would have had a fallen back on a crazy Deagle 2K, but nearly lined it up. Nice try, but that's MOUZ with another round. And you can see that Jimpat can definitely shoot back, but it's actually just within the ramp where he's the weakest. When he rotates into better spots or his other spots, he's doing well on extremities, and especially with some support. I think that's the big thing. But it still remains true that MONGOLZ should keep testing this early round on the ramp and making MOUZ's life as difficult as possible, or at least finding out where that op is quickly so they can avoid it.
Ooh, Torzy up front. Nice flick, but not the fallback. Maybe if he didn't jump, he could have been hidden in the smoke, but Silo player is going to catch him. Frozen's got a good position here, but it is indeed being watched. Blitz is not going to fall victim to this. Clears it. Frozen coming out with damage. Exertion, however, holds off in middle with a knife out. Tries to jump over. Getting a little crazy. Low HP.
Such a strong spot here inside of Squeaky. Shuhei?
Okay. Last player's lit. Zinho. How are you going to pull this off? 10 HP. He's got the bomb. And he's got a little bit of space to work. Nice repositioning from Shuhei to go all the way back around Trophy. Obviously, these corners get cleared. He's thinking hut, but...
Now he thinks he's upstairs.
Yep, Shuhei has gone one step further
Maybe
back.
He'll check top hut, who knows? Like, has no idea what's going on, but won't find him anywhere. He's just terrified. He's chasing ghosts.
He's got full belt of utility, so he'll start to utilize that. Make the most of the moment. Jimpat doesn't want to make the play alone. Smoke towards hut. Still worried about that Shuhei flank. All he knows, he was still back by Trophy. It is indeed a double up from heaven. Crouches down, spots them. He's going head hunting.
What was a chance?
They've split up. They've lost track of him. He's very aware. But they're going to drop a smoke on top of the bomb. Now he's going to get up close on this. Shuhei's still covering. Jimpat's on the defuse. If he doesn't get him off. Ooh. But Shuhei, yeah, look at that. Raise the eyebrows. He knows.
Yeah.
He knows.
That was close. Surely the trade was imminent, even if the kill came down, but he made that very scary. He just needed one sort of headshot over top of the site, and then, honestly, he was in the money. I was saying, Shuhei getting away was cool, but then he got so far away that they let him potentially get back in a hut for the retake. So some of the retake positions here from MOUZ are not obvious, a little sketchy. So, okay, that leaves us 17 to 16. We look back on MOUZ's T side. They only got 6 rounds, but they also didn't win the pistol. So in terms of quality rounds, they're pretty much on par with the Mongols. Anyone's game.
Best of 1 pistol.
34 frags for Torzy.
Flying off the charts. Blitz. Gonna get stuffed by Exertion. Secret Stairs falls to the T's pretty damn quick. Jimpat locked into a 1 versus 1. He gets his headshot. Blood's flowing here for the MOUZ players now.
Yeah.
But Jimp's still on his own. A lot of responsibility up in lobby. As Exertion gets down to the control room.
Oh my goodness. Let him work.
And 9-10's been good.
Yeah.
9-10's been fast. Torzy posted on Techno.
Not a single kill back here.
Nah, this one's going perfectly for MOUZ. And that's 18 as well with this headshot.
Okay.
With this headshot. All right. They get there. Frozen's going to rack up one more.
They don't want to let you win.
And MOUZ are now given 2 chances to close out this game. Of course, it was regulation that Mongols gave up their chance. MOUZ.
Now, it's not fair to say that MOUZ were always in control of this game, because they certainly weren't.
Definitely
but
not.
The fact, but even when they were down, you know, the comeback is going to look pretty amazing, I would say. But honestly, watching all the rounds play out, you could see it brewing. You could see it brewing for sure. But that doesn't mean that Mongols will lose out here. Certainly can keep up. While Jimpat looks a little bit sort of awkward on CT side, his T side actually. He's the kind of guy to be a perfect squeaky lurker. Crazy for someone at his age to be like so comfortable in a spot like that, but you know that's just who he is right now. That's why he's a prospect. That's why he's on MOUZ.
Whoa. 9-10 wants blood. CT over in secret. Blitz. Looking over the smoke. Yeah, nicely done.
Clean one.
And there's still another gap on the left side of this. Sitting in it. Him and Torzy shooting off at one another, but Torzy gets softened up by the frag grenade, so this is good outer play early. Mongols, go ahead. Extend this game. Very critical that you win your opening best of 1. And 10 falls back as the pressure is indeed coming his direction. And they're not trying to mask this either. He knows he's on high alert. Jimpat, can he do it again? No, loses the duel. Held on to 5v3 for MONGOLZ at the 25-second mark.
Now this is it, though. They got the full sort of split coming in with Frozen in Heaven. Will he be first? Oh, he won't be first.
Nah, Techno just got here.
Oh, he done sticking out.
Oh, there's the opening.
Oh, that's huge.
Cost Frozen a lot of health.
Oh, 2 in Heaven.
Molotov coming down. Mazinho's in the back of the site. It's Hesteka. He'll clear the bomb. And now that poor main player just can't get any further.
Okay.
Torzi takes one with him, but MONGOLZ hold on.
Well handled. You know, individual responsibility was at max here for the MONGOLZ. They all put up a frag when they needed to. Jimpat was a terror for them last round, but here couldn't find the head after a labored spray inside of the hut. And while this was cool, it was also late. And even though there was 2 coming, the molly in response to potentially anybody that was up there meant that Shuhei couldn't trick him. All right, maybe we have the makings of double overtime. As MONGOLZ prove they're still here to fight.
A revamped MONGOLZ roster that we really didn't know much about. Techno off the flash. Oh, goes head hunting and takes it.
Yeah, he gets 31 with that frag.
Trying to go into garage though. Flash off the mark. Blitz comfortable back in these boxes.
God, 5v3.
Double OT on the horizon. Opening best of 1 at IEM Cologne. Blitz nowhere to go. He is back here and they know it. It's just a matter of besting him in a duel.
Now, will they trust another flash and go wide, or are they just going to approach this angle slowly? Either way, they know Blitz has his back to the wall, and he's only looking forward. And he can't beat him out.
Easy. Easy does it. Sits on 13 health. 2 rounds needed by MONGOLZ. Looking like they're going to post both and take us to double OT. MOUZ, that first round was just so fast outside. They got into the secrets. 5 versus 3 quickly. Off the exertion entry. Torzi's got nothing to lose, so he'll swing for the fences in the last 30 seconds of OT number 1. But the Raptors player catching him back turned. Nice shots out of Torzi. He is a nuisance for MONGOLZ, but this game keeps going. Double OT set to begin, and the MONGOLZ will continue what has looked like a very strong CT side in these last 2 rounds.
Yeah, no kidding. Every bit as good as each other at this point in the game. You know, MONGOLZ came with a lead in regulation. Couldn't exactly close, but that's because MOUZ proved they were even strength. Now in overtime, still showing that their playbook is running deep. Both these teams sort of fresh, playing a high-stakes match off of some roster moves and are trying to figure out where they stand at the moment. MOUZ have the higher stature. Like, they're probably putting more pressure on themselves, but they should also be ones to be able to live up to it.
Op duel queued up for ramp. Torzi's gonna best him. Techno's in the corner. He's caught them with this before. Oh, but Torzi keeps the pressure up.
Third ramp rotator.
Blitz is in.
Oh,
a third.
My God, Torzi the tank.
40 frags.
Holy hell, 40 frags.
Now they don't have that bomb, which makes it a little awkward. But everybody who stepped into that crosshair just got blasted by the Opper.
40 and 21 right now. Oh my God, that's disgusting.
Madness. Man, oh man. And there have been a lot of people calling for Torzi's head on this roster while the revamped MOUZ was starting to be pieced together before this start of the season. Torzi's name was on the chopping block.
Had to wait for Torzi Shuhei first.
Exactly, and I think that's something that people, again, if you didn't know NXT with Shuhei.
Is he going to ace? He's in a spot to do it.
Come on. Oh, number 4 hasn't missed a shot.
He's in vent, right?
Has not missed. Torzi.
Just look down.
Come on.
You never know. Won't even be an attempt here. Mouzinho just trying not to get posterized, sitting beneath.
Oh,
uh-oh.
He wants it.
Uh-oh.
Come on.
It's not even that much damage.
No!
No way, the no-scope.
Get out of the way.
Let Torzi down there.
He's going to chase him.
Ah!
Damn it.
Oh, my God.
USPs end up giving away 2 frags. Bomb will clear him. Torzi. Still sick.
Still sick. So you can't even. That's why you should always quick scope.
Always quick scope.
Always quick scope,
Yep,
folks.
that's what I say. I say always quick scope.
Wow.
I want to see this third one. You know, Techno had nowhere to run.
Yeah.
Blitz caught everybody. Boom! There's the quick scope. And here are the no scopes. But it's right back to the action exertion. Hello! Goodbye, Blitz. Blasted, and somehow they're not ready.
Oh, Jesus.
Talk about cranking the dial. Exertion just flies over the top of main, and like that, the 20th looks like a shoe-in. Techno up from heaven, Mzinho from behind the vent, and now the Ops getting active.
Torzy!
Again, he comes out of hut. Again, he puts up doubles, and again, it is MOUZ with majority T side.
Now, exciting stuff. Torzi's got a name on every single round, man. It really has been, so that is tough. MOUZ cranking it up. Better start than ever before here on T side. Blitz had no idea that this was coming, even though this is a play that he loves himself.
And the tempo stayed so quick.
They just, when you, the reason why people aren't looking up there is when you blow up and squeaky, put pressure down on mini with nades, then your mini player is going to be focusing on upper rush potential. And in that window of time, that's when you can get away with that sort of like twist Canada play, you know, running over top of silo, on the top of mini, into mini. And that's why people aren't looking in that direction.
We just call that the Canada play? We've claimed
it's
it?
the Canada call.
Okay.
You know the twist Canada call from
Yeah.
the last
Over
Cologne?
the top, yep.
Yeah. Yeah, it actually just used to be, well, it's definitely Rops is the best at it, but
Yeah, but Twist pulled it off in a pretty important moment.
yes.
Magical. 1 Cologne to go.
3 rounds in OT, that'd be too much.
Well, it's at least man advantage Mongols. Has Tech up behind. That third player looking to silently cross, but they won't have cover. It's Frozen, who's just stuck lingering outside. But he managed to get over unchecked.
30 seconds.
Oof. Downstairs, we've
They
got
have to
just
convert now.
Blitz and Techno.
Yeah.
But they're both on the double doors. I mean, they're ready for this. Very ready. Blitz keeps his head down. Shuei's damage. Techno's letting him get closer to the bomb site, drawing them in. Oh, nice headshot from Shuei. Techno's here. Another in the corner. It's 9-10's up to hold the line. 10 seconds on that clock. Torzy can't clear him, but he has to.
Oh, he's smoked out. He can plant the bomb.
He can at least try. 9-10 could rush this, but he can't stop the plant. And now Torzy op up, denied. As 9-10 gets in through the double doors and gives Mongols at least one to work with.
Yeah, the read the peak perfectly. Could have been either side, but yeah, nice enough right there. Very close call. With Torzy alive in this form, you've got to be careful, but they are. So, 1 round game, but 2 rounds on T side. MOUZ feel like they're going to take this. They were sitting on the precipice of the victory in the first overtime. Mongols now slightly playing from behind when they were used to playing in the front. But at the end of the day, it's a 1 round game. And I'm very curious now. We switch over to CT side again. These are insanely good reps for Jimpat. There's something special about overtime that's unlike any other kind of practice because of the amount of stuff that you tried, all the emotions that you go through into like maybe finally figuring stuff out after you get comfortable. And for Jimpat on the ramp, I'm wondering where his mind's at and where the team is with all this thinking. But maybe they don't even need him. Torzy again dominating outside, CT side.
Just destroying everybody. He's untouched. He's on a different level right now compared to everyone else in the server. And that's saying something because 9-10's posting good shots too, but every single time he hits that right click, it's just magnetized to his victim. 2 kills from Torzy. Got Mongols with a little hut presence. Azteca already on the door frame. Exertion's above him. Azteca falls out. Frozen.
Looking up.
Yeah, just ready for it. The trade frag's good, but you've got bodies in position, and Torzy does simply not miss. Exertion's going to close it. 21 for MOUZ, and 2 more chances to win this.
Yeah, they can feel it now. That was a solid round. Torzy go kill, working out beautifully. He's doing everything by himself outside. He just knows exactly where they're going to route. He understands the nade timings. MONGOLZ really won outside early on, and he really wants to deny it. Now, there was a fast round for MONGOLZ that worked out like well when they tried to do blitz with the drop on top of Mini. That's worked out a couple of times. Uh-oh.
Nah, man. Torzy.
Man, he couldn't be used any better right now, literally. Like,
if this was the Torzy that we had in regulation CT side.
Like, he's being told just be more and more aggressive, like just get in there, and it's always the right play.
Yes. And he's following it up with the individual level. Plus, Frozen is already on red, which means when he turns back around towards Secret,
there's that rotation.
Dude, if he hits that scope, if that right click hits, it is a kill for Torzy. He is in position. He is on the brink of 50.
Dude, and he's in another good spot. Like, literally, he's in the Matrix right now. Torzy, he is literally...
What a pleasure it is to watch the start of his season in the flow state of CS. Bomb will be planted inside of the smoke, but there's already a flank on single door. Techno's going to hold on to the bomb site. Opera's also come up with one. It's such little health. And Torzy, go, brother, go. 50 on the line. 9-10 out in the open could still deny this, but
Torzy!
Finished by Torzy.
50 frags!
Double OT and 50 kills to his name. He laughs them off as MONGOLZ are the victims of a MOUZ op masterclass. But what a sick showing. What a sick start. Nicely done from the MONGOLZ. It's cool to see that this revamped team's got something behind it. 9-10's bringing a certain op presence. But MOUZ do indeed begin with a win to start the season with this fresh lineup. We've been waiting to see Shuhei behind MOUZ. We've been calling for Jimpat to get into Tier 1 Counter-Strike, and it's safe to say he's still got some room to grow. It wasn't a flawless beginning. It wasn't this kid prodigy hitting the server, but there is promise here, and especially if Shuhei can take Torzy to this next level.
Man, that's the Torzy 50. There's just something about that's going to be the talk of the day, honestly. Like 50 frags in one match and not even triple overtime. Was that triple?
Double.
Double at the end of double overtime. Unbelievable. Like, I mean, that's crazy. And the fact is that it wasn't ego spray downs. It wasn't even a lot of clutches, honestly. It was just every single start to the round, he was in a good spot.
Yep.
Mid-round, good position. Making up for a kill here. His team's not even lagging behind too much. You know, he was just a very good part of every single part of the round.
So ready, just like Shox, down on the sidelines.
Thank you. Yeah. Torzy, just casually 50 dropped in the server. Pretty good game from you, right?
Yeah, finally, you know, like back from the rest, back from the off-season. It's nice to be back to Cologne, and yeah, nice to play officials again. I'm just excited.
Yeah. I mean, it's crazy. I know there's been a lot of talk about you specifically, you know, in the community and people when this team has been revamped. Do you feel like Shui is really going to bring out the best in you again? Is that partnership going to give us fireworks?
Yeah, there were a lot of talks about me, and it was pretty hard for me in the end of the season, but I just pushed through. Like, we have to deal with it, right? And yeah, I mean, when we played in NXT, he bring out the best from me, and I hope, I think we can do it again. I think it's a good start, so yeah, I think we are on the good path.
Yeah, I mean, I think so too. When I saw you earlier, I asked you for a fist bump, and you did it so hard I almost fell backwards. I said we're going to have to do it again. Better. Okay, thank you so much. Incredible performance, Torzy and MOUZ with their first victory. We're going to take a quick break, but we'll be right back.
don't know how it's come to this. I don't know how I could resist. I took a vow to never sin, but I saw the darkness from within. And if the sun can't break through, just let the thunder shake you. I know there's a hunger for the truth. Another moment of clarity. I see the one who breaks me.
What is your calling?
Absolute heater of a map to open our day here at the Intel Extreme Masters Cologne, and a titanic performance out from Torji. 50 kills to wrap the game, and what a game it was, boys.
Oh yeah, absolutely. Talking about Torji, firstly, 50 kills in double OT is ridiculous, and if you ask me, he was a difference maker when it came between winning this game or a potential. What would have been the upset to start things off here if he hadn't delivered even maybe 70% of what he did right here? MONGOLZ would have taken the win.
It was a fantastic game, a back and forth game, a game where MOUZ really had to fight for their rounds as well. Wasn't easy by no means, and it was definitely a game that the MONGOLZ with a bit more experience, I guess, and a little bit more individual powers, they could have won this one.
I mean, they absolutely could have. It even felt like there were multiple moments in regulation where we never should have gotten to this overtime display. I mean, let's not forget, MONGOLZ were the first to 15, and frankly, they should have even closed it before then.
They should have. We have a round that I would like to show you guys out there, around 27, because I think that illustrates the entire game quite well. It was a back and forth, and MOUZ were constantly pushed into position where they had to retake. You see it right here. Jimpad on ramp, he was bullied from the entire game. He couldn't shut down ramp, and they saw this as an opening. A 5v3 right here. The MONGOLZ, they should win this round. Unfortunately for them, Exertion is getting a double kill, puts us into a 3v3, and this is where they lack a bit of experience. Why would they re-peek into the MOUZ players? In this position, you have a 5v3. It should be an unlosable round.
Yeah, Mizenio there, he kind of messed up. 9-1-0 as well, even though he had so many great moments in the entire game, his position there was off. But just if you kind of narrate the way this entire game played out from MONGOLZ on the T side, it was very simple. It was a group pack mentality, just a death ball. And as you pointed out, Jimpad towards the ramp position, he wasn't feeling comfortable at all whatsoever, and MONGOLZ kept abusing it time and time again. But the thing is, when things slow down a bit, when they get a bomb side, they need to kind of temper their emotions and slow things out, and kind of allow the bomb and the round to kind of play itself out, right? They didn't do that. Nerves coming in, especially some of the younger players, and in the end, that, and of course, a 50 bomb.
Yeah, there was this little guy on the server who might have had something to do with it. His name was Torji, and it still is Torji as well, and he's our aim high MVP here. I mean, absolutely ridiculous. Just look at those numbers. Like 50 kills!
34 op kills! 34 op kills. He wasn't really farming kills with the, on an anti-eco round with the, or rather an eco round with the SMG, or he wasn't getting some multi-kill spray downs. It's with the AWP. Every time someone came into his crosshairs, the guy was dead. 10-0 in opening duels as well. He was absolutely the difference maker for me.
The thing I love about this highlight package you're going to see is that he found impact, of course, not only with the AWP, but also a couple of times with the rifle when needed be. Also proactive all over the server. All these highlights you're going to see is from different positions. So not the classic AWP player who just plays one position and the other team is not really finding a way to avoid him. Nah, Tossi was all over the map. He was going for secret peeks. He was going top of red right here. He was constantly trying to build the game and take it on his shoulders to, I guess, to carry MOUZ over the finish line. It's a Tossi we haven't seen play like that for a long, long time. So it was a fresh breath there for him.
And it was one of our questions that we had in the pregame is Shuei's reintroduction here going to reinvigorate Torzi? And I mean, we were even asking in the postgame interview as well, right? Shock's asking that question. It seems like the answer is a pretty clear yes, at least on this map.
Yeah, I mean, yes. strength, but also let's look at the opposition they faced off against.
Look,
Right? It
the
is
opposition,
Mongols.
I do want to say, credit to the other side. 9-10 was no slouch on the other side of that off.
He wasn't a slouch at all. In fact, I was kind of impressed with the way Mongols approached this game, right? 9-10, I had my doubts, but he seems like he is, at least based off a very small sample size, looking even better than his predecessor, which is Annihilation on the AWP. I'm very, optimistic with this Mongols team, at least seeing from what we've seen in this first map. But that being said, again, for Torji, this 50 bomb he dropped right there is a caveat. It's against a team which is playing the very first LAN with this particular lineup. So I want to temper my expectations. But that being said, for someone who's been criticized, even by us, saying, he's been given a second or third lifeline here, it's a real good boost of confidence.
I think there's no sugarcoating the fact that MOUZ didn't play a good game overall as a team, though. I want to give all the credit in the world to the Mongols for putting pressure on towards MOUZ, and as we discussed as well, they probably should have won the game, and that in itself is exceeding my expectations by quite a lot. Now, my issue with that is that MOUZ, you're going in now a game against NIP, which is going to be the next one. You come off a game like this, and it required Torsi to drop 50 kills, which is probably the first time he's ever done that, in order to beat a Mongols team that on paper shouldn't be competitive. So in that regard, I'm a little bit worried for MOUZ, whereas for the Mongols, I think already by this performance, they've exceeded my expectations and they've gotten a lot of experience.
I think the big pro and con I'll take away from this MOUZ lineup would be obviously the fact that Shui, he was able to kind of mix things up with his calling to kind of go a little bit more speedier in OT, which gave them the win. And of course, the fact that on the negative side, Jimpad struggles. If he's going to struggle the next game, I don't know, Mike.
A16, we can give him a little bit of time. We can give him more than one map, especially if they keep winning them. But for now, we're out of time. We'll be right back after this break.
What is that reaction? Yeah, right.
This would be an ace clutch from Poland.
Oh my! Oh boy! FaZe Clan, the champions of ESL Pro League.
Poland's here.
Oh my God! Garen, are you gonna be kidding me?
What a map! What a map!
We are taking over. We can change it all. 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 This is the moment chosen for the game. Live for the glory, fighting through the pain, fighting through the pain, through the pain, through the pain, fighting through the pain. We can take it all. 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 We can take it all.
this what we doing? Well, I don't mind if I do. The boy like a cheat code, they'll 1 or 2. They say iron sharpen iron, nothing sharper than truth. Plus that, and I just do what I do. They come out of pocket, I slay verses like demons and goblins. Be sure to never try to short me on a profit. I got this. In case you boys forgot how I rock it, come and sit courtside for reminders, please. The wall's spilling out, they come to hear me out. Whoever doubted me, tell me who you with now. For real, tell me who you with. And we can take that risk. You wanna place a bet? For sure we taking offers. Better come correct. That's right. Yellow tape for caution. Wish you all the best. Coming for my portion. Whatever we invest, we double never forfeit. Better come correct. You better come correct. You better come correct. You better come correct. You better come correct. Why? You better come correct. Why? You better come correct. Why? You better come correct.
MBK gets one, but Crims with the spray down. He gets himself the triple. The Fnatic are not done yet.
And we're back here at the Intel Extreme Masters Cologne, ready for our second match of the day to go live. And after that first one, well, I think it's going to be a pretty tough task to live up in terms of fireworks, but we've got 2 banging teams to deliver. We got 9 versus OG here. How are we feeling about this one?
I'm feeling... okay, here's the thing. It's a very different storyline as opposed to when it comes to MONGOLZ and MOUZ. MONGOLZ an unknown quantity with the lineup changes and all of that. And then, of course, for the side of MOUZ, it's like, the gang's all back together. Let's see what they got. Here's very different. Here's a team, 9, who surprised a lot of us at a major, ended up playing non-stop Counter-Strike. We know what they are as a known quantity. And OG, probably one of the most, I wouldn't say too disappointing, but perhaps the most mid roster changes or in this roster shuffle we had in the player break.
Tell us how you really feel.
Yeah, I would agree with that sentiment, to be completely honest, but let's talk about that later. For now, focus on 9. Interesting team, a team that did make it to the major, as you said, but disappointed a little bit in terms of the level they put up at the major.
Yep.
It feels like when pressure is at its highest in a studio environment like it was at the major and like it's going to be right here, they drop a little bit in terms of level. Now, the major was not a good showing, and this is their chance, their second chance, sort of, to showcase us that that was a one-off, that 9 can still play some of that fantastic Counter-Strike that we mostly see them play online.
Yep. And the thing is, for me, Hades coming into the team, he's been a catalyst, so to speak, right? They've been on the up and up. And also, ever since they got done with the major, right before the player break as well, a lot of teams are taking a bit of a hiatus from Counter-Strike. They played like 40 maps ever since the major, like non-stop grinding online. So they are definitely feeling very, very comfortable right now.
I mean, flipping over to that other side as well, right? 9, consistency, playing a lot together, lots of maps on record. OG, not at all. Total studs up rebuild. It feels like a piece coming back in Nexa, a stand-in now made whole in Regali. You just have Fiku from that previous roster, and there cannot be many maps at all played between these guys.
The thing is, we did see them play at the Blast Group stages, and the whole premise for this team is that they've taken players or misfits sort of from other teams and now put them in together in OG and tried to give them new roles. Fascia coming in. He had a horrible time in Fnatic. Yep. He's coming into OG. They're giving him a new role and hoping he will relive his career. Same could be said for Keto. Wasn't really finding too much impact in Big. Coming into this lineup, has to play a new role or at least try to fit in within OG. So I feel like budget-wise and player-wise, and when you look at the lineup, it is a bit underwhelming. I don't have too high expectations for OG because I don't think they've been out there in the market finding the best players.
Honestly, you mentioned budget. It feels like there was no budget for this lineup, in all honesty, the way they just kind of, oh, you're free? I'm going to pick you. Oh, you're free as well. They don't want you. We'll take you. And you want to kind of believe in, like, Fascia, I remember watching him back in the day. I remember seeing a lot of promise in him coming into Fnatic, but he's failed to deliver. So right now, I have zero expectations for OG. They need to set my expectations.
Well, let's see what they think about their own expectations, because we've got an interview with Regali ahead of the game.
I'm here with Regali ahead of OG versus 9, and Regali is the new blood on the team that a lot of people are looking at. Well, forgive me for saying it, but Blast, I think, was kind of a rough ride for the team. What do you feel you have to work on, both personally and as a team, to have a good performance here in Cologne?
I mean, we worked a lot after Blast because, yes, it was been not a disappointment, but maybe not the start we wanted to. And now, like, we expect some rounds at least or some matches won because we really want to win our first matches with this lineup. So, yeah. And personally, I want to play better. Yeah.
I mean, when you stood in for OG of Dallas, sorry, that was insane. And I think a lot of people have very high expectations and saying you have to be the X factor for the lineup. How do you deal with those expectations and that pressure?
I mean, we created this system where people help me in the game, but also like outside the game. Like everybody tries to help me to make me feel like the special one, right? Because this is what we want, like the offer to be the special X factor, as you called it. So yeah, like no pressure to be honest, because they are really friendly.
So you don't get flamed when you do badly. Talk to me about this matchup then versus 9, who have had such a steady road, I think, throughout this year. What are the difficulties in playing them, you think, or are going to be the difficulties?
It's just the fact that it's best of 1, first of all. And second of all, like we have to focus on ourselves more than the game plan and stuff like that, where it's usually you look at the opponent team, you make a game plan, but now we have to focus on ourselves and like, don't focus so much on the game plan and how they play. But it's best of 1 after all.
Yeah, it can be difficult, but good luck, Rogali.
Well, good to hear from who is one of the most exciting spots on an otherwise underwhelming new roster. Rogali, though. We got to have some excitement for Rogali.
I feel like he's the only exciting thing about OG. I'm sorry to say so. He was playing all right in Copenhagen, but wasn't really living up to the expectations. We have seen him online do stuff with the AWP that sort of resembles what Dexter was able to do with an OG, but I feel like without Rogali playing well, there's no way OG is going to win this game.
Look, even if he's doing good right now, the player who replaced Dexter, he was easily the star of the team, right? So obviously massive shoes to fill, and I haven't seen enough yet from him to be fully convinced. Losing on Flames, shoving it faster into the star rifle position. There's so many question marks, and thus far, after watching Blast, I still have more questions than answers.
Well, we have questions. We need to be convinced. We got 2 guys who might do some of the convincing. We got Scrawny and Launders standing by to regale you with their words.
Nice.
Ooh, Darth Mike's always coming in smooth. But I'm not here to convince you, Mike, okay? The players have to convince us that there's going to be an uptick from what we got at the Blast groups to what we're going to get here at IEM Cologne. Yes, Regali's meant to be the star of the show. Yes, there's uncertainty around which of the riflers are going to take that top spot alongside them. And I think that because of the downtrend in 9 over the last half of the first part of 2023, we may have forgotten about what they can truly accomplish.
Sorry.
The last half of the first part of 2023.
Wow. Okay, so the second quarter.
Yeah. You got there. We got there. 9, the 1xBet favorites coming into this one. And, of course, it is Hades who I think left his mark on this project first and foremost. We talk about the officials that they've gone through so far this season. And, you know, Hades didn't really hit the ground running. It's more so Kai, Goofy, and Kylar specifically that have had good starts in the few officials in the qualifiers online that we have seen. So, back down
but who plays
connector.
well on land, Connor?
That's Hades. Unfortunately, Kai has had some lesser performances on lands. The Blast Paris Major specifically, IEM, Rio as well. He had a down tick. But today could be the day.
Pasha biked across the world for this team and almost made it. He did make it in time for Shuhei, but I'm not sure he knew who Shuhei was. So
that's fair.
That's unfortunate, but now he knows.
Yeah, he's learned, as we all have. Hades gonna get gushed and dealt with by Factor. Long player comes in at the right time. Keto just gets there and finishes off Kylar. Now Minho looking to get out from bank, but Keto's P250 is connecting to the heads. And so 2v4, A-site retake, very uncomfortable here with no kit as well for 9. Them dual Berettas better get winding up. And the moment he comes around, he's going to be in the cross, but it's a quick little double tap and a second one onto Rogali. Now the bomb's at the halfway point and it's on top of the truck. A tap will get a peek coming his way, but Nexo wastes no time. And it's OG with the pistol in the best of 1.
So you're talking about the second quarter. My only gripe with that was just, like, their most recent games were great online.
Yeah.
The Paris Major wasn't great.
No.
But before that was also great.
With a, yes.
Yes.
Pretty good. Rio was like a bit of a downturn.
True. Okay.
Then the Major really
the
took
two
it
big
worse.
events.
Yeah, the two big events.
But I think at Paris, I mean, I had them, they were like my lose 3-0 team, which means 70% confidence, you know what I mean? Like 3-0.
Right.
But I remember feeling like there's a chance to get through this Legend stage clean. Like, they have had some.
I thought 9 were playoffs bound.
Yeah, so, and then And so now it's just about like legitimizing themselves as a team that can own online and a team that they're carrying the mantle right now for Poland as a whole.
Yes.
And we want a tier 1 Polish roster back in the scene. There hasn't been one since Virtus Pro. It's been a bunch of players moving around trying to get it together, but this Hades-led roster, Hades-carried roster, has been showing up, and it's time for us to get Poland back on the map together.
Sure. As a community. Also, 9 have invested in these players, re-signing a few of their contracts. It's going to keep them here for a little bit longer, which is obviously reassuring for some of these lesser-known pieces. You're always looking over your shoulder. But luckily for everybody on 9, Shui went to MOUZ, so they can keep their spots. And Diha seems happy on Ents, so they can keep that spot. Little contact versus the Scout. Fiku does indeed take him down. It was nice early Scout damage, queuing up 2 frags, one of which got finished off, but nobody else is finding a home for the Desert Eagles. Kai and Kylar, 2 versus 4 on an A site yet again, and this time outgunned.
And I think it might have been the fact that it was like big pressure LAN major. That's why they underperformed when they got to Legend stage. But it also could have been just like cold start, doing so well at the RMR at Paris to like, it was that stat where Hades had 16 opening duels won and 0 lost, and they cleared the RMR.
Smoked.
Into so much of a break, and they might have been one of the teams to benefit from a challenger stage to warm up. And I only bring that up because this is a fresh LAN after a break as well, so it's been quite a while. And so doesn't that mean that was the recipe for 9 to start slow in the past? Some teams start slow at events, some teams take off, but on it, more teams than not start slow. When we talk about teams that start off fast, it's like heroic. Everyone else lets us down.
Yep. It is everybody else. Yeah. Vitality had a good major. That helped.
Yeah.
They hit the ground running.
That's true. Vitality, yeah.
Then they also lost to Ninjas last week. So
no shame in that. They've been owning.
They also lost to Imperial back in Washington. So to reiterate, it really is just heroic. And then finally, Team Liquid started strong at the start of this season and then fell off. Inconsistencies everywhere. Could open the door for 9. Nobody up at that A site, so sure enough, OG have found a gap in the setup. It's a quick little scramble here from the little bits that they do have to work with, and they will get there just at the same time as the offense. Smoke and Molly, Exec, though, at the perfect second, kept that one dumpster player back. They do decide to charge through, and it is a massacre. A slaughter of the CTs inside of the A site. One comes back Kylar's way. He'll try to fade away. They're going to go chasing. He can draw one more into the 5-7. They can be proud of all that. But it is indeed OG's 3 terrorist round wins, nice and early. Some of these orgs coming in with rosters that have yet to play officials for this season. OG did have a good amount of game time at the Blast event last week.
I think that's a huge buff. Yeah,
Massive.
I think everyone benefited from that. I think Navi at Cologne are a whole different story, just seeing their groups run, I think. And that's even a positive thing. But, no room for error. How important this first round matchup is going to be has been stated many times for good reason. So, yep. Can't hurt to have more officials. I haven't heard anyone say that. I've heard people say, too long boot camps, too many scrims, too much server time.
Too much time off.
Everything's just not enough officials. But officials, that'll solve all your problems.
Too much travel.
Maybe too many online officials. I can see that.
That's okay. Yep, sure.
LAN officials, that's it. That's the pinnacle,
That's why we're all here.
You have too many LAN officials? Boo-hoo.
Minho. Oh, man, they got real close. They're going to charge him down. These MAC-10s still just chewing through the CTs. Keto with the headshot.
Oh, my God.
Oh, my goodness, indeed.
They're not playing with that fire right now.
Nah.
They're letting OG walk up to their doorstep and take their doormat and throw it down the steps. Break the door off the hinges. Walk into the house smearing mud all over the floor. Going into the kitchen, breaking some glasses and cabinets. Leaving the refrigerator open. Spoiling the milk. Screaming.
Looking through your medicine cabinet.
Oh, just taking pills.
Leaving the toilet seat up. Putting the toilet roll on backwards.
No!
Yeah. Then they head to your bedroom. They open all your drawers. They put your socks in your underwear drawer and vice versa.
Oh.
Yeah, they unfold all of your pants.
All the pants.
Yeah.
They pour some milk in a bowl and put the cereal box beside it.
Oh.
But there's no cereal inside.
Oh, my God. Animals. Animals with a 3-0 start. They're rolling. And a start like this would be way less scary if, again, it wasn't best of one. Ominous. Goofy on screen now is an individual that I think when it comes to the LAN performances of 9, unlike Kai, he's got an uptick.
He's sick.
He's had a great uptick in the LAN games. So that's always something that I think we need to paint the solution once we've found an issue for a certain team. And the issue for 9 is transitioning online results into LAN results. I think that Goofy has his rounds. And
for sure.
Is one of the few that are comfortable on this lineup when it comes to this environment. So, if you had to ask me who would exceed their average stats today, this week, as Cologne goes on, potentially with or without 9, I'm saying Goofy.
Goofy. Goofy's not fooling around.
No.
He's not telling jokes.
Not this time.
He's not being a wise guy.
Bunch of wise guys over on OG, though. I've been watching them from afar. They seem to have, we've been talking about how chemistry right now in Counter-Strike teams is something that's A, important, and B, just kind of groovy.
Wasn't ready for this vibe. I like that.
Remember, ladies and gentlemen, every day when you get out of bed, your life is in your hands. And those hands should be in the air right now. 2 hands above your head, wave them. Left and right, up and down. You feel that groove flowing through you, baby? Well, let it flow. Because we're in Cologne. And next thing you know, we're in the Lanxess. On stage. Big days. Full phase. Little bit of haze.
You can't promise phase.
That's true. I can't actually. That's sorry.
Not guaranteed. They did win the last one, but that was 12 months ago.
Things have changed. No
but you will get Cloud9. I guarantee you that.
Damn right.
I promise you that.
Yeah. This is funny. We come to the play-in stage of Cologne. We get all these new rosters. We get all these new lineups. It's the talk of the town. So much to learn. But all anybody wants is Cloud9. It's just what we have, and we have to wait.
Yeah.
We gotta wait.
We do have to wait.
And that's fair. That's fine. Good things come to those who wait. Just like you at home.
They say that.
Tech pause seems finished. We'll get back into this one. Shibuya.
Shibuya? Crossing?
I don't know. I don't know. I'm sorry I said that, and I know I feel like...
Isn't that
it's like a
infamous
camp song.
crossing in the... Shoot, what am I talking about? The
I
one
feel
in
like
Tokyo where everyone gets drunk and falls asleep in the street in the middle of the night?
Maybe, dude. It was like a Christian camp song we used to sing. Shibuya. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, okay. Enough of that.
Oh, that's a good smoke. Well, no, just kidding. But If
fast.
Oh my!
Double peek.
Well,
no way.
They said let's do it anyways.
Right off the pause, you know, little delayed pause.
Naf said that smoke was on purpose.
Every single smoke has purpose.
I guess they didn't know it missed. So.
Rough start.
Yeah, not a good start.
That 4-0 for OG. Now looking like a 5th. Keep it 55th.
Like a 5th.
And unfortunately, the struggles on LAN have begun here for 9.
Yeah, and this is the same energy when they were in the Legends. It was like they weren't taking control of the map in the way that they were. I guess they tried to do that this round. They tried, but they missed a they missed a smoke out of spawn, which I'm not going to go back into the round and find out who missed it. I wouldn't do that to you. Production might, but I'm not going to name and shame personally. I know it wasn't Hades. I know it wasn't Goofy. I know it wasn't Kai. So I know it was probably Minio, but I don't know for sure.
You know, there's no video evidence.
We can't say 100%
yet.
Though it could happen that we find it. Production are on that right now.
And not only choose to find it, but then choose to show it. Kylar looking for the play that's being made up on the A site. He's looking for the tail ends of a commitment, and Nexa is indeed floating around. He hears the utility. Nexa's lurk looking good. Ooh, but Kylar aware. Kept his head on a swivel. Tries to pre-fire a deep angle on A, but they'll plant for bank. Now, do 9 fancy their chances in another A retake?
They do. We don't have full CT control here, so Minio's walking up close.
Double up in bank. Fiku on the front line. Oh, Minio double. That's big. 3v3 turned all on to Fasher. He's going to peek into Hades. No. Decides to just sit for a second, and it's flawless. A 3v4 retake from 9. Good thing, in my mind, that Kylar was as aware of the possibility of that lurk on party as he was.
I hope that Minio did throw that smoke because he made up for it 10 times over with that retake.
Fair.
Look at that.
Easy double kill up inside of the bank. Hades had Fasher sitting in the open. And so we do indeed get 9 on the scoreboard. Gentlemen, welcome to Cologne.
Welcome to Cologne. Back in business. Hopes are high for 9. Hopes are high.
Oh. Yeah. There we go. You know, fooled me, can't get fooled again. Kylar tucks his head down. Molotov bounces over him.
Isolation molly. Keto is going to be ready for it. No.
Checking the other side.
Tries to go too fast.
Wallbang pressure also dishes out some damage to Fiku. Nade comes at him. Player pushing up.
Properly? Okay.
And now Goofy.
Why are you clapping?
There was a fly in my face. I almost got him. Fasher's body bagged.
This is the 9 we paid for.
These are the M4s that are starting to chew him up. And this is that same kind of energy and pressure that we want to see. It's what they tried to throw outside Monster. And even though, again, we think back to that Monster moment, like, yeah, they won the round. They come into the next one with weapons. Pressure, baby.
I said it wasn't lucky. Here we go again. Nothing to do but chill.
They'll do exactly that. Kylar down, tucked in water. Ooh,
oh, no, 2v3.
Love it.
30 seconds.
Nexa just keeps on shooting, and Kylar puts his head right back in the middle of it. They will still save.
Yeah, they'll still save.
Okay. Are you expecting an uptick in OG's success this week since they had the last event now under their belts?
I am, yeah. Especially in matchups like this. I just don't think they'll beat any like tier 1 teams here.
Okay. Which elements of OG give you faith?
Which elements of OG give me faith? I like almost everything about Fiku. I like most things about Regali, and I like those are the 2 things that I think I like the most, for sure. I like the entries on OG. I like the entries on OG, and I like the clutch potential of Fiku and Regali. So...
And
in
the event of an OG failure at this event, what do you think would be the most likely cause?
What would be the most likely cause?
Yeah, what do you think could be their downfall? What do you think something that they need to work on? A red flag,
Oh, the
so to
defaults.
say.
Their defaults.
Defaults still
For
there?
sure, their defaults. Yeah, they
Okay.
for some like Nex's last team, I can actually vibe and understand when he said that like I didn't feel super comfortable calling defaults. He felt like his team couldn't keep that together. I think after watching the Blast groups, this is a team that can run a default better. I think it's now on Nexa to make sure that they do that instead of just certain fast plays and certain set stuff. Personally, that's how you level up. Like, you've got to be able to run a good default.
Like that. Trying to unravel a B defense at a 9, but nobody's home. There are 3 players in that bomb site. Just not where they hoped.
I also don't want to see Fasher lurking like we saw at groups. I think we saw within the same game him go from sort of lost, lurking, to incredibly impactful entrying. So I think that's the role that hopefully speaks to him, that they use him more in.
Minho's being held. If he thinks he's going to get away with this, Nexa should have him dead to rights. Yeah, nice clean headshot. Nexa's off to a 6-1 start this map. Love that for him. Everybody getting closer to that A site. Kylar sitting inside of it alone.
They catch the next jump.
Yeah.
Oh, there's a chance.
Yep. Oh, nice, dude. Just slides in between the jumps as well. It's not like Kylar sees him as he comes out. The timing there,
Yeah.
Delicious.
I will say that jump is not great.
Okay.
So he took it. He made it a little risky.
Not ideal.
Not ideal. You know, it's like when you jump spot on Mirage B. There's certain ways you jump in which it's actually just an insane shot. It's most of the time you're not going to die, so it's fine. You get information more. You win more than you lose. But there's certain ways you jump spot on B where it's like, man, you were just in the air for like 3 seconds on their screen, you know? So usually the optimized jump spot, you get less info, but you die less. It's like a kind of 10-to-1 spot. You want to be, you know, 10 rounds you don't die, 1 round you die. That's pretty good. Jump spotting, Day said this a long time ago. Jump spotting in CSGO is the single. Oh, he just messed it up, I think, right there. Yeah. Is a single safest way to get the most amount of information in the game. Days might be coming back to
Is he
CS2.
Would the banned iBuyPower players be able to play CS2 at majors?
People don't know, and I hope so.
Right? Yeah.
Like,
it's a new game. Doesn't count.
Honestly, come on. Like,
new game.
Yeah.
Fresh start.
Steel could fix FPL by himself.
That he could.
With one hand.
And even if he fails to,
yeah,
it'd be entertaining to watch him try.
That's true. That's true.
It would be a good time. All right. Tough stuff for Kylar. Like you said, just kind of made the mistake. Floated in the air a little too long. Didn't even strafe jump it. And died for his sins. Let's go, 9. We're waiting. Hades looking for the totem pole, but it's not coming. Regali with the AWP on a quick post up towards short B. Now, there are definitely players here that are susceptible to the peak. We got Goofy back by Barrels, right alongside Kai. And 4 players ready to rock this B site through the monster. Nobody's keeping an eye on them. Regali's still holding off on his angle. Goofy goes down empty-handed. Kai comes up, slips into Barrels. Now this could end up unraveling it for OG, but he just lost his teammate. He will kill 1, but it's recoverable.
Fasher, baby.
He's in the pack, he's on the entry, and he's gotten his team to the 4v2 with deep graffiti control and a 6-2 start on the T side of Overpass in a best of 1. This is immense for OG.
Yeah, that's really great. And again, this is either the strats that they are the best on. They're just not the ones you can do every round, but when it works, it looks beautiful, and that's a good entry pack right there. And again, Fasher up front, Fiku up front. This Fiku's, again, he impresses at the opening and closing, which is kind of weird. You know, you don't want your, like, if your entry fragger is a good clutcher, that's like a Jax, and it's hard to figure out, well, what are you supposed to use them for? You know, they want to be an entry,
sure,
but they're so good at clutching. It's like, oh, how do you keep your entry alive? But I think as long as you have another clutcher, if you got a good entry fragger, you should probably use them to just go in first. And yeah, love Fiku, love Fasher on these first kills. They go fast and they go far.
OG making quick work of this T side. Silver lining.
Oh, what if they do it again? What if they do it again? Are they
Sure,
lining up the nades? Or are they? No, they're going
no,
for
they're
it.
just going fast.
Yeah.
Oh boy, and it's understaffed.
Oh, the mollies.
Tons of damage. This should be an
stopped
easy one to hold on to.
Yeah,
At least to slow down.
Yeah, it's scary because they're outside monster already. Keto's presence is huge. They're not clearing the short tunnel. Keto gets a kill. Oh no!
Kai just misses the shots. I mean, a little off the mark now. Goofy's down to a quarter HP. Hades has rotated in. Minio's pushing out from short.
But there's still a short. Oh no, there's no
all the
short
CT players are here. Everybody in the server that's still alive on the brink of this B site. OG pull back. You got all the time in the world to try and make this round happen.
Yeah, so here's the thing. Like, either the CTs gamble and run away, or they go for the rear clear on monster. Or they have to worry about a late re-aggression. So running the rotation at this time, of course, is going to cost them. Minio makes a smart move in hearing this. Now, there is, yeah, there. I mean, I think Minio just won the round. 2 going towards the A on the CT side, him hearing all 3 and him slowly coming in on the flank. This sets up Hades for success.
Yeah, just don't miss.
Uh-oh.
Lands the shot. Regali down to a quarter with a smoke in front of the long play. Now, of course, Minio's going to start chasing this. Goofy holds off on the bathrooms player. Minio getting closer and closer. And now, all of a sudden, they're down. So, sure enough, love the push through connector, gets the info, wins the round. Simple as that.
Yeah, I guess that was the other option. Instead of the re-clear or the gamble, rotate back. It was get someone to the end of con, and that was Minio. All Minio all day, baby. So the rush play, again, OG always tempted to do stuff like this, and usually they're very good at it, but the counters are strong enough. And even though they find 2 kills back after the entry is denied, they can't get into the site. If they were more comfortable slowing it down there, they could have still had a chance.
Oh, man. Fiku and Kai change places.
But watching this, but blind.
Yeah, a
oh,
bunch of
Nexus
sound.
flash.
Ends up catching Fiku.
Someone wrong there.
I felt like Fiku just kind of got pressured at the same time, so maybe he wasn't able to look away from that incoming flash.
Yeah.
4 versus 5 attempt from OG. Through the smoke, Kai's finding the impact. 9 slotting into this CT aggression out the gate. Good assist coming out of Kai as well. That's a flash from short B water up above the hedge for the connector peak to succeed. Love it. Team plays looking good from 9. You know, one of the few teams here at the play-in stage that didn't make off-season roster changes. And again, 9 extended all the contracts with these players up until at least the release of CS2 in the first major sequence. CS2, which comes out, or sometimes between then and...
Were you just about to leak the release date?
Almost. I almost did it.
Oh.
I almost told everybody.
Oh my god.
Next up. Sorry, Bucko, you're done.
Google the last day of summer and then you'll find out.
Yep.
But the thing is, someone said, Google the last day of summer in New Zealand, and that's next year.
Oh, God. It's true. I think Gabe does have a place down there.
Definitely. Definitely.
A strong.
I really don't know, but I bet he does, and I bet it's beautiful.
Mm-hmm.
Do you know he has 2 glass eyes?
You told me that once.
No, I told you that 10 times.
That's fair. Yeah, that's why he's so into VR and augmented reality, so that he can give his eyeballs software updates. It's a well-kept Valve secret, but we're opening the books today.
I countered with my job.
Here at IEM Cologne.
I have the best way to spread disinformation.
pack of players here, OG. And the CTs have already faded back. We've had good presence inside connector and bathrooms these last few rounds from 9. Kylar was doing his thing just 1 round ago, but is falling back to the site. They then decide to push him up close. He's got presence. Oh, man, almost lined up too.
Man, that would have been foaming at the mouth right there.
But Nexa from behind the tree.
Yeah, that's good denial there from Nexa. It's a lot of information, though. I mean, of course. Can't deny that. You still be worried about a lurk, but overall, the next 20, 25 seconds of the round, you feel pretty confident. All right, we should just worry about A for now.
Keto playing through the baths.
But they don't push B. They just stay outside of here.
Hades looking for that peek outside it. It's 2 inside, 1 on the exterior, and still that late Regali long lurk. Shadow for Hades makes it easy.
Baby.
Smashes Fiku like a pumpkin, but Keto's carving too. Comes around the corner. Oh, survives that fight. 19 health. And look at the scramble now. CT's trying to run up. They thought they had that site held. Keto had other ideas.
They probably should have just dropped back, man. The rotators got put in a tough spot. Pull off a 2v3 rotate, and they are in a position to do it right now. They're smoked out both on Bank and CT, and I think they both made noise. T's aren't even watching their flanks right now.
Keto pressed up against the Bank as well. It's not going to get spotted, and it gives Keto just enough time to turn it back around. Beauty of a round from Keto. 3 frags, 1 of them while blind, but that 1 blind kill on A opens the floodgates for OG to get this T side back under wraps.
Yeah. I think if Minio plays safer on Optimus and he plays with a flash coming in from CT spawn, they just have he has a better chance for his teammates to rotate in. Right there, I can understand wanting to get the trade right away. Maybe it would have been easy if Keto wasn't so insane, but Keto did get a chance to shoot before the flash went off, and I'm not sure whose flash it even was.
Got him.
Oh, I guess, okay, sorry, that was the goofy flash. So, thing is, he wouldn't have blinded him, you know what I mean? If Keto peeked later, he just would have not got flashed at all.
Yep.
So.
Crisp, clean locks. Double kill in the A site that reopens the door for OG. Now, of course, money's good for 9, but we are at the 12th of this CT half, and they're trailing. Golly on the hunt for the front Baths player. But again, we've gotten 9 back into connector. There's been some pressure on Kylar within this play. He's got support, of course, from inside short water. Just letting that clock burn down. CT's not getting too crazy. Here it comes. Train goes by, flash above the monster pipe. Fiku looking for his headshot entry. Minio's got the side of pillar. Okay, Shadow helps. He continues the spray and gets there. And then he's got that support coming in from short side as well. Hades also rotating up into heaven. Remember, we still have an A player for OG and time to go either direction. Yes, bomb is outside of monster. But if Fasher can sell us something, if he can get the ball rolling inside of the site, problems could still be had for 9. And they're not getting spotted outside of B. Not through the short pipe and not from heaven.
Yeah, there's a timing missed here.
Nexa has slid forward, but he does get caught by Goofy, and Kylar with a couple, or just 1, kill inside Baths. Goofy's going to hold on to short.
They're too far. There's no way for Keto to be supported on the plant. 10 seconds left, and yeah, he's just waiting to die, so no chance for them to go for this. This was sort of a complicated round, but you know what? Credit to 9 for keeping up on every front. A couple of lurks could have made this very ugly for OG, and instead they held on to the right amount of map control and got in there to interrupt every timing. How'd that round look to you?
It looked unclear. It felt like OG did not have a clear idea as to what they wanted to do. Felt mid. I believe those are the words that Blay used to describe OG.
So they weren't bad, but they were mid, which it's not much better, but it's also true, maybe. So
Regali softened up hard. That's an oxymoron. Nobody's given him the peek. Good for him. He's found his angle. How long can he play this before util pressure forces him off the angle? Mere seconds. And that flash enables Goofy to get past the op angle, so utility here for 9 is great.
And they're willing to take a risk, though, so there's a chance now. And yeah, CT Shirley's not going to peek into this. Goofy with the flash. Beautiful for Minio.
Yep. Total assist on the play, and Goofy's going to rock him. 3 kills out Monster. Keeps that pressure up, knows the Opera was over here, and that's 4. Ace on the line. Easy. Easy pickings for Minio.
Goofy not playing around. Wait, sorry. Goofy's.
Yeah,
That was
sorry,
Minio's
Minio
flash,
stole
right?
one, I think. Oh, I didn't see it. I lost track.
That was Minio's flash.
Okay.
That got all those assists. I don't know. Did he steal the last one? Or
I thought maybe he stole the ace. We'll find out. We've got the replays here now. 3 for Goofy. 4 for Goofy. Oh, he stole it.
This guy.
He did it. But you know
The
what? He
flash
also
assist
gave him
weren't
the
enough.
flash. Yep.
Yeah.
He also gave him the flash. He's allowed to take the 5th.
Yeah, he's definitely. Minio's had a great half in terms of keeping everything together. Some of the rotations, a couple of awkward moments, but I think absolutely won that retake earlier on. Brought this half back into fruition here for 9.
And Goofy's putting up now. Obviously padding with those last 4, but that's going to get him to the top of the board. That's going to get his confidence up. Kylar. Ooh. The flash was there, and he had succeeded with that same piece of util previously. Hades drawn back. Oh,
the triple collat.
Dude.
Ma'am.
Give it to him as he gives it to them. Will he be able to clean up anything else? It's an assist from Hades on Minio as he pressures out with Kai from those smoke grenades, pulling apart OG sure enough. Yeah, the spray's there from Keto, but Hades softens up 2, kills 1, and 9 have tied us at 7.
Yeah, it's so easy when you do 3 billion damage in one shot. So there you go. The planets aligned right there for Hades.
That could have been something special. It's taken all the money away from OG as well. So still a T side they should be content with. But there was a point where they were just brutalizing 9.
So did it hit their legs? Is that why they didn't die?
Yeah, collateral into the legs.
Oh, okay.
75 damage.
That's crazy because he was even shooting, well, I guess he's shooting down into them, but they're also lower. You know what I mean?
Yep.
Tough. Keep your dreams high. And your crosshairs too.
Smoke to play around with. Big burst of energy here from OG. Line up.
They're in the sight. You got to be careful with these OG players, man. Don't let them get in your sight.
Yeah, they've got that pistol prowess. Now they've got their hands on an M4 for Fasher. Smoke for Kylar. He's looking at his teammate's screen to figure out what the hell is going on. And he's got to give the respect and time and sight to OG, who haven't rushed the bomb plant yet. Things could get weird when that does indeed happen because Minio's got short and nobody pressuring him. His only real problem would be Keto outside Monster. But how are they going to get this bomb down, especially if that heaven smoke comes up? Is there any more util? They have a flash and a Molotov. Block short with the molly, go for the plant then maybe. Or as that smoke is about to end, pillar coverage. It works. And Minio does not catch them on the fallback. Molly on Fasher's feet, a peek deep. And it's at least Keto seen, so they know there's one. Oh, missed chance from Kylar. Hades is going to trade it. Minio's still looking for that Keto contact. He knows he's back here. But Minio burned out and delayed for the time being. Flash pressures him. He goes in, chasing the monster frag. Met by the Deagle. And it is indeed OG with one more sprinkled in. They'll have 8 to take it to the CT half. Slower start out of 9, still posts 7 rounds, but of course that's 7 rounds on a CT side of Overpass. So OG, who have had a fair amount of officials in the last week or so, have managed to show improvements at the start of a very big event. IEM Cologne underway as of today. We're 2 best-of-1s deep here on the B stream. Mohan, what do you make of the chances here for both these teams now that you've seen the first half?
Very good.
To what?
Both teams.
Very good.
That's how I feel. Very nice.
Very nice.
That's how I feel.
It's all good.
That's how I feel. In the beginning, I was like, OG are going to win now. But 9 did good enough. So they absolutely can win on T side, even though it won't be easy. Pausing the play here for Hades. Still lined up. He's not frozen. Don't worry.
CT's going for that short control.
Train stop.
And they've got one back on Graffiti, too. So hold your horses. Even though 9 have gotten themselves closer to that bomb site, bomb itself a little delayed. We're going to go for the sandbags boost.
Oh, they're pushing for CT control with the bomb plant right side pillar. What a strat.
Nicely done. And Hades, look at this. Look at this. Locks in the flank. Thatcher turns it with the dual Berettas. Takes 2 off the play. They could still make the retake happen. OG gunning for it thanks to Fasher reopening the round. They've now known all 3 T's positions. Can they hit the shots? As the one in heaven keeps his head tucked, Tito goes deep. Fiku can't find the mark, and so Kylar makes the difference.
There's energy down there. There's energy. And for good reason. A very important pistol, a well-executed pistol. And you know what? I think more people should do that more often. Pushing for CT control on the B-side plants, love that. Especially on pistol rounds. Hard to stop a guy in heaven.
Fair.
Hard to stop.
Blessed be the B site. Force buy coming out of OG. And I liked OG's pistol look up into the short water. But that Hades, cheeky stuff hiding behind barrels. Now imagine a world where Fasher doesn't get the double Beretta. They would have had no damn chance. Deagle spam from Fiku, keeping a lot of smokes here, OG, so looking to burn down the clock as the round goes on. Or hope Regali can sprinkle in some scout magic. More Deagle spam. This time, the angle confirmed by young Fiku. But 9 aren't looking to step on a landmine. So they'll take their sweet time.
No CT's here to stop Monster.
Nah, they use that space nicely enough, but it does cost them. CT's leaning back on the Desert Eagles. It's a headshot out of Fiku, and he knows he's got Kai pinned against this left side. There it is. A second Eagle frag coming out of this setup. Third one, not going to happen down on B, but rather here on Dice. Mac 10 shreds it, though. Minio on the reload, unnecessary, but doesn't get punished. Fasher will connect to the head, and the costs are stacking up against 9 now. Sketchy position. Goofy with everything to clear. Man in the open. Nice snap. Even though it cost him a ton of health, he still put himself in a place to win this, and Goofy's been their savior, but hands busy. And Fasher comes through big.
Wow, that's actually a huge call out from Fasher, right? Bomb could have been faked. Fasher runs up, but I think he likes his odd whether or not Goofy gets off the bomb plant, you know, because he's in that exact position. Fasher only has a deagle. Like, just winning a slow retake, it would have been scarier. So I like the play, even though he was running, and Goofy now wishes that he slowed it down and got off the bomb, but I don't think that guaranteed his life. So a nice move there. OG win and convert. And actually, now it gets very scary for 9. That was the easy round. Now they have to save. When you said that the reload was unnecessary,
yep.
Why did you say that?
Because he had 13 bullets still in, and he didn't know if there was a second player on the site. And 13 bullets is enough to kill somebody.
True, true.
And if you're gonna reload, don't run out at the same time.
Very true. Sun's out, guns out.
You can't make. He wanted both. Can't make
cake and eat it.
Yes. You wanted cake and cupcakes, or something like that.
And eat it.
But you can't do that. Pick your poison. Poisoned cakes.
Doesn't have to be poisoned, processed sugar.
Okay. The preservatives are the poison, man.
It's killing us all.
So some limitations here for 9 as OG pull back into the lead. But what's limiting is not map control. They've got connector already. They've got a fair bit of A play. And it looks like that's going to draw the rest of the camp towards that half of the map.
Yeah, rotations are sort of strugglesome here from OG. I don't like the setup at all, actually, versus an anti-eco. But there's even a buy coming in. So this is very passive on A. Late information, low information on B. Okay. It's got to be these two guys to hold it, but they're doing a good job.
Damn right they are. Fasher with the double. Keto back in. But Kylar on his own.
Even with favorable trades, are they going to check for Regali?
Oh, yes, they do check.
Are they going to bomb plan on Optimus, maybe? No, it hasn't been planted just yet.
Take him down to half. Kylar looking to cross over. Can definitely do that. It's money in the back pocket, but he loses Hades, and Regali's getting ever closer. Fasher's emphatic with that one. It is OG to double digits first.
That's where Brolin sort of anti-eco's from, but he's usually the only person I trust to do that. Where I'm like, that setup looks too passive, and Brolin's like, watch me out on this 90-degree angle, no problem. Keep coming. But I still don't like the setup overall information-wise from OG. A little bit lacking. The keys to victory on the T side. CT's with no long control, and CT's passive on the A side. That's wide open. Look at this place. 2 Timbits of cover here.
That ain't much. Oof. All right, OG. Definitely did enough on their T side to win this best of 1. Now given a very real chance to pull ahead. Let's see what 9 can throw at us. Regali's got a teammate just behind him as well in Fasher, so don't worry about his bathroom's contact. You can just sit here, hold, and if anybody peeks out that door, he's going to snap the crosshair down. Fasher should be floating between long and bathrooms. And there it is. Cover on the fallback. Little contact looking to be made here on short. Kai gets his chance, doesn't get the headshot. And it's not 1 but 2 that peek him. Fiku and Keto tear him apart. Pistols with a dink, but the bomb's now dropped behind him. Kylar can take 2 kills, but he'd have to go back and grab that bomb.
But he has the op.
Yeah,
he has
swapped
an AK.
out.
He has an op. AK.
Back and forth. Playing roulette with weapons.
Did they peek out, see the bomb, and then fall back? Nexa? It looks like he hasn't turned the corner yet. It's just like, all right, listen, he's not coming this way.
Yeah, Nexa ain't going to move a muscle.
Yeah. There's
Nexa.
no other rotation except for way around. So,
yep.
Like Kyler, if he slowly, oh, wait a second. Oh, my goodness gracious. Would it have gotten scary? We'll never know.
Nope, we won't. He turns away, and he gets mowed down from behind. Nexa sensed it. Of course, that was pistols, and Kylar still created an opening towards the A site. Now we are back into the guns. Op on Regali still. None on Hades. And I like a Hades op. But he has been sidelined from the scoreboard. Again, not the most inspiring performances so far in the summer or fall season of 2023. Was looking to get that back under wraps once he hit land, but it is Goofy at the top. It is Kylar right there with him.
Uh-oh.
Nade. Oh, nice. But there's no second one with it.
No
so
third one, no second one.
You take that damage. It's worth it to go into the boost for the information, knowing your smoke has kept them back, but also knowing 9 have monster control. That's presence given over. Fiku to be tested with Nexa and Regali there with him. Here we go. Exex coming in, and it's coming in heavy. 5T's ready to roll through. Nexa on the angle. Sprays for the double. And the fact that first one's a clean headshot makes it all the easier. Now he does take the angle away from the op and gives space over to 9 to keep this monster control.
It's a good reposition here from Nexa.
Waiting for them to come around the left side of the pillar. He's going to spam through smoke. Nothing from him. Hades double kill back. How? Did he just get Keto in the background of the Nexa peak? Fiku now known to be close pillar, and his short's exposed. He's down. This is a 3 versus 5 unraveling. Regali's going to drop the bomb back. Fasher's looking to give him the cover. And now they still know that the T's are taking their time. And as that short player walks up, he just misses his chance to get Regali. No trade out of Mino. And now he's going to have to do it 1v2, 20 seconds. He's got the Opper stuck in water, and he knows it. But that swing from Graffiti, not even needed. It is Regali with the op to take it back.
I think maybe Keto's just unlucky, right? Collateral damage in the background potentially, but Hades almost brought it through with just that 1 kill alone, but Regali played calm, and I like Nexus start, disrespecting the flashes entirely. They pop behind him, he has full vision of where they're coming from. Wow, the lineup's insane. But yeah, they can't press forward beyond that. So overall, you want to say this is a pretty good round from OG. They handled that really calmly. 12 rounds. Things get hairy, they get prickly. They get itchy here for 9.
Like your t-shirt after a haircut.
Oh, why did you do that?
Isn't that horrible, man?
To the millions watching at home, everybody
hairs too. Especially if you get your haircut and then you have like a nice dinner to go to, so you don't go home and shower. And that whole time is just
Can't even focus on the conversations you're having at your wonderful dinner anymore.
Nope. Ruined. Like the dreams of 9 maybe in this best of 1. They're holding off for the full buy in the next. OG. Putting up enough. Pistols coming at him. Smoke. He hears it. Easy pickup for Nexa. Just makes quick work of Goofy and Kai. You know that smoke hitting somebody right before, just that gives you that millisecond of preparation.
Grip that mouse tight.
Sir. It's the warning sign that you usually don't get.
Dude, Nex has been doing a great job positionally of dodging everything. Setting up for spray downs, playing confident angles.
2 flashes on Mino, and he has had good flashes throughout this map, but there they are again. Tech 9. Kylar can't get the 3rd one, and his teammates all die with nothing to their names. So it's OG to the 13.
It's a money-making round for OG.
Yes, sir.
It's a 5-round gap. It's another buy for 9. But it might be one of their last. This T-side does not look that scary. Gotta say, OG definitely, I think, benefiting from that first week at Blast Group. Looking more solid so far, but I know 9 are like, well, we're not playing our best. That's absolutely true.
They missed the stack.
Yeah, they missed the stack.
Fasher's got the fountain angle, though. Oof. He's got support. Regali holding the angle with the op on party. He had to give it up with the utility. Fasher sliding into Hades. Oy, Hades just holding that angle. So unfortunately for Fasher, he walked straight into it. But he felt the pressure of Playground. You could see him turning around, not sure where to go.
Yeah, but that's like why, you know?
Yep.
You should have somebody that setup was like really old school. But they could have had somebody party watching the cross from Playground, you know? Balloons holding the cross. And then Fasher's not even worried about what's behind him.
Yep. Well, they had that, but then the utility pushed him back. Regali was up there.
Yeah.
And then when Regali left, Fasher chose forward.
Chose forward, yeah.
And Hades chose death.
Call him a chode?
No, I didn't. I wouldn't.
I'm telling him on Twitter.
Smoke into heaven. Exec through. Fiku ready for the pop-up opportunity. Keeping his head down. Kai tries to react. Fiku falls off. We've got a short water player alongside him in Nexa. Oh, but the climb up from Kai is clean. But they've lost track of Nexa.
Oh, and Nexa's here.
And Regali's going to take the attention. And this flank, though, look at it. Minio up through A, out of heaven, just when Nexa thought he had that perfect position. And poor Regali smoked out. Oh, love that.
Relax.
But he goes into Hades and dies. 6 shot.
Nice one. I just got confused when you called him and chode.
I didn't, dude. Oh my god. Why would I do such a thing? It's Hades, baby. Bah! Nice shot. Nice flick. Hades into the mix as well. It's only trailing by 4. Chump change. 4 rounds of Counter-Strike, that's nothing. MP9, that one MP9 on Keto is here. If this round was ever going to go south for 9, it's right here. And Keto only gets the 1. Trade frag back by Goofy, but they're coming for it. They're going to try to charge him down with the USPs. Not equipped for the challenge. Feeding Goofy as he gets up to 20 frags on the map. And Niner simultaneously. Look at that. Look, that's so. Isn't
folded in perfectly?
Are oddly satisfying.
Just like love watching dead people, huh?
Well, nope. There's other subreddits for that.
Are there? Anders knows them.
Yeah, he does.
The biggest psyop in Counter-Strike is everyone thinking Anders is a teddy bear.
Nexa just fingers crossed that they're going to come pushing past, but sorry, bucko. 9 have got what they wanted. A Goofy 3K in connector, a plant at a 10th round queued up. There's an AK there for Fiku, so if they don't jump in here, he's got an even better weapon to save, and that could actually have a real difference in the grand scheme of things. 10 is 10.
10 is dignity.
Yep. 9 not trailing that far away. Had some tight games so far. The play-in. Obviously, MOUZ and MONGOLz going to double OT. Fnatic have closed in overtime number 1 just now. And 9 are trying to get this game.
Come on, Complexity. What the hell, man?
Back to a tie.
I'm not biased or anything.
Well, Mezzi has been unleashed, it seems. That's a welcome sight. Deep nade finds its mark. Fiku loses a third of the health.
I do like them not overcommitting on which nades they use, because we've seen so many triple nades just not hit anything, and then it's like, well, that's 3 whole HEs. Like, you can't actually space those out. Just believing in the chip damage here. Not bad. It's the jabs that win you the boxing match, you know?
Sure.
So.
Score points. Ooh. Big opportunity here for Minio. He's got the bomb carrier behind him and no one's watching.
Oh, that's free.
What is this? Regali hyper fixated on long, and the 2 Ts just walk all the way in. Keto's gonna take it to them. Bomb plant, though,
another dink.
could still happen over towards Dice, but they're gonna forget about the other player. Faster.
Oh.
Traded back by Kai. It's a little bit delayed. It's a little weird tethering, but it does still unravel to the favor of 9. That opening by walking up bathroom is huge. Fiku eats another nade. Spam damage is on its mark, and this bomb plant should secure 9, their 11th.
Yeah, not bad. The play from Minio, of course, they kind of just snake up the inside of bathrooms quietly, so the CTs aren't ready. We've got Regali in a position to help his teammate take control of long, and then he's going to go back Dice, back bank, and then start spotting for the inside of bathrooms. In between that timing, of course, is Minio leading 9 all the way up very quickly. So that's a nice find. That's a nice find. Now, it looks like we're seeing, you know, it's not like dominant map control from here, from 9. It's like really good sneaky tactics that are winning them these positions. So I'm not entirely sold on the 9 comeback just yet, but at least they're getting rounds like that.
It's a good call with great timing. I just wish I knew how long before Regali would have checked it. You know, what was
I
the
think
confidence levels?
as soon as his teammates at the corner of long.
Oh, he didn't get that timing, did he? He didn't get that chance. Minho on top of it. OG's economy looking sketchy. The door is ajar here for 9.
See if they put too much mayonnaise on it.
Nobody jumping out of heaven here, so Hades again on the top of this boost, but again not given anything to shoot at. Instead, OG will waste no time with the long control, and that's perfect. They find a bunch of map control for free. It'll justify the rotation of Regali downstairs, but remember, he also only has the USP.
Yeah, but they're also playing it slow. Like you point out, that's an opportunity for OG to take it forward and make up for the fact they're low on guns, but Fiku just holding, you know? So at least, I guess, they come through the rotation into the B site, but even that's a little slow. There's actually no one else here. So looks like 9 will clean up again, and Fiku Nexa can take the guns forward. I would have liked the full fast flank.
Right, yeah. You go for long, you see it's open, you just crank the dial. You got so little to lose.
Yeah. Absolutely.
Because the flank stopped and the rotate down wasn't even that crazy.
Oh, now they're going to come for your guns?
Uh-oh. Going to take away a FAMAS and an AK if
you
they have it their way.
FAMAS, son.
But
oh, made noise.
Yeah, Nex is ahead of the game. In fact, you've just delivered an extra AK, and the pistols will try to chip away at 9, doing that well enough. Goofy will die, if not to the weapon, to the bomb.
Let's see if he can get a gun. Oh, let's see if he can stay alive, actually. That's what I meant.
2 AKs held on to for OG. Nine clawing back into this. Goofy is leading the charge, 21 frags.
Here's
good
the round.
Impact and lots of money.
We've got sort of the good setup, 4 rounds in a row, the eco at the end of it. But I again haven't seen the dominance in these 4 rounds in the victories. I've seen OG with a gap in awareness here, a cute little tactic to get 9 into the round. Where's the thing that OG can't stop twice? That's what I'm looking for. That's a good rule. I'm going to write that down. You got a pen? No. Okay. This is the round. This is the round they can't stop twice. There's a default towards B with the intention of ending B, clearly, with a lurk in place, both at the top of bathrooms, top of stairs, and the bottom. Bomb's getting picked up. They're talking, they're discussing. No one's died yet. All they were trying to do is delay time. No push has come in from OG. So we've got 2-3 on the site. Eyes towards Monster, but no guarantees this stops a Monster hit. If 9 win this round, then it gets very scary. Let's see if the execution can meet the idea.
Fiku stuck along the wall.
There's
2 ahead of it. Oh, he doesn't even turn. We got Nexa behind the pillar to get 1 frag in, but they're going to gun for him. And Kai, beautiful transition into the Keto peak up the ramp. So it is a phenomenal execution.
That's the round. We called it. So could see it, clairvoyance. I don't need any credit. It's all good. But the beautiful part is that this isn't some sneaky tactic. You know what I mean?
Sure.
This is game plan out of spawn into let's take their B. They're not pushing A, taking information on the map fast enough, into excellent execution, mirroring kind of what they did on the pistol round. Everybody in place, looking like a clean dry run into the site. OG, they left the in-between timing on the smoke towards the end of Monster, didn't refresh it fast enough, didn't flash retake it, and didn't check. That was their timing to stop it, but they just froze in place like deer.
To tie the game off that as well. Now this T-side feels alive. Kai, watch this second shot. Bah! Gets it on him. Yeah, understandable. Keto frustrated with this one. Wanted a chance to trade out Nex after Fiku gets nothing, and instead his opponents have taken away their lead. Third timeout called out from OG. They got some number crunching to do here, Mohan.
You know, at 13-13, do the same play, just make it look different.
Okay.
Dress it up differently. You know, that's the glaive. Same play dressed up differently. New clothes, same person.
Go throw some party frags out of the spawn or something.
Let's keep going. What
yeah.
else?
Get down into connector, blow the door off the hinges.
Blow the door off the hinges, yeah, like that. Usually the CTs will do that for you.
Dress it up different.
Yeah, dress it up different.
Stick it in a tux.
Make it look good.
Fasher feeling the utility pressure here. Fiku taking a quick peek into B at the same time as all this, so he's looking to maybe spam shots through. Ooh, Fasher doing it on, but he turns around. But there is that push. Fiku slides out. Perfectly done. Sliding out while the door was smoked gets him into a position to trade.
Here it is, here it is, here it is.
They've dressed it up differently, but it also cost them a couple
Flash
players.
is bad.
Nexa is good, though. Real good. Finds all three.
Wow.
Nexa decides to take it into his own hands, and OG, with man advantage established inside of connector, just bank that Nexa's going to post another clean multi.
Okay, I like it from 9, but even more from Nexa right there. That holds beautiful. Earlier on in the half, it felt like so long ago, but he was doing that. From these positions, disrespecting the side hits towards B. You can really count on Nexa today. Excellent map so far. Excellent on the CT side. 14 rounds, but I'm not going to say they're out of the woods just yet. 9 still have some ideas. They have a huge streak behind them. They capped it off with a very clean exec, and even though they lost the follow-up round where, again, they tried to dress it up differently, I think they now feel like this is wide open.
Fiku.
Oh, no flash.
It's all right. It's all right.
I meant no flash for the attack.
Oh.
They come through that. He's perfect, ready for that. Fiku, that's his 10th kill, but it's at the point where they might hit match point now.
Good time to post one. Fasher just sitting pretty in a very risky spot. Decides to switch to the other side of the rock because he lost the support from Keto, who's just gotta keep eyes on bathrooms. From that one round, 9 walk-up bathrooms take over the A site. They're susceptible to something like this again.
They're talking a lot.
Fasher just looking to stay locked in here. We could get a Fasher versus Minio duel that could completely compromise the back end of 9 or put Keto in a tough spot solo A. Now, with long control in the hands of OG, 9 are going to hesitate a second, maybe come up bathrooms. Keto's been pushed into the corner here. Kylar doesn't clear it, but Goofy will. Fasher holds his own, wins the duel, doubles to the other side, and keeps his head tucked, which is burning critical seconds off of this clock. But as he pops back up, Goofy's going to rock him. Now it falls on Hades and Goofy to get this going into A, and Nexa's just locked in. 15 on the clock, but Hades' op shot finds its mark. A push out of dumpster could be big.
The molly's too far.
Fiku does not come out. The utility doesn't stop plant. It's on the other side, and 9 are looking to tie this game at 14 all. Hades giving that cover, deep angle on bank, hoping him and Goofy can pull off this attempt into the site, and sure enough, Hades AWP starts to find its home. Regali's got nothing left to offer, and 9 take back this lead.
9 are fighting. Oh my god. That one's a little bit free for OG though, isn't it?
A bit.
Fasher, if he doesn't die, he already is gambling that he doesn't get flanked. He gets killed at the last second. There's no way to even plant the bomb if he stays alive in that spot. It's too scary. Nexa needed 1 on Optimus. I mean, 9 could sort of figure out exactly where the rest of OG players are going to end up in. That's what makes this game that much more interesting. Round 29, clear as mud as to who's the better team at this point. 9 making a massive comeback happen in this second half, and we are seeing a large variety of rounds. And here's one where they come in disadvantaged, but they fight so hard. I mean, they were very deadly on the attack. They made all the progress they need to. They've got to be feeling way better than OG. I'll give you that.
No doubt. And critical shots for Hades as well, as his teammates have set him up and carried him deep into this first map, this best of 1 for 9. Huge moment for Hades. Slams some impact on OG. Can they survive it?
9 started cold. They warmed up. Now they're hot.
We kind of got the same thing out of MOUZ versus MONGOLZ. Took a hell of a lot of rounds, but they got there. The favorites closed. And 9 were exactly that coming into this BO1.
Dress it up differently. It's going to be that full B hit once again at a later timing. Again, I like to call. Sometimes teams don't make the adjustments necessary early enough.
Ooh, does that smoke screw this over?
So 1 minute still. They've got lots of time. So there's one more smoke here on Regali, but he's not in a position to re-smoke B. And they're actually really passive on A again, man. OG, they have been not fighting for information on CT side. I think 9 are fine betting that this will happen more times than not. Let's see, Fiku with a push. He'll end up dying. Double push traded, and they've got Monster on the attack as well. Nexa, can he do anything?
Oh, he's got the first on Minio, turns it, and he could duel short successfully, but instead it's Kylar, rips him out, and Regali off to the races to save again. 9 do indeed punch their ticket into 15. And that push out from Fiku could have been big,
but
that's multiple bodies in short water because they're so ready for these B execs, because they're so ready to go. You just give them the thread to pull on.
Let me put it to you this way, okay? If they had any more information, they wouldn't have made the push.
Sure.
Okay? If he knew they were both on short water, what would have happened? They would have overstacked the B side and invited them in.
Yeah.
Why didn't they? Why did they make that push? Because they had no information on A. You had Regali on the outside of bathrooms watching long. They had no idea what was going on the map. That has been the problem for OG throughout this half. And 9 have continued to exploit it and not overthink, which is huge. They on T side have just been going back to these monster hits, even though one of the most recent times it didn't work. It's a brave call to make in round 29. But they're right. Most of the time, they have the right to make the attack. Sure. The only person that's really stopped them is Nexa from within the site, on the hold. It's never been OG with more information, even though they've had dominance in terms of the buy, dominance in terms of the CT advantages. They're not using them. So sometimes they've asked for this to go the other way, and 9 could create a disaster here for OG. There's going to be a timeout being called because obviously OT is still possible, but they've got to learn on the fly.
One of the better CT rounds for OG. That forward play out of Fasher on long with Keto up in bathrooms. That one felt way less shelled up than some of these others. And yes, Nexa's been playing well, 23 and 16, but that last round, an example of him not being able to defend B on his own. Regali has been left to save 2 rounds back to back. If anything, get him active.
Get him active. He needs to be taking more opening duels, absolutely.
And he goes for one out of the gate here, but then immediately he is back inside of that A site, and it's left Fasher on an island.
Oh, they know the op just took a shot and Fasher stairs. They can run up the inside of bathrooms, put a lot of pressure on Regali, whether or not they fight him.
Whether or not he holds. To land a shot now would be massive for Regali. He's looking for his angle, but the T's are just not giving it to him. Instead, they're trying to hunt down Fasher, but he's added himself to that short water control with Fiku. So 2 CTs comfortably on this half of the map. That leaves B open. And for once, there's such underplayed presence towards Monster for now. Kai is over there, and these connector players could come out and pinch this. There's now a third one with them. And as they peek, Fiku takes a head off. And he's got such solid cover here, plus utility to block off an entry, and it is Keto alongside him.
Bomb delivery.
Total control of the short water coming out of OG. It throws a wrench in the works of 9, who were hoping to close in regulation. OT on the horizon.
Oh, late smoke on Khan.
Bro, they can't get that bomb back.
30 seconds to rotate around. They need this first duel to go their way. That's it.
A little change up in the B presence from OG, just letting Regali go up to party. Getting 9 to fight for map control, and now throwing them into a 2 versus 5. And Minio's the only player to pick up a kill here for 9. So again, here in the opening best of ones, critical best of ones at Cologne. And it's OT to separate these teams.
It was Rugga on the talking, on that tack, you know, to be like, listen, guys, what are you looking at? You know, why are we at 30 seconds holding a passive angle on long from our own bathrooms, which we could have cleared at the beginning of the round? Get out there. They took short control for the first time this entire half, except for that late push that got them killed on that other round blind. Way more map control being taken, way more dominance on these angles, just in time to catch 9, just in time to lock in OT, even though it was 9's comeback. my God, what a
sitter.
find. Jumping over that fire here for Hades. Regali falls back after his kill. Fiku finds one on the push, and Regali's still out here. This is still good for OG.
Molly flushing him away.
Oh,
Fiku, yeah,
walking
tries
through the smoke.
Tries something ambitious and pays the price.
I think that was spotted as well, man. That's so much info here for the T's.
Minho's wounded off the leg shot from Regali, who's repositioned that op closer to the A site, but still floating inside bathrooms as 9 get to the brink of long control. Nexa, we saw what he could do down in the B site. He eats the flash, and they're yet to round that corner. Utility making his job a bit harder, but he still slots into a nice angle, and Hades can't get that immediate trade. Now Nexa's going to keep himself in cover. Kylar just missed his chance to catch Keto, and OG's players are sitting in the open. 9 could unsuspectingly walk into 3 separate individuals, but Regali reveals his position, and Hades is going to bring it back with an op shot. Nice nade into Regali. Puts him down to 34. Keto starts to activate on that flank, and Regali brings one with him, but it's 9 to take the first in OT.
Oh, they were more aware. They were ready. They were watching everything. I mean, we have the Fiku push into short water again, which actually works. We have the opening op shot from Regali, which is nice, but honestly, this is just a much more high-level round from both teams, which we love to see. 9 have to fight harder, but they're up for the challenge. They couldn't have done this in the first half. Much better now. And as for OG, way more active across the map. And a great shot from Hades to actually crack this open, but everybody dying as they were getting set up on the A site. And it's all because they were watching the right angles, and finally the 5-man boost pays off.
Finally, how many times has Hades thrown this? 4, 5 attempts, and this is the only time somebody steps into the crosshair, doesn't miss his chance. Fasher's going to go down with nothing, and all of a sudden, 9 success at the tail end of that T side has transitioned perfectly into OT. Fast kills, 5v3, and 9 are feasting. Tough to hang on to.
Yeah, Fasher's been kind of getting bodied on these A pushes. Not as much presence here on CT side. Unfortunately, that's been a struggle, but I still like the attempts to make something happen towards A on the outside of B. Problem is, I think OG were fearing this situation. It's just that 9 were doing too much with a quiet map in the 5v5. Bringing it down to the last few seconds, they were making good decisions, and that's where OG were going to lose 100%. At least here they gave themselves a chance. Now 3v5, of course, it's very unlikely, but it's not impossible.
No, not with Fiku this quick on Khan, and hands busy. Oh, connects to Hades.
Man, he ran it down, but this kind of just makes the A side so vulnerable. Minho just immediately takes over control. I mean, he's above them now. He can sneak in a bank. He's moving slowly, so we'll see how far he gets. But Keto on the op has no idea. He's down here. That's a foot spotted, instant spray down, and round over.
All right, 9 smooth calls this round. Again, I agree. Fiku kind of literally opens the door for them to get back into the A split.
That's the second time he's kind of sort of died haphazardly inside of Con.
But when you hear all that like utility and jumping around outside the door, does it make sense for him to pressure?
I would be waiting until I almost don't hear them, like because I'm trying to see if they're going up short, shooting them in the back. You know, getting that lineup. You know, but I know he knows that, so it's sort of like I wonder what maybe he thought he could open the door, close it, something like that, you know. But this helps out a ton too. That boost finally paying off in OT after them using it. But these sort of cheeky tactics are just as important as having a solid game plan at the pro level. Being a tier 1 team, gimmicks, 1 kill in a rifle round, getting a 5v4 off of 1 trick, this is what wins you rounds, which is what ultimately wins you halves. And so 9 can afford to have like that slower start to the beginning of the round just to try that once in a while. Most of the rounds have been slow anyway.
I feel like all those times that you don't get to shoot at anything in regulation, almost feel like it was all worth it. Because when it did work, it was in OT. You know?
It is worth it, absolutely. I mean, what's lost? They lost, 5 seconds at the start of 5 different rounds. So hard as hell to rush on overpass anyway. And that's why we still see that boost. Very meta for lots of teams. But you can tell who practices and who doesn't.
Who's got greased up feet. Careful, Fiku. Gap in that smoke.
See, the nice thing about that nade is it sends a message. So getting boosted up in this spot, something you could do afterwards as well. But Man, this walk-up.
Nade's off the mark.
Yeah.
They're going to boost.
Oh my
Being
god,
watched.
what?
Yeah, you got 3 players in there. Nade sort of announces it. Fiku tries to press out. Will bring one down despite being blind. Nexa, another multi-kill. Feels impossible.
Oh, that's so well handled from
And Minio's smoke spam.
Oh, and another molly he gets out.
Yeah, Fasher's trying to extend beyond, and he does have a little timing here. Things could get weird. They don't know that he's gotten that far. So Kylar slots into this deep control with Minio, who's tagged up to 1/3 of his health. And we've got this 2v2. Very critical here for OG to get at least 1 CT round, and they will. Nicely done from Fasher, getting ahead of that Molotov, sliding out, and you just see catching all of Nine's internal timings off.
They've let their guard down a couple of times in that same position, so Fasher continuing to punish. Now we're a 2-round half for Nine. This one's sort of easy for Nine to start off, and 3v3 should be advantage to the T side, but again, OG played fearless, and that's good. Fasher, great to see him getting a part of this round because the opening tactics for him on CT side have been sort of stale. They haven't worked. He's at least played aggressively, but with sort of very little creativity, and I think he hasn't been assisted in his pushes safely.
Poor Fiku, man. Banged up out of the gate. Having a rough time, but
yeah,
still alive at least. OG playing for control. Beautiful flash from Hades. Sets up Kylar on the front-facing party hold. And Regali could be his next victim if he's not careful. He can see the barrel. Oh, Regali peeks in.
That's a tight one from Regali.
Yeah, nicely done. Perfect peek. Yes, he takes half his health as damage, but at least he got back man advantage. And OG just slithering out from connector, creeping closer towards Monster. We saw this emphasis from Nine on the Monster hits, and this could be one of those moments back for OG playing dangerous games, brother. But he doesn't get punished.
He doesn't get punished, man. That was definitely wide enough to take the shot. Thought he would get one more as he Cyclopsed in. Now the attack comes.
Kai drops. Goofy falls back. From inside water, it's 1. And Goofy's holding off for that rotation. Missed flick shot from Hades. Now he's softened up as well. Everybody, a couple of shots from death, but Hades isn't going to miss that repeat. On high alert, he rocks him. And now there's such little HP here for OG to hold with no control of their flank nor the Monster. And Minio's getting closer. And as he arrives, he's not ready. He looks for the Opper instead. Fiku locked into this spot. There's nowhere for Fiku to go. Opper up in heaven hunts him and wall bangs him right before he drops. Regali, a chance to clutch. He's got them both figured out. They're coming at him separate, and he gets that first shot, but Goofy makes the difference.
Yes.
And Nine lock in 18.
Oh, the spacing is so good. The spacing is so good. There's no way for Regali to win that round. Solid defense here from Nine overall. Hades is so good at jump spotting and hitting a shot right there. Made Keto regret taking that off angle. Could have sprayed him down, but he also could have hidden and made this a whole lot harder. That's a free start to this retake.
Oh, so nice. Yeah. You're about to drop anyways. Take your shot.
Yeah.
Last chance you have at that elevated wall bang.
As Anders had a talk about with shooting between the box that so many players don't even understand, like even in today's game, where you do no damage if you shoot at the wrong position, but right there, it's free if they're crouching on the default plant. So,
and nowhere to run if you're poor Fiku. Nowhere to hide. Op bullets bigger. Oh,
wow.
that just sucks.
They don't know about this either, but oh, it's awkward for Kyler. He's kind of split in 2 directions.
Minio's trying to peel back as well. That's a huge recovery to get. And now a man advantage. Oh, Hades looking to get active.
Yeah, he wants to sort of like
2 players upper bath walking down.
He knows they could come either go all the way around or go this way.
Oh, missed shot.
But he missed, just straight up misses. Can't talk about that too much. 2v3 now. Teased, just knocked down 3 CTs on the way to the A site.
At least Goofy got 1.
Oh, he's here early.
Immediate run up coming out from Kai, trying to recover, and there is damage here. Damage enough to set up the top fragger of 9, who's got a good angle out from Bank. He's going to rush the site. Player in the corner exposed. He sprays him down. Still with 60 health, 2 left, and they're close. It's map 1 win on the line.
Oh my god.
Goofy's in between them. But as he taps that bomb, his back's exposed, and he's going to die to Nexa.
Oh, so
OG
close.
push us the limit again.
Yeah, this might go to another overtime. That was definitely a close call, but crazy that that can even get close. You know, marginally close. That was still fine for OG in the end, but holy. I guess 9 got the opening, but the 3 punishes in return is insane for OG. And the rotation nearly gets there. He wouldn't change anything, though, if you're OG. I'll take that. You'll move forward. Even though you could have closed this out in regulation, that's not what's on your mind. They'll have to earn it in double overtime. Hades, he's playing to get a good pick, but he'll get mollied back. Regali could have absolutely punished him in that spot. They don't know exactly where, but here's a CT double push towards B, which is going to be fruitful. There's no one here. This is a good amount of map control to grab early.
But they're also active on this half. Hades, okay, just gets back before they come around the corner.
They have one in stairs. Hades knows that they're somewhere on the A site, so or sorry, pushing towards A. So now they're setting up outside. I guess they could be outside Monster too, if it's all 5. Maybe there is a good amount of guessing here to be done for 9. Oh my goodness.
Timing's huge. Flash pops and no peek comes with it.
Yeah, no peek.
They were ready for it as Hades chucked that from inside of the A site. Regali scouring deep long off the boost. Nobody's going to give him the angle. Hades actually picks Nexa just in front.
Yep.
Battle of millimeters here, but it is recovered back. 40 seconds, they could leave. Hades honing in on Keto. His second kill from inside of this A site. Then that connector player comes up and Fiku.
Another one.
He could make the difference, but there's also Minho. Locked into the corner, they're coming down, he lets them cross, and Fiku still reopens into the B site. He's gonna sprint that bomb. Goofy up from heaven, looks to hold it. Fiku hunting, but this time dies, and Fasher's got the plant. It's 1v2, he catches him on the drop, and he pushes it to a clutch. It's double OT yet again, or 9 have made this comeback happen, and Fasher's down. Hades thrives, 9 go on to face Fnatic.
Oh my god, after all of that, that was an entire movie here put on by 9, and OG, again, nearly locked it up in regulation, but the comeback from 9 is going to really breathe life into them. They got a lot of warm-up rounds.
Yeah, and again, you know, coming in cold, another one of these teams haven't played LAN yet in this season of 2023. And I feel like they've got a target on their back. There's a lot of teams within Tier 2 that want to go on runs like 9 did so far this year. Meanwhile, 9 have to show that they can return to that form, reclaim those titles. And I think a matchup versus Fnatic to progress into the group stage of Cologne in a best of 3 is an excellent opportunity to start that story. Also, shout out Hades. Op progressively got hotter and hotter as that map went on. Shout out Goofy, who yet again, when the land struggles of 9 are apparent, picks up that slack.
Those two players are such a combo. Absolutely, like Goofy as a rifler, you look at him, you feel like he's going to get the kill.
Yep.
And then Hades, just so smart and so calm on all of his peaks. Almost like Device-like, I would say, in terms of the way that he ops. Really good at getting information and really showed dominance, even though if it was in a composed way.
That he did. Absolute ownage as they close it. Down to Shocks for the post-game interview.
Thank you so much. I've got Hades here with me, who was instrumental in that game, especially in the OT. Talk to me about how you feel about your own performance and about, you know, the importance that you had for your team to close this game out.
I mean, the start was really slow for me because whenever I went B, they went A, and I just couldn't find the right place to be. But in OT, I found the rhythm and everything just clicked, so it was good.
And for the rest, is there anyone else in your team you'd like to shout out, or something in particular that you felt went really well in this OT?
I mean, Minho was calling like absolute boss, you know. Goofy was there doing everything. K was doing 6 entries. Skylar was solid everywhere. You know, everyone was good.
Yeah, they were. I mean, in the past, there have been some doubts about 9 on LAN and closing out specifically situations like this. How much of a good game is this in terms of your confidence then going forward in Cologne?
I mean, it should give us a good boost, especially because of we start 0-4, so it's a certified Hood Classic for us. But in general, it was a slow start, but we bounced back, and we should be hopefully rolling from game to game now.
We'll see. Fnatic is up next, but for now, congratulations. And we're going to go to a quick break, but when we come back, it's the analysis of 9.
What is your calling?
Bit of a slow burner there for our second map here at IEM Cologne, but by the end the flames were roaring and finally Hades rose above them to close things out for 9. 19-17, I think that was a little bit more of a tight one than we expected.
That was a very tight game, a very much back and forth affair. I felt like OG had their number in the first half, putting up a great T-side. Nexa were calling well, he was even playing well, fracking out. But in the second stage and in the second half, in the later stages of that game, it felt like OG ran out of energy. It felt like they ran out of steam. It was 9 controlling, 9 outcalling OG, and some of that individual powers we saw in the first half was just completely missing for OG in the second.
Yeah, absolutely. And when you talk about the individuals, I feel like in the form of Hades and also Goofy really stepping up when it looked like, they were lacking a little bit in firepower over there in the second half especially. Also, I feel like Minio, on their T side, I think it did a very good job kind of figuring out that B hold coming in from OG. They weren't really going for much of, information play towards A, for example. They're just playing very static towards the bathroom position, forcing them to kind of make unforced errors towards B, just pushing in kind of dry, looking to get some information and some good patience, and again, some good shooting from the side of Hades and his men, kind of getting the comeback going.
And it's encouraging to see as well, because Hades was so quiet for so much of the game. Bottom of the board, not really having any impact. We were looking at he had some absurd number of assists, but you just didn't feel his presence at all until he was really needed, until he was required.
And one of the reasons were Goofy. Goofy kept them in the game for a very, very long time. I believe that he was my MVP for that game without a doubt. Sure. And the only reason why Goofy kept them in the game, and the only reason why he's the aim high player right here, is the fact of the matter that Hades were picking up his slack with the AWP in the second half. Goofy, the man on the screen right here, found so much impact with the rifle, found so much impact on the T side, also on the CT side, and it was great to see him play well, because it was needed. As I said, I think OG were up 13-10 CT side overpass. That should have been game over. It should be done and dusted, but Goofy and Hades, for that matter, wanted it differently.
Yeah, I think the surprising thing for OG is like they were just after such a great hot start, 8 rounds on the T side, like that's pretty much your win condition already met right there. And just the fact that on the CT side, they just seem to quote a cliche, just playing not to lose rather than playing to win. It felt like they're playing very reactive, waiting for plays to come in from the side of 9. And once they figured out how they're playing, especially the B bomb side, as I pointed out, how Nexa was just a thorn on their side towards the pillar position. But once they figured out how he's playing, he was kind of neutered there as well.
It did feel like we maybe had some communication issues as well coming through from OG that might be expected with a new roster, where a few players as well, they're common English maybe more than they have been recently.
Yeah, I think it's a fair point to bring up. We labeled it as growing pain for OG going into the game, and I think we saw some of that in this one. They should have won, let's be honest. They should have closed down overpass when they had the chance, and I think it's a symptom of what we expected. A little bit lack of firepower within the squad, maybe a lack of experience. Some of these players are being pushed into new roles, have to find that comfort. So we saw glimpses of good play from OG, but I think you're right of saying that there were some communication errors, and they should have won the game.
Definitely something more to look at and to work on, but they do get another chance. But in the meantime, it's time for us to take a chance at a break and be right back with our next match of the day.
What is that reaction?
This would be an ace clutch from Poland.
Oh my! Oh boy! FaZe Clan, the champions of ESL Pro League.
Poland's here.
Oh my God! Garrett, are you gonna be kidding me?
What a map. What a map.
into the site. He's going to fall down again. What is this clutch from Simple? Are you serious?
Team Liquid have just unlocked the Intel Grand Slam.
Welcome back to the Intel Extreme Masters Cologne, where we are ready for our third map of the day. Monte, with a new look player in the fold, taking on the Imperials, who look like it's a little bit of a reunion tour over there. Thinking about another IEM team with Brazilians. I'm talking about Immortals. The boys are back together. The band is back in town.
Listen, this last dance ain't gonna end at all. It's gonna be new people coming on. It's another new last dance coming in. But yeah, I'm excited about this one. An Imperial with a couple of old faces who've been around the Brazilian scene for quite a while, coming and playing here in Cologne. Of course, for Monte, a big change in the form of Boros leaving as well.
It is indeed. I mean, let's talk about that with Monte, right? For so long, it felt like Boros Go Kill was the antidote for so many of their troubles, and they've got no Boros anymore. They've got a bro now.
And that's why it's really concerning looking at this Monte team when everybody else had such an incredible offseason, one that I would consider divine by most standards. This is the biggest downgrade that I've seen amongst pretty much everybody that's actually entered this tournament. So Bro coming in right here from the Astralis talent lineup, sure, he's got some good lineup, or he's got some good statistics, but these are against some pretty bad opponents, all things considered, whereas Boros was farming tier 1 players.
I will say, though, one word of caution. Monte has historically been the team of second chances and rebuilds. Even Boros, right? He was removed from Endpoint before he finds his way into this Monte team where he awakens as this absolute animal. So maybe, you know, just adding that extra R in there, SDY is going to be calling Boros Go Kill. And
you had to sneak that in, didn't you?
I had to.
Yeah, no,
they took it off the graphic, so I had to work it in somehow.
I have to agree with Maui over here. Like, even those numbers, 1.06, I think the rating was, even against tier 1 opposition, you'd be like, yeah, it's kind of middling, but against the sort of teams he was playing against in Astralis, in the Astralis channel lineup, that's not impressive at all. Like, these are like gargantuan shoes that he has to fill. In all honesty, I don't think he's got it yet.
That's interesting. Well, let's take a look at the other side. Let's focus in on the other side, right? We have new players coming into Imperial. The headliner of that act, if you will, of this band reunion tour used to be Fallen. He's gone, so you got to find new people to come in. And it's Vinny who's picking up the microphone. It's Vinny who's going to be on the calling.
And Jota's smiling. That's a huge upgrade for him.
Wow.
Looks like the mood is improved. We've got Henny reuniting with Bolts. Obviously, they played with Zach, who is the coach behind them, on the major grand finalist lineup, which was, in fact, Immortals. So there's a little bit of a reunion tour coming about here. Phelps also coming in for Cello, another aggressive rifler. And what I like about these players that Imperial are getting now is that, yeah, they fit role-wise very well with Fallen and Cello. Obviously, the IGL mantle had to be moved on to Vinny there, but Phelps in a system that probably has a little bit less in terms of flash assists, in terms of structure with what Vinny's likely to call, I think Phelps actually thrives in those kinds of systems. I think he's really good when he's just left to his own devices and can just be that aggressive player that we know he can be.
And also the really cool thing for these two guys coming back in from playing in MIBR as well as in, I do believe, you know, mostly domestic competition, right? The rating, they're like top of the chart when it comes to their teams. They are the highest rated players, so it's not like they've been struggling and it's like, hey guys, come on back in, let's do another last dance. No, they're all looking in pretty good form, albeit you got to look at his numbers with a caveat that against the opposition they've been playing against haven't been of the same caliber as what Fallen was playing in the last year.
Look, Henny has basically been the demon of NA Challenger League for like a year and a half, 2 years at this point, so I'm sure a lot of guys over there are happy to have gotten rid of that demon, exercised him, sent him to a different region to compete. But yeah, I mean, it was Phelps and Fluxo, right, making a name for himself as well. And Phelps, to me, has always been one of these intriguing names where the highs are so high, but sometimes at international competition, the consistency hasn't been there. And I mean, he's talked about it before with his own personal, you know, struggles with that. But what Phelps are we going to get in this team?
I would hope that we get the same Phelps that we kind of remember back on that old SK lineup as opposed to the one that we got on Fluxo. It felt like Lukowski took a lot of space away from Phelps and what Phelps wanted to do in terms of plays, because Lukowski was the purebred entry fragger for that Fluxo team, and so Phelps kind of had to be more of a second in, third in, and that's just purely not his role. He likes going in first. He likes finding that first sliver in the defense, prying it wide open. He wants to be the crowbar on their attack, and I think that this lineup, if Vinny knows his players, and he should know his personnel, he's played against them, he's played with many of these guys before, he should be able to set Phelps up to do what he wants to do.
That's going to be an interesting one. But over on the other side, it's the in-game leader on that side who we might be able to hear some words from. SDY, he's got some thoughts on his new player and his new team.
I'm here with SDY ahead of Monte going up against Imperial. Now, a change in this lineup and also a very important tournament for the lineup. SDY, can you tell me about how you feel the preparation has gone and how confident you feel with the lineup change going into Cologne?
I can say that we didn't have a long preparation. We have only 5 days bootcamp with this roster, and that's what we played, basically 5 days of practice. But overall, we are happy how Bro is adapting, like how he's performing, and I think we have good chances here.
Now, of course, Boros in this lineup was incredibly, incredibly good. He was a phenomenal player. The coaches said maybe the additional Bro will help the rest of the players to have a little bit more space. But how do you see it as an IGL? How do you want Bro to work in this lineup?
After Boros left us, we took Bro, and the thing is that we have more stable structure now than we had before with Boros. Because Bro didn't take too much space, as you said, and now we can play more safety, and sometimes it's even better than it was before. So it depends on how you look, you know.
The glass is half full. When it comes to structure, best of ones are very, very difficult. They can be dangerous, and you're going up against Imperial in your first one. How do you feel about them as an opponent in a best of one specifically?
Yeah, they're all experienced players, all of them. Like they played for a long time, same as me. So 1 versus 5. Joking. But yeah, they didn't play any games yet, so 0 demos. That's the problem. But we will try to focus on our game and do our best.
Good luck.
I thought that was very interesting what SDY was talking about in terms of the amount of practice they've had. They've also only had 1 online official, I think, with this team. These guys last season, they were the online grinders.
Listen, I don't buy it. I don't buy what Samdayan was trying to sell us over there, because he's like, okay, he plays much more passive right now, so we're going to be playing more safe. It's better for us. I don't think so. Boros was the primary reason that he was able to open up, get so much space on the T side, and without him, I don't know about you, Maui, but I just don't buy whatever he's trying to sell here.
SDY is just seeing this in some idealistic fantasy land, as if the structure was like holding Boros back at times. Yeah. He's actually acting like there's something more to their playbook than actually sending Boros out on an entry frag mission. And so you got to prove it, SDY. You got to show us that you actually have a strat book, because we're headed to Nuke. This is going to be a tough one for Monte if they don't have Boros. If they actually have to just put rounds together, if they have to show us that they can layer an attack, because Imperial have so many players that are so pivotal on this map in terms of just the strong defense that I expect Imperial can put up on it. I'm actually siding with Imperial in this one. I think that with the bones of this team, they should have a little bit more structure. And I think, Bro, I'm still going to stand by that. It's the biggest downgrade in the offseason. And so Monte, for me, they've only gotten worse. Whereas Imperial, a little bit more of a lateral change, depending on what Vinny's able to provide.
I'm still on the other side of the fence here, because I feel like for Monte, it's more about a structure, like Samdayan said. And sure, Boros on the T side, he was absolutely instrumental. But at the same time, I feel like all these other moving pieces, like Demka, for example, and Krasnal, they do seem to step up and just deliver just enough for things to work out for them. On the other side for Imperial, like firepower-wise, role-wise, Maui, absolutely makes sense. But Vinny as the IGL, his debut on a big stage here where the pressure is definitely on him, not quite convinced yet.
That's got to be the big question on the Imperial side. It's the first time Vinny's ever called for a team. He's definitely one of these players who's willing to do whatever the roster needs him to do, but that doesn't mean he wants to. That doesn't mean this is something he's willingly mantling. This is something that the team needs him to do, and I think a lot of the question's going to come down to Zach. Like, how well has the coaching staff and Zach been able to prepare Vinny to mantle this burden?
I think the worst sort of IGL we want to have is an unwilling IGL. That just spells like that's not going to last at all, right? So I'm really hoping that Vinny is like, you know what, I want to do this, I want to make this click. And if that's the case, if he's able to make this look convincing in the opening game, that's when I started to put a little bit of my money on this Imperial team.
My question about Vinny as an IGL, right? I think he's probably got the brain for it. I think he's got the vibes for it, but does he have the demand? Can he demand of his players what he needs them to do? Fallen, there's no way you're going against Fallen. When he tells you to do something, you're running through a wall to die for Fallen. You're doing whatever he wants. Vinny, if he has a smile and a happiness, like, does he have that same ability to command his teammates? Does he have that ability to become the general, to send someone to their death if he needs it?
That's a salient point, Mike, and it's one that we're going to have to actually just watch to find out in terms of intangibles with Vinny, if he has that energy, that blood that courses through the veins of so many successful leaders in the past. I'm going to tell you outright, though, I don't know if STY has it either. I'm not going to say that he's on the other side of the server commanding his troops to do anything special. So this is going to be a really interesting test for both of them because I would actually say that both of these teams should have very strong CT sides on this nuke. It's almost just going to be about which team is able to squeak out that 5-round T side here because I think both of them are just going to rely on the defense more than anything.
And this is where I feel like MOUZ's pick of Imperial starts to kind of bear fruit, right? Because you look at some of the individuals they have, like someone like Phelps who's looking very sharp right now. Even someone like Henny, man, this is a guy with an AWP could potentially just run up to the upper bomb side and single-handedly open the bomb side. They have these explosive players who can kind of wrest control of a round entirely by the lonesome, and that could be the X factor.
Now, we do seem to have a bit of time here. You might notice there's a headset off over on the Imperial side, so an issue's just getting sorted out. So I want to rewind to an earlier point, because I loved when SDY seemed to imply that Boros was the only reason they had chaotic rounds. Like, I don't know if you've ever watched a little guy named Woro 2K play, but he's not exactly going to sit still.
That's also something that's terrifying for the side of Imperial. When Monte defeated Na'Vi at the Major, Woro 2K was taking so much onus and taking so many proactive positions to try to stop Na'Vi before they could even find any footing in the round on their T-side defaults. And so for Woro 2K, for probably the rest of the members on Monte, I think being active on the defensive side is going to be playing to their strong suits here, where it is an Imperial team that is still trying to flesh out what their own style is, and they probably themselves don't even have a true identity yet. It's kind of concerning, though, because I don't think either of these teams have an identity going in this game.
Fair enough. At least for the side of Imperial, it's almost like, like you said, it's kind of, I'm sitting on the fence here. The pieces fit. Right, they look pretty sharp right now. Yoda's been looking very solid. Phelps and Henny coming in, they look pretty fired up as well. And just a question mark about the calling, right? So if that clicks in, I feel that's a smaller piece to kind of fit in for the side of Imperial. On the other side, you know, for Monte losing someone like Boros, bro, it's not Boros. Let's be freaking real about this. But then, what are you going to change? Are you going to completely change the way you approach the game? Because that's what worked for you earlier on.
Someone else needs to be an entry fragger. Bro is not an entry fragger. I watch his demos on Astral's Talent. He's in the back of the line almost as much as he can be. He's frequently just kind of baiting in a lot of rounds. For some of the recent tournaments where Astral's Talent were playing, Bro was beneath an 18% entry attempt rate, whereas Boros, on the other hand, was
31.
Yeah, he was frequently above 25 on almost every single tournament that Monte was playing. And so that's where really Monte have such a huge identity shift when they come into this on the attack. And in some ways, that's kind of why I am also picking Imperial, is that I know that there's something here to work with because so many of these guys have played with each other before. But switching, even though it's two players that have switched for Imperial, where it's only one for Monte, but the dynamics changing from losing Boros is basically the entire idea and identity behind what Monte was before the player break.
So MOUZ is basically saying that IGLs don't matter. It's about who can frag better in the server.
IGLs are the biggest frauds. They just tell young stars
like,
to go kill. Wasn't that the copy pasta?
Here's an interesting thing, though, right? Like you said, Barry, like, who are you going to be sending in as the entry? Is going to be someone like Krasnal or Demka, whose roles are already kind of defined in the team? Or is some Da Young? You're going to be sending Woro 2K, obviously, because he's the upper. Is some Da Young going to take a page out of a lot of IGL's book and be the Carrigan of his team, just running in and like, trade me, bro?
It feels like it has to be. I don't know. I mean, bro simply doesn't really have that entry blood in him, and it
would be so unfair to put him in that role, in all honesty.
Right, to change his role completely when he comes onto the team. So that's why, again, like, it just seems like too much of a shift for Monte here. I kind of want to talk a little bit more about Imperial, though, and why this lineup, to me, is kind of developing to be a little bit of a distant dark horse. I do think that the pieces on this roster are very strong. Individually, there's no one here that I would say is bad. And now that Vinny, who would have been the weakest player on this team as an individual, is taking up that IGL role. Yep. This team, to me, has a lot of legs in terms of just roles seem defined. Vinny, the weakest player, is the caller, and then you have all of the Zach behind them, who has actually worked with a few rosters to get more out of their pieces than actually maybe what the team should have even done.
It did feel like before the break as well in DC, we kind of had the last gasp of the old Imperial roster where suddenly things look good, and Vinny was a piece of that as well. He had some big individual games. in a thing that we just don't really expect from him. The team doesn't really demand from him. But certainly, if he can maintain any level of his individual form now with the IGLing, that would be huge.
That'd be huge. Look, listen, even if he's playing like 60% of what we saw from him in Washington, as long as his calling's going good, I think we're going to be okay with it, because the firepower clearly is an upgrade. It's looking sharp. And you mentioned the entire respect thing about his team, you know, about his team is respecting him. These are all veterans in the scene. They should know they're all in together to win. So I don't really expect problems in that aspect.
It's going to be an interesting one. Some of these guys have been wild horses in the past. But
A long time ago. You grew up, Mike.
They were young bucks. Now they're seasoned Colts. They're they're gonna ride easy. But you know guys who are always bucking Broncos on the microphone. I'm talking about Scrawny and Launders. Take it away, boys.
Damn right, Mike. I'll buck some Broncos.
Colts and
Mohan.
Broncos watch too much football.
Yeah, and we got Americans here in Cologne. Maui on the desk. Darf on the desk. Belay on the desk. Thank you, boys, for your fill. That's right. We had some audio issues all sorted. All is good, yeah. Das good now. And Imperial versus Monte. You hyped for this one?
Yeah, I am actually. I have no idea who's going to win. I think the desk brought up some really good points for once. You know what I'm saying? Well, listen, I think SDY has to obviously speak to the strengths of his team. Would make sense to do an interview and be like, my new team is bad, right? Obviously, but the desk sort of pointing that out, you know, to be real. Boros was a huge identity of their T-sides. Thing is that Boros, you know, had struggles at the major in their playoff game.
Yes.
And that was a little bit worrying. And you could see that when he says there's more structure in the team now, I think that checks out, you know?
Sure.
It was hard to play around the fact that Boros was the beginning and end around sometimes.
Yeah, we'll double check. We got to make sure as this one unfolds that there is indeed more structure, but it would make sense. Phelps going to go charging through the A site. Demka turns attention down and doesn't get the second, but at least he killed Vinny. Krasnal out from Hut has put the bomb on the ground. Sumdai Young sitting on 1 HP pretty, and Bolts, yeah, gets into the cover. That backside plant, and with Henny up in heaven, looking like a strong post plant, especially with Joda on main. He should have the back of Waro in a moment, but Krasnal's going to make it interesting. Pulling a player off of the site, and Waro never let his guard down there. Was waiting for that corner to be occupied, and wasn't wrong. So it's Henny up in heaven versus two who are barely alive, and then there's Krasnal, who's giving a good amount of cover here, and that defuse on Sumdai Young. Yes, it's 10 seconds, but Krasnal's cover's still here, still holding and diffusing the whole entire time.
Hoping that he got off at SDY, sitting there 1 HP, but there was no way to approach him. Too difficult. So Monte will win that. I think Vinny has the biggest job to do, because I think what we're going to see is that Fallen has been an excellent caller in the last couple of years with this roster, full of players that would have had troubles qualifying to anything without him, both as an individual and as a caller, actually. So I think he leaves a massive gap, and I can understand why he actually got that Furia contract for sure. Seen some big wins for Imperial, largely to do with Fallen. And that's just, I mean, matching up the Fallen as an IGL, like, he's just one of the best of all time. Like, you know, top 3 IGL of all time. So it's understandable if you can't meet that early. But I think the most impressive part is how relevant his calling's been after, you know, 2017 SK days, coming back and doing a last dance that has never stopped.
Yeah, it's like the eternal dance. He just can't stop
1
moving.
HP again.
Yeah, what's going on there? Man simply won't go down. Good damage from Bolts at a distance. There's that M4. Peeks out from Krasnal. Dropped by the Deagle. Vinny pressuring out from Squeaky. Back and forth. He's got Demka busy. But Sumdai Young's here to help. Remember, 1 HP. A stiff breeze. SDY is down. Joda, he's got it. And Bro is just such an unknown entity. Now he said he's not a front-of-the-pack player. Right now he's going to have to take it up into his own hands as he is in the middle of the pistols in lobby. Ooh, interesting. Tech9 headshot.
Extremely interesting.
And with that, it opens up Trophy. Losing Vinny on Squeaky feels like a surefire push towards ramp instead. Sumdai Young is aware of it. He is on top of it.
They got to dash down, but I mean, the CTs can get here.
It's going to leave Imperial in the open site. We got 8 seconds on that clock. Bomb in the open. I mean, that's just desperate cover.
Yeah,
and Demka connects the kills.
Just based on timings, I don't like the play at all from Imperial to go downstairs via ramp. If they don't lose their player in Squeaky, of course, that makes sense. But I think they had to sort of cancel. That was just like the right protocols on the retake from the CTs in that position. But there's no chance for the Ts or time for them to take control side before the CTs get down vent. So how are you really going to plant safely? Like you've got to have the most lucky cover ever, basically, from the T perspective. But played perfectly for Monte, will give him that.
Phelps going hunting towards garage. It's a little sketchy, Monte. SMGs all over the place, but able to just keep his head down. Demka dead. Krasnal trades. He's stuck here. It's an MP9 from heaven.
So they don't committing properly upstairs. It's slowing down a little bit.
Oh,
bro! Oh my God! What?
He must have made sound. And so Vinny just takes the shot. Dude, that's nasty.
Holy crap.
What is that from Vinny?
And now Krasnal, are they gonna understand someone could be in Tetris? Oh, they come up with a slow clear and grab it. That's tough.
Sumdai Young with a great chance. I love that he takes the gun and the fight.
They shot at him. Last guy.
Straight to Henny. Flash front sight off the peak. Bolts challenges. SDY's low. And gets pushed over. It is Imperial's first, 3 rounds deep.
It's messy, but they're getting loud, you know. Yeah, both these teams could absolutely win. Odds have Monte, but it's definitely close. And I think, I don't know. We have more questions about Monte, for sure, for sure. But outside of Boros, it's not like their team sucked outside of Boros. It wasn't like that. It was just that Boros, in terms of identity, added so much. It's like the way that Art is the identity of Furia, even though there's so many players on Furia that make rounds happen. It's the aggressive player that stands out so far away from the pack that adds something almost no one else can. And Bro isn't going to add that. Okay.
I think we cut to him before, maybe, who knows. That was, Game the wall bang. And as much as Cello's inclusion on Furia, I think, is a very welcome sight. It's a rifler that's been, kind of waiting for the call up. Believed in Fallen and the crew. I put Joda at the top of the list of Brazilian riflers. It's not like Imperial have been left without any rifle talent. And there was also times with this previous Imperial project where you were looking to bolts for hard carries.
Yep. Like Matt pointed out, there's no bad players on this team right now.
Yeah.
And with Vinny taking IGLing, he would be the worst, but that's perfect to have him have a role that adds more value.
That is the question, I think, that is just, the dark cloud over Imperial. It hasn't started raining yet. It's not a problem, but it is a threat. And
it's gonna rain.
Yeah, it's a question mark as to what's going on in that department. But there was a big question as to, what do Imperial look like if Fallen leaves? Does the whole thing just crumble? Does the organization cease to exist? Fallen was Imperial. It was the last dance.
It's pretty impressive that they got this roster together when it could have been a lot worse. I guess that's the best that you can say. But yeah, both these teams have suffered downgrades over the offseason. Maybe Monte's worse than Imperial's, if you want to put it that way. But that absolutely doesn't mean... But it's sort of impressive that they still sustained.
Yep. And, at least for me, they're still interesting. These are interesting rosters that I can get behind, who I can root for. They can occupy a space in the calendar. They're not wasting our time with their quality of Counter-Strike. I'll put it that way. Phelps, easy cleanup on Krasnal. Bro will hold off one. 5-7 catches a victim, but Imperial just playing with the time, playing down, kind of slotting in and not getting too punished for it. But there's an AK in Woro's hands.
Okay.
And if you give Woro a gun, you're giving yourself problems. Demka, right on that smoke, has full health, so he picks up the AK instead. Woro doubles that deagle back around towards single.
Oh, Joteg carefully goes underneath that smoke. Very aware.
Vinny's only on 3 health as well. There is still time for this defuse, sure enough. They got to get on that bomb fast, though. That's the problem that they've got. And Vinny, 3 HP.
Uh-oh, he's dead.
Molly in front of it.
They took 1 damage?
Sticking the defuse.
What the hell was that?
They time it down and get it. I think they've got it. Oh! Yes, they do.
What the hell? Did you see that, Molly?
I did.
1 damage. I didn't even know it was possible. 3 health to 2 health. But it's the Woro pickup, I think, of the gun, running into control side and barrel stuffing his opponent into also Jota, you know, any kind of delay here. And I think that Jota doesn't think they're coming on this side and is looking to get to the controlled door to defend the bomb plant. But that's maybe overstepping, overthinking. Monte would have lost on time in like 3 out of 4 situations and found the 4th.
Woro with a bit of impact. Demka as well. I think that at the Paris Major run, when Monte exceeded all expectations, I thought Demka was coming in as a very underrated individual. Posted big numbers in the first stage of the event, and I expect him to pick up some slack with Boros' departure. You know, his namesake, the value we attribute to it, not nearly that of Woro or Boros, but it is definitely on the rise. Pistols getting pulled apart. This one's got nothing for Imperial. It is Monte quickly cutting forward to that 4-1 lead, making sure they don't take damage, man. Bro. Guy. That's going to be the weirdest thing. When I hear Maui on the desk, when I hear anybody on the desk.
Bro.
Yeah. You know, I watched some demos, bro, and it's like.
No, you got to do a better sentence than that. Like, as you would say, I watched some demos of bro.
Yeah, you're right. I could have made it.
Try again. It's more like, it's so easy. If it's so easy, then come up with another one.
Bro isn't the kind of guy that will do X, Y, Z.
That's good. Yeah.
You know, and that's like, what?
I was watching, bro.
Let's go.
Let's go.
4-1.
Wonder what bro means in Danish. Him. Bro Chacho.
Demka, love the aggression.
Clothesline.
Right back into the guns as well from Imperial, and they are met by resistance outside. An audible fallback, but Demka floats around on the side of the smoke, and they still haven't found Woro. He hasn't made a noise. But they are still cautious of the threats, and he peeks into Henny, who's going to swing with the AK. And we haven't even talked about Henny yet. Yeah, Fallen's good, but Henny's Henny.
I think Fallen's actually better.
Whoa.
Yeah, I think he's actually a better opper. Damn. Yeah, I actually think so.
You're not
but
saying
I'll
all
open the
around-
floor to a discussion.
Okay, the debate is lively.
And I'm actually talking about like the last couple years. So obviously, I mean, Prime versus Prime, Fallen's better. But right before that, I guess, like Henny Furia was the best Henny.
Are they throwing this away? They get aggressive in a 3 versus 3. They lose one in lobby. Imperial are simply holding their horses.
Imperial are very good at slowing things down. That's something that
gives Vinny time to think.
Well, Fallen called the same stuff. They were very, very patient in all their defaults and would do things like this.
Would be an excellent way for them to get back into the game, or at least this early back and forth buy. Oh, SDY just pinned in. There's a Molotov. Henny's going to throw it on his feet. Somdai Young swings, drops bomb, gets a bunch of damage. Oh, and Imperial, they squeeze it. 3v3, they sit in lobby, and Monte, they give it away.
They come for him. Wow. Well, it's a good call. 3v3 is not a one situation with the CT side, so hard to say throw it away exactly, but we have no idea what their troubled minds were thinking about, you know?
Sure.
They're behind us. They're pushing. They're flanking. They're planting. You know what I mean? Who knows what they're thinking? But they had ants in their pants, and Imperial had a flamethrower.
Got to get that checked out. That's not going to work. Phelps thinking he's getting cheeky, but Woro just okay. Thanks, bro. Vinny. Ooh, he's got the recovery, and there's no other set of eyes outside for Monte. Bro decides to pull back from the ramp aggression, and Bolts is going to let him go. Playing as a pack, Imperial setting their eyes on ramp. Somdai Young trading positions with the newcomer of Monte.
Ooh, is he there in time?
He's got the better gun, so he's hoping for a further angle, but
time to
Jota,
die.
instant headshot. AK tears his head off. Vinny sitting inside of the vents with the rest of his team coming down towards the B site. We've got one back site in Bro, but that MP9 is most certainly a limitation.
Yeah, with the time, they can go slowly.
And
so.
Vinny's going to swing that there door.
Yeah.
Catches Bro and closes it. And Monte will be scrambling to get downstairs at this point. Imperial, easy plants, and another tempered pace. No rush.
They're looking very similar to how they used to play, which is, I think, a good sign. Because I think at their best, they were really good at slowing things down. They're really good on the punish game. They're really good at holding nades that they needed for late round situations, like the opposite vent sort of dismantlement that we just saw. I always had a lot of trust in them when things were stringy, when they had low players, low time, like when they played against Cloud9, it was like they were low on everything all the time, but just enough to hit something super clutch.
Sure.
So I like that. I mean, comparing Henny to Fallen, all I'll say is I don't think it's a downgrade. I don't think it's an upgrade, I guess.
Okay.
Yeah, I think for sure you lose a lot in the way of game knowledge. You lose a lot in the way of comms.
Yeah.
You lose a lot in the way of like leadership, 100%. Like Henny is not a caller. No one's ever said that about him. In fact, back on the day on the Immortals, Zach had to stand behind him and calm for him because he said so little as a coach when coaches were allowed to talk.
Wow.
So sort of the opposite of Fallen in that regard. Henny as an individual has become really good, but Fallen has had a renaissance as an individual as well. So it's just got to be a different team. We'll just see how.
Okay.
And I guess it's good, too, that they have Jota, who called for the roster as well for a bit, even if him doing it alone wasn't good enough.
Well, you see, that's the thing. I interviewed Vinny yesterday just in the lobby, quickly asked. I said, Vinny, look at you, in-game leader now. How long you been wanting to do this? And he said, I don't. But sometimes you got to do what's in the best interest of the team. I said, okay, cool. Like, well, who is there a secondary caller, somebody who's helping you? What is the formula? He said, we'll see. You know, so it's like it's open to interpretation and changes. That's the system right now that Imperial are coming into Cologne with. Nice opening kill from Vinny himself. Bro up top, dual Beretters, but he's cleaned out. Now there's only one M4 in play for Monte, and it doesn't seem to be downstairs where we do get this party from Imperial charging headstrong into the bomb site that they've had an affinity for, ending downstairs more often than not and tying this game at 4-all.
Let's go. Very happy to see Imperial not just scrambling and making like massive errors, and I think Monte absolutely keeping it competitive makes it interesting. I'm more curious. I'm just most curious about both teams' T sides, so very excited to see the second half and see what Monte do on the attack. And I wish it wasn't Nuke. I'll say that. I mean, in terms of watching how Boros played, I can't recall how dominant they were with him on T-side Nuke, but if it's I think the lack of aggression will be felt no matter what. I hope that Phelps finds a rhythm because he's actually a pretty big pickup, but I feel like if you didn't watch CS before 2017, you'd be like, why is everyone so excited about Phelps? Like, in the last 3 years, like, what has Phelps really done that sort of has earned him such a huge reputation?
Yep.
And that's because back in the day, which is literally, we're talking 6 years ago, he was insane. He was really, really good. He was supposed to be the next Fur. And he was the first sort of disruption of the SK Luminosity lineup that was like, okay, let's see how far we can get to a major. I think they got semis at 1 with the SK lineup, didn't win, something like that. But since then, literally nothing. Literally nothing to talk about. And if he was a slow-playing player who was just chill and a good anchor, that'd be fine. But he's an aggressive space taker.
Yeah. Maui describing
he's
him
supposed
as the
to be a
crowbar.
star. Yeah.
And that's where he
he's
does
like
his best work, has done his best work.
Yeah.
You notice that Bro looks like JKS?
Oh, yeah, he's got a little bit of Justin energy.
A little savage in him.
A little Owen.
Wilson. Wow.
Wow.
5th round on the line. Nice early success here for the Imperial outing. To double up and ramp early. It's outside with eyes on it. Imperial will indeed be making moves. 3 players base at the silo, 1 up top. We've had some good amount of presence, I think, from Monte around the red box, so I wouldn't blame them for being a little cautious here. But it is also Henny on his own downstairs. Some die young, simply does not die. Some don't die. 1 HP, 1 HP, 10 HP, 6 HP, and always winning these opening duels. Woro spots the fall off, but Phelps instant headshot, takes a dink in return. So it is a softened up Phelps, very even this instance. And this could be a great chance for Bro to show us what he's got.
Yeah, Bolts has made this timing, though. He's not getting chased up the ladder, so this actually should be a huge play from Bolts. They go for the lobby recall, and he doesn't know anyone's below him, so the thing is, they're going to lead everybody upper. He's going to know they were in lobby at this point. Surely he catches this and not get caught off guard, yeah.
Easy.
But are they, you know...
Bomb's still not in position,
The map
though.
should be pretty obvious to the T side at the moment. Like, coming into mini should be the immediate play.
Jota has no reason to rush this.
Yeah.
The smoke blocks off Krasnal's ability to deal anything on site. He hears the M4 spraying. Finishes off Some Die Young. Woof. Caught on the jump. Krasnal's going to get him. And that opens up Krasnal to either just go for a save or double back to the site, but he doesn't want to. Why? You've got frickin' Bolts up in heaven.
Frickin' Bolts about to strike down lightning on ya.
Bolts going nuts.
Thunderbolts.
Sat up in heaven. Comfortable as ever. Imperial. Another one.
That was good. All about Bolts. That's just all the I mean, you get into heaven on T side, GG, or you suck. You know what I mean? You do that and lose, play a different game.
Bro hanging on
That's
for
about
dear
the
life.
best advantage you could ask for. It's usually only in the last, you know, the CT's played well. You get there in the last 20 seconds and maybe it's too late to do anything with it. But if you can get to that part of the map, you're in the money, man. You're about to cash out. Guap.
Skrilla.
Moolah.
Big bucks. And big Bolts coming in with impact. Just that timing, catching off Demka on the fallback. Unraveled the forward play. We get a little tech issue at the moment, but it's already readied up, so don't fret. Don't stress. I want to see the Woro 2K op highlights start. You know, Woro, I think, has a lot of eyes on him, a lot of expectations with his name, and what he's been able to do from time to time. But even back in Paris when they upset versus Navi, that was his best map, best performance. Outside of it, wasn't crazy.
No.
He's not playing like some prodigy.
No. He was good, but yeah, not crazy. He definitely had some maps.
He's just got a reputation, you know? He's notorious.
He's infamous, though.
Yeah. And he did own Simple on that Anubis map.
Oh, yeah.
That is, no one can take that from him.
Nope. That was like our Boston, you know? We'll always have Boston.
Yeah, sure.
He'll always have that
He'll always have
legend
that.
stage match versus
yeah,
Navi.
Yeah. I remember the desk in the pregame brought up the tweets and everything. They set the tone.
Yep.
And Woro set the precedent. But versus other opposition, here tonight versus Imperial, 4-6. And Imperial from lobby to setting eyes outside. Keeping the CTs locked into the A site. We've got one up in the rafters, just in case things get weird on A. Woro sees nothing outside. Main could become a problem, especially with a rafters player. And Woro's not going to be able to slow this down. 25 seconds. Imperial have played with the clock yet again. Krasnal traded. SDY hanging on to his angle, but they are getting ever closer. He welcomes them in, and he goes down with nothing. Bro extends, kills Phelps. He's got Woro to help, and Demka ready to pounce up from vents.
Oh.
But then they push out themselves, and they let this all unravel. It's a push around from Squeaky, but those trades go the way of Vinny.
Woo! Comes down to just a few seconds, but Vinny locks up the clutch. And Imperial have a very good attack on the site. I mean, there's a lot of CTs there in position, but you can see that the way they scaled really dealt with those heaven spots well. They were hiding at all the right times. They were clearing all the right angles. They were letting the CTs only get one with a second T ready to trade instantly at every single juncture. And Vinny does a fantastic job in the end. Literally, that's what happened. Every kill was followed up by a T immediately. No chance to let that tumble onto the CT side. No momentum being built.
Everything reinvested for this one.
This is a very low buy for the, I mean, this is CT side getting a lot of guns, but no utility here. We're down to 1 smoke in a minute 30.
Moro's already lost control of Secret as well. It's Henny versus SDY. Headshot connected.
Oh man, they lose one more player. Like, you're not even gonna get a retake going, so they gotta fight hard on CT.
Krasnal looking for his, and he stops the bomb. Takes damage, but so be it. Phelps is wounded. Henny's wounded. And Monte 4v3. The rumblings of presence downstairs with the door swing. And Phelps decides not to go back to get bombed, not to go through main to chase the kill, but instead he wants to take a heaven play.
Yep.
And if we see anybody post back up on that main door, maybe they forget about this threat.
He's going to come clear this, though. Let's see.
But how much?
Oh, my God. He doesn't clear it that deep. Phelps is so close. He was really looking. Oh, that's noise. That's noise for Phelps to hear that rotation into the upper side. It's his time to go, honestly. They need to make something happen, and he's coming in slowly, but...
Krasnal playing on this side of the box could be a death sentence. Phelps is also going to have to clear straight down.
Yeah, no one's looking at him right now, but...
Phelps makes his play. Demka fully distracted. That's one. Now he clears vents, but we still got Krasnal in the pocket.
Oh!
M4 gets away from him. Yes, it's a fast flank coming around through lobby, but unfortunately, second player is stuck down in vents.
Again, retake comes down to Woro's utility. He still got it, but it's 2v3.
Oh! Nice shot. Bro with that long-range FAMAS. Upgrade to the AK. Does he make the play? He's got Henny exposed, and Henny's headshots are hot. Woro's going to go for the smoke in front of him, takes him out of this 1 versus 2, and Jota has come back from lobby through the hut. Woro getting closer to that bomb. Henny has him on 4 health, and the Glock of all things.
Whatever it takes, man, but that's just good. From Henny to push through that smoke with his teammate attacking at the same time, that's chemistry. They're on the same page.
Guns him down.
Yeah.
Was that just a synchronized chant in the mid-game?
I didn't hear it.
Like, you know when people break, like right before, you know, Cadian does the whole heroic thing? MOUZ did a cheer. I thought that would... Dude, if they have synchronized war cries. They might just
Brazil.
Win. They might just win Cologne.
I've heard all the chants in Brazil, honestly.
Ba-da-ba-ba-ba-ba.
Po. Is it Po?
Po.
Get the melody right.
Yeah.
So...
La 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 vitalite. All these major chants are just burned into my brain forever.
That one's actually from that biking competition that Pimp likes so much.
Nope, it is 100% only Vitality.
Oh, sorry, I mean the Tour de France stole it from Vitality.
Oh, there we go, yes.
Almost got my history wrong.
It's weird they do a Tour de France. I mean, I went to Paris once. That was enough.
It took me so long. I actually had to look at the ceiling for a second.
Just kidding, Paris. You're all right. Smoke's going to fade, and Vinny is going to get his kill. These pistols not getting too crazy active, and Imperial racking up T rounds. On the brink of 8. Phelps. Well, not even needed. Vinny's just tearing heads off.
Imperial are moving nice.
Yeah, nice and smooth, nice and slow. And I think that, you know, this is the kind of pace where a newer in-game leader, I would hope, is nothing too frantic or crazy. There's been a wild moment here and there like this. Demka double deagle, triple, another chance. Oh, God. What could have been, but is in fact another for Imperial.
At least it's money down.
Yeah.
That
Nice
was cute.
Deegs. 3 headshot frags coming off the cannon.
Cannon.
What's that from?
It was a DJ tag.
Okay. But Imperial, it's their 8th. Vinny cruising, baby. Enjoy these.
Blow.
Love it.
Yeah.
I was a little awkward.
It's my turn to leave.
Got stuck on that vent. Set themselves up for a little A hit to inside of the hut with the utility all over. Look at this, full-blown exec, and they're blind. Krasnal holds on.
Where's the T
Phelps.
who's out? Phelps did not look up.
What the hell? Gets backside silo. Not only does the player back silo get away from him, but also that player up in Rafters survives. It took the Heaven guy to come out and
Do they
deal
know
with
what's
it.
on site? Okay, now they do.
And
SDY
he's-
dropped in. There's 3 players right around here. One in the vent. Henny. Okay, he's feeling it now. I mean, the knife's out. Woro's going to switch out. Yeah. Now, Henny's also really good in the clutch. He's having a great game so far. Time down to 45 seconds. There is a walk lower available, but there is no smoke for the plant. So it could be Heaven on his mind at the moment, and hoping if they drop that F Heaven that there's a chance he can just take that better spot.
Yes, and Heaven's also prime for the taking. Oh boy. Henny, what have you mustered here?
Oh, that's a good play, man. There's just a timing there where bro looks, but he looked totally unaware that someone could be coming up the ladder. Henny really wanted to try to find someone in the site. That was not being greedy.
Nope.
If you're new to CS watching that was a super solid attempt. It was pretty unlucky. There are goofy moments. That's not one of them. That was pretty much exactly what he needs to do to like win a 1v3.
To make it all
line up
happen.
2 kills, and bro just, gets nervous for a second. Totally understandable. Could have still died as well.
You gotta laugh, man. You gotta laugh it off. And still Imperial, 8 rounds on a T side of nuke. You're cruising. A couple more still to play out. Phelps is just walking on over, no stress, no problem. There's a gap on the other side of that smoke, but SDY has pulled back, so he gets by Phelps. Not a issue so far. In fact, a great position. It's going to cause the CTs to shell up a little. They'll play inside the building instead.
Astralis beat Liquid again?
What? Really? Damn.
Can't beat this damn team.
2019 PTSD.
Actually, 2019 was one of the only times we ever beat it.
Oh, God.
Let's do it. Anyways.
Holding on here. Krasnal waiting. SDY opens up. That Phelps outside position ends up getting taken away without any effect on Monte. 3 players comfortably kerneled up inside A site. They're chilling. But there's also a big old pack of Imperial men coming right at him. Krasnal, Demka on the floor. SDY up top. SDY from the corner gets the head onto Jota. And the T's could just drop down.
Yeah, they can drop down. They just 3 upstairs. Rotation super slow. Woro has to hit it. He's got to hit it.
Easy. Bomb gets backside and plants. Nade for him. Ooh, it goes down just with a little bit of extra time. But it's a 5v2. It's a 5v2, and they are stuck inside the single door. And so Henny's going to have to do something miraculous.
I know he wasn't open.
Misses his first chance, and it felt like any bullet missed is the death of Henny. That's how this one feels. The squeeze is coming from both sides. He'll drop Demka, but just simply too many enemies. And Monte will sprinkle in a 6th at least.
Nice. They got there fast enough, and Woro just had to hit that one shot. I mean, they still got the plant down, but that made it a 5v2. So there's always that chance you can drop vent, and that's why Squeaky is such an appealing late-game option, late-round option on low numbers. It's also just a great way to hit the site. Lots of T-favored angles. That's why you just see CTs spam smokes on Squeaky from beginning to end of round. It is such an important part, most important part of the map to defend and to keep open for lurks on T side. So 1 more round in the half, but honestly, man, this is what we want to see, I would say. Definitely from Imperial, and unsurprisingly from Monte. Still pretty good, but Imperial, wow, they're pretty good. You know what I mean?
Yeah. They're doing it.
Hello.
Greetings.
That's how it would scream if I was in space. You know what I mean?
Sure. No one can hear you out there. Smoke wall instantly, and they've got bodies crossing. That MAC-10 down secret. Deagle and the bomb up next. Currently no defenders downstairs. Those smokes are about to fade, but SDY is still back in spawn. No one's keeping them honest. Bunch of liars.
Liars.
Yeah. Charlotte. No.
Charlatans?
Yep. No, just Charlottes. They're downstairs, but they don't know if there's anybody here with them. There is now. Bro back sight. Opper's coming down too. Waro making a quick sprint to put the op up. He's not wrong about that peak. But Vinny's not going to give it to him just yet. Vinny also has the bomb, so he's hoping that the single door swing will open up a chance for him to push out. If he dies to the op that's holding him, like that, now the bomb is in the dirt, so the single door players won't open, or no, excuse me, they do. And with it, it is Bro on an easy 2K mowdown. This one just hits the brick wall of the B site. Best B site defense we've seen out of Monte. And it certainly helps that the bomb gets dropped. No simultaneous split coming through from Imperial. So 8 rounds on a T side is definitely something to be proud of, and it's definitely enough to work with in the second half. And they'll try, as they have to close this one out. But Monte, little uptick towards the tail end of the CT half. Bolts is going to tear him up a little, but it's all just padding. 8 rounds for Imperial on the defense.
casually into the site. He's going to fall down again. What is this one from Simple? Are you serious?
Team Liquid have just unlocked the Intel Grand Slam.
Jumping into this third best of one on the B stream, we weren't quite sure what the new Monte would look like. We didn't know if Imperial could survive the departure of Cello and Fallen as they simultaneously play Greyhound over on the mainstream. We're looking at the remnants of that team, two Brazilians squads sizing up their opponents in Cologne, and Imperial, solid T side. They'll get to start this defense with a 1-round advantage. They've done their work, Mohan. It looked smooth. It looked well conformed. Everybody on the same page. And it's for that reason they hold this lead. And now maybe they're going to get a little crazy. Henny's getting aggressive into lobby with players back behind him as Dual Berettas take down 2.
Krasnell, though, bouncing back. It's actually Demka and him that have gotten 4. And now Jota, he's on the roof.
Yeah, he is. And he's hunting. Damn, we're so fixated there by the Dual Berettas at the front. Somehow Krasnell's getting kills.
They know he got... Okay, now they see him.
Yeah. But what's he going to do about it?
He let the bomb go. That's a mistake. He let everyone go now.
Following Demka somewhat. Jota looking at the site. Rafters player. Dead. That's a start, but down to 7 HP. It's that damage right there that should be the end of Jota. And SDY with a nice little angle. So Monte kick it off with a T-side pistol.
Yes, they do. Yes, they do indeed. And so now the door is open. But is it a door that leads to the ocean or to a home? Be careful what you step through. I don't see a window. So what that means is I don't know who's going to win based on that round. But that does mean that, you know, this makes it more likely it's going to be a 16-14 finish.
Another one.
Yes.
Or OT.
And they've been good today. Very good.
Whatever else you need. We got it here at IEM Cologne. First stage of Cologne. The play-in. CZ working around blue. Phelps is looking for a gap, and he's found one.
Look at that huge gap. Massive.
Come on. But the AK is simply better. That's why it costs more. And Henny moves the scout quickly to the CT spawn. Bolts is going to try to press into the same gap. There are 2 left inside garage and 3 on secret. And he flashes. Bolts has it himself. He would have had to flash himself in. So he just tries to peek around dry. Bro has got him, protecting SDY. Monte also taking their sweet time in rounds like these.
And making good use of the map. Which I think, does this result in an upper hit? Because, I mean, they got 2 walking into mini. So bomb's going back through Squeaky. Henny's going to catch across. Kind of too hard to stop with just a scout. You would think.
He was tagged. That one was tagged.
Now they go lower. Now
that's
they go
the free
lower.
one.
They can avoid that entirely.
Careful, bro. Ooh, careful what you ask for. Vinny kills Waro 2K. That's the
Wait, the
top
bomb
event.
is not getting planted. Okay, the
Bro
bomb's
is still in the
planted.
open and dies, but it's a 3v2.
Yes, it is.
Henny's almost dead. And Jota is indeed down. So they know it's a bomb planted, a player deep ramp. The position should be known, but the shots are just still trickling in for Monte. So much so that Henny will go save the AK. Listen, they made him sweat a little.
Yeah, it was sweaty.
A little sketchy.
Wasn't a free situation.
But they do indeed get their 9th. We got Monte in the lead. Early T-side success.
Who are you feeling like? Who are you leaning towards?
I'm feeling like Connor. Usually do most days.
You feeling like Connor with an E?
Yep, ER.
ER. Donkey.
And, yeah, I don't know. I think this game's pretty 50-50.
50-50. I'm feeling 50-50 as well.
It's not clear. It's really not clear at all. It's just that uncertainty of the Monte T side without Boros to just walk in an entry. You know, SDY in the pregame said that there's more structure now. And for that reason, this may be the better team. And he can say that all he wants, but he's got to prove it. The team has to prove it. That's what I'm waiting for.
But yeah, team slows down. That's sort of what that implies.
And that last slow round did work out. Of course, they had the advantage the whole time. And yes, they lost a couple players outside.
It was sketchy. It was sketchy.
But it was also more structured. For better or for worse. AK on Henny, the only threat. And of course, the X-27.
Is that what the Zeus is called?
Mm-hmm. The X-27.
Is that the Twitter rebrand?
See? Do you see?
Don't give Elon ideas.
That's the name of his 4th child. Still nothing shown here. Monte taking their sweet time, but they've got the util and the gun advantage, so they can.
Feet.
And Boltz's legs have been spotted. Zeus is up. Oh! And the bomb
it matters.
gets dropped.
It matters.
All of a sudden, though, the unraveling of the A site still unfolds to the favor of Monte. P250 on Joda. He'll get a little more damage in. He's got players down beneath him. He's done. He's doomed. He's cooked, toasted, boiled. And Monte, 10-8 lead.
Good enough conversions.
I hear Australians screaming down there.
Yeah, let's see what Greyhound are up to
going on
here. Let's take a look.
What the hell is going on downstairs?
Well, they're losing by 1 round, but the comeback is greater than the setback.
And the setback originally was 8 terrorist round wins for Imperial. Monte, 3 straight. See if weapons change the tail here.
Man, how'd that do no damage back?
I
I'd just like to ask.
Don't ask.
My fault.
Got some spam back and forth. Sizing each other up. Game's been a slow burn. That's fine. No problems here on the smokes, but Phelps.
Wow! SDY does not die.
Every time. Every single time. Waro 2K is going to catch the headshot. Things are going well here for Monte as they didn't lose their IGL. And they get the opening pick. Vinny hanging on for dear life. Bro doubles back to the rooftops. He's not alone. He's giving Krasnal some utility, keeping the bomb for himself. That Molotov destined for the A execute. And it could very well make Vinny uncomfortable. Phelps having a hard time. Bolt's right there with him. Vinny falls off the rafters, gets a little bit closer. Frag grenade will chip away at Bro.
Chunky.
Flash comes back. Vinny's looking to make an active move, but we've actually got a little ramp play coming out of Monte, and it's been left open.
Oh, no rotations?
Nope. And
Not at
Krasnal.
all. Oh my god. Okay, no, there is one. There's one.
Krasnal doubles back. We've got 7 seconds.
Oh!
Covers there. Nicely played from Monte.
Yep.
Everybody in position. The double doors threat was another possibility. But in this case, it's smooth sailing down the ramp into B with 5 alive, and this T side is looking structured.
And if you don't kill SDY, he kills another one.
Mm-hmm. He has survived opening duels on 1 HP, 1 HP, 10 HP, 6 HP, 2 HP. Gotten kills with them.
You got to kill him for sure.
Says some die young, but not me.
Not in like a Matt Damon, like Jason Bourne kind of way. You know?
No, I don't actually.
Not in like not in like a Jason Statham kind of way.
You're
not in like a Keanu Reeves kind of way.
You're making it worse.
I'm trying to come through with examples of ways to not kill him. Got to do it in like a Gandalf kind of way.
Ah, okay, I got
like
you.
for real.
For real. Dumka getting rowdy. Deserved, as this is a Monte that not everybody has faith in. Some think that What did Maui say? One of the worst downgrades of the offseason.
Yeah.
Those were the words out of his mouth, not mine.
I mean, just because bro has some of the same letters, you know.
Monte making moves, and Imperial don't have money to move. Pistols armored, sure enough. Sat in the corners of the A site, welcoming another exec. Monte gonna take their sweet, sweet time. MP9 down in the secret stairs, and Phelps' spam connects, but as he plays around the smoke, Demka gets the better angle.
A triangulation. Hit him with the battleship spam.
Still waiting while smoked.
Coordinates detected. Oh, there it is again.
Dude, that internal timing. It clicks.
And now they can attack Squeaky, you know, more properly.
And they flush him off as SDY is wrapping around from main. Vinny's 5-7 takes 1 and 2. Solid shooting from the sidearm. Not nearly enough, however, to keep Monte out of this A site, to keep them away from 12 rounds, from keeping them in what is currently a 5-round streak on a flawless T side.
And 3 rounds at the end of the first half.
Now 8 straight. My God, SDY wasn't lying. The T side looks good.
It does look good. It does look good. Can't lie, though. Not always surprised to see Imperial struggle on CT.
Okay.
But just more curious as to how they look so similar. Like, they've just maintained their structure from before, which is, I think, pretty impressive, because they've had 2 big, pretty, you know, massive roster moves in the sense of having Henny switching IGL, actually 3 different things, you know? So, 4-round lead here for Monte. I think they actually just, you know, continue to keep it slow in the defaults, because Imperial are sort of coming apart at the seams at the moment. Slowly.
Yeah, it's no implosion. Just a slow squeeze, like a boa constrictor.
Yeah.
Imperial's eyes starting to bulge out of their head. Turning blue, they're turning blue! And Bolts is trying to hold on, but I mean,
SDY,
Demka could pop
you
out.
can't kill him.
The gun's empty. Bolts has to reload. Demka pops out. Joda off heaven, attempts it.
Moro.
But I mean, it's just a total blast.
Shout out to the tempo change right there. That rush upper, oh my God.
Blast straight into the A site, completely
Listen,
shreds him.
You can't pretend you didn't shoot all your bullets, you know? So when that spam comes through and they start running through, you have to be ready for that possibility.
You're right. I mean, say what you will about Counter-Strike pros, most of them can count to 20. And so when that A1S spams its entire mag, it's a death sentence. A death sentence that gives Monte another round that puts them on a 13-8 lead and could very well send Imperial down to an elimination best of 3. They're not even putting up a fight because they can't kill Some Die Young.
They can't kill Some Die. They just put so much spam down to hit him in the back line for so. Oh my God, are they going to save any guns here?
They're trying. Phelps holding on.
Okay, I think they've defended.
Yeah.
That's good.
2 saved. Silver linings is all really Imperial are earning at the moment. Rebuy looks good.
But it's good calls from SDY this half. Slow play, see how we're doing. Into very strong upper attack, truster entries, punish the early CT, spam back. As soon as they got comfortable, never let them know your next move.
Yep. Keep them guessing. Dancing with them. Outclassing them. Zach coming through with a little bit of impact here.
Monte coach doesn't even have to stand up yet. That's how chill it is here.
Really does remind me of JKS. Weird. You know, JL looking like Zeus. Just saying.
New generation.
I heard that they were cloning some of the best players out there. I just didn't think I'd see them so soon. Not this time, Waro. 6 straight on this T side. Phelps got to step it up. Bolt's got to step it up. Imperial have to start holding back Monte. Jota, oh, he comes back.
Pretty massive pressure, man. Jota wants to fight for the ramp.
Good job by Bro.
There's no one to help him, so he's got to fall down. And that's Henny spotted outside. They could take over. They can take over a lot right now if they want to. I think this default's working out pretty nicely. Demka, great clear, but Bolts wins.
Yep. He knew he was in there. Bolts having jumped over, made a ton of sound.
Jota to rotate down lower.
Only player here. We've got a second one coming. Phelps is sprinting down from Secret. Smoke grenades on the entrances. Molotov in the corner. Doors are open. That's still the gap and a perfectly timed peek from Jota, but Waro's got that trade frag. And while Window's still smoked, albeit with a gap. Oh my God.
Goodness
Almost
gracious.
the quick scope.
Yeah.
Henny comes through with the op kill elsewhere. Krasnell's got 2 around him, and he knows it, but look at this. Fires off, kills Phelps. Falls victim, though, to the Bolts creep back sights, and so finally, eventually, Imperial put up a CT round win.
Yeah, they fall on their feet. I think that was still a good round for Monte overall. I like their, I like the angles that they took control of, and some of the fights they looked for. I would have probably signed up for the same ones again, I guess is a good way to put it. So I don't mind their approaches, but equally important that simply Imperial held their ground in all these different engagements. So it's a drop in the bucket for Imperial. It's a round Monte can afford to lose. Imperial know the job isn't finished. They've got to win this round, maybe the next, to even just get an eco.
Oh, Vinny, love it. Drops
Oh,
down
hell yeah.
right in. They think that they can just get aggressive on A. It's going to take a massive puncture from Hut, and Bro hits the second.
Broros. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I feel you. Krasnell's going to come back from Squeaky.
Oh!
Deletes Jota.
Damn, they just said
3v5. They lost the bomb in the process. That's kind of weird.
that is weird. But they're
He
just
grabs another smoke, and they just put one up on main, plus the Heaven player still sitting outside.
Re-smoke.
I mean, there is a reset economically looming over the heads of Imperial. Phelps tries to get fancy.
And they can't even attempt this really, right? It's kind
No.
of hard, so.
3v5. There it is. There's Bro. Because if you're aggressive on a T side and you're Monte, you've been leaning on Boros for months. Who steps up in this 3v5? His
Bro.
replacement. Bro shows he's got a little in him. Can't spell Boros without Bro.
That's the new line.
2 kills out of Hut. 3v5 to keep Imperial on a single stagnant round win. 2 players surviving is very critical here for the CTs. Monte 2 rounds away from victory in this best of 1. Their money's fine. They can afford these deaths, no issue. It's the CTs that keep 2 up.
Demka getting loud. Demka getting very loud. And the Imperial playbook, definitely a little flimsy here as defenders. I'm not feeling a lot of confidence on this side of the map. I love the play that Vinny made. I mean, that was great. But Monte have multiple capable entry fraggers right now. Waro, Demka, Bro in this last round.
This one's got to be clean. Boop. Boop.
Right on the nose. That's tough. Vinny, how much more can you do?
Right. Great drop off of
He
Hut.
didn't have much. He didn't have much in the way of ammo either after those first 2 kills. But his teammate died. Let the floodgates open.
Yes, sir. Poor Vinny. A victim of Bro's success.
No, they could read this as a low buy and actually rush upper again. So we'll see. Demka, yeah, they will. Oh, it's a great call. Wow.
Demka's flying.
Oh,
main player
the
blind.
bomb dropped on this play, but there's a T lurking up. Oh my God, take that fight, Demka.
Hold on. He wants to milk the moment. Downstairs, they pick one up.
Oh,
Demka's now missed his chance to kill the main player, but I mean, he could come back.
Yeah, I think he should have just taken that fight, but I guess he'll still have another chance.
And because he's on high alert and Phelps falls victim to it, it still seems to be working out.
Yeah. It's actually sort of pressed to another safe situation. Vinny's going to be peering in from heaven, but nope. Molly comes down, and you're going to wait this out. There was even a chance in your mind that it went lower, and that's not the case anymore. So Monte 15, that's actually a Furia play that they did. They drop vent with Art pushing through the squeaky smoke so that if you spam the vent, that the guy who pushes through can kill your upper guys while they're defending. So in the future, it forces you to stop spamming the squeaky smoke on those attacks, unless you double up inside of Mini. But, wow. Using their own play against Vinny's former roster.
Rude.
Rude. And smart.
Very nice to see Demka picking up slack as well, right? They lose a little punch on the T-side entries. And while Bro may have pulled it back in that 3v5, it is Demka who's top fragging and letting them know. 23 and 13.
Doing great.
As he did at the biggest event of their careers. The last major had his name stamped across it in the first stage.
It's been getting better and better, as you said.
Yes.
This has been an abysmal CT side from Imperial.
Oof. Tough to watch, but still going. Bro's going to try to speed it up around main. Oh, down into Phelps.
And he was scoped.
Yeah, right. You've got an AUG and somebody flies at you like that. Meanwhile, Sumdai Young just finishes him through the hut spam, I believe. Frag grenade comes out. Demka peeking down, gets dinked up. Poor guy just pulled in two directions. Maybe Imperial aren't done fighting just yet. They've already pulled off a 3v5, Monty. 3v4, one step easier.
Well, they know one's down vent, one's opposite vent. So SDY taking some liberties outside. Henny unknown, but he's been sort of camping inside of ramp, waiting for something to come in his direction. If they set up a boost, this could be a good way to pull off the attack. But Henny, of course, he's been known to hit a hard flick. We'll see how good the clear would be. SDY, does he try to get into literally ramp? That's an interesting sort of itinerary for him to try to muster up. That's not easy.
Joda should.
Oh my God, wait a second. If this even turns the attention of the CT for 1 second.
Then the push is coming out a trophy.
Yeah, but okay, even right now. Wait, they're going to go back upper?
And he's not moved yet.
Wait, 20 seconds. They have to commit upper, and SDY's got to go up heaven. That's it.
Then Vinny's standing up in the open, bolts his back sight yet again. He'll be exposed to the hut peak when it comes in an instant, and he gets offed. Oh, but Vinny up on a pedestal, delivered to Waro 2K. They already lost the 3v5, and now to close this game, Monte, a 3v4. Sumdai Young unravels it with the kill on Joda in heaven. And then, I mean, the rest of the A players just can't move. They are stuck in position. Henny, who is top fragging for this Imperial team, is looking to keep him alive. Bomb nearing that halfway point. And Waro 2K has found a moment to put his name in this best of one. Smoke to try and get him out. Bomb is planted close. The time is simply not here for Henny. He is desperate. And Monte sit on top of this bomb site. It was a close first half, and Imperial seemed like they had done enough, but at the end of the day, it is a phenomenal T-side coming out of Monte, showing that even without Boros, they've still got it.
They look legit, and definitely talking to them, they're like, let's see what happens. We don't really know, and I think that might have been fair. I mean, just being humble about the fact they made a difficult roster move. Even if they feel good about their team, their identity has shifted a lot, which is a big duty for SDY to try to figure out how to deal with, and he's done a great job. The calling looks fantastic. The T-side looked fantastic. Imperial were a tough team in the first half. Very much a pushover in the second half, but largely because, honestly, they had all the right moves. Monte were doing all the right plays, basically, to make that as hard as possible to defend against. I have no idea what that would look like versus a more sort of seasoned, efficient, new team at the higher level. But now they're sort of set up for our expectations to be higher when that day comes.
Yep. And I think it bodes very well that Bro gets one of these big impactful moments. Didn't see, you know, these glaring mistakes from a player who is maybe suffering from inexperience. And it's very cool in my mind to see Demka taking it into his own hands. Obviously, losing a guy like Boros just adds a burden and pressure to the other pieces. And if Waro 2K is not going to be your top fragger every day, someone's got to do it. Today, that was Demka. Clean, easy calls from Sumdai Young. And unfortunately, that second half just did not have the competitive essence of the first 15.
Yeah.
Shox is ready, though, standing on the sidelines with yet another winner's interview.
Thank you so much. Indeed, I'm here with Bro, who had a very good match, I want to say, especially on the T side, and that's where most questions were in terms of this roster change for Monte. So how do you feel about your T side and about the match overall?
I mean, I didn't play Nuke for the past 10 months in my previous team, so it was quite difficult and quite mind-boggling to go in this new map and play a T side that I haven't been playing, and new positions as well. But I'm actually surprised that it went that well.
I mean, when you say that Nuke, you know, can be such a difficult map, as you say, especially when you don't have to practice with this team. So what was the key then? Was it SDY's calling? Was it the whole team working together and making sure that they could help you out to make it work? Or what do you think it was?
I mean, overall, I think it was the atmosphere that made it easier for me to feel comfortable and also just being able to focus on my job only. And yeah, that's it. That's it.
I heard from SDY earlier that you didn't necessarily have that much or that effective practice coming in here, so this must be a good confidence boost. What are your expectations for what you want to show personally at this tournament?
For sure, I want to show that I'll be able to compete at this level because I feel like I can. It's just about me getting the right experience and getting the good games in and getting comfortable in this environment with cameras and stuff. So overall, I'm excited for this.
Well, I think you're doing great in front of the camera right now, so congratulations and good luck. We're going to take a quick break and we'll be right back with the analysis.
Welcome back to the Intel Extreme Masters Cologne, where Monte have answered the question of who'd we lose? We gained Bro. We gained Bro, and they gained a map win here, and they got DemQQ stepping up in a big way. Monte over top of Imperial.
Yeah, bro. That was pretty cool, I'll have to say. Okay, jokes aside. Here's the thing. Here's what was surprising me the most. It wasn't the CT sides where they were showing a lot of the strengths. It was the T sides. Both the teams being very calm, very composed. You look at the first half, I really like what I saw from Vinny. I like what I was seeing from the side of Imperial, where they were calm. Even though they lost a couple of rounds here and there, they were really not looking too frazzled, slowed things down, punish Monte for going for information plays, and Monte looked a little lost. You switch over to this on the second half, then Samdai Young, great calling, slows things down, and he addressed one thing we questioned, like if someone has to go and try to take space. He wasn't flashy, he wasn't as, cool looking as Boros, but Samdai Young, that creepy crawler just going outside, finding those important picks and calling while that's happening, I think he did his job, and that was a great comeback.
For SCY, this to me shows growth, that he actually was able to back up what he said in the pregame interview about them being able to add structure. I, for one, wasn't sure if I was going to be able to believe that based off of the results in the server today, and now I have to, because the mid-rounding was very strong from him and the rest of Monte. The fact that they were able to play those 4v4 situations and actually put Imperial in some pretty bad situations where they didn't know how they wanted to rotate next or gain information next, it showed that there was that level of depth behind their game that he so talked about.
There's also a guy who's a little bit critical for them. He's our Air Force Aim High MVP here. I'm talking about Demka, of course. And not only was he showing up in the server, but between the rounds, I want a stat here that's just rounds shouted after. He was letting them know.
Listen, everyone's being very feisty here. It's a LAN environment, right? It's in the studio. Everyone's kind of like hyped their teams up. But if we had like, a meter to judge how loud someone has been thus far, I think Demka might be top 3 for the day, and that includes 2 Brazilian teams playing as well. So that's quite impressive.
He silenced this one. Silenced this one pretty darn well, didn't he?
He was clean.
He blew the roof off this place with his play. Yeah, I mean, the thing with Demka. Thank you.
Up for another one.
Thank you, Mike. Demka. With Demka, is that he was never really too much of a star, I would say, for Monte. He was kind of like their 4th star before. So if he's able to actually pick up where Boros left off as being a high fragging entry, or not, he wasn't really entry, he was kind of like 2nd, 3rd in a lot of the time, then I think that this actually just kind of shows the depth that Monte has even more, because hey, if he was able to succeed here, then who knows? But I'm just going to say it's just an Imperial team that's just putting things together, too.
I do also think, actually, this harkens back to SDY's point early on about, like, Boros is a particular kind of player, right? My understanding is a lot of times that kind of gave him, like, one idea at the beginning of the map, and it's like, Boros, do your thing. Kill a bunch of people. Yeah. Like, we're going to pick up the pieces from whatever, you get a 3K, we'll figure out the rest of the round.
Yeah, he did. But I do want to touch upon one thing Bro mentioned in the interview, where he was like, I come into this team, the environment's really nice, and I go all the way back to an interview Samdai Young gave before the major, where it was like, the thing we have going in this team is that we're all very chill. It's very non-toxic. We're very, very comfortable. It seemed like a bit of a jab towards Na'Vi when Samdai Young was playing over there, it felt like.
Yeah.
But I'm just going to, as a throwback, I'm like, all right, there is that one thing going for them, which probably helped Bro feel a little uncomfortable, despite the fact that he had a very, very quiet first half.
He gave a lot of credit to his team, and we'll see if that can carry them on further. But for now, it's time for us to take a break before we get into our last best of 1, but not our last match of the day.
What is that reaction? Yeah, right. This would be an ace clutch from Poland.
Oh my! Oh boy!
FaZe Clan, the champions of ESL Pro League.
Poland's here.
Oh my god! Girl, are you gonna be kidding me?
What a map! What a map!
Welcome back to the Intel Extreme Masters Cologne, where our last two debut teams of the day are getting ready to go. It's Apeks stepping out of the van, and Big will follow behind them. Apeks versus Bigs, and this is kind of a banger for us to wrap up our opening matches of the day.
Listen,
Really? Are you excited about it, Blah?
I'm not really. And I'll tell you what. I'm going to tell you what. I'm going to tell you what. Screw you, Mike. Just stop peddling false information here, right? But Maui, for me, here's the thing. Big. When are we going to see them in a big event where they have their full lineup for a change? It's been a year and a half, and they've had about 12 iterations, someone coming in, someone going out. This is basically the big academy team where they couldn't field Mantu, so they have Sensei playing in. They don't even have Gobby standing behind them, so Mike, no. I'm disappointed.
It's a bit of an unfortunate situation that Big are working through here, given that they actually qualified for this event through the ESL Meisterschaft event with their Big Academy roster. And so I think that's more or less because that's the reason why they have to field Sensei, because he's on the Big Academy team.
Because you need a core of the 3 guys.
Yeah, you need a minimum amount of players from that team.
And that is so unfortunate because the one player on the side of Big who looked good in Blast was Mantu, the one shining light.
Crimbo looked really good.
Crimbo looked pretty decent,
Crimbo was good too, but yeah, Monte was hard carrying.
Tapson's still struggling.
Yep.
It's a big question mark, no pun intended.
A big one, if we will. But I'm going to turn it over to the other side because I think that one's a roster to be excited for. Apeks obviously had a killer season last season. Great run at the Major. Blew us away with what they managed to accomplish, right? Really took the world by storm, if you will. And while they did lose a player, they lost JL over towards Navi. I honestly think with the replacement they've brought in, it's a pretty solid fit. We're talking about Kakanito coming in. He was Kicksun's teammate over in that Blue Jays roster. They played together for a long time. Now they're reunited here on Apeks.
Right, and we also recently were able to see Kakanito playing for ATK at ESL Pro League, where he was a fantastic standout for them. On top of that, I do think that JL is going to be tough to match up with. I think that the style that JL played for this Apeks team is one that Kakanito probably doesn't just quite play as fast as he does, and I think that on CT side, Kakanito might have a little bit of growing to do, because I've actually watched some of Kakanito's demos lately as well, and one thing that I get kind of frustrated with about this guy is that so frequently, if he doesn't know what to do, he'll just swing. And that's sometimes not what you want to do against Tier 1 opposition. That being said, Kakanito is an exciting prospect because from talking to Cuban, actually, because we shared a little bit of a van ride together, he thinks that Kakanito is actually right now making mistakes, but getting away with a lot of mistakes. So that stands to, that really tells you that the mechanics on this guy are nothing to mess with.
Oh, absolutely. But again, at the same time, we got to look at the opposition he was playing against, right, earlier on in like Blue Jays, when he was playing with ATK. That allowed him to get away with his mistakes, which is not going to be the case here. However, for the side of Apeks, some of the guys you're seeing on the screen over here, right, we've seen a resurgence of Knock, we've seen Jacob being an absolute rock as well, and even after the major, they were grinding it out, winning a couple of events as well online, so they're looking good overall.
Weirdly, one of my biggest question marks for this Apeks roster, rather, isn't Kakanito. It's Stiko. Stiko stepped up his individual performance in a big way for their best performance at the major. If he can do that consistently, he doesn't need to be, you know, dropping a 1.25 rating. If he's doing a 1.0 rating, this is a pretty solid team across the board.
I mean, they are a very solid team across the board, right? And which is why, even though, yes, losing JL is a big hit, unlike a lot of other teams where they're super reliant on that one-star play. We were speaking about Boros just an hour ago about how much of a hit Monte took because of that. I don't really think they're going to be taking too much of a hit. Also, Kakanito, as we pointed out as well, that he is someone with a lot of promise, and he's got a lot of veterans with a lot of experience behind him to really prop him up.
Now, looking at the other side of the coin, back into the big, I'll let you guys dive into this one. German team, German event. I mean, this is the premier event for Big as an organization. So, yes, maybe they can't field their full team. Yes, maybe it's the academy team that qualified in here. Look, Fnatic's changes were also interesting. But what we need to know is Big going to have that fire right now, right? Because this is, if you are Big as an organization, if you are a German team in Counter-Strike, this is the be-all and end-all most important event on your calendar every damn year.
This is their Super Bowl, Mike. This is what they get up in the morning for, to actually make a dent in Cologne. It's going to be tough for them. It does feel like there are some growing pains going on with Big right now. The fact that they've switched from Tabson as the in-game leader now to Sin, and the fact that they've actually switched to English to speak as their primary language when they're playing with Monte. Now that they're playing with Sensei, I think they can switch back to German if they want to, but then it's almost like, are you discarding that progress? Are you just focusing on this event? There's so many different directions you can go with right now for Big on what you're actually trying to accomplish here at Cologne. You know they're trying to win, but it's with so many different caveats.
Well, we do have a little bit of a listen-in from the guy who's standing in from Sensei. Shock's caught up with him.
I'm here with Sensei, who is playing for Big, and what a situation it's been with Big coming to Cologne. A lot of changes, and you now stepping in as well. Feels like it's more Big Academy than it is Big. Does that make things a little bit more comfortable for you?
Yeah, it kind of does, since I played with Sin and Prozus before in the Academy team, and the spot we gained for IEM Cologne was from the Academy team. And since the rules are that you need 60% of a lineup, I'm here to play. But I'll obviously give my best and look what we can achieve.
Definitely so. Always nice looking at Big in Cologne specifically. Now, when it comes to you, the last time you've played in a LAN environment like this, I believe, was back in the RMR for the major in Antwerp. That was in Bucharest for Sangal. So that's like a long time ago. How different are you, and how much confidence do you have to play in this LAN environment again?
I would say back in Bucharest at the RMR, I was pretty unexperienced. But nowadays, I think when I joined Big Academy, I gained really much experience, worked hard with the coaches, with Gob, with Tugux, and I think I'm pretty confident, to be honest, and I think we achieved really, really far in this tournament.
I'd love to see it. Now you're up versus Apeks in the first one. Best of ones, dangerous. Apeks also dangerous. How do you feel about this matchup?
I think that we shouldn't underestimate them, but like honestly, you should never overestimate your enemy, because that's where stuff gets, like, how should I say, dangerous. And I think we're pretty confident, and I think we get this win home.
Lovely. Thank you so much. Good luck.
Dangerous indeed, perhaps. It's going to be danger on the other side of the server, but, I mean, he seemed pretty level in that interview, to be honest. I mean, this is a huge step up in competition in terms of what he's ever faced, and Sensei excited to show what he can do.
He's been around for a while. As Effia mentioned earlier as well, the fact that he did play in the Antwerp RMR like over a year ago. So he's been someone who's been around the block. Mirage going to be the map, kind of middle of the pack map, so to speak here, Maui. And for the side of Big, I just want to add on a little bit to what you mentioned earlier as well. I still feel, yes, they're still finding their path. They're not even halfway through. I think like 20% of the way right now. I believe Gobby is still sharing calling duties, even though they want Sin to be the primary caller eventually. So a lot of questions here, Mike. I don't think we're going to be finding an answer anytime soon.
One answer I got for you.
Tell me.
It is Apeks all day. This is Apeks all day.
Apeks
I got Apeks in this one.
Day.
Yeah. The player and the team. Let's go.
The player and the team. Zero concern here. Apeks going to be taking it. They say we'll see if they got egg in their face when we come back. But for now, it's over to our casters, Scrawny and Anders. Take it away.
Yeah! Thank you, Darth Mike. Thank you, Maui Steak. Thank you, Bleh. Thank you, everybody, for watching Cologne all day long. Only the first day of the first stage, may I add. But we've got Apeks and we've got Big, and it's not the Big you've come to love in the last week or so. No Monte, but we do have Sensei. I like the confidence in the interview, man. Listen,
he seems like a very straight shooter, very
shooter
honest guy.
Yeah.
And at the same time, if you want to read it like that, very actually confident. Cool. So let's see if it translates.
And again, more experience with these individuals than what Monte had. He had played alongside them in the Academy League. Good digging as well there from Effia to go figure out his last LAN performance was for the Antwerp Major Cycle, talking about a long time ago. And time to find out what Sensei can offer after having added all that time. Speaking of time, we're going to take this pistol slow.
Tiptoeing around. Big at Cologne. Peanut butter and jelly.
Counter-Strike and Chads. They all just go together. Got that double smoke, triple flashbang ready for the exec. Apeks, the betting odd favorites. Understandable, I would say. Obviously, Monte looked great last week. Big shoes to fill. Made the most of his showing. Jacob looking to hold them back inside of the palace. He will.
Oh, that was nice.
Couple tippity taps flash in his eyes. Sensei guns him down, stuck on the stairs. We got Stiko pressing over top of the tickets. Traded back by Sin. Man advantage held on to here by Apeks. They do indeed come out from connector. Their third falls back into their spawn. Kixan connects to the head of the fresh face for Big. Smothered inside of the bomb site, Launders.
We
Easy
loved-
pick up for the pistol.
Yeah, we love Kixan at Paris. I think he showed that he was a very good IGL. I think he got the best out of Knock, which was very nice. And Knock is somebody we want to see even more from. But Apeks losing JL, getting Coconito, I think that's somebody who it was hard to replace, but at the same time, JL didn't have like the best major overall. I think he really stole the hearts of the fans more so than like kind of showing how good he was as a player. And I think he's been a very good move for Na'Vi at the same time. So this might be one of those moves that benefits both rosters. But definitely some good scouting on the part of Apeks.
For sure. I mean, he did his role fantastically. But it's not like Apeks lost their stars, per se. They've still got Knock. They still got Jacob. This feels like a team that can definitely build, of all the moving pieces, right? And it's nice to see that Monte even come in with a new piece and still find success, because that's one where they did lose their star. So everybody looking to build off what they did at the last major cycle, at least in terms of Monte, Apeks, Gamer Legion, etc. This one seems doable. Quadruple Desert Eagle setup, of course, coming out of big here as they save the majority of their money. They'll be headhunting. They'll take their sweet time. Time is a blessing, after all. It's a limited resource, in fact, like water, rare earth minerals, and kills. Only 5 allowed each round. Coconito picks up the first one. Jacob's going to hold off block Con. See, look, you get the ball rolling, and then the ball gets popped. Jacob taps away.
Talk to him.
See ya.
Love that pistol. Love the second round of Jacob. Loving what we're seeing out of Jacob.
The reinvention of Jacob is not something I was expecting in 2023.
You know what? He was even like carrying on Renegades, though. So it's sort of like he was never talked about as the best player, but he kind of was, actually, even back then in North America for some time.
Well, why didn't we talk about him?
He wasn't Australian.
Yeah, okay, fair.
It was just racism.
Yeah. Those Norwegians, man, they get it
can't
rough.
admit that the only good team in Australia is getting carried by a Norwegian. Even though we loved them.
Of course.
I said we because I'm Australia.
Jacob coming through, dude. A buddy's 8-1. Okay, that's a hell of a start. Sensei able to catch a frag from inside of the apartments, and Sin splitting up the catwalk. Kixan's got only just this MP9, and at that distance, it's an easy kill only because Sin's on 20 HP. They know where they're at. And Kixan gets a little hyperactive, jumps around the corner. Frag softens up Process. Now, 3 of the 4 players alive are lit.
Nice, Sin.
And Jacob's down. Stiko's got a good health advantage.
Oh, very nice, Sin. Love that reposition. Get loud, taps in.
Yeah!
How bad do you want it? Everyone on Fanatics looking at him right now. Down there.
Love it.
Staring over.
Come on. This is big in Cologne. This is their home turf. Given this opportunity, of course, due to the success of Big Academy. That's a story I think that if you're not aware, you need to know. Big Academy qualified for Cologne through the Meisterschaft. Big decided to throw their main roster into the mix. That's why Sensei's replacing Monte. Knock right back into the kill feed. That jubilation that Tabson had was nothing but temporary. Process will catch Kixan top middle. Looks like Big are going to come chasing him again, and Sin's individuals are sharp. He finds Coconito trying to get back up in through connector. 3v3.
Let's go, Sin. I mean, listen, he provided cover on Central HP. Oh, no! Crimbo! Oh, no. That was the A site. That was the A site to be taken, but now it's Jacob to get an upgrade. An A site protected. No rotations needed. Oh, my God. He did it with a 5-7 Process, low HP. Sin 45. Round is totally different now.
Oh, no. Oh, no, indeed.
Jacob is gaming right now.
Good. That's what he's paid to do.
Like that classic Danny DeVito tweet.
He just got popped. He's not gaming anymore
Yeah,
now, is he?
Sin is gaming too, actually.
Sin's coming through with some critical headshots these last 2 rounds. Knock has slid into the middle of...
Oh, Sin, keep going, son.
No way. Did they make the right
But
decision?
they're not going to go B now.
Nah. You just got the win. Or are
They're
they?
going to go B now?
Oh, Stiko, come on, brother.
They think he's market?
They're both lit. They're both low.
Oh!
Yeah! Stiko from the corner.
Oh, they just had to clear him.
Hits him with a little style.
You know what? It wasn't guaranteed, though. They went B. They were low HP. They shouldn't have done that.
Sprinkles in the Stiko.
I guess they thought, well, if he was B, he would have pushed. If he was get right, he would have pushed off. Nope.
God, he waited.
He
Stiko
waited.
waited.
He's patient.
You know, that's because Stiko has years of experience.
Yes, he's
Stiko
been
is
waiting
a
around for this opportunity.
Blooded killer.
He's been waiting since 2016 to make this play.
My guy. Tactical timeout coming out of big in response to that. Again, though, I'm looking at 2 things. I'm looking at Jacob absolutely smoking noobs over towards that A site / connector. Very critical position on Mirage. Very strong start from him. And then I'm looking over at Sin, who's ripping off heads right now.
Crazy T-side plays out of Sin.
So between the 2 of them, we got fireworks in the first 4 rounds.
So, wait, what happened to Hyped?
What did happen to Hyped?
Is he not on the Academy roster anymore?
You only have to keep 3 of the players, and I believe Sin and Process were already 2 of them.
I
and
know,
then they
but
took
Sensei, yeah, but why wouldn't you take Hyped? That's your opera to replace Monte.
Maybe Sensei is now the offer for Big Academy.
Wow.
I don't know what happened to
Hyped, dude. Hyped was actually good on the main lineup. I mean, we casted Big Open Academy as well. He's
still on Big Academy.
Man, what the hell happened?
I don't know.
I don't know.
Go ask him.
He had good-ass stats, good-ass opera, was good on the main lineup, and yeah, so he must smell bad.
Happens.
You know.
Just gamer problems. Jacob looking to peel a player off middle. He's coming at this from a different angle. Has been consistently in connector or on stairs.
Yeah, he's playing cat now.
Little boost. Ooh, see your fingers. Gonna blast off your elbows.
You're not gonna.
But then Jacob.
Oh, they're everywhere.
He's on catwalk, ready for that. So little damage in mid window. Kakanito's got to be careful. Doesn't want to die here. Great round, of course, for Apeks to just make money, keep players up and running. 2 North Macedonians on this roster.
Crazy. That's both of them. You know what I mean?
that's the whole player base. Whole player base. I feel like that's got to be, Kixen having his weight thrown around as the in-game leader. He said, hey.
I know a guy.
I know a guy.
I know the perfect guy.
Listen,
and he was right, I think.
Build up your homies. We'll find out. We will find out.
Woof woof.
Scron Dog's in the house. Buy back for big. We saw what happened when they won that 1 round. Tabson blew a gasket.
We're
back in game, though. We've got
Sensei
kills
said
now.
they're going to make a deep run.
Hello. Tabson got the quick trade.
And a lot of damage. That's a lot of hurt T's. And so is Tabson calling? Because he said he was calling again.
Yes.
But it was supposed to be Sin. But now that it's Cologne time, Tabson's like, okay, listen, that was cute, but I'm calling.
I also think Sin maybe just calls on his halves of the map. Like he's feeding
CT
Tabson
sides?
the information. Yeah. I think Tabson's been at the helm the whole time, man.
Sort of a weird how that got.
Yeah, we got our wires crossed. Happens.
It happens.
With Sin fragging like this, man, there's no way he's calling. Everybody knows the IGLs have to be on the bottom of the scoreboard.
So is Jacob a cat player or con player?
Jacob is whatever the hell he wants.
Yeah, dude. He's
floating.
It's like they're actually trying to use him in the spots that Big might go to next.
Well, that's...
He actually was A anchor for 1 round. I don't know.
He's a star.
Yeah, he is a star. He's all over the place. Everywhere you look in the night sky, there's a star. It's always Jacob.
Stiko's going to get an angle held here. They're already out. Ooh, little lineup, but Sensei able to trade out Knock, efficiently working their way closer to this bomb site. Plant is theirs, so Big have given themselves a chance. Ooh, Sin again.
Wow.
Is just hitting rippers.
Yep.
Zingers.
Laser beams.
Slammers. Jacob poised with him. Love
so
it, dude.
Nice.
Cerebral
What the
gaming
hell they
from
coordinated.
Jacob. And Crimbo's got the ramp hold. Sin is locked into the sandwich, so he's not getting out of here now. Crimbo's just waiting for his time to strike. Crimbo 0 kills, and we love a Crimbo kill. So we're waiting for it. We're going to get a smoke on top of the bomb. Time is of the essence. They see the crossover. Jacob giving the cover. Kixen.
No.
He sticks it.
He gets it. He just had to shoot one more
way.
bullet. It was on him. Oh my goodness. Apeks, get away with murder.
Jacob, 15 frags.
15 frags.
6 rounds deep.
We haven't even started the game yet. And Jacob's not playing around.
My God.
This was so beautiful.
Oh, the little jiggle, dude. Sin's gun was empty.
It was just chemistry. He's a chemist.
Walter White up in here.
He's a meth addict. It's true. They are there.
He knows. He just knows. Jacob on an absolute heater. Now we're going to get the pistol pop out into the site. Looking for that plant. Sin's looking to make space. Jacob looking to make money, baby. Violence. Prosis. Double Tech 9 kill comes out. That's something to work with. Unfortunately, he's lost his entire team, and all he has is a Tech 9. Oop. Nope. M4. Plus a bomb. Plus space to plant. Go ahead. It's yours for the taking.
Oh, he's delayed so long they could be in the CT.
Make some money.
He knows they were close in general. A ramp flank coming in. He's not even going to get a chance. 3, 2, 1.
Oh, yeah, okay, Launders. Yeah, bro.
I didn't even look surprised. That surprise.
4th kill for Kakamino coming out through the
Triple.
boxes. Very nice. Apply a little pressure. They didn't give them their bomb plant. That's what they wanted. They don't get it. Sin will get some kills. Or excuse me, Prosis. Tech 9 looking feisty.
Trust the process.
Down he goes. 1 round for the offense thus far. 16 kills.
Apeks aren't even celebrating. That's how you know they're nuts.
For the best Australian player in the world, Jacob.
Jacob.
See ya. Sin, poor
Sin.
guy.
That's a high-value target, you know what I mean?
Yep, but the trade's there. Incendiary almost blocked the shot.
Crimbo's first.
Welcome to the scoreboard. Now tied with Tabson. Don't laugh at
The
that.
hell? I just coughed.
What the hell's wrong with you? This is the hometown heroes. There's an entire nation of Counter-Strike players getting behind Big right now. Smoke up in the windows. Going to deny Kixen any attempt to get in here. Sensei is zopping. I hope he's good. Stiko's not going to give him the angle he wants, and as he rounds the next corner, Nock has given up his original spot. He's going to come back at it. Oh, he was spotted, but still. Sensei, nice trade.
Oh.
But Stiko uses that chance to come in with impact, and Kixan has made the cat jump. Love to see it.
Bomb planted defaults. One player
top mid.
Top mid. Prosis gets spotted. They can push on in, and Stiko will deal with middle as well. Crimbo, time to clutch.
I love a Crimbo clutch. He's having a rough map so far, but now he's gotten over to bench. Yeah, Kixan's down. One of these players is low. Jacob's down to 48 as well. But just
the
Crimbo.
bullet's not going in.
Nah, I can't manage. It is Jacob indeed with one more
They're
frag.
leaving the barrel. They're just not going in.
Apeks with one more round. That is a 7-1 CT lead.
Brazil.
Come on, give me one better than that.
I can't roll my R's.
Brazil!
Brazil.
Nice try, dude.
Don't understand that mechanic.
Skill difference. Full buys in. No op for Sensei. But Nock's opping.
Can't stop the knock.
And Jacob's farming. Very cool. And again, this is kind of like, this just taps into that whole narrative that like, yes, okay, Apeks lost JL, a big organization, sniped one of your players. But you got Jacob. Well, you had Jacob. He's dead this round, so I'll stop talking about him. But you've still got the win conditions lined up for Apeks. Nock is the other one. And he's going to find Crimbo's face up inside of the apartments.
And he sees a traitor as well.
Smashed in the foyer.
And then he jump spots and sees another. Well, the same guy, but he doesn't know. But Process knows that he can't approach that safely.
Can't follow through on this one.
Bomb, what is the idea? Setting up market window for the full B attack.
Plus
Top con smoke to fake a mid cat wrap. But I don't think the CTs are too scared about it. They're in fine positions. Kixen's in a catch-all spot. He's got no smoke for him to fall back, though, so I'm interested to see how Kixen plays this.
Knock blinded. One gets past. Missed shot on the second. Fan player pops up. Saw a glimpse of something, but gets lost in all those flashbangs. Beautiful utility coming out of Big.
Oh,
nice
yeah.
double kill on the headshot from Sensei. And that is enough to get Big into the B site. So we do indeed, at the very least, get a second round for the T's.
Yeah, there was no way for Kixen to play safely there. So he had no smoke. So I was like, okay, if they molly Van, what do you do? He's got no Van pillar smoke. And, well, just ate the flashes and died. Wish it was a sexier ending. But not all the stories turn out well, you know.
Life ain't
And
always
who the
sexy.
villain is depends on who, you know,
perspective.
who you're
man.
watching for. Exactly. Like,
Yeah.
you know, Kickstand could be the villain if you're a big fan.
Fair.
So maybe it's a good ending.
You could be the villain.
Impossible.
Nice double down here from Sensei. Clearing out everybody.
Hell yeah. Confidence builder there.
3 kills on the round. Got him in. Gave Big a second. This buys a little bit more time. See what else they can rack up.
Just killed Jacob early.
Yeah, right. That did happen last round. Don't know how many times that will happen, as he is a force to be reckoned with, and he's everywhere.
Man, they perfect call out. There's
Dude,
no
they
one
just
up there.
weaponize him.
Yeah, they can go fast A, but now this is very hard to counter, actually, from the CT side. They can split underpass if they want, or just double flank through spawn. Split up, go mid and A ramp, whatever they want. Any play is good. They've got 3 rotating into the site. These are perfect rotations on the CT side. You win off the tactic when you get an open B site like this, so this is just literally the ultimate counter call. Looking for a way out here for Big, but I don't see one.
You know, you're finally going to hit a bomb site and not have to deal with Jacob holding something. Why? Not because he's dead, but because he's
behind
right
you.
behind you, and you're not turning around. In fact, he's got the bomb carrier lined up. He's going to get as close as possible to try and get the next, but they were at least in the cover of ramp. But all that does is lines up Stiko to go pushing in. Jacob tries to take it from the top rope. Process with the uppercut. Crimbo locked in Palace, but at least they've dealt with the flank and grabbed their bomb. Despite this being stacked against them, it is still a winnable situation. Yes, the ramp is now smoked. You can wait that out. Or
it's not.
Go B.
Yeah. But they know that B was pushed.
Of course.
Scary, scary, scary.
Not saying it's a comfortable decision, Lunders, but your fate is always in your hands.
Especially if you want to save.
Yeah, that's true. In fact, it is always the easiest option. Complacency is always an option.
No more violence.
You don't have to try to be special, folks.
If the T's and the CTs work together, they'd win way more rounds.
Yeah. Another one for Apeks. Jacob, 18 kills. How many kills are you going to get this half, Mohan? Look into your crystal ball.
Okay, I'm just giving it a shake. I'm seeing wow, 25 kills in one half.
Really? Wow.
25 kills in one half.
Wow. Only 7 more. So, slows down a little bit.
25 kill half is slowing down.
And this rate, he's already got 18. He's here as well, top middle, but his gun's empty. He's going to get peeked. Jacob's dead. So is Kakanito.
You see what I'm saying?
Tabson's got that double kill. Tabson, let's go. That's his 2nd and 3rd kill of this half.
Wait, Stiko, did he see him? Oh, he didn't see him. Oh, Stiko. Oh, he's dead.
Process slides out. Then we're going to get the peek out from the op in jungle. Sees a little skin up in Palace. Nothing Knock can do about that one. 2 times Jacob has died as the first death top middle.
And they instantly lose.
And 2 of Big's 3 rounds come from that. there is a direct correlation between Jacob dying first and big winning rounds. If Jacob plays in the spawn, they wouldn't lose.
Were Apeks mostly Norwegian at any point?
Because
I remember that was sort of like Jacob wanting to
make a Norwegian project,
move back, you know, and
then he realized there's only like 4 of them over there.
Yeah, they were like, yo, Rain, yo,
Halzer,
yo, Halzer, yeah,
yo. Anybody else?
Yeah, who would they get actually? Rubino, Rain, Halzer, Jacob.
Go take a little look.
Who's the other best Norwegian player? Surely we're missing one.
Early 2016, they were indeed fully Norwegian.
Vendetta coach.
They've had a lot of Norwegians, dude. I'm going to do Mystic, Mac, Becker, Korn, Hare, Merlicious, Nafu, Enix, Day, Mystic, MV, Nito, Korn, Paint, Hare, Akez, Miki, Truth. The list goes on.
But which one's like the most recognizable that would be like? And it starts to get international.
Yeah, it gets a little weird. Then JL was on this team. Then Shox was on this team. Asilian, Pauly, Dennis, Freddy Frog, and Relaxer. You had both the Gustafsons.
You know, he's got a little Swedish there for a second.
2 Gustafsons. Miss those guys.
Mm-hmm. That was like when we started casting.
Yeah, Red Reserve.
Yeah, Red Reserve.
With Hampus.
Epsilon.
Yep.
Yep.
Disco Doppelin.
Hampus.
Hope you boys are doing well. Everybody out there.
Yeah.
Everybody that's contributed to
And
the
Swedish
road of Counter-Strike. Brick by brick, we've gotten here to IEM Cologne 2023.
We paved your faces into the ground.
Everybody deserves their Hollywood star.
For us to walk on. Thank you. It's a nice cathedral. I went there. Big.
Money's on the line here, so as much as we've kind of talked through this Jacob masterclass, Apeks, the flawlessness of this CT side is definitely on the line here in round 12, so buckle up, Mohan.
I'm locked in.
Jacob's not dead, which has boded well for Apeks in the past. That mid-pressure without bomb right now. Cajanito's getting pushed up into the apartments. Crimbo, easy headshot.
Smoked.
Just walks right into it. He's done. Ahead of the smoke as well. So looking to get a little cheeky. Jacob's going to hear some movements up catwalk. He's raising the alarm bells, ringing for that B site. We get the market rotation, but he just pushes
He got
out.
away with that?
Dude, and he
I don't
falls
think anyone's
away.
ever got a kill that way.
That's sick.
On the cat that deep from that little ledge, the little art ledge, and then he actually figures out how to leave safely.
With Tabson.
And now he's ruined them. They're going to be no one upper, running A.
Wow.
Rotate, guys.
That's sick.
Jacob's cleared it out for you.
Stiko's going to have to hold this, though. He's got no teammates near him right now. Tabson still towards ladder to make rotates odd. Stiko peeks out, and Sin's nearly dead. He will take him down.
Got a kill.
Crimbo got the trade frag. Process gets the site. Kixen's just working with the MP9, but that Jacob flank, he has been everywhere this round. And this flank now unraveling as he misses his chance on Crimbo, who gets the headshot quick. And we've got Big on the brink of a 4th T round win. Still, Tabson up on catwalk, swinging with the AWP on high alert. He'll deny them, and Big do indeed win another.
That was great. I mean, it's great that Big won that, but Jacob, come on, man. What the hell?
Yeah, shot a bullet, eh?
Yeah, why would you shoot at that? There's a fly around you, you just start shooting?
Gotta freak out, man. What a peek. Nice shot from Crimbo as well. For
It was.
Somebody having a very quiet half per his standards.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, Crimbo's not like in the best form coming into Cologne.
There we go.
Just because the groups is a little hit or miss, but obviously the team is just not super stable, so it's okay. Well, it makes sense. It might not be okay. I think a lot of people would love to see Big succeed here, of course, in Cologne. So
I mean, it's okay to have a bad day of Counter-Strike.
What about a week?
Are you paid professionally?
I hope Crimbo is paid.
So do I.
Oh, yeah.
Tabson making money. But this one's no big deal. Just a big round.
Sensei brings up the energy. That's good.
Yes. Jacob has... I thought that kill was quick,
It was
man.
just, you know, if he had an off, that would have been insane, but still good.
Let's go indeed. 2 more rounds in this half. Sensei posted. Jacob in the corner. Oh, Crimbo. Okay, Crimbo, I see you.
I don't know how he's going to get 25 kills now, but it's possible.
I see you, Crimbo. I feel you, Crimbo. These last couple of rounds, man, just getting... All he needs is that opening kill.
They're kind of playing with fire with that one play they do in Underpass,
Yeah,
though.
but I mean, playing with fire is so fun.
That's true.
It is rewarding. At least these last 2 rounds have been. Big are making something of this half. Yes, Jacob
Has been
absolutely
dying.
bodied you.
Oh.
Throughout the half, at the start of it. But now he's been dying, yes.
He's done like 5 rounds in a row, honestly.
Mhm. Yep.
Think about the amount of kills he would have had. It's actually disgusting to think about. 25 was the number.
4 versus 5 still doable by Apeks. They're starting to press Stico into the ramp just as the peak's about to come out. Ah, he was trying to clear the corner. Process catches him in no man's land, and they're going to transition pretty quick into the hit with Sensei posted on the off.
Okay.
Off presence very real at the moment. Jungle player caught out. Tabson's going to trade that, no chance, and knocks dead to the Sin Lurk in apartments. And this is indeed a respectable half.
Yep, it is. It is, and it's getting better. And they're dealing with Jacob. I mean, Apeks just let him back into this game. The amount of kills that Jacob has, you should be on 11 rounds, you know what I mean? So, huge for Crimbo to get back into this game. Crimbo, Tabson both started out 1 and 7. So, Crimbo.
Recovery.
Yeah.
Double Scout, double MP9, and a FAMAS. Despite Jacob's ridiculous start to this half, it has been quiet from the rest of the camp. 11 kills between the North Macedonians. Knock and Stico also trailing.
If they win Cologne, I'll go there.
Okay. Double op setup as well for Big's close here, looking to get that 7th. Then they'll switch to CT side and have a grand old time. At this point, we cannot write off Big. They have shown resilience in the face of Jacob's early pressure. The Norwegian-Australian holds beneath. Ramp plays coming out. Stico just a scout. Don't be fooled by that scope, folks. And Jacob blinded. Nice supportive flashbangs coming out of Sensei. Good entry frag from Tabson. Takes off a bunch of the pressure, and the entire team is here for Big. It's a quick scramble from Apeks onto Ticket. Kakanito's been spotted, but the MP9 finds its home. Brutalized. Tabson just got shredded. Process is looking for the trade, but he's actually gotten back to the bottom of middle, and then the Ticket pressure comes in. Trade frag back from Big. They're holding on, but they feel so exposed at the moment. And they're losing HP on multiple fronts. Bomb is going to be planted uncontested, despite that connector player having his chance and coming out with a second. The CT squeeze is very real here in round 15. Process still looking for the trade. Kakanito comes in with a huge 3K round, and we've seen Sin's headshots all half, but it's a 4K to kick it up. Apeks take a 9.
Hello, boys. Hello, Process. How are you?
Good. And you?
Not too bad, man. Not too bad. Ready for fun on home soil?
Yeah, of course. Like Cologne is the first tournament for me here in Germany. Cologne, it's really special. Really good feeling being home. It's like near to my hometown, like 30 minutes away with car.
Okay.
Yeah.
You got family and friends going to be coming to see you when you make it to the arena? You're going to think positively towards that?
Yeah, for sure. Everyone will come. Every German fan will be there. So it's a good goal to grind for it.
Crimbo, how are you feeling though, man?
Feeling good, man. How you do?
I'm doing good. Look, you guys are so polite asking me how I am as well. You've obviously been on the stretch of running events back to back, right? But you still feel good? You learned a lot from the first event with the new team.
Yeah, I mean, for sure. It's first event. We had like practice only for 1-2 weeks. Now, of course, we don't play with Monte. We play with Sensei.
Yeah.
We're gonna enjoy the time, man. We have, I mean, home soil, stuff like that. But we just enjoy the time and give our best.
Now, how ready is Sensei when we're talking about this? How much is he into the system?
I mean, he watched always our pracs and also like talk with coaching stuff, like to know what Manto's doing. But yeah, I think it's also one of his first lands, I would say.
Yeah.
I mean, let's see. I think he's ready, he's hungry, of course. But yeah, it's gonna be good.
Process, what can you tell us about Sensei?
I know him I know him like for several years now.
Okay.
Like when I was 12, I first met him like playing ECA and stuff. But he's a crazy guy. He's always bringing a lot of.
He's smiling while saying it.
He's always bringing a lot of motivation and hype and everything. So I'm really looking forward to play with him this event. I think it will be great fun.
What is your calling?
Apeks hanging on to that 3-round lead thanks to what Jacob was able to put up at the start of that half. But listen, Big looked decent. Sensei slotting in. And with the info James was able to get out of Crimbo and Process on the media day, you know, Sensei's relationship to the team's long-standing says he's a bit of a crazy guy and that they're just going to have fun with this. Well, it looked like they were having fun as they brought back that half. They've done enough on their T side. They've got a CT side ahead. Best of ones on the opening day of IEM Cologne. And this one could end up being important. Big do not want to go down easy on home soil.
Absolutely. Anything is possible. 3 rounds of difference. CT side to look forward to. Let's just give it everything.
Process holding on.
Oh,
Tabson not yet peeking.
3 gushes. Still 19 HP and shooting back.
Yeah, damn right. Him and Tabson from inside sight. Tabson still looking for more. He's got a player stuck behind bricks. That's Kixen. Who's able to dive back around? Stiko, you give me that one tap, bud. Not quite. Tabson still tearing him up. Knows one's up inside of Palace. They had seen Kixen with the bomb on ramp. Evacuation protocols in place. But if Big can pick up CT pistol, then that lead's going to evaporate.
I wasn't really entertaining the thought that Big could win this game, you know, before it started, just because of how much I was sure Apeks would be fine after roster moves and how many roster moves Big have had to suffer. Just, yeah, literally last week, different team. But you know what, dude? Watching them play, they're here to win. So let's go. I mean, they're joking around. They're having a great time. They're fragging. They got the pistol. Why not? Sky's the limit. Let's go.
Since they got that attitude. Yeah, I think it's really cool that at least, you know, it'd be one thing if like more of the main team came through, but it's the fact that the main team just went to the Blast event to start the season with 2 of these pre-academy players. The core has so much experience together. They got that synergy. They got that flow.
He's a crazy guy.
Turn some heads, man. Turn some heads. You know, life sometimes doesn't give you as many opportunities as you would hope. And a guy like Sensei, who has waited since the Antwerp RMR to get a land chance, here he is.
Don't get spammed, don't get spammed, don't get spammed, don't get spammed.
Yeah, right. It's just Glocks. You'll be okay.
They tickle.
You'll be okay. MP9 is going to chew him up. Process there to support it, so bomb down, all is good. That's real good.
That's good, yeah.
Easy.
Super.
Easy for big. Clean conversion, but that also means early Apeks buy, so keep your heads on straight and look out for those AKs in the next one.
You know, who wants it more? Who wants it more?
Probably big.
Probably big. Probably way more.
But they also both really want it, for the record.
That's true.
But the people who want it most are all the German fans watching at home right now that want to cheer for a home team in the Cathedral of Counter-Strike. Some say the best venue in all of CS history.
Lanxess.
One more time.
Lanxess.
CSGO, folks. A venue deserving of a send-off. We get the 3 players inside connectors stacked up. They're hoping to time this well.
I don't know about that.
Flashes come out at the same time.
Hey.
Teasers have been caught, exposed, and maybe, but Jacob's dead. When Jacob dies, doors open for big.
That's a long-range MP9 kill, baby. We'll take it.
They also double back.
Wow.
Okay, listen, Tapson fully exposed, but still drops one with him. Confirmed a lot of presence on that A site. And while Stiko got the trade frag, they haven't gotten enough entry room to really press this into the bomb site. Bomb still dropped on Tetris. Noggin is going to go over the stairs, and Stiko comes through with the Grimbo kill. It is all Apeks in that kill feed. Sin taps away, reopens the possibility of this.
Sin's a headhunter.
And what looked like a fade away for the save has suddenly turned into a miraculous attempt in a 1v3. But he has to size up the reality of this situation, and he knows even with that one kill, they didn't then give him a second. If he gets to jungle and catches somebody crossing to under palace, then it's on. But in this case, it's Apeks to 10.
They had an attack on middle that the timing was okay, but I think they would have rather seen nobody. They had MP9s coming out of con to the top of mid. But then Sensei got that kill. But the problem was they still didn't have better guns than the A attackers. So coming back to defend that, I mean, maybe it could have gone better for Big, but I think that was the right time for Apeks to just counterattack after losing one player there. So Apeks survive, live a round, bring it to 10. 6 away from eliminating Big. But
eliminating
from this best of 1.
Okay.
Forever.
You're a wordsmith, Launders. Now who's moving goalposts?
Permanently.
Process wants a piece of this ramp control. Quick glance. A gander. Kakanito comes in from top. And connects to the face of Process. Down he goes. Stairs player's gonna respond. Sensei hanging on to this A site for now. Jacob's the looming threat that could come up connector. What damage is done by Big before each strike? He is the inevitability here, and he will catch Sin. And then hold off. His 20th kill finally found. Make it 21. A little bit more damage into Crimbo, confirming the last, but that's the A site overwhelmed and swept away.
Oh man, they were like re-clearing A site, and I think they needed to sort of do that together and then go back to mid, but it felt like too many ideas were happening at the same time, and they got a little jumbled. Do you know what I mean? When Tapson, Sensei were both walking back to A. Of course, Tapson could have got his kill, and then Sensei in mid had a player to help him get a kill in middle, but timings on both were a little off, unfortunately. Apeks get further dug in now at 11.
No save either.
No save.
Ramifications on that one. We've got a bottomed out Big on a CT side, trailing by 3. Apeks getting back into that groove. And now this time, it's not all Jacob. Yeah, okay, sprinkling the frags in. Stiko's pressure out from Palace has been worthwhile.
Yep.
An M4 denied by Knock. 2 CT rounds to start this half. Immediately responded back by Apeks. USPs will go throwing themselves top middle. They'll see nothing. But because they play it so fast, they can also sprint right back. They got endurance. Oh, first guy jumps into the stream of bullets. That is unfortunate. Tapson's USP will have a singular victim. And Crimbo smothered, smushed, smoked.
You know what? I'm going to say this is still possible.
Of course.
All right.
It's Counter-Strike. You
It
never
is.
give up.
That's true. You know, Apeks have a gold lead right now, and things are swinging heavily in their favor. But momentum, I'm just joking because there's no gold. There is no gold lead. This isn't Dota. The momentum isn't real. It's all in your head. Get onto rifles and start winning.
You only truly lose when you stop believing in yourself. Fight to the very end. Finish strong, regardless of result. No ramp push coming out of the CTs this time. They've been a little adventurous over on that half of the map. Get some pressure into B. Sin is playing on the appropriate side of that smoke. Opens up the possibility of cap players. Tabson's going to know this. Sensei's going to get challenged, and he deals with Jacob. Jacob's dead. Big pickup. Apeks still lingering inside of middle, has drawn the cap player back. Sin a little worried about that split, and Stiko just made a bunch of sound. That would have been heard, of course, by Prosis down beneath him. Molotov on Prosis. He extinguishes the threat, and we've got now majority of Apeks still floating mid. 50 seconds, bomb picked up, doubling back around through spawn. There's a little cache of utility they can pick up on their way. But still, Sin is hunting around on catwalk, and the connector players are going to come help him. Kakanito's stuck here.
Yeah, he could just crush them right now. Kicksan just tracing this guy up the ladder, going up and down, hunting him down.
Falling back to the chair, the reload's in. The peek, though, from Tapson's going to clear him out. Still, they're splitting.
Oh, the A site. It's just they're finding ways to deleverage all the players in here over and over again.
Oh, and Kicksan gets away with 10 HP. Flashed, however. Sin's coming out.
Fight your way back in.
Default bomb plant, both T's stuck in that corner. They got nowhere to run, nowhere to hide. They have to fight. And as they do, they drop Sin. Pushes this onto the shoulders of Crimbo. Good for a clutch, but a rough map so far. Stiko on default, not cross back. And Crimbo, he's kind of been lost. He's looking for his angle, but they're showing him nothing. Now they know exactly where he is, and they smash him. Apeks leveraging a little A-hit to get that mid setup unraveled.
They're so good at destabilizing you. That's what they're doing. They're just getting you to rotate a little bit too far back, pushing you and pulling you, and then all of a sudden they're hitting the A site again.
Foreign interference from Apeks. You can't trust the Norwegians. Well, there's only one, but he hits the hardest.
He does. Oy. And then on to pistols here for Big. This is tough, man. Every round actually looks sort of possible, but I guess if you ask Apeks, we did a great job of pushing them and pulling them out of the site. Yeah. We knew it was time to attack. They were uncomfortable, and you know, if they said that, that's true.
Really seizing opportunities that they themselves create. Apeks just stretching them thin.
Oh, yeah. Okay, it all starts with a deagle. You ever heard that saying?
I have. In fact, y'all just witnessed it. First one's good. Crimbo. CZ in the mix. Damage.
Sensei.
The USP comes through. Pistols and prowess out of Big. Kakanito starts to take it back from inside of the apartments. Prosis with an upgrade, but Stiko takes his head off.
Where'd he come from?
And that's the bomb spotted out towards middle. It's Sensei on only 6 HP. Oh, and he misses his chance, but still, it's such a tough spot to get out from. He's just stuck in the apartments. Nothing you can do about that.
Yeah, I mean, the bomb could go A.
Pick up.
They're just fighting their way out. Sin, do they know he's here? Sin has been hitting heavy. Oh, that's a headshot.
Yes, sir.
28 seconds. Stiko's walking up slow, 16 health. Gonna post in the window. I think he heard a fast step towards Cat. Oh my God,
grabbed a
Stiko.
gun.
Sin, he's got it.
Okay, let's go.
It all starts with a deagle, baby. Bigger back in the game.
CZ from Crimbo off the arch side. USP kill out of Sensei. And I think there's that moment, too, where it's like, just because Kakanito's still there doesn't guarantee that Stiko was bringing the bomb over.
I thought he was going to go A.
It was a position where he was stuck.
Yeah.
And so if I'm Sin, I'm thinking, is there anybody coming? But he grabbed the weapon, made the most of that little lull in timing. You know you're going to check apartments at least before you leave.
He was playing active, not playing
scared.
scared.
He gets it. Now big on the double op setup. A CT side that can definitely still rack up more rounds. Can fight back versus Apeks. Bunch of major semi-finalists.
Nothing.
Or Big Academy.
Big Bad Academy.
Yeah. The Big Bad Academy.
How many times can Apeks pull off their tricks on the A site?
Ooh.
This won't work versus this setup. Oh my God, it will.
No.
Oh, Process was watching Halls. Sensei wasn't
wide enough. No.
Oh.
So not ideal, as Process dies to that, but at the very least, the trade frag's there.
Hey, but shout out
Silver
to the silent
line.
drop. That was clean. But now, wow.
Double op setup paying off.
Now they're making music.
Sin's going to press up the Cat. Smoke's going to fade. There's still a chance at this B pinch.
Yeah, everyone's everywhere right
He's
now.
also ahead.
Oh, no. Wait, does he know?
Instant kill. Sin's in the corner. Flashes come out of knock.
Oh, he tucks.
Oh, who jumps down to the site. Doesn't get the arch contact, but can just go for the bomb plant. Put yourself in the post. See what unfolds from here.
Listen, he's dangerous in these 1vx's.
Sin. Two scoped in on the right side.
All right, Sin saves him again. Sin, 19 frags.
Yes, sir. Starting to reclaim a little territory out of Big.
10 rounds, baby.
Double op pays off.
Every little bit counts. 1 foot in front of the other, brick by brick.
Very critical trade frag right there. Ooh, he's got style in the high fives. That's unique.
Yeah, no one's doing that differently.
No one's doing that. No one's doing the raised elbow 90 degree.
No one's innovating out of the server like that.
That's what you love to see. Mac 10, Tech 9. Big win this one.
I trust in Sin, man. I'm a sinner.
Aren't we all? He's been a real nuisance for Apeks with his cat play. And that was T and now CT side, because he was coming through with those entries. Now he's holding off against them. Stiko just throwing out the util, doing his own thing. Trying to fake a little mid-presence. May not even go and play behind them, but rather add himself to this collection of apartments players. Sin cleared out by the Tech 9. M4 also off the mark. Crimbo's getting pressured. Magazine's getting dry. He's trying to hold on, and Jacob just killed Tabson. The closest rotate died faster than the hold of Crimbo, and they bust right through.
Dude, Cocanito's Tech 9 instant kill.
Yeah, that's just, I mean, that just...
setup could be good, but that's actually great awareness from him.
Spells disaster.
You gotta say, the fact that Sin was up there, but Crimbo was baiting for him, and he comes out swinging directly on that angle. Instant headshot with the Tech 9. Now, I personally don't believe any $500 weapon should be able to one-shot, but I want to give him some credit for how clean that pre-aim was. I don't mean to make it political, but... This is where it gets... it was already hard, but... You know what? If it makes you feel better, it doesn't get much harder. It's still not match point. It's still a bye. You still had to win 6 more rounds.
Yeah.
Right?
Yep.
That never changed.
Wow.
Screw your head on straight. Get back in the game, Connor.
You're a visionary. But that vision's scary.
Then start a revolution.
You want me to pollute the airways?
Kissing the ass in his ass.
Looking for the fast one. No entry out ramp this time.
Oh!
But he's an opper.
Catch him.
He's a goddamn opper. 5v4 for Big. You always had to win 6 in a row. And you still can. Molly's going to burn him in. Knock out in the open.
Maybe
Crimbo,
bait.
you want this?
Maybe baited into a bad play. Great flash here from Crimbo.
That Thomas ain't banging.
Can't deal with him. That stupid gun is just so weak. He can't actually kill him behind that wall. Has to let go of this fish that was caught on a line. You know, it was beautiful to catch him in that action, but there was no support. It's actually smarter to disengage. They have a 5v4.
That they do. Looking to flex it. They're dwindling in utility, which is a contrast to the Apeks setup. Still full belts on most. Mid-smoke. Stiko looking to pry open the A site. Sensei more concerned with connector, but Stiko didn't respect that smoke at all. Now, trajectory from the utility tells Sensei things are going awry outside of the A site. Moses is going to come down, gets stuffed, and Tapson may return it with a single frag, but Sensei's getting swarmed. Support not coming in fast enough. It's Coconito with 2, and a man advantage swung back the way of Apeks. They had a 5v4, but now they're stuck 2v3. That squeeze inside of the A-site goes wonderfully. Crimbo picks up the frag back inside of Jungle, and this retake is demanded of Big, or else they give Apeks 15. They've got no more utility to get it done. They've got Stiko stuck on ticket. Knock making himself as small as possible backside, and as they get closer, they're also quiet. Shadow advantage, and now Crimbo behind them.
Oh, Jesus.
But Knock turns it around and takes Apeks onto the finish line.
I've been cheering for Big because, listen, I don't want to get arrested here, okay? I'm cheering for the right guys. But Apeks, they've been fighting hard as hell. You got to give him some credit. What a half that it's been. All these close situations, they're converting.
That simultaneous frag and headshot.
Oh my God. The first is the leg shot.
He got hit in the process there,
Damn.
too. Love that. Jacob did indeed get to 25. Took an entire half.
Didn't count the halves.
But at the end of the day, I mean, he basically won 5 rounds on his own in the first half. And if this boils down to a 5 or 6 round difference, that is the Jacob effect at the beginning of this map.
He did a lot, yeah.
You know, he set the tone
and
made the difference.
Shout out to Coconito for some of the later rounds, actually, which is some of his key kills.
True.
Showed off a bit. I mean, didn't see that earlier on, but later, yep.
And Stiko's just this consistency. You know, his pressure out from Palace has definitely been felt by Big. This time he gets tagged inside of the B apps. Sensei coming back.
They're everywhere.
I like that. Doesn't overplay it. Doesn't run a risk unnecessarily. Blinded though. Pressure's coming in. Crimbo's in the corner. Gonna have to deliver, but the Cat player comes up. Crimbo turns. Single frag off the bomb.
Oh, they're all so low!
Still looking for it. I mean, these pistols, this Scout, they could do it. But Kickstand's had enough. Puts down the kickstand and leans back as Apeks are now a single frag away from closing out this best of 1. Denying Big an early win and locking in a best of 3 versus Astralis. Proza's position known, and he falls, as does Big. A hell of an effort from Jacob out of the gate, but everybody else ends up contributing by the end of this one. Not as close as some of our other opening best of 1s, but it bodes well for a team who made a deep run at the previous major, have lost a core piece of their team, but not one of their stars, and are looking to continue that upwards trend here at IEM Cologne.
It's great signs for Apeks. I think there should be high hopes for them. They are looking very stable. For Big, it's tough because honestly, that second half felt like every single round was winnable at one point or another, but it's hard to be hard on yourself when you don't have that specific chemistry to say, all right, we knew what we should have done and we could have done it better. But it doesn't make the feeling any worse. They know they could have won this game, even though it was 16-10. But still, the better team won. They were more consistent, and those close situations, they were more clutch.
I think it's cool to see that, you know, Sensei brought something to the table. It wasn't like he was a fish out of water, but he had his moments. And the big guys, I think...
Yeah, he didn't just rotate around and play passively. He did play confidently.
Yes.
Everything wasn't perfect, but it's still at least the right energy to win.
Yeah, I think it reflected his pregame interview in that I'm coming in, I'm feeling good, I'm going to do my damnedest, I'll try my best. And we saw that best. But speaking of the best, go down to Shocks.
Thank you so much. I'm with the man of the hour, Jacob. First question, though. Why did you slow down so much on the T side? You were getting out of the gate so hard.
I don't know. It started so well. I saw earlier today someone dropping 50 and shit. Maybe I was on it, you know. But then I went quiet. I went a little bit too aggressive, I would say. I tried too much. But yeah, I mean, flying start, and of course it helped. Confidence is high going forward as well, so pretty happy.
Yeah, I mean, of course, I'm just joking. You did so much work in that game, but it seemed like Big really found their energy, their legs as it came into that second half. So what are the team-wide adaptations that you felt you had to make to bring it home, the game?
I mean, we started pretty well. We expect Big at least to get some rounds. They're a pretty solid team. That they're clawing a couple of rounds back is pretty usual. We've been in this position before. Even though you're leading 7-1, the half will usually end like 9-6 like it did. I don't know, we were pretty confident. We had a good game plan. We anti-stratted them, not like a lot, but we had a fair, good idea on what some of the players were doing.
Yeah, I mean, it looked great. Tomorrow it's Astralis, but we're going to take a quick break and talk you through this win after this one.
so hard to let go. Take a chance, touch the sky, and you might just like what you find. Let's risk it all, put it on the line. Go and spread your wings, let's find out if you fly. Let's find out if you find out if you crash and burn and straight to the ground, faster than a speeding bullet, don't make a sound. I can do this all on my own, but it's always better when you have somebody to hold. Keep this between us, ain't nobody have to know. Give me a reason, why is it so hard to let go?
welcome back to the Intel Extreme Masters Cologne, where we had a little bit more of a contentious game than you guys were expecting. Big, not with their complete roster, but still putting up a fight here, yet it was Apeks who triumphed in the end.
I was never too worried. I was never worried at all, Mike. I don't know what you're talking about. I think Apeks had it complete under control. But look, okay, for Big, it's good to see there was some signs of life. I believe Sensei especially impressed with a couple of pretty impressive showings coming out from him. But overall, Apeks, yeah, not really showing that, you know, the loss of JL hasn't really affected them much. JKIM having a hell of a start to the first half. But what impressed me the most for the side of Apeks was the new player, the new kid in the hood, Kakanito. He was finding a lot of impact, and that for me is a good sign.
This is what we wanted from Apeks, for them to not really lose a step as they're...
We got a guest commentator coming in.
No, I don't know.
Wanted to have his words. He's a huge Apeks fan right now.
Here. Yeah, it's really
huge Apeks fan, trying to have his words.
But
it's okay.
All right.
Anyway, sorry.
Be
Back
good.
to you, Maui.
Lost my train of thought there, actually. But
Big, bad, Apeks good.
Apeks good. Apeks good. Yes, exactly. And the thing is that what I really liked about their T side is that this... what I liked about the T side a lot from Apeks is that even when they actually lost the opening pick, they still actually were able to use their map control to find conversions onto the bomb sites pretty well. And that was, to me, a bit concerning both mostly for Big, though, because when they were finding themselves even with the first pick, then sometimes we would see that they just don't even know where to really set up or where they're comfortable with, and that kind of, to me, just shows a lack of experience on their end.
I've just realized that Fly was an Astralis fan. He kept saying Buzz. But moving into our Air Force aim.
This guy.
This guy. Of course, it's got to be Jacob, right? I mean, look, he started off
this guy too.
So hot. He honestly cooled down as the game went on, but he was just off to such a ridiculous pace that he buried Big before it felt like they could even get started.
Yeah, he was just looking very solid on the TD side, right? Also, just around the middle area especially, it felt like he was just getting so much of impact, getting away with murder. I think it was like, what, 14-4 at one point. But I don't want this performance from Jacob to take away much from the rest of the team. I feel like he was really ably supported overall, right, Maui? And just to add on to what he said earlier on, when it came to the situations where Big had an advantage and it was snatched away, I feel Sticko in particular, as an individual, as well as an IGL, did a lot of doing.
How do you think you pronounce Jacob's last name, Bleh? How do you think that's pronounced?
All right. Joachim Mirbostad.
Mirbostad.
You gotta have a little bit
Mr. Mirbostad actually, he just lit Big up completely. He made them look Mirbo bad, actually.
You gotta
get out.
Honestly, let's work
get
out
out.
a little
Let's
bit.
talk. Let's say some nice things about Big. Let's say some nice, because that was a better performance than I think we expected. This is a Big that's coming in to their home event with a completely confusing roster.
Let's ignore the first 8 rounds of this game and Big actually come out ahead. I mean, that's how I want to go with this one. They were down 7-1. They made this a 16-10 game. So to win 9 of the last. Got to do the math here.
Quick,
7 more. So 16. 9 of the last 16. They won 9 out of the last 16 rounds. And it felt just like they didn't know how to get into some of these rounds also when they were on the T side, which to me was a bad sign because if we really roll it back, Big's identity for such a long time was having Mirage kind of in their back pocket as a map that they can always go to in the second stage of a veto. But with the big changes, with bringing Sin in as the in-game leader, I guess it's like a shared duty between him and Tabsin, and for them to not really put together the rounds that I would necessarily expect from them, that's just concerning because you're kind of losing so much of what made this team good, and what you would usually hope for when you bring in youngsters is that you're going to gain a lot of firepower, and I'm not necessarily seeing that just yet from some of the individuals.
I just feel like even for Tabsin, I'm just waiting for the moment that he starts to pop off again. We see Tabsin of old because Sin is starting to take more of the calling duties. Still haven't seen it yet.
We haven't seen it indeed, but now it's time for us to head to a break, and when we come back from that, it'll be time for Tit Girl to take over on the desk.
What is that reaction? Yeah, right. This would be an ace clutch from Poland. Oh my! Oh boy! FaZe Clan, the champions of ESL Pro League.
Poland's here.
Oh my god! Garo, are you gonna be kidding me?
What a map! What a map!
don't know how it's come to this. I don't know how I could resist. I took a vow to never sin, but I saw the darkness from within. And if the sun can't break through, just let the thunder shake you. I know there's a hunger for the truth. Another moment of clarity. I see the one who breaks me. I never thought it could be. Don't know what there's left to say. Nothing left to stand in your way. You shook me right into my core. There's nothing left of me anymore. Another moment of clarity. I see the one who breaks me. I never thought it could be. I never thought it could be.
MBK gets one, but creeps with the spray down. He gets himself the triple. The Fnatic are not done yet.
We reached out to the gods of Counter-Strike and our prayers have been answered. They delivered some epic best of ones for us to kickstart day number 1 of the play-ins here at IEM Cologne. But now we get to move on to the best of 3s, and the next one is going to be a lot of fun because of course the winner is going to advance to the group stages, and more importantly they will be one step closer to getting their hands on this iconic trophy and potentially lifting it in the cathedral of Counter-Strike. I don't know about you, but I think we just need to get the show on the road. So let's get into it. Our first best of 3, it is Fnatic up against 9.
Well, thank you for that intro. Indeed, the first best of 3 here on the B stream, Fnatic versus 9. Pimp, what are your thoughts?
I'm excited. Fnatic came into this tournament with a complete new roster, a new in-game leader, a new player coming in as well. It's Rita Messi, a player we saw in the very first game today when they faced Complexity play out of his mind. He dropped more than 30 kills in an overtime win for Fnatic. Now, coming into this best of 3 game, there's going to be added pressure. With a win right here, Fnatic can go all the way into the group stage and progress, which I think would be a massive result for a new team.
It would be crazy for them. And speaking about that team, I did catch up with their IGL a little while ago, so let's take a listen. Dexter, you won your first match at IEM Cologne, and you said in an interview to .esports, you said, if Messi doesn't start dropping 40 bombs, then I'm going to have to step in. Well, he fragged 39, so what do we take from that?
It's just not good enough, honestly. In the contract, it was 40, and 39 is just not good enough.
It's disappointing, really. But no, overall, it went to OT, but it was nice to see the new lineup in action. What are your first takeaways as a brand new IGL for that team?
Everyone's very experienced. Everyone knows how they want to play, and makes my job a lot easier and to kind of slot into that system. And yeah, I'm just kind of learning how they want to play, but then also they're learning how I want to call as well. So it's a good mixture right now.
Yeah, you said beforehand that you didn't feel like you would have to micromanage that much because everyone kind of knows their roles. Do you still feel the same way after playing that first competitive game?
Yeah. I think everyone reacted beautifully, how we wanted and how we practiced, and it was just really nice to kind of just go into that, and we would get some kills somewhere, and then people would already be calling what I would be normally calling. I'm like, all right, I'll just run up, just take the bomb and come up. Yeah.
Yeah, except for Messi, he just has to frag a little bit more, obviously. Just kidding, of course. Now you're going up against 9, and you might just advance to the group stage right here, right now, which is kind of crazy. They are, of course, a team that has played together for a long time, knows each other very, very well. So what will be kind of the pitfalls or the difficulties in this best of 3?
I think we've only been practicing for 2 weeks, so there's a lot of situations that a team needs to get into and kind of talk about and everything like that. And then we've only been in so many of those situations, and I think a team like that, they'll have a big playbook to kind of get us to make bad reactions. And yeah, that's probably the only thing I'll be most worried about.
First big test. Well, good luck.
So much to unpack in that Dexter interview, and we'll get right into it. But first, of course, we've had a bit of a shake-up on the desk. My name is Tekkel. I'm going to be keeping you company for the rest of the day, and I'm joined by MOUZ, Snake, and Pimp. Let's get straight into this because everyone is excited. One of these teams advancing to the group stages. And you heard Dexter saying there, obviously, that the joke is that Messi needs to shoot a little bit more, Pimp. But the truth is, I do think this was a good move for Fnatic. It looks like they win condition, freeing Messi up.
I feel like that's one of the main talking points for Fnatic. They wanted to free up Messi and his fracking capabilities, and we got to see that in the very first game against Complexity. Without Messi playing well, they wouldn't have won that game. Let's be completely honest. He played hearts out. So, yes, bringing in Dexter and freeing up Messi, to me, is very, very interesting.
It's a move where, if I'm actually putting it honestly, I think that Fnatic showed me better T-sides in the last season than what Dexter was doing actually for MOUZ a lot of the time. And so in some respects, I would have actually said that Messi is the better caller than Dexter, but it's no question that Messi, when freed off of the IGL duty, would do better than Dexter if he were in the same position. So to make Messi the star of this Fnatic roster, we're already seeing it pay dividends for Fnatic, as the only reason that they beat Complexity is because he performed to such a crazy level.
Things change, though. Best of 1. Now it's a best of 3. Is he going to be able to do this across 3, potentially 3 maps?
No. There's no way that the Messi is going to be able to produce 30 kills every single game. It is a small sample size, but I agree with Maui here. It's a sign of the times that we're coming in for. I think Messi and Dexter, the trade-off between the two is going to be a positive one for Fnatic. He's not needed to drop 30 kills every single game. It's supposed to be a Roy factor as well, coming in, getting a new fresh of air. So there's enough playmakers within Fnatic that Messi shouldn't be needed to do that every game.
What do you think of Afro?
So far, I haven't actually really gotten to see too much of Afro beyond what we just saw in their matchup earlier today against Complexity. And in the beginning, it really felt like Afro was having a hard time. But if we get into the veto here, Fnatic had to pick Ancient here. There was such a meme for a while about 9 just losing to everybody on the map. They have since gotten better, so it's not as big of a punish pick. But 9 going with their tried and tested Vertigo. They're probably one of the best teams in the world at this map. And so this game has, or the series for that matter, has 3 maps written all over it. And we're actually getting Nuke as the decider. Last time these two teams faced off, it was online in the Blast Spring Showdown. 9 took it on Vertigo.
And 9 is no slouches on Nuke whatsoever. We see them play it a lot. We see them beat G2 in the earlier season as well, where they played some fantastic Counter-Strike, especially on the CT side. That's their strength. So I agree with Mario right here. This series has 3 maps written all over it.
This is the thing. Fnatic has the change, right? They've obviously got Dexter and Afro. New roster, got to get used to that. We've only seen them play 1 game. Whereas 9, this roster's pretty solid. I mean, I think their biggest fault is that sometimes they don't show up on LAN.
Yeah, I kind of want to hear you take on that as well, Mario, because I do feel that what we saw in the major was not pretty whatsoever for 9. And I also saw the first game today and analyzed it, and it wasn't looking good for 9. They played a very weak OG, so I feel like 9 haven't come over that, whole they suck on LAN. They have to show that right now.
Yeah, they've been some LAN chokers, I would say, since their online performances are so strong. I will still slightly side with 9 in this series, but I do think that this is Fnatic's. If they're able to put the pressure on 9, we can see them crumble just as they have before.
This is going to be a really interesting one. It's going to be the new roster versus the old dogs. And of course, if 9 is able to win this, then we can't say that they suck on LAN anymore. So that should be fun. I think we've spoken enough. This is it. One of these teams is going to be advancing to the group stages. Let's get straight into it. 2 new voices coming into the mix as well. Bardov, Hoka, how's it doing up there?
It's going well so far. Thank you very much. For a position in the groups then, 9 and Fnatic. See, watch, enjoy Dexter there with PRX. Very good, very nice. One of these players is muted by Steam. One of these 10 players on the server is muted by Steam.
Take your guesses at
presumably
home.
for being toxic. I'm not going to tell you who. Anyway, into the game we go. Fnatic will be starting on the aggressive T side versus the likes of 9. Very much known for their vertigo. That is to come later, of course. But let's see what they can do in defense of Fnatic on this first map of Ancient.
Everyone outside this B site for Fnatic. 2 smokes in. That's going to make it hard for Kai to fight. He's got to play behind. Still cave control for 9, but they may just concede this bomb plant here. And no kit for the retake.
Yeah, retake territory already. Goofy surviving for a microsecond, down to a 4-on-4. Julie's collected by Roy. Those could really come in handy. Kylar coming in quietly, slowly. He needs his teammates to run distraction as he is the only man coming from that position. It's quite a nice angle from Crims, though, who will spot him. And now he is stuck. Can't really help his teammates until he deals with Crims. But deal with Crims, he will. Now Nine are closing in on his bomb site. The spam is coming through. Messi in a 1 versus 3. That won't last very long. And I hope you can hear 9 in the background. This, I have to say, this arena is fantastic for projecting your voice. Never mind the commentary. The sheer roars we are hearing below us from all these different teams are just reverberating throughout this place. It really is encouraging them to get louder and louder as well.
Yeah, it's also why I love the play-in, because, I mean, the play-in's almost like the starter here at Cologne. I love starters sometimes in MOUZ. They can be great. And I think you can tell how important this is for every team with some of the reactions we're getting. Just even making it to the group stage can be really, really a big deal for these guys. So definitely want to see 9 continue to keep it up. They're up against a big buy here, though. All rifles for Fnatic. That's the upside of getting that bomb down on the pistol. You can go full rifles. Sure, you don't have the utility, but they've definitely got firepower on this squad. And right now it's Roy lurking outside B while everyone else sits outside A.
Raw Angels for Fnatic en route. Those Gilons have got better armor penetration than those M4s as well, so this is quite a dicey situation for 9. 4-on-4 now. Zafro looks for a headshot. Kylar's very well positioned for the time being. Can't stand there forever though. Through the box down he goes. Zafro looking for a second. Teammates will pick up the slack, however. 9 losing position, losing personnel as well. Minho's got to take a risk. Not going to work out in his favour. Goofy looking for the transfer, but Fnatic have taken the round.
Straight back into it. And great to see Roy getting some impact on that lurk. Definitely something he's capable of doing. In the opening game, we saw Roy fighting a ton. He was going for a lot of aggressive plays, and just getting that 1 kill on the other side of the map definitely helps. You saw 9 have a bit of an adjustment. Only 1 player left on the A site itself. And Fnatic were just so far in on A. Pretty hard to respond when you lose that player so soon on the 9 side. And that means they are stuck on Deagles. They've gone for the force buy, but it doesn't look quite as good as Fnatic's did.
Failing here would be one of the worst ways to start a CT side. Win the pistol, then get reset, forced into the force. Lose that, lose your loss bonus, everything's in the bin. But the Desert Eagles have been very dangerous today. Seen plenty of crazy action and multi-frags with them already. Very patient from Key. 1 smoke for 9. Fnatic are very methodical in rounds such as this. Not the easiest team to put off and force into a mistake.
Pretty passive from 9 across the board. And I wonder if they're going to fall susceptible to the utility of Fnatic here. They don't really have their own nades to fight through. The boost is the only answer. A bit of damage over the top, and a kill through. Another one from Goofy. There's a big gap in that smoke, but finally Fnatic fire back.
So important they've planted that bomb. It's an important rifle, able to fire once again. Dexter could be in trouble though, because there is a CT beyond that smoke, and that's Hades. Doesn't see him, and he will see Afro. The wrong parts of him, of course. Down to a 2-on-2 then. But these players are tagged for Fnatic, and they will finish off the job. It will be a war of attrition on the B bomb site, but one that Fnatic will win, and indeed that is 9 in the bin. Can't really afford to spend much money in the next round, and Fnatic will get some momentum now.
It's unfortunate when 9 are playing that far back. You do kind of just have to let this execute come in. At least they were able to find that gap on the other side of the smoke, but this time after the bomb goes down, the retake not as easy as it was in the pistol. And the 5 USPs in this round might look to get this over with pretty quickly as they run through mid. That's a nice nade, look.
Fast eco round is a great eco round. That's a very fast eco round indeed. Get it out of the way. Back to the guns Sivu play. 3-1 for Fnatic then. A positive early start on Ancient. Body language is quite important. It's only round 5.
It's early, isn't it?
Face palming like that in round 5.
I mean, that's a full USP round. You can't have expected anything from that one. Maybe just thinking ahead to the gun round. Who knows?
Simply a lamb to the slaughter in a round such as that. But now these scraps for control of mid will begin. Very tough task if you're on a CT side, should Fnatic choose to be aggressive here. We can see them poking and prodding. Relatively uncontested for the time being, but Kyla's got a very important angle. Passive in red room as he watches the cross in that direction.
Pretty well managed there by 9, playing back. And now Fnatic not so sure about that mid control. We've also got that AWP out for Hades on the 9 side, which is generally a very important piece of their play. We've seen him do a lot of work when 9 have had their success. This time it's Dexter who's thinking about this lurk through A. Fnatic seem pretty happy to leave players on the extremities, just look for small bits of info towards sites. And maybe with Dexter not seeing anyone, could just see them group back up and go for this A play.
One flashbang aside, Fnatic have got good utility for an execute here. They've been looking for a response from the CT side, finally spotting Goofy peeking in mid. And that bomb starts to make its way towards that A bomb site. Dexter's lurk has finally paid off, but will it be enough? 30 seconds to plant the bomb. There's pressure for Fnatic as well, as 9 slowly move into position. Goofy swinging, can't stop the plant. But look at how they fall quickly, Fnatic. Afro and Mezzi remain, and 9 have got quite reasonable positions. They're in a sandwich, Fnatic. They've got to find some frags quickly, but they won't. 3 surviving for 9 as they re-emerge on that A bomb site.
I love how comfortable 9 are looking in some of these retakes, especially towards A there. You see how hard it is for Fnatic to actually get into good post-plant positions. There's not that much cover on the site itself. That's why a lot of CT teams are fairly happy to play retake on that A site. You see 9 do a fantastic job at that there. I think something that is really nice about this 9 team is we're slowly seeing Counter-Strike become more and more international. Even teams like Big are thinking about going international and speaking English again. We've got a Polish team, a full Polish squad still in the mix, which is really cool to see because a lot of European teams are mixing it up now. So I like that we've got some Polish pride on the server for 9. Let's see if they can keep it up here on their CT side.
Very common angle for an AWP, but still difficult to deal with. Minio realizes that he has to concede the position in mid. Wasn't worth throwing that util. Lost his ankles already. Big fights though from 9. They'll lose 2 players, but they will trade. Hades is here with the AWP as Fnatic are around this B bomb site now. Hades trying to hold something down. They haven't gone into it yet, Fnatic. Again, looking for a response from the CTs, but they will hold position for now. Of course, if Fnatic cut noise, and they will be stretched across both bomb sites. Kylar still over towards the A bomb site as Fnatic start to move in. Crim beats the flashbang, no harm done. Minio will announce his presence, trying to spray them as they cross. It's a massive whiff from Hades. He doesn't understand what happened either. 3v2 for Fnatic as the bomb is planted. Minio tanking damage through the smoke. Kylar needs to be given something here, and that's not what he was looking for. Minio may be forced away from this one, but Hades will wonder if he just got CSGO'd.
Yeah, he knows he can't afford to not get a kill there. Oh, that is a shame for 9, especially after you've already had initial trades in a round like that. If you're in a 3v3, every kill is so crucial. That's the first time we've really seen 9 try and go for a bit of early round aggression. It worked out okay for them as they pushed down through B, but Crims was able to clean up. And then moving into that B site, once you get that first kill, it's really hard to come back from it if you are 9 in that one. Fnatic doing a solid job early here on this T side. Definitely good to see. And they were good on their T side against Complexity earlier as well. They got 9 T rounds in that opener.
I'm hoping we're going to see that AWP shot again. Because when Hades fired the shot, afterwards, like when he got dropped, his hands were in the air. He couldn't believe that didn't register in his opinion. We'll see if we can take a look at it later on. But for now, it's going to be 4-2. 9 have got the hero rifle and Kevlar on Minio. Everybody else is naked. Got to keep the money together for the buy rounds, of course. But that could have been a pivotal moment. It's history, though. They'll have to put it behind them. Again, Fnatic with these Molotovs and incendiaries, they will be very important when they choose to strike. But they're never in a rush, Fnatic. Like to absorb as much information as possible and take the best decisions. New look Fnatic, of course, as the desk mentioned. Good performances from Mezi so far. We'll see what will be required of him in this series as it progresses.
Ooh, spam through attempted. Mezi will wait for them to come to him. That's the AK dropped. And with the follow-up player falling, that is the real main weapon taken out of the round here for 9. They've lost the one rifle they had saved. Hades is going to have to do something special, and that is now an AK back. No way, he gets a second, but that's still not enough. It will be a cleanup for Fnatic, and this is a great start for them on their T side here. Going according to plan right now for Fnatic. 9 have got to find a way to be a little more disruptive here.
Man like Keita. Hashtag UK Mans. Big brain Keita behind Fnatic for a while now.
We've got Navra on the other side, trying to do the same. I think it's quite nice for these Polish guys that they've come up together, and it feels like 9 are a team you can expect to see at the play-ins and at some of the biggest events now. Even in this matchup, it's hard to know exactly who's favorite here. I think most people might even lean towards 9 because Fnatic have made those recent roster moves. It's been a real nice come-up for this 9 team. 4 of them got picked up together. Hades was added a little later. Seemed like he was the final piece. That is the mid-control paying off this time for Crims, who's had a really strong start here.
Yeah, you can see on the mini-map, not 1 but 2 Fnatic players offering chain flashes, allowing Crims to send it in that mid-position. Very hard to fight against. And he finds them an early 5 versus 4. Fnatic changing the pace. How can 9 respond? Hades on an island on the A-bomb site for the time being with the AWP. Gets more isolated as another teammate falls. 3v5. This really forces the hand of 9 to try and make a play somewhere, surely. Still have a player on both bomb sites, but eventually they'll have to do something. Although Mezi gets the 3rd kill of the round. And now 9 are rendered somewhat helpless. Hard to rotate to be with each other either. So I don't really know where Fnatic might be headed. Dexter's the one carrying the bomb, but it's Crims, Mezi, and Afro who've got the frags here. Very fast round indeed from Fnatic. Very effective as well.
Now you get that info. Orps over on A. Might be worth moving into B. And he's even got good utility on the Fnatic side. So this should be 100% free as the B site is completely clear. We did hear Maui on the desk pointing out that this map was a massive weakness for 9. Once they got into best of 3s, a lot of teams would pick this against them as a really big punish. And 9 have improved on this map, but clearly Fnatic just look comfortable on it. And I don't know if it looks like Nine have enough plays early in the round or in the mid-round to really make Fnatic uncomfortable right now. Fnatic look very chilled out, taking mid control, spreading across the map, using what info they have to their advantage. It does still look like that same Fnatic style, even with Dexter coming in as in-game leader. And I think it makes sense. They've got a lot of cerebral players on this team.
Yeah, they really do. Great lineup from Afro for that kill in mid. It's made more expensive for Nine towards the end as well. Hades desperately trying to hold on to that AWP. Haven't really seen much impact with it just yet. But there's always a chance. A round can always be won, even with just the AWP. But again, we haven't really had a sniff of that from Nine just yet. And maybe it's harder to achieve that versus a team like Fnatic, who will sit back and wait for you to make a play. Now would certainly be the time to do one. AWP flanked by pistols. What will Hades have to offer the players on the other side? He'll be very aggressively focused around his B bomb site. They've got to find entries before Fnatic find a bomb site. As I say that, Roy makes his way through. Deagle's getting to work, but Mezzi's cleaning house now. Hades will post up. Has the scope been hurt? Again, the utility will make things harder for Nine. Increase the risk of losing that orb.
Definitely worth considering just getting out of there now for Hades. That's a shame. Oh, that's a shot from Crims, sitting on the edge of the smoke. Now that orb isn't guaranteed to be carried over here for Nine. I think Fnatic want to take that away. They've got a decent bit of money in the bank, so they're closing in. They're trying to make things difficult for Nine here. Kyler doesn't have the orb for long. Crims looks dialed in right now.
Yeah, he really does. 7-2, a big early lead for Fnatic. Momentum firmly in their favor. Goofy will be pulling out the AUG in round 10. Now what can they do different, Nine? Can they take the fight to Fnatic again? Fnatic changing the pace, sending Crims into mid aggressively. Have to wonder what they're going to offer on this occasion. Well, there are less players in T. There's no players in T-Spawn actually to offer the flashbangs into mid, but Crims will still be running shenanigans. He'll have two CTs drawn to his attention. And here come the flashes from the side, but they're behind Crims. Can't find the angle, nobody else there. Focus around the B bomb site from Fnatic. Molly's being thrown in already. Key's position will be very important indeed. Dropping Roy, but they're losing CTs all over the map. We've got Mezzi standing on the A bomb site now, and Afro standing on B with 3 CTs left. How has this happened? They've got both bomb sites.
That is wild. They get both sides of the map. As soon as they see the mid control, they take control elsewhere, and Key didn't realize Afro's ready. Second shot not connecting. So Mezzi needs to make sure he gets here quickly because Dexter could go down. He does go down, and Mezzi's nowhere near the bomb. I don't think he can do anything about this. There's no kit, though, and they're still not on it.
They have no idea where he is, if he's rotated yet or not. He hasn't got any utility, but he has taken him off the bomb.
No way.
He's done exactly what he needed to. He's in their minds. Doesn't need to be on the bomb site. The sheer threat of Mezzi was enough. Fnatic are pulling Nine from pillar to post. Unbelievable round. 3 9 players alive, and Fnatic have not 1 but 2 bomb sites. This is a strong showing from Fnatic so far, a 6-round lead, and it doesn't seem like they're going to be stopped anytime soon.
I wonder if that was just some chaotic comms right there, because they saw Mezzi get a kill over towards A quite a while ago. And sure, maybe you think he's starting to rotate, but at the same time, with where that bomb's planted, you might just want to get on that and really put the pressure on him. At that point, he's going to have to give away his position and try and run in. But that doesn't end up happening for Nine. Fnatic still win the round. And I do love the response from Fnatic there, because Nine tried the switch up. They tried to actually take mid control. Even with good Fnatic flashes, it didn't work on mid, but they instantly responded with 2 kills elsewhere. And you saw how difficult it made Nine feel in that round. They didn't really know where to go. It took them a while to get back to the right site, and it does just enough for Fnatic.
Nine find themselves in an insipid scenario. No amount of pepper will make this more palatable the way these rounds have been going. Risk taking from Kyler. He's in a forward position, but he needs more than that. Dexter's looking for it as well. Everything seems to be expected by Fnatic. It's one of the M4s then on 25 HP. Hades is here as well though with some Kevlar. They could switch weapons. Probably makes sense as now Kylo can't really take a fight with that M4. But again, I think it would take a stroke of luck to find something from this scenario. Really, it should be 9-2, 19 times out of 20 here. Even if they were to win this round, the bigger question is how to win the map.
Trying some mid-round aggression, but normally Fnatic have had these reads right. This time round, though, they don't have anyone in mid. So 9 can have the option to try and get a flank in. I think Fnatic will be aware of this possibility, but it's all about the timing here for Minio.
Ooh. Can he follow up, though? That's the rifle lost. That's the rifles lost. The pistols remain. Still work to be done. Goofy makes his way towards the bomb site. Nothing to lose in this scenario. 15 seconds on the clock. No real angle on the bomb plant. And now they are just searching for scraps. Time to be hyenas. Let's see if they can take a rifle or something. It does look very dire indeed, though. This half very much feels like life support already for 9, who may have come into this one looking to win it in 3. But if this is always a counter pick for you, then it might be that they need to, well, kind of force it into their map pool. Lose until it gets better for them.
Yeah, just never has got good enough, it seems. Current permaban is Inferno, which is kind of rare. Most people play Inferno. But right now, Ancient not looking great for them. I do love for Fnatic. I feel like Mezzy is going to be the main man on this team now. First map, he was top fragging by far. Here, he's doing the same. And the old Fnatic lineup, I just don't think they had that focal point that you could look at and say, he's going to be near the top every time. And now they have that with Mezzy. It's so nice when you just look next to you. You see he's there with 14 kills. Always good. Let's see how Crims can do on this mid-fight. Flashes again, and Minio is so blind. So was Crims, so it just goes 1-for-1 early. And Dexter's trying to take control of A.
Yeah, he's just trying to pull players out of position, it seems. You know, Crims, he got the trade frag. So he got a kill, was traded, but had the info on the position as well. Desperately running back to Donut. Dexter is dealt with. Creeping through. Maybe there's finally something in this round for 9. 4 versus 2 scenario for them. Bomb still in tow for Fnatic. Mezzy going to join his teammate. Positions unknown. So they're likely in a 2v2 scenario. There's still an opportunity for them to win this round. Some guesswork to be had, though. This Key's in a strong position. Edging forward is Roy. And there's a big headshot for him. The bomb's not spotted just yet, but 9 are a little closer by Donut, wanting to be a bit faster on that rotation. And now it's down to Hades. As the clock ticks, Kylar's flank begins. Molly's on the site. This is going to draw more CTs towards the B bomb site before that bomb is planted. Smokes are posted up. Can't be too meticulous here. Got to take some chances, Fnatic, as Kylar is closing in. Maybe a question of damage for Mezzy unless he wants to hold on to this AWP. Looking to plant the bomb though, potentially. Or thin the numbers out. Very fast is Mezzy with a quick scope. Looking for more damage. He knows the AWP is lurking somewhere. 8 seconds, prioritizing the impact on their economy. But Hades will prevail.
Yeah, even there you see Mezzy trying to manufacture a way to win the round. Even when it looked like there wasn't one, he tries to isolate fights. And that's what you like to see. That is something that really is a strength for Mezzy. I always feel like he's got in his head ahead of times the possibilities for how he can try and win a round, even in a really tricky 1-on-3 like that. Doesn't go his way that time, though. The shotgun AWP for Hades works out for him, and a much-needed round for 9. They break the 6-round streak that Fnatic had up until that point. And really just containing some of those kills on the extremities of the map after going 1-for-1 on mid was the most important thing there. Because when they're losing those kills on the extremities, they're just getting pulled all over the place. They don't know what's going on. Here, they're able to rotate over in time. No chance for that bomb plant. Let's see if 9 can keep it up, though, because they need at least a couple more here at the end of this half.
I think it was Jacob that said Mezzi can't do a 30 bomb every game. Well, he's got 15 kills so far. I'm all about small sample sizes, narratives, half-truths and lies. Afro dropped. That is very encouraging for 9. They need something to fight with at half-time. 6 rounds would be fantastic for them. Always good to have a target as well. 4 Fnatic players remain. They will still be dangerous. They have position on mid, although Key is lurking in red room. And Roy is trying to show some presence elsewhere. A big duel from Crims continues to be a problem. Mezzi and Roy are down, but Dexter's here to trade. That's the bomb spotted as well. Down goes Crims. 1v2 for Dexter now as Hades is domed. We've seen one by Temple, going for the quick plant now. No utility left for Dexter, just the AK-47 and B8 headshots. 2 smokes for the CTs. Does he know his lineups if he needs them? Oh, that's a big one. A great burst from Dexter. It's got a Molotov as well now. Looking to drop it on the bomb, but there are smokes here also. A kit for Goofy, trying to bait Dexter out, elevating his position. He's found him over the top. A very expensive round, but a successful one.
That's really smart from Goofy in the one-on-one. I think he realized Dexter's angle can't really spray the entirety of the bomb. He can only spray towards the right side of it. So he figured, okay, Dexter's probably going to have to wide swing to spray the left side of the smoke in case I've stuck it. He just gets up on top of the box. It's a brilliant angle, and it's those small details that can make all the difference in those one-on-ones. Lovely work there in that one from 9, but they need to keep it up. Their economy is still on the back foot. They've got 2 MP9s in this round, even after winning that last one.
Again, the battle for mid continues. This time there is support for Crims in Mezzi. This time 9 won't run down and challenge. Might be some sound cues for Key. 2 MP9s on 9. May limit their plays in terms of range. Now Goofy is coming to support that mid area as well. Flashbangs in, allowing Hades to post up and find an angle to drop Mezzi. That's a great start. They should expect Crims to be lurking there as well. Minho takes advantage of the distraction to make it a 5-on-3. But again, Dexter once more lurking into that A-bomb site, trying to even up the numbers. Dangerous territory for Crims now. He's got so much to deal with in this mid position. That's the bomb dropped in mid, miles away from these players. Uncomfortable for both squads at this point as Roy chases his quarry. Heard Key moving away, but where has he gone? Now it's just down to Dexter. This one's getting awkward. The flashbacks just about works for him though. 36 seconds, 1 versus 2. Bomb to be rescued. Do they prioritize the bomb sites themselves, 9? Or do they try to defend the bomb? Bomb's been collected by Dexter. He'll be heard by Hades, though. Not sure if Key will have the angle in time. 15 seconds to go. Flash towards B. Creeping towards A. But that AWP is still posted up. Trying to bait the shot. He will be punctured. And 9 are just 1 round away from that 6th round at half-time.
Yeah, I definitely feel as though Hades has picked his spots way better as this half has gone on. I think that's a general theme I noticed with Hades. He seems to just slowly get a better read for where to position himself throughout the half. And he's not an AWPer that always goes that aggressive. He was even saying in their opening win against OG, in the post-game interview, he said he couldn't really figure out where to put himself early in the half, but he picked it up as it went on. Couple of nice kills on mid there, and Fnatic slightly weak on their buy into the last round of this half. This is a decent little streak of rounds now for 9. Oh, that's not gone according to plan.
Aztec smokes on Ancient. Yeah, 9 have had to contest with a fantastic economy on the Fnatic side, which is just starting to show some cracks as we end the half. Fnatic holding on to a fair chunk of util. A lot of flashbangs also. Keith's got a strong angle though, but Roy, the little jiggle there is enough to take the crosshair away and land a massive headshot. That is a lot of real estate around that B bomb site. Really compromises the positions that 9 can hold as they try to make it a 4-on-4. They have not seen the bomb just yet. You never know when Dexter's going to appear towards the A bomb site, so Kylar is really worried about that. Great timing for Hades though, through the smoke, and down Dexter goes. That might be a big indicator, but look at the radar. Fnatic are going back towards that A bomb site. They're creeping in and there's no one there to contest whatsoever. Kylar's made his way towards Red Rune and he's been domed by Roy as well. Outfoxed by Fnatic so far. 3v4 and a retake then. They've got kits, but can they get close enough to go for the fuse? Goofy looking for a lurker. Roy's got the sound cues. He's in a very strong position to hold things down. 3 men on the bomb site for Fnatic. Very awkward retake attempt for 9. Grim's trying to play anti-flash. Maybe heard the cues from Roy. Lovely spread from Mezzi. And Hades will be the last man to fall. Double figures then for Fnatic at half-time. But not too shabby a comeback by 9.
That was pretty nice. Yeah. More CS than break, but it was good.
A lot of teams went on vacation and then they came and they used blast groups to warm up. What was your team doing?
We played the quals to Gamers 8.
Yeah. Oh yeah.
And we qualified for that, so it was good.
Congrats, because lots of people didn't qualify for that. Actually, it's kind of hard.
Yeah, quite a few teams which I actually play in Cologne didn't qualify. So.
Okay. So some of the teams that came into groups, they used that to practice, and they didn't actually play that well. So when you watched, did you watch any of the groups?
Yeah, we watched like most of the games actually.
Well, what's your opinion on how hard the scene feels right now? How good people are playing?
I mean, there isn't any team which is like top 1 right now. I think. I feel like you have the best teams, which is Heroic, Vitality, and I think that's it. And possibly Cloud9 after we played them in Prague, they are insane. So you have those 3, and then everyone else feels on like a similar level right now. So.
Is this your second Cologne? Were you here with Ents last time?
Yeah.
Okay.
It was disgusting. We sucked that tournament so hard. So.
Okay. Well, we got a new roster. 9 doing much better off the break, playing all the way through the break. Hades, good luck.
Thank you.
9 leave the CT side with 5 of 15 rounds. Ancient was never going to be their strongest pick, but what can they do on the T side? I'm sure it's a relief that the CT side is over for them, but will it be painful on the T side as well? We're about to find out. 7 pistols on the 5 Fnatic players as Mezzy and Roy have got the Julies out. Lots to contend with then for 9. They'll have Kylar and Goofy with utility. So let's see what they're able to do with it. Kylar's got Kevlar, and he's been dropped the grenades as well, interestingly. Hades has been given a P250. So he'll be the raid boss. Never mind. He doesn't last long at all, does he? That USP is poised and ready for him. 5-on-4 for Fnatic then. Starters they mean to go on. Here's a task for them. Heading in towards the A-bomb site is that bomb with Minio lurking in that mid position. Crim's rotation is going to be so far away. Dexter and Roy have got to put in work in the meantime. Roy can't find the bomb though. In that smoke, the bomb will be planted. HEs are being deployed as well. Catches one in the sky. Now we're down to the 3-on-3. There's no defuse kit here either. They've really got to find these frags quickly. Fnatic going for that long reload of both pistols while Dexter covers the angles. Popping in and out R9. Where's that third player though? All dueling. Crims to deliver. Kylar simply waiting. Moving into a crossfire now are these Fnatic players. And again, that bomb continues to tick. Crims in a 1 versus 2. T's disengaging. They don't have to force this one. Crims running out of bullets. Kylar full reload. Patient headshot towards the end, but 9 will take a much needed pistol.
Minio dies with a bomb, but they'll be happy with the round win. And I really feel like 9's biggest strength has been in some of these post plants. In some of the retakes, they were doing pretty well in the first half. I think it's more when they get a little confused, they've been struggling. But now on T side, it might be a little easier for them to understand exactly what's going on in the round. When they take A like that, the crossfire was played pretty well between them. Again, though, you've always got to contend with these second round 4 spies. Fnatic with a few pistols and a couple of rifles in the mix. Smoke goes down on mid, but Fnatic won't contend that. They're actually stacked pretty heavily on B right now, while Roy pushes into A main. Just trying to find a nuisance of a corner in case anyone comes his way. Looks like mid might be the first aim for 9, and then they'll work from there.
We'll keep an eye on Roy on the radar, just based on the bomb's current position. Kylar dropped it briefly to have a look towards long. See if anybody was poking, but they aren't just yet. Now the bomb is in a very secure position in the middle of a 9 sandwich. Plenty of time for error correction for 9, and there is some error in Goofy getting dropped. Seems like we're going to a plan B then as Fnatic gravitate schoolboy football towards that red room. All chasing a goal. He's only got 30 HP here with this Galil. But they won't check all the way, and he might get a very nice lineup here. He will indeed. Bombs planted in the meantime on that B bomb site. And the numbers have been thinned out somewhat. But this is still a dangerous round for 9. If that transfer comes through, indeed it will by Hades. That should be most of the threat eliminated then. We'll see what Roy can do, but 9 will start in the right way on this T side. Very curious to see how far they can go. The real game is to begin once Fnatic get onto their bye, but first comes an eco.
Yeah, a bit of a belief starting to shine through on those 9 faces there. I think it's really important that they got Hades onto this team. He just brought that experience. The 4 initial players came onto this squad in August 2022. And then Hades came in January this year, and that's when they've really hit another level. So just him having a bit more experience, bringing that bit of extra firepower, has made a huge difference for 9. This is a full eco with a stack on mid, hoping that they could spot someone. All they've spotted so far is a nade, which has done pretty damn good damage.
Bonus money with the MAC-10. Don't want to lose too much though. Another fast eco round. Get him out of the way. Deficit is reduced to 2. 9 looking to go positive in this second half, but now the AWP will be out for Afro. Had nice lineups on the T side. We'll see how prepared he is for this CT side here for Fnatic. Mezzi will have the 1 defuse kit, although Dexter has still got $950. Indeed, it will be Mezzi with that sole defuse kit, so we'll keep an eye on that. Outside of that, Fnatic, of course, will be well equipped. They've all opted for helmets. 4 AKs, 1 Galil in the hands of Key. And indeed, the test really begins for 9. Surely looking to win this in 3 maps. Always a chance to do it in 2, though. So let's see what they're made of on this T side.
9 have got to be ready to deal with a round here where they don't have mid control. They gave it up early to put 4 players over to B. Are they comfortable with that? Or do they want to go back for mid control later in the round? That's a big question you have to answer, because you could get flanked at any time. That's an important frag from Hades, but here comes that mid player. Roy up top spots the bomb, and now they're aggressing down through B site as well. Dexter hits him with the 1-2 punch, and Hades, well, he's low on health. How does he get back into this? That's a good headshot, but I doubt he can do much more here.
Good synergy from New Look Fnatic. Despite the flashbang, Afro's timing will be such that Fnatic reach 11 rounds of 3 surviving. Instant timeout called by 9. That was a very difficult round for them indeed. Pulled from pillar to post by Fnatic around that B bomb site. They've got the money to buy 9. Question is, how do they defeat Fnatic in these rounds? 18 kills for Mezzi. Still early in the second half, but he did have at least 15 of those in the first half. See if he can make it to 30 again. 20 kills for Hades so far. He's been a busy boy. Much more work to do, however.
Really picked it up as the game has gone on. The unfortunate thing for 9 here is they've actually won a couple of clutches. They've won 2 1vx situations. They've been pretty good in opening duels as well. They've won more opening kills than Fnatic have. They just haven't always been able to convert. Fnatic always seem to have the response. Mid-fight could be going down again. The Roy this time able to get it. Hades got that opener elsewhere though, so 1 for 1 early. And 9 might group up early in this round outside B, but Roy trying to make that same play. This time forced away from the handle as Goofy, well, doesn't get the kill himself, but he sets it up for Kyler's molly, and that allows them to get onto that B bomb site.
That's the position they needed, the opportunity they needed. The money for Fnatic is quite dicey if they lose all of these weapons. Wouldn't even call it on the fence. This kind of situation, lost position, economy's on the edge, must disengage. That trade kill of the molly made all the difference, losing position for Fnatic, and their decisions were made for them. So 9 are keeping in the fight at the moment. That's a very big target for them as well. They really need to keep the CTs poor if they are to have a chance here on Ancient.
Yeah, that's a huge round. I think also showing that they're going to put a bit of pressure on mid. Important, even if they do lose this player. It just keeps the CTs there and it gets you the info that maybe you can explode onto a bomb site. If Fnatic are fighting for mid, they're probably putting 2 players there. You don't normally see a CT just solo fighting in mid. It's just too risky. You need the utility to help you. So nice work from 9 there. Quick response onto that B bomb site. See if Fnatic can get back on track, because so far their cohesion has looked good. In that round, they just didn't really have the chance to respond. It all happened so quickly.
Stress. Two AK-47s on the Fnatic squad. May make up for the French gun in the hands of Mezzi. See Roy facing the wall, trying to avoid his flashbangs. Got a good lineup through the smoke as well. Looking for T's on both sides. They look for a late fight towards mid. They're not going to send personnel in there. Looks like it would be a bad idea as well. Mezzi, look at this ruthless aggression from the CTs. Roy's been such a problem already in that mid position. This time it's Mezzi's turn. So much information for them. However, they're out of position as far as the A bomb site is concerned. We've got Crims in Donut, but beyond that, he's going to need some reinforcements soon. Afro's going to have a look towards mid and not see much of anything. Roy's desperately trying to get towards A before it's too late, but 9 have been careful. And that's given the opportunity for a second CT to make their way over towards this A bomb site. And there's Roy getting dropped. Crims has got a good angle. With Key so low, how many kills could he get here? Hades creeping forward, Goofy jumping. That's the bomb dropped, committed onto the bomb site then. Afro's posted up with the AWP, but Key will get the best of him. 3 on 3. That bomb still needs to be rescued. Those flashes are buying time. All the CTs are here now. 35 seconds to get a bomb plant. Made easier with Crims getting dropped. Mezzi in the corner for now, creeping around the smoke. Does Key commit to the bomb plant? Mezzi's going to go through the smoke, is he? He's in the smoke. Not gone all the way just yet. Key jumping onto the box. Has he been hurt by Mezzi? 2 versus 3. He needs a multi-frag here. There's the first one. Trying to hide as best he can, but do they know that Hades is in the temple? Doesn't seem like they do. Mezzi creeping forward, but he's missed the shot. Still standing is Hades. Fnatic have kits. Does Mezzi dare hold on to this though? No one's picking him. They're non-believers, and this is really killing time. They're not giving up these kills. Hades delivers onto Mezzi. What is there left for Dexter to do? 8 HP and an AWP. He's out of there.
Ooh. Hades gets him with the Glock. And a big response from 9 because they realize they're right back in this game. It looked so bad for them earlier on in this one, but they scraped together enough rounds from that first half. And now this T side is looking surprisingly explosive. This play from Crims, I was wondering if it was going to make the difference, but Fnatic decided as a team they wanted to fight for the site, and it didn't really pay off for them. You saw Afro getting caught off guard. Nine get that bomb down into another good post plant, and now Fnatic forced down to pistols. Might take some risks in this round. They've already put a deep smoke down through B. Looks like they want that aggression again.
The goal has been to keep Fnatic broke, and they are doing an excellent job of that at the moment. Well equipped in round 22, R9. Using the mollies to limit the risk. Still much work to be done for them. Looks promising so far. I'm sure Fnatic will get more dangerous as this half progresses. Certainly shows promise for them. With Vertigo and Nuke to come, this opportunity may be a bonus for 9.
Yeah, great opportunity here for them. And both of these teams went to overtime on their first map wins. Fnatic took down Complexity. 9 scraped out that win against OG. It's a very real chance that we could have another close map here. It's already 11-11.
Yeah, this has to be, in terms of pressure, we have to be looking at Fnatic here. I think 9 should be coming into the next 2 maps with confidence on both of them. And this is one where they're just trying to grow, if you will. 11-11 then. Psychologically, it would be huge if 9 were able to take the lead in this round. Again, Fnatic prioritizing control of that mid area. Really trying to starve 9 of opportunities. But who gets the first kill? Crims and Roy fully committed on the other side of mid. And Afro's moving away from the A bomb site. Dexter's found a frag on B. Support flashes coming in from Afro as well. And what can 9 do? Key's still kind of lurking in that mid area. But once things start to go wrong for 9, what else do they have? Not much by the looks of it, as Messi just get 3 kills outside this bomb site. There's no challenge here, no response. It looks brutal. They take mid Fnatic. 9 are committed to one side. They figure out where it is, and there really isn't anything left for 9.
Yeah, this second half, the rounds have played out very differently to the first half. You're seeing Fnatic hold on to mid quite a lot, and it really is limiting 9 in some of these rounds. In prior rounds, 9 have maybe been able to either quickly take control elsewhere or just do enough towards mid. But now it's starting to look like that could become an issue for them. And that's even with 9 winning a lot of late round scenarios. They've won 4 1vx's throughout this map so far. But yeah, that early kill just going against you, and then I don't even know what to say about this.
This is a hot mess. Absolutely no control over there whatsoever. You look at how long the other two were focusing on the other way after the jump peaks from the bomb carrier. Like, where's the comms? Why is no one responding to that? That is so awkward.
It seems like Fnatic's comms are a little better in the chaos, it must be said. I feel like we've had a few rounds where that's been the case. Look at this, 9 out of spawn towards A, but Crimson's just going to take this control. They've got to be ready for him.
Oh, this could be a huge read for Fnatic if it goes their way, but maybe it won't do. How many frags does Afro get from this position? Kylar's dropped for free. That is gratis. That's a voucher from a magazine. It was so free. 4 on 4 then as they try to make inroads to this bomb site, but where is Afro? He's completely changed his position, and down goes another one. Into the smoke he goes, but he comes back, trying to do more. 3 on 3 for the time being. Flashes are here. Afro battle sniper mode is down. 2v1 running low on bullets though, but they will deliver the goods, and we are back to a tied score once again.
It almost feels like 9 want to just get rounds where they instantly have a decision to make and they're all together, because whenever they're trying to spread out, play more default, they're losing so much of the map that they're struggling. So they're saying, you know what, let's not allow Fnatic to do that. We'll just group up early, we'll hit it together, we'll rely on our trading. And Fnatic, they wanted to fight for this so bad. Look at that, pushing through the smokes, really going for absolutely everything. But as soon as they lose those fights, they're in trouble. Now it's back to the mid fights.
Back we go again. The crazy thing is Fnatic read what 9 might be doing there after getting slapped about around that B bomb site, just getting exploited. They knew what 9 wanted to do before 9 knew, but didn't come out on top. And still there will be shortcomings. 9 are still keeping the CT side poor. But this could be a pivotal round because they're kind of broke as well if they lose this 9. Smoked off close to spawn then. Trying to not have heavy losses once again. I do wonder if they'll start to fight for that mid position more aggressively, 9. Or is that a war of attrition they don't want to go to? Roy swinging in now. Perfect timing, perfect response. And again, what is your play now? Messi doesn't go for the repick. They're charging in. The flashes are so good. Dexter with 2 looking for a third. Seen the bomb, and Messi is here to clean up, bleach the floors like they were never there. 13-12 for Fnatic.
That looked just so clean. That's the only way to describe it. Ridiculous that they're able to get it that comfortably. But again, it's just that aggression and that control that Fnatic are getting in these slower rounds. As soon as they push through mid, they kind of figure, okay, maybe 9 want to go for a fast response. Let's just preemptively flash. Let's just make sure we're ready on the bomb sites. And Dexter was so ready with that lineup. Messi instantly moved back to the site to help him. Really smart decision-making there from Fnatic. And now 9 have to pay with a terrible buy. They've invested everything into this. And they have, what, 1 MAC-10 and pistols to show for it, but this is close range. Maybe this could benefit them here.
A surge in that mid position, the numbers game, but Roy, oh, he's just running out of bullets. 3 on 3, this is promising for 9. Again, you can see how urgent it is for them to keep the money out of the pockets of Fnatic. The trigger discipline from Afro will give him a free one, though. This is still a winnable round for 9. Tech 9, always dangerous. What is the timing like for Kylar? Oh, Afro, he's just faster. He is just faster. Minho still has work to do. But now the bomb's been lost, that really compromises things. 1 minute on the clock, he can still come from various positions. Do more damage. Fnatic really don't want to lose another player here. Either way, the next round should be quite promising for them, and indeed it will be. Messi delivers with the AK-47, 14-12. And honestly, it feels like in a lot of these rounds where Fnatic have been fighting through the smokes on the bomb sites and so on, I think they feel like they're better at the lightning-fast decisions than 9-9. They're trying to fluster them mentally as much as possible in some of these situations.
Yeah, which is kind of wild because 9 have been together as a team for way longer as this 5-man lineup. So you might expect them to have the better coordination in those positions. But honestly, Fnatic look like they're really clicking really early on here. It's great to see, and you just wonder whether that was breaking point for 9. Their money is now awful. I don't see a way for them to win this round. And I think Fnatic are maybe figuring that out themselves with this timeout. See again how chaotic it gets as we get into the 3-on-3. But Afro just able to hold on.
26 kills for Mezzi.
He's close.
Very close indeed. Look at that low poly candle, man. We've got to do better in CS2, the Valve. This is not what we opened the boxes for, mate. Come on. Increase the polys on those candles, please, before I make a video about it.
I wonder if it's scented.
Such a dry round for 9.
Yeah.
This is the weapon equivalent of walking with blisters. Nobody's happy with this situation. Mezzi and Dexter will show no mercy whatsoever. Doesn't matter what the buy is. They just don't want to allow 9 to do anything, no matter if it's a buy round or an eco. They don't want to give them a chance to set up for anything. Just absolutely crushing them from round to round. That gives Fnatic game point again. Both these teams are fighting for a position in the groups here at IEM Cologne. This is a very important match to win. You don't want to go the long road.
I think you can see Fnatic maybe realizing 9 wouldn't be all that comfortable on this map. Maybe that's why they're going for this aggression, throwing them out of their comfort zone even further. Mid has not been something that 9 have been able to get in the majority of rounds, at least not straight away. This time it looks like Fnatic are happy to give that up. Although Mezzi, who's been so good, is looking to fight again. He hears the spam and lines up another frag. 28 kills for Mezzi. He was thinking about more, but clean 5v4 is something he's going to be happy to take. Oh, I don't love that fight from Roy against AKs. That's scary, and he has got headshot.
They know there's a second player here as well, but the smoke is up for the time being. 9 with much presence in mid, but it's always about the Fnatic response. Crims creeping around that long position. Hades with a quick jumping, sees Crims close. In the meantime, there are problems in Donut. Fnatic now with 3 players make it too. This one might not be over just yet, although Mezzi's got something to say about it. Hold on a second. Mezzi dropping that bomb carrier. Goofy's going to try and plant it. There might be some cover. Key, that's such an important kill for him. Down to the 1v1 then. Dexter has a kit. Goofy standing his ground for the time being. He's got the right eye peek, Goofy, but he's half the health of Dexter, who's pre-firing and goes straight in the face. That'll be the first game in the hands of Fnatic.
Wow, what a win for them. Dexter getting it over the line. Mezzi hits the 30 bomb as well. How long can he keep doing this for?
Great performance by Fnatic, especially in that second half, controlling the game at all times, giving 9 no space to make decisions on that T side. It was suffocating, and it worked to great effect. Fantastic start from a new look Fnatic against one of the 2 squads who come into this without making any roster changes for the stats. But again, a very promising start there for Fnatic. Best of 3 series, more work to be done to find out who goes to groups.
remember, I want to take you on a journey really quickly with me to way back when this matchup started, and we stood here on this desk and we said, Mezzi cannot do 30 bomb every game, and Mezzi went, hold my beer.
He went hold my beer. It's still a small sample size, right, guys? It's still a small sample size. 2 in a row I don't know. Mezzi's a beast now. Like, this guy is just taking over games for Fnatic. I think Dexter has the keys to the car, and he's just flooring it, and Mezzi is just flying. He's that engine right now, and I don't always think that, you know, a player, when they're switching back from being an in-game leader to a rifler, can bring that back and bring that energy that they had before they were in-game leader. It's like Pimp. Like we see this, and it's like you get like IGL brain rot. Like you start thinking, you like start looking at the radar too much. You start like losing control of like what it is you're doing because you're thinking about the big picture. But Mezzi's back. Like,
I feel like
we
see them with so many players. Velde was a great example back in his young days. Used to be a star, turned into be an in-game leader in North, came out and could never become the same player again. Whereas for Messi, as you said, he's playing fantastic Counter-Strike. Sure, sample size small. It's just been 2 maps, but he's already dropped 2 30 bombs, which for a player, you know, like Messi of his caliber, with his statue, that's amazing. It's an amazing start. And it must give Fnatic and Dexter, for that matter, a lot of confidence that they made the right decision to make Dexter the one in charge of the calling and Messi in charge of the fracking.
I was going to say, boys, calm down, because honeymoons are short-lived. I've seen this happen many times before. On the other side, though, I don't think that 9 was weak at all. I think that they did a really good job of bringing it as much as they could to Fnatic. We kind of expected this result on the Fnatic map pick, though.
Listen, considering we knew the strength of 9's Ancient, historically speaking, we didn't expect this to be this close of a game. I'd say they did well. They fought their way back into the game. When it was 9-3, I thought to myself, all right, this is going to be a clean sweep for Fnatic. They're going to move on to the second map fast. But Hades wanted it differently. You see the highlight package coming out of him right here on the CT side. Found an awful lot of impact with the AWP, especially in the second half and in the later stages of the first. So without Hades, the man on the screen right here, it wouldn't have been as close as it was.
Hades was such a catalyst for really a lot of 9 rounds. I mean, he did win 5 opening duels, but something that's kind of unfortunate for him and the rest of his team is that they weren't necessarily converting it. There was one point during the cast, I want to say like maybe round 18 or 19, where Haka brought up the fact that 9 had more opening duel victories. By the end of the game, both teams evened out on opening duel victories, but 9 were behind something like by 6 or 7 rounds, and they had more opening kills. So if it weren't for Hades finding any of those opening picks, it really felt like 9 in the mid-round were always just kind of playing a little too passively for my taste. A lot of times on CT side especially, they were just rotating passively, like through CT spawn. And when Fnatic understood that, they started just taking more and more space over, and they never felt like they were too pressured.
We're going to be moving to Vertigo, though. I mean, we called this right at the start. Well, you both called it, and I just go along with whatever they say. And you were like, it's going to go to 3 maps. Is that going to be the case now as we move on to Vertigo? Do you think 9 can get a victory there?
I mean, Fnatic is not a bad team on Vertigo. We saw that at the Major, where they knocked out G2 of the Major. You know, there was a massive assault on Vertigo, but it's not a map that I see them contest a team like 9 on. 9 have been, you said it, one of the best teams in the world, one of the most consistent teams in the world on the map of Vertigo. So I think it's going to be a tough one, but I'm curious to see what Messi can do on a map like Vertigo. Where is he going to play? What position will he obtain? Dexter as well, is he on towards the A ramp together with Messi? Do we have all that brain power in one side of the map and then leave the rest for themselves? Roy as well used to be this proactive rifle player that I expected to be more of a star within Fnatic, and he's been struggling lately. So thing is, I don't know what to expect for Fnatic, but I know exactly what I'm getting with 9.
That's a really good point, because Roy, Dexter, and Mezzi would all 3 want to rifle A ramp, and then they would also usually want to have your opper at A ramp, and you can't have 4 people A ramp. That's going to leave a gap somewhere on your T side default. So actually, there's a lot to learn here moving forward. But I think the reason that we side with 9 and why we think it's going to go 3 maps is that they just have like they make Vertigo into a minefield. Like they have all these little tricks, they have all these little boosts, they have all these one-way smokes. They're probably the most frustrating team to play against in the world, even if they're not winning it sometimes, because you just recognize like I have to check every single angle every single time I move anywhere on this map.
What is the one thing that if someone's watching from home now that they need to keep an eye out for on Vertigo?
I think we should keep an eye out for Hades still. I think the way he's moving around proactively with the AWP is going to be a key to victory for 9. Without Hades playing well, I don't think 9 have enough firepower to contest Fnatic, especially with Messi going off all cylinders. So Hades needs to be maneuvering around. He needs to be proactive, needs to find these openings, which he's done so far in the tournament. He wasn't too bad in the first game, was looking good here as well. So Hades for me is the man to watch.
How about you? What do you think is that one thing?
I mean, on the flip side of that, even just Afro. Like, I'm not really sold yet necessarily on Afro. I think it's maybe the slightest upgrade over Nikodas, but I want to see if he's able to actually go toe-to-toe with Hades, because we know the ramp fights are going to be like where so much of this brawl is happening, but those oppers peeking above the smokes too, sometimes that's the edge you need, and right now I'd actually probably go with Hades.
I feel like we were in sync there because I was going to ask you about Afro earlier, and then I was like, oh, it's not relevant to this conversation, but I'm curious about him, so it's going to be a good one to watch. We're going to take a quick break, and when we return, we're heading to Vertigo.
What is that reaction?
Yeah, right. This would be an ace clutch from Poland.
Oh my! Oh boy! FaZe Clan, the champions of ESL Pro League.
Poland's here.
Oh my god! You're right, you're gonna be kidding me!
What a map. What a map.
Hello, boys. Dexter, I'm coming straight to you.
Oh shit!
Look at this New Jersey, man. How you doing?
Yeah, I'm good. I'm good. Yeah, nice jersey, feeling good.
Yeah. How's it been? How much practice did you guys manage to get before coming up all into this?
About 2 weeks, 2.5 weeks.
It's not bad, really. It's not bad.
From IGL's perspective, you want to. We're about like 40%.
40%
across all maps. Yeah.
Are you just playing this down? You give me a low number because you're trying to save yourself here?
Make it 15%.
Okay, we're going to go further down with it all. But what's it like jumping into, again, a new squad, but this time, obviously, on MOUZ, you had a lot of young players, and now you're getting a fair few more experienced players.
Yeah, everyone got to push everyone on wheelchairs every now and then, but other than that, it's pretty fine.
So you're saying you got the old boys?
No, everyone's pretty experienced and knows what they want to do and kind of react and all that kind of stuff. So it's definitely a different experience as IGL. So, yeah.
Well, nice seeing you black and orange in there like this. Mr. Mezzi, you've been relinquished from your in-game leader duties. How does that feel?
Feels good.
You're happy with that?
Yeah, I mean, I'm happy I don't have the responsibility now, but
you can kill people.
Yeah, I can kill people.
You can kill people now.
Oh, so we're expecting you to go straight back to where you were before?
Yeah, I mean, Crims has said I've got to drop 40 each game, so.
Ooh. Crims, what are you doing then if he's got to drop 40?
Shouting, cheering. Yeah. Just being happy, I think.
Just being happy. So you're happy with the new situation in the team?
Yeah, I mean, Will is more happier than I'm happier.
There we go. That's what
happy wife, happy life.
Happy wife, happy life. Okay, there's something I don't know what's going on here. I don't know what his girlfriend's going to think of that, but you know. Mezzi, for you, are you getting the same roles back as what you used to have before you were in IGL, or how's it working?
Some similar. It's a bit of a mix, I think, now, because having the experience from being in IGL, I play some new roles, so it's kind of like opened up some new possibilities for me, like being a bit more aggressive than what I used to be. So I think it's a bit of a mix, and we're still working it out. But with the limited time we've had, it's what we can do. But I'm enjoying it at the moment with the new roles at least.
Am I going to get this in interviews all the time? The limited time we had, the 2 weeks of practice, this is what's going to happen?
No, just for now. I mean, the expectations I think as Fnatic are always going to be high. I think we've got to expect big wins. So I think for now it's. Might be some. Well, we're not going to have excuses, but like I think we've got to have a bit more time. Bringing in the two biggest roles in the team, Nigel and the new AWP, is like big changes. So I think for us, it's just got to wait and see. But I'm excited with the new lineup anyway.
Now tell me something about this man here. What do you make of him so far? He's got a big smile on his face.
I mean,
put you on the spot.
He's gonna fuck some teams up. That's for sure. Woo! That's for sure.
To play some games, I can see right through your face, focused on you like X-rays.
Jumping casually into the site, he's gonna fall down again. What is this shot from Simple? Are you serious? Team Liquid have just unlocked the Intel Grand Slam.
Fnatic 1 map up at the opening day here at IEM Cologne, and 1 map away from making it through the play-in and into the groups of Cologne. But it's not going to be easy on this one. Nine's map pick of Vertigo coming up. We heard the Des talking about how good they are on this map. They have lots of little boosts, lots of little gimmicks. I think Maui put it well when he said they're the most frustrating team to play on this map. And in my opinion, they're one of the few teams that make Vertigo fun to watch. So excited to see what Nine can pull out heading into our second map of this series.
Indeed, Vertigo is a map that not everybody enjoys, but one thing is for sure, Nine are one of the most enjoyable teams to watch on this map. 78% victory rate with 18 maps played in the last few months for Nine. This is their best map. It has been for a while, and it is one that we all watch with interest every time they appear on it. A noble effort on Ancient, but perhaps the real game begins for Nine on Vertigo. As we said on the first map, as I said at least, they probably were looking to win this one in 3. So let's see what they're able to offer us then. They'll be starting on the T side. Mezzi having a look. P2000 Enjoyer. Not many of those, but here we are. Let's see what he can do with it. He is utterly blind. Mezzi trying to find the headshot. So close, but there is Kylar to trade. Got there eventually. Smokes are up by CT. The numbers are here, but Goofy's coming in from the back. Lands a headshot, but from that distance, the clock's not going to be fatal. More work to be done. Minya will finish off the job. 2 players remain. Crimson Afro versus 4. Not going to be easy. The awkward angles, the elevation of Vertigo won't be in their favor as they try to find a way into this round. Afro, he's gone! Oh no, zip him up. That's a painful one in the pistol round, splattered on the floor like a dropped sandwich of marmalade.
Oh boy, that is not ideal. I don't think they were going to come back into it, but that is not the way you want to start your Vertigo game.
He's -1.
Oh boy. Yeah, we get the replay.
Oh, bro. Parkour gone wrong. I've seen these videos.
I like how the body always just goes limp as well. You're instantly dead. Don't even wait for you to hit the ground. Well, Nine hit the ground running at the start of this one. Don't worry about the bomb getting chucked off the map. It comes back. That is one way to get back to 0 kills from Afro.
Afro, you nasty. And Dexter maybe just as nasty with that Desert Eagle at close range. We've got early problems for Nine. We talked him up at the beginning of this one. And this is a good test as well. How you come back from adversity when things go wrong. Do you have the mettle to overcome the odds? Certainly against them on this occasion. Fnatic are forced into this one. 4 of the 5 players with Kevlar. And the luxury of the CT angles, minute 10 for this 3 versus 5. Nine can't really afford any more losses in the short term. They've got to take map control and get some frags. That certainly won't help. Hades down to 11 HP. When you're in this situation and a scout is lurking, you just kind of want to go off the side of the building like Afro did. Not really a choice for them at this moment, though, as Key is dropped. He gets domed, and it gets even worse for them now. Hades is in the red, and maybe he'll soon be a goner. Kylar, 1 versus 3. The flashes are here, and so are Fnatic. The round collapses for Nine. Fnatic so aggressive on Ancient, they bring it into that second round and get on the scoreboard early.
The whole gang shows up at the end there for Fnatic on the A site. Dexter clearing out so much elsewhere on the map. And Nine just didn't know what hit them here. That shot is superb. Dexter making the 1 move through mid. Afro Scout so clean on those shots. Not easy to do, but the pros make it look easy sometimes. And now Nine down to pistols themselves. So great chance for Fnatic early here. Had the desk discussing potential positions for Fnatic. Might have to be some adjustments, because they have a lot of players that like to play towards ramp. There's currently Dexter and Roy there together as the rifle combo. Always so important that you have stable players towards ramp. The same on B though. You don't get much reinforcements. It's Mezzi there right now with an MP9, but that smoke should buy him some time.
If the Deagles don't find anything, don't find an entry before they start moving into the bomb site, we're talking 2 Tech-9s and 1 flashbang to try and make a play if MOUZ doesn't get popped at range. Footsteps will be heard, but nothing too surprising there. How many people do they think they're hearing now? At least 3 times we've heard the footsteps. Trying to isolate the fights maybe is MOUZ, and there is that Tech-9 creeping forward as Crims tries to thin out these numbers. 3 remain, 30 seconds on the clock. Rotation coming in thick and fast, and there's the range headshot from Hades. Goofy showing some presence now as they try to get this bomb planted. It's so important for them. Squeezes an extra frag onto Dexter, and that bomb's not planted just yet, but Roy's alone. 1 versus 2. This is a disastrous round for Fnatic. 9 showing their teeth in this 3rd round, but they haven't done the job just yet. Roy hasn't seen the bag of money to his right-hand side, and Minio will get that last kill.
Yeah, I thought he would have been visible for Roy there, but maybe just focused elsewhere, focused on the player he thought he'd mollied out on the site. But they just don't show themselves, and so the player at quad able to close out the round. That was an awkward position for MOUZ, honestly. I think with that MP9, maybe you want to be playing a little closer, maybe even closer towards Tetris, for example, where the cover's a bit better. But behind that double-stacked box, the boost comes up and catches him off guard. Getting that opening kill helps tremendously into getting 9 onto the site. And now it's Fnatic's turn to try and bounce back again. We saw what that scout from Afro could do earlier. They're not going to challenge him early this time.
9 showing the depth they have on Vertigo. They haven't quite built on Ancient just yet. But Vertigo is night and day in comparison. Again, a very excellent team to watch on this map. This will not be anywhere near as easy as Ancient was for Fnatic. Scout is out again for Afro. We'll see if 9 have learned their lessons. Key creeping through very quickly indeed, looking to transfer onto a 3rd one. Willing to die for the cause there, but the AK's been rescued and Hades is down to 40. Afro at close range doesn't miss the headshots like that often. Crimson MOUZ versus 3. MOUZ's been very, very good in this tournament thus far. More than 130 bomb and an AK-47 in his hands. However, he may be looking to hold on to that. Not going to be swayed by the numbers. That could be very important going forward. Looks like they'll decide that their best opportunities for this round have passed already.
Yeah, it was a good response from 9. They saw that there were quite a few players on ramp. They'd already got a couple of kills, and then they even see MOUZ and the scout there. So they figure, okay, we can just go ahead and fall back with the Deeg of Crims alongside MOUZ. And then they can isolate the 1 player on the other side. So nice and comfortable this time for 9. And they will hope that is set to continue here, because Fnatic's investment will be minimal. There is a saved AK still, and a Deeg. But looking improved here for 9. Again, good to see this team rising through the ranks. One of the real feel-good stories of this year so far, having a Polish team continue to contend at these top-tier tournaments. It's been too long since Polish Counter-Strike had a team they could really get behind. And we've even seen people like Taz are really hyped about this team, following them consistently, which must be awesome for these guys. Real legend of the Polish scene. And AKM MOUZ is on the B-bomb site. Would need a big overperformance, but the AK would be the gun for the job, and MOUZ might be the man for the job.
Good start, slowed as he tries to fall back to the smoke, looking for another headshot, committing to this one, and MOUZ will deliver. Only he and Crims have got the Kevlar here. Does he switch weapon over? Goofy and Kia cleaning up at Crims here with the Desert Eagle, and now it's down to Afro. These players are maimed. Wow. What a flurry of kills on this bomb site, and there's more to come as Afro creeps forward. He's found Hades. Key with 58 HP. Afro time to jiggle, but Key will deliver, and confidently. Both teams showing that they are ready for this fight, but it's 9 who are 4-1 now.
Yeah, they read that final player well, but initially, awkward. There was a big off angle played by Key at the end there, which I love. Just never going to pre-aim up on top. But the fact that Mezzi's able to survive for so long was a real shame there for 9. It made them really slow. It allowed the rotate to occur. I think 9 accidentally bought a UMP at the start of this round. And it's not CS2 yet, so you can't refund that. Bit of money down the drain. But first gun round at the ready. Hades lining up that molly. Fnatic look like they might contest for this ramp control. Just hanging around. But no fights instantly in this one.
Dexter's got trouble coming his way. Hashtag wide swingers. Goofy creates lots of space, more ways than one, and Crim's got a decision to make. Chooses to stand and fight, and off he goes as well. 9 advancing very quickly in this mid position, re-smoking. Starting to close in on Mezzi's position. He is very, very isolated indeed. Can't find the transfer, and will never see these players coming from the stairs. Roy and Afro don't have much to do at this point in this 2 versus 4. 9's momentum continues then as they move to a 5th round.
Just brutalizing the B site in this round. So clean up through mid. That is not ideal here. This is not looking good for Fnatic. They're not really able to stall out 9 in these rounds. It feels like 9 are always just able to quickly move towards the bomb site. And I thought with the full gun round and with utility, that would change. But Dexter just caught out in mid. Didn't really seem to have a plan B there. He was just so heavily committed. He had to get a kill, but he didn't deliver. 9 keeping it simple, but sometimes that is the best solution.
It was a while ago in March with a different Fnatic roster to some degree. The style is similar though. A 16-6 victory for 9 over Fnatic. You start to wonder if we'll see a similar scoreline on this Vertigo. Roy and Dexter together with a combined 1 frag versus 9 at the moment. They're going to have to find a way to get both those players into the action if they are to mount a defense in this first half. This is exactly the kind of start that 9 wanted after a difficult game of Ancient. They were toyed with by Fnatic at times, it felt. Now it's time for them to get their revenge. Desert Eagles fought alongside those saved rifles for this round. Risks will be taken as they try to find a way into this one. Just the 1 kill for Afro then. That rifle won't be retrieved anytime soon.
Ooh, I do like the pace of the push that they tried there. The smoke lining so Afro could just run through. So it nearly worked. It's a stunner from Kyler. Incredibly quick. Not ready for Roy though. Not expecting a second man to be towards B. And there might be a little gap in this smoke. Roy is getting tempted. If we see this fight go down, well, we don't see it from Kai, we see it from Hades. He finds the angle instead. Now Crim's completely isolated with that Deagle. Realizes there are a couple of angles he has to be concerned about. Goofy gives him the chance. Crims delivers. They're still going into the B-bomb site here. Crims, no nades against him. He's forced back, but he's got his team into a reasonable position here.
Yeah, he knows there's a round to win. So he'll stay alive and re-aggress from potentially different angle. Found himself an AK-47 as well. Things are closer to even. We've got stereo frags coming through for 9 though as they move to a 6-1 scoreline. Threat has been eliminated once again. But now Fnatic are back in the money. Time to bring out the big guns. Afro will be on the AWP once again. But what can they do different? We are into the 8th round. Roy and Dexter have 1 frag each. They have been exploited round after round, time and again, by 9. How can they turn things back into their favor on this opportunity? Because Fnatic have got next to no rounds. It's a quick boost for Kyler, but it hasn't gone in his favor as he's down to 19 HP. Lucky he landed at all.
Yeah, that is somewhat rare nowadays, seeing the run boost, just because it is a big risk. If you get spotted early, you can quickly take a ton of damage, and it maybe isn't worth the trade-off of just getting that B stairs control, which isn't too hard to take on the T side. Still always cool to see it executed successfully, though. Here comes Afro with that AWP. Des was asking for him to step up. He's going wide. He's going so wide. How did they not see him sooner? Doesn't matter because he gets spammed back. And Roy might just take that one frag and try and get away, but he's got to be careful here.
Incendiaries and smokes remain for Fnatic, and maybe part of the strategy in terms of what they're giving up. Holding the angles down on the bomb site for now. A lot of time to play with at present. 9 don't have the urgency just yet, but as we go to that sub 40 mark, that urgency always rises. Time's always in the back of your mind. Goofy lurking. If he throws that smoke, does Dexter swing on him? Does he expect more to be here? There's the smoke thrown. Dexter holds his position. Maybe a false sense of security. Roy will get there before Dexter can. For the trades is here. Roy will deliver. He'll hold position. Kylo of 8 HP, 20 seconds. Does he try to make it expensive? 9 don't have all the money in the world themselves. They do have some though. 13 seconds. Smoke dissipating. Molly landing. Risking dying after time as he is focused on that angle, but Roy will be very, very patient. 3 survive for Fnatic. They make it to 2 rounds.
Big step up from Roy. That's what Fnatic were waiting for. Those A players were having a pretty rough start to this game. And finally, Roy and Dexter able to work together way more effectively. And that's even after Afro only went 1 for 1. But Roy gets a quad kill on the round. Just consistently trading, consistently putting that silenced M4 to use. And 9 actually have a couple of weaknesses in their buy into this one. Tech 9 out on Minio. Important round for the economy game here. Fnatic would love to break them. And Hades unable to connect their kill. Both AWPers taking tags, but not getting fragged. And Kyle is trying to speed it into B. Key alongside him. They want to go for this one, but Key's so far ahead and he still gets the kill.
Trying to create some space for the squad. In some ways he has. Really pull rotation all the way to this bomb site. Bomb's not committed just yet. He's looking for more. Dexter trying to fight and find information for the squad. Key behind the smoke. Goofy creeping, as is Afro. Both teams seeking information. Afro's the one to deliver though. But again, the question is, where is that bomb? 2 of the 3 players for Fnatic on the B bomb site, and Afro not far behind. In the smoke, Hades trying to find that angle onto Dexter. Can't quite do it. Key's finally dropped. And Arminio is stuck with a Tech 9. The bomb has been lost. Fnatic starting to build now. Hades scoped in early so as not to concede his position once he goes up the ladder. But I don't know what else there is for him to do in this scenario. $100 in the bank. May just need to find somewhere to hide at this point.
25 seconds to try and find that safe position. Does he expect there to be a player on this side of the map, though? I'm not sure if Afro will go hunting himself because of Fnatic's economy. So 3rd round confirmed for Fnatic. And for 9, it's definitely worth pointing out that I would say their strength is normally their T side. They do normally do really well on the T side. I'm not saying their CT side is bad, but they're a team that have a lot of creative ideas on this T side of Vertigo. See there those initial trades, but this round felt maybe a little disjointed from 9. A couple of players going up into B before the rest of the pack. Gave Fnatic a lot of time to get comfortable and sit pretty on that rotate over. And maybe 9 realizing they want to make sure they're all on the same page. Take a timeout ahead of this one.
Quite dangerous at the start for Fnatic with Key on that bomb site. Couldn't thread the needle towards the end though. 125 ADR for Key. He is a problem at the moment.
Wonder what we see from Hades in this round. Only AWP, only gun really for 9. Always tricky in these rounds, but you've got to find a way to open things up as that T-side AWPer. Those smokes on ramp always make your life difficult, though.
Is that a sends toggle? That was such a big swing. Hades with the hero AWP. Searching for offerings. That smoke will delay time. Very laborious to make your way around a smoke such as that, obviously. And again, Fnatic not shy to take advantages if they have a read on them.
Got to remember here for Hades, he has no money in the bank. So as much as it may not be entertaining going this slowly, it is worth considering trying to save that AWP again here for 9 if they can't find that pick.
It needs to be able to be rescued if he is to go down, which makes it even more of an awkward situation for a team with a hero rifle. Just being denied opportunity. They're closer to the bomb site, but they've got to find frags. These pistoleros must die at some point in this round. There goes the AWP, but they've planted the bomb. Now, can they rescue that AWP? Minio's collected it, going for a quick shot. Does he go back to the well there? He will. He'll do what he can. Maybe he runs away with the AWP there. Let's see, Hades leaves with $3,300 after the bomb is defused. So, you know, obviously they went to, I guess they opted for some more damage. But he's going to be short in this round. So maybe he felt like he had no chance of saving New York. By the way, it is what it is.
Yeah, I'm sure Hades was thinking, please, hold on to it for me. But when you got that AWP in that hand, sometimes you just get tempted. You just think,
I've got this, guys.
Yeah.
I've got this.
I can see it. I can see the future. No, you can't see the future. That is impossible. 6-4 it is. Fnatic working their way back into this one. And that's a good start for Afro, spotting that aggression and stopping any moves forwards. Hades will take the upgrade into the AK. But not a good start here for 9. They've lost a player early. And these ramp fights are starting to get better and better for Fnatic. They've upped their game there. While Kyler tries to adjust, but seemed to have no idea that Crims was so far forward in that position.
Why is Crims so good, honestly?
Ooh.
After all this time. Over the great player for Fnatic. 9 leave the scenario with 3 players alive. And Fnatic continue to be proactive. They've got no magnifying glasses out. The investigation continues. And they are looking for suspects. Perhaps soon to find them towards a ramp. 9 may not have enough personnel to be looking behind them. Goofy looking for the player on the side, but what about Dexter? Delaying that bomb plant as well. Minio faces Dexter and the bomb falls far away from a chance of a bomb plant. 38 seconds on the clock. Dexter behind the smoke. Afro from the other side. Dream collapsing for 9 in round 11.
Especially with where the bomb tumbles. Looked like Dexter was a magnet there. It comes right to him. Love that. But for 9, trying to go for a slower paced round, and they get found out for it. Information in the back, brutal. Means that there's no way in. And it's 4 rounds in a row now for Fnatic, starting to get more and more comfortable. Got to give some props to Afro as well on that AWP. I'd say he's having more impact than Hades right now. He's got 4 opening kills already. He's been finding a few frags over towards ramp, getting them off to good starts. I'll definitely have him to thank if they come away with a good CT haul here. And it's looking good for Fnatic right now. Pistols out for 9. Maybe a chance to up the pace. Maybe not with those nades against them, though.
They've got a little more utility than the last time we saw them on a buy such as this. More Tech 9s as well. Lining up nicely for Messi on this occasion. 1 kill so far, but he'll get a second. That's the bomb, which means that players can rotate. Superior utility is mean, it's cruel, it is merciless. They're out there on a savannah being mauled by Apeks Predators in that round. 6-6. Fast eco round is a good one. The AKs are out again for 9.
Yeah, neat and tidy for Fnatic in that round. Unlike my room. Get back into it. Unlike my cable management, honestly. Oh, gotta get up my game there. Feeling good for Fnatic though. Nice step up for them. I'd love to see 9 maybe just go for one of these standard A plays, but the issue is they are having issues on ramp. They keep losing picks. This time Afro has been denied early. Smoke down means he will re-establish himself on the angle.
Wow, that grenade just landed between 2 players. Far enough from both to do no damage whatsoever. There's some damage though. Key having a tough time of things on the ramp. Early 5-on-4 for Fnatic then, and Dexter, oh! Goofy didn't see him either. The timing of that is very, very interesting indeed for both. Dexter may find the bomb, but what about the player above him? Hades will be eliminated. Bomb flying in the air. That may limit what the player up above can do. Big grenade coming Mezzi's way. Molotov will concede his position as well. Flashes are here, but 9 are good for the time being. Off he goes, and Dexter's not far behind. Crims and Roy remain. They've got money in the bank, but they would surely want to do damage at the very least here, but Crims is always capable of more. Makes it a 2-on-2, buying time for his teammate to rotate as well. Goofy trying to cover as the bomb tries to get planted, but that'll be denied. Roy is here, and now Goofy's in that 1 versus 2. 30 seconds to find either, but Crims will deliver once again, and Fnatic will take the lead.
Yeah, taking the lead. Not something I was expecting in this half, honestly. They were 6-1 down. They've won 6 in a row, got themselves into the advantageous position. Dexter just going for aggressions at the right time here, and a couple of moments now in this half. And even though I don't think Mezzi always looks super comfortable on B, he's had a couple of rounds where the positioning's been rough. It hasn't mattered in recent rounds because Fnatic are finding so much success elsewhere. Again, winning that first fight on ramp. Fnatic with 10 opening kills so far in this half. That's been a big benefit to them. And I'm surprised to see 9 so flat. They're just not finding any answers here. If you missed round 1, that will be confusing to you, but fair play to Afro. He stepped it up, top fragging the server right now. And again, it's pistols for 9. Maybe a fast play towards A on this occasion.
Very fast indeed, but not fruitful. Roy in there at the right time. 9 desperately looking for a fast kill. Close, but close is meaningless if you don't deliver. Potential for 9 at half-time here for Fnatic. Again, the way the game started, you would have never seen it coming. But it's on the cards. Smokes and flashes from 9. No money for Molotovs. They move into the site, try and close the distance once again. Mezzi will be traded on this occasion, and they can create some space and get a bomb plant. Once that's done, what can they do afterwards? Kylar dancing left and right around the pillar. Goofy creeping forward now. Shadow's been seen. Afro looking for the quick scope. Bomb's been planted. 3-on-3. Suddenly quite the dicey round. That was a hell of a frag from Kylar. But what is left for the squad? 2 with the deagle for Kylar so far. Goofy around the corner now. He's got the info as that reload comes through. Crims will get domed as well. An unlikely round for 9. They tie the score once more.
I think you could see 9 there really focusing on pace rather than using all their utility early. They just put up that 1 gen smoke, and that allows them to get up onto the site enough where once they trade, they can plop down the further utility, the smoke on the other side. And again, Mezzi, only 1 for 1. Maybe not always what you want from your B player, because once you get locked out, it can be hard to find your way back in. That's exactly what we see here for Fnatic. All tied up ahead of the last round of this first half.
Oh, the timing, the angles. Dexter to fall, Roy to trade, hiding behind the smoke. Can he fall back though? He'll fall back with a second frag. Beautiful work for Fnatic. Big problems early for 9 then. Variants around these walls and smokes. Oh, Hades. Roy goes back for more, gets his reload, and he's not done just yet. Crippling 9 in the last round of the first half.
Roy has really stepped up. He was on 1 kill for a while in this first half. It's been a big reason why Fnatic might have the lead here. We'll see if 9 can do anything. Walking into this AWP would be devastating, but I think they might do it. Oh, that was close from Afro.
Just trying to find an angle for a flash. All he finds is corrugated iron. 4 on 2, made 3 for Minio. Evens the numbers up now, turning things around once again. Not done with this one just yet. He's found a third one, Minio. Unbelievable stuff. Where is Kylar then? That's the question for Roy.
Where's the bomb?
Where is the bomb indeed? Does he go for the bomb? Does he go for the frag? He's going to go and pick up the objective with 30 seconds on the clock. Running all the way. Does he assume that his position has been compromised? 20 seconds to go. So awkward all of a sudden after all that work from Minio. And it may be a free frag towards the end. Indeed, it will be. 8 rounds for Fnatic at half-time. It's all almost tied up. We'll see what happens in a pistol after the break.
I feel really flexible in the game. I can do whatever I want. People called me a passive AWPer back in the days, but I think it's started to change because I found my pace. So it's really different because now it's international team and I've only played in French teams. So whenever I want to do something, and what's really cool with my teammates is that everyone is like ready to do everything I want. You know, like I don't need to push them.
Stadtbild komm ich nicht weg, Kopfwag, mach kein Pisstest, nein. Ich will nicht auf deiner Party gehen, nein. Engel und Teufel tanzen Schwanensee. Von deinen Lippen tropft der Chardonnay. Ich küss ihn weg, bevor du schlafen gehst. Sitz auf meiner Fensterbank, die Nacht zieht vorbei. Ich blick über den Tellerrand, trinke Sekt auf Eis. Ein Teufel und ein Engel tanzen auf dem Parkett. Vielleicht sind wir unsterblich, müssen nie wieder weg. Ich sitz auf meiner Fensterbank, die Nacht zieht vorbei. Ich blick über den Tellerrand, trinke Sekt auf Eis. Ein Teufel und ein Engel tanzen auf dem Parkett. Vielleicht sind wir unsterblich, müssen nie wieder weg. Faded auf den Wohnzimmerdeal. Baby, sag, wieso sind wir hier? Kann sein, dass wir den Boden verlieren. Wir heben ab morgens um 4. Ich sitz auf meiner Fensterbank, die Nacht zieht vorbei. Ich blick über den Tellerrand, trinke Sekt auf Eis. Ein Teufel und ein Engel tanzen auf dem Parkett. Vielleicht sind wir unsterblich, müssen nie wieder weg. Ich sitz auf meiner Fensterbank, die Nacht zieht vorbei. Ich blick über den Tellerrand, trinke Sekt auf Eis. Ein Teufel und ein Engel tanzen auf dem Parkett. Vielleicht sind wir unsterblich, müssen nie wieder weg.
Jumping casually into the side, he's gonna fall down again. What is this shot from Simple Warriors? Team Liquid have just unlocked the Inter Grand Slam.
What a half we just had. What a back and forth we just had. What a lead we started with at the beginning of the half, and what a score we have at half time. 8-7 in favor of Fnatic. Very unclear as to which way this will go. We had various indicators as that first half progressed, but now I don't know which team I would necessarily favor. We've got a run boost for Mezi, but he'll be the first one to fall. Afro not far behind. 9 looking to start this one well.
Hades going for this fight, but whiffing everything. Roy able to bring it back, and this A site looks pretty susceptible right now. Only the one CT here initially, but the flash arrives on the rotate. Doing what he can, but he falls. That advantage has quickly slipped away.
Bomb getting planted by Dexter. Roy's got a very forward position. Crimp bit of a grenade, but Roy will save. Roy with 2. Goofy 1 versus 3. Swings, faces 2, and it's Roy again who continues. A 4K in the pistol round from Roy. After a cold start, that man's been in the microwave. He is piping hot.
Yeah, too hot right now. Can't cool him down. Roy finished the last half with an ace. Now he starts the second half with a quad kill. Feels like Fnatic just always have a player way above the rest of the pack. It was Mezi previously, but Roy taking his turn. We've got a rare MP5, the only silence gun you can get on the T side. Afro likes to be sneaky, ruffling through the bins.
Statistically worse than the MP7 by practically every measure, but promising through a smoke, of course. Interesting scenario then. The rifles versus the numbers with 1:30 on the clock. Crims is very low and would lose a lot of util were he to go down. 2 Galils and the AK-47 then. That molly could be very important, especially on the B bomb site. You can see Kylar creeping, and the molly is going to come his way. Smoke is down. He knew what was on the way, very likely. Minos here with a deagle once more. On the bomb site we go then. Roy delivers the headshot. Doesn't take too much damage. There is one flash available to Fnatic, which will be deployed. Bomb plant would be very nice indeed, but they're so afraid of what could be behind these smokes. Are these pistol players creeping? Crim's going to fall down to a more passive position, allow the high elf players to deliver, but now with Roy lost, how do they get this bomb planted? 30 seconds will feel like an Eon 4 key, and he will be denied. Fnatic are on the board. Crims and Afro find a way to force it through with these rifles, 10-7.
Good work there from Fnatic to make sure they hold on. And now maybe a very real chance of looking to steal away Nine's map pick. We heard the desk point out how good Nine normally are on this map, how innovative and frustrating they can be to play against. But Fnatic are matching them and even besting them so far, with a spot through the play-in into the Cologne groups on the line for Fnatic if they could win this map. Nine just looking to take us to a third right now. And Dooley's will work out for Cade. Did not expect him to win that fight. And now Fnatic might need to go for a plan B. They've lost A control. The B site is looking very good for them. Not much resistance here.
Mollies and smokes will certainly help establish control at the beginning. Now, what do Nine do? They've got an AK, but no one has Kevlar. This is a very dicey situation for them indeed.
Boost?
Extremely high risk. Could be some high rewards. Who's
going
boosting
up?
whom? Oh dear.
No.
The tower falls to Dexter. Through the smoke with a Glock as well. And now you start to wonder. Again, we saw the comeback from Fnatic in the first half, but early on, with that win in the last round, and of course this one as well, they have made some significant progress early. They'll be 5 rounds away from a 2-0 and a spot in the groups. Now, Nine didn't throw all their money in the bin, so they're going to be straight onto the buy in this one, and they need to find success early.
Can't afford to have a slow start on these gun rounds. It would put Nine very far behind. And while it's possible to come back like that when you're on your map pick, you don't want to force yourself into that position. I didn't expect Dexter to go aggressive like that on the edge of the smoke. Clearly Nine didn't either, as they got caught off guard by it. But here comes the buy. There is an AWP for Afro. No such luxury for Hades on the CT side. Ramp fights were pretty good for Fnatic on their CT side in the first half. On the T side, they want that control as well. There is a peek up top there, but it hasn't been spotted. And it looks like 9 are happy to concede this control.
Don't know how Dexter dodged that damage, but Key's not going to dodge Dexter. More CTs to deal with here, though. They try to hold on to short. That Molotov will limit the plays they can make in the short term. Dexter swinging now onto the site. He goes. Minio forced back 3 remaining. Make it 2. What else is there to do for 9 in this round? They've lost so many players on this bomb site. I think their hands are tied at this point. And Fnatic, that pushes them forward to just 4 rounds away.
A little surprised at how uncomfortable 9 looked there. They clearly seemed like they wanted to just play back from the site, but they didn't move anywhere near quickly enough. They kind of got caught in that no man's land between the two, where you don't have cover, you don't have yourself positioned ready for fights, and Fnatic want to be as brutal as possible here. They even want to hunt down these guns. Oh, and that's one way to do it. Oh no.
I wondered if he'd pull the trigger. You can see he's like, you see his response when he died there? That was crazy. Like he kind of baited them to go down the stairs. Even if you kill the other guy, you're probably going to get traded. But it's a braver man than me who just stands in the corner and does absolutely nothing. But you can see 9, the body language is telling you they know they are in trouble. This is not going the way it's supposed to go. Putting it mildly, they are 0 for 4 at the moment in this half. And that's simply not good enough.
Yeah, you wonder if this is a position where it is a clash of experience maybe between these two teams, because 9, most of their players are around 22, 23 years old, kind of the new generation, just the in-game leader Minio up there at 27 years old, whereas Fnatic obviously have Crims, who first joined Fnatic in 2014, so long ago. Dexter definitely experienced at this point, even Roy, another old player, another cool head at 29 years old. And it definitely looks like 9 feel the pressure, and Fnatic feel comfortable right now. Look at this buy from 9. You get an AWP again. Hades loves that AWP in his hands. The rest of the team are having nowhere near as much fun at the party. Hades is a bad host, man. Getting all the goods for himself.
They've got to find a way to get Hades into this round. Or maybe it'll be, oh no, Crims, he shows some elbow and still delivers the kill versus a scoped in AWP. How does he win that duel? That science does not make sense. He is bending the rules here to find that kill. That's devastating for 9. They've got to get a frag there. And AWP is gone for the time being. Pistols remain. And it is a shooting gallery for Fnatic. Great flashbang support. They cut the numbers down to 0. 9 are on life support on Vertigo. This is their map. This is the 9 map.
Yeah, so comfortable in that round. Crims again, just doing Crims things. 18 and 8. Super solid game. Screw Mr. Clean. Give me Mr. Fnatic. My man Crims. Love seeing him do so well on the server as that experienced head, Mr. Reliable. And now 9 are desperate for something, desperate for someone to step up. Again, no AWP for Hades after that previous round. They're going to go aggressive down ramp, maybe trying to make up for that. Roy definitely heard those steps. But I don't think he can do anything about it. Instead, Fnatic will look for a pick elsewhere, and they find it. Headshot from the AWP of Afro.
Fnatic so sharp at the moment in this series, firing on all cylinders. Kylar laser focus on his left-hand side. He is vulnerable. Down to 35 HP, and they're coming for him. But he has stayed alive long enough for Minio to help him. The rotation is on, and Kylar does one better. Turns the numbers in their favor then. Suddenly, it is big trouble for Fnatic. Smokes are up. There's a minute on the clock. Kylar will be hit by the shrapnel now as we go into a 3-on-3. Make it 2-on-2. Minio and Crims with kills, and Crims again seems to be the kryptonite for 9 on Vertigo. Can they make it to 14? Hades pushing forward. He's surely been heard by Afro. Did he see Crims fall off with the bomb? Afro, such a tight angle for him to try and peek out and duel with only 16 HP. But he's entertaining, keeping Hades honest. Now, what is his read? The suggestion is that Crims has fallen off towards the other side of the map. But nothing is for certain.
Ooh.
Hades in that mid position. Crims creeping forward with 20 seconds on the clock. He wants to clear the bomb site, but as he's done that, Hades is going back to the angle. Can he drop silently? He's surely heard the beeps. The urgency is high. Hades gives steps towards the left, moves to his right-hand side now, and delivers a much-needed kill. So hard for 9 to get around in this half. A brief moment of relief for 9 as they make 8 and their first round in the second half.
We heard the analyst desk mention Hades as a player they wanted to see step up because without him, they weren't sure 9 would have the firepower. He hadn't been having a good map up until this point, but that is an all-important round. Winning the one-on-one against Crims and yeah, making that step down, but it's Crims who's stuck on the site. It's Crims who you can see is in the more difficult position. Hades can move anywhere. Crims can only be in one of 2 spots, one of 2 sides of that bomb site. Well played by Hades. Let's see if that gives 9 something to work with. They've still got a couple of MP9s. They've still got a full buy against them to deal with.
Look at this surge from Fnatic up the ramp, and Key is not long for this world either. Be it the rifle, be it the flashbang. Crims is gonna cause them problems. Hades trying to do what he can now. Could be a trade fragger around the corner, but he's alive for the time being. Fnatic have got the time to slow things down in this 4-on-3. Ray's maybe done his job. 2 kills for him in this round with the support from Crims, who doesn't want peace, he wants problems always. And that's certainly true here on Vertigo. Goofy, Hades and Kylar remain now trying to hang on to this game, to this series, before they are forced to take the longer road to the group stage. 3 maps versus Fnatic, feeling long already. But this is their map of Vertigo. It's supposed to be anyway. Fnatic continue to be patient. Dexter, that's the bomb spotted. Hades avoiding the flash and somehow getting that kill onto Mezzi. Bomb at his feet, that certainly helps 9. 30 seconds on the clock. Afro forced to go for the quick scopes now. He's so concerned on both angles. Spots 2 of them, but can't deliver on either. And it is down to Crims then. He's baited an AWP 1 time. On this occasion, Hades will deliver. Much needed frags for Hades. 4 in the round, 9 for 9. Closing in on Fnatic.
Again, it's that same story for Hades. Starts slow, but he always seems to work into the game in these second halves. He's been fantastic on both maps. This turn, away from the flash, back towards Mezzi. Not easy to do. But Hades pulls it off. Fnatic will take a timeout, but the unfortunate scenario that 9 find themselves in is one where they've still got to go up against a full buy. Still loads of money for Fnatic. I also love on the scoreboard, it now says 999. Call the ambulance, they need it. They are trying to speed their way back into this map though. Shades on, pure business for Fnatic.
The guy needs to clean his pillow, man. That massive blotch on his nose.
Skincare's important.
4 rounds behind are 9. Situation is improving bit by bit, but there's much work to be done. Many a dangerous player on Fnatic, and again they are showing that different pace there. That charge onto the ramp was very, very dangerous indeed, and the AKs are out once again. Minute 20 on the clock, and 9 look to get even more aggressive. Those grenades will telegraph a position, but he will fall back, and oh boy. Roy's been baited into the hands of Hades, trying to punish that player down the ramp. Into the AWP he goes.
Always big when you take out the opponent's entry fragger when he's having a great game. Roy was opening up so many rounds. And now elsewhere, Mezzi looking to see what he could do. Also gets denied. There is a sneak up here, but Key in a good position to deal with the AWP. Dexter's hoping to slip into enemy lines. They are ready though. Dick lands. It's the AWP against him, so he sprays through. It's into a 2v2 here. Crims getting that kill, and now that bomb can go down.
In the blink of an eye, everything has changed for 9. So much promise, but what now? 28 seconds time, maybe on 9's side. That bomb is getting planted though. Goofy trying to show presence, trying to run distraction. You can see the urgency from Dexter as he flies off the side of the building. Crimson a clutch then. He's got the info, but doesn't have the frags. 9 will secure the round. That was a dangerous one. That was a nervous one, but they survived the test and they make it to double figures.
It does feel like a lot of 9's rounds always become so hard. They're never easy. Whereas when Fnatic win, it feels so clean. It's almost like 9 have to work super hard just to get the same test result as Fnatic. We all know that one kid in class who barely revised, still beats you. Maybe this time, the grit of 9 will work out.
I've got to give credit to Key's crosshair placement. Did not need to move his mouse to find that headshot. Beautiful work. Fnatic still dangerous in these rounds that are being won by 9. Hades posted up early towards that B bomb site, avoiding the flashbang, showing his presence. It's getting tense now on Vertigo. Imagine the confidence if 9 were able to claw this back and force a third map. That would be huge for them. But again, they will start with difficulty as Dexter is hyper-focused on this ramp position. 5-on-4 with a minute 20. Fnatic will show more presence and they'll know that Hades has gone one way to another. But Dexter's found the third. He is tearing 9 apart on this bomb site. They cannot afford any more losses here, whether they win the round or not. This is a devastating time to lose everything, 9. Where do they choose to go? Hades drops Dexter. That at this point he's looking for the info. AWP's on one side of the map, bomb will be planted on the other.
Don't even have the nades. Maybe if you have a molly to force this man off the site, you can get a quick kill. 13-10 down, money bad. Saving never feels good, but I just don't see a way back into B. And Dexter, every now and then, he seems to have these rounds, especially on Vertigo, where he just comes through with the goods. Goes for these crazy entries up A ramp. And sometimes if you're crazy, it can pay off. 9 really up against it now. Fnatic looking for that 2-0, and that spot straight through the play-in into the groups of Cologne. Heard Mezzi saying earlier, Fnatic just such a big organization, such a storied organization, that there is always that pressure on you. Even when you're coming in with a new roster, you feel like you have to perform. Fnatic looking good to do that here in the play-in right now.
Wonderful work from Dexter. Such devastating impact for 9. There'll be a timeout for 9 as they try to figure out what to do with their money. It's going to be a difficult one. Sacrifices will have to be made. It's been a very long journey for 9 on this game of Vertigo. Not out of it yet, though. But every round is a struggle. Fnatic have been very, very dangerous. And this has to be a great confidence boost for them as well. Always wonder when you make roster changes how long it will take to settle, to gel. But things are looking good for Fnatic at present. 5 AKs on road for the T-side squad. 2 rounds away from confirming the group stage here in Cologne. So much history on that trophy. Their name's already etched on there. They'd love to etch it once more. Goofy lost early then. There's one flashbang at a minute 30 for 9 to work with. They'll use that smoke to try and make some space for themselves, but so much risk has to be taken. Kylar sprayed through the smoke. The numbers are dwindling, and match point is just around the corner for Fnatic. 5-on-2, and there's nothing 9 can do. Oh boy. There's one behind him, and the situation just gets more and more dire for the squad of 9. Pulling out the incendiary, but there's Afro to secure 15 for Fnatic. And what is left for 9?
Yeah, Dexter can sometimes play that risky game, and that often leads to him being a low fragger, but it means when those risks pay off, they can win rounds. He often gets info for the team. It's worked out well for him on this map. And it really just feels like for 9, they're getting outclassed individually in a lot of these rounds. Fnatic's prowess throughout this team has been too much for them to handle. And 9 have to work with MP9s and pistols to try and keep themselves in this series.
The aggression from Fnatic in this series has been fantastic to watch. The individual plays, the multi-frags, they execute onto this B-bomb site. The numbers are here, the AKs are here. MP9s and pistols are what they have to try and fight with 9. The numbers are falling now as Fnatic close in on a group stage position. Fantastic way to do it as well. Great style in this series. 4-on-3. Dexter and Roy are tagged, but they are much better equipped. Kylar's got the 1 kit for the remainder of 9, and Key's got to really pick his timing well. There goes Hades. Key's dropped as well. Kylar, the last man standing, and Fnatic will secure their position for the group stage of Cologne.
Really looking good as a team, the cohesion way ahead of what you would expect, and the individuals shining. 30 bombs for Mezzy, this time a 30 bomb for Roy. Different players delivering, the entire team looking well-rounded, and they just ran over 9 on 9's best map on Vertigo.
Yeah, that's a wonderful indicator for Fnatic after a quiet start for Roy. Went as hot as a Pop-Tart in that game. Wonderful multi-frags from multiple Fnatic players as well. A really strong performance. If you're a fan of this storied organization in Counter-Strike, then there's plenty to instill you with confidence in this roster. Huge performance from Crims as well. Definitely more than a thorn in the side in that game. Wonderful performance from Fnatic. Really starved 9 of opportunity. Again, Ancient, not 9's strongest map, but the way they were shut down on Fnatic CT side was absolutely wonderful.
Still another chance for 9 as well. Over to Shocks.
Thank you very much. I'm here with Roy, who, I mean, it was about time that someone else, but Mezzy had like 30 frags, right? Did you think, okay, I will do it this time?
Yeah, I was getting a bit too wild with Will, like getting a bit to his head, so I had to do it, you know.
Got to make sure he doesn't get too confident. In terms of Vertigo, this was, of course, their map pick, and it started off pretty difficult, I want to say, for Fnatic. And there's a lot of rounds, I think, I can point to that the momentum shifted, but I'd love to know from you, where did it shift?
I think we actually had like decent reads. I think we kept our confidence. I think the money was a bit rough in the beginning, and I think that's made it a bit hard for us. We didn't get the AWP until very late, and we had a really good game plan, I think, with the AWP. So it was kind of like that was a bit rough for us because we lost the back-to-back. Like they win the pistol, we win the round, and then they like just really ruins the money. And I think that made the whole difference. And when we got money, we just stick to the plan, and it worked very good. And I think we just kept our calm and trusted ourselves, and yeah, it paid off.
It did, and we've seen you win when you were ahead already today. We've seen you win where you were behind. It was a 3-0 overall. If this is the baseline of what we can expect of this new Fnatic, you're already in the groups of Cologne. What on earth is the ceiling?
I mean, I think that's a pretty high ceiling. I think in practice have been going really good. I think it was just a bit, a question mark with the officials because it's been a long time and 2 new guys, especially with a new caller. But I mean, we're pretty confident. I think everyone on the team feels pretty good, very confident from the practice. And I think I'm just very happy that we showed today in the officials that we don't, we play like we did in practice, and we kept the cool and kept our confidence. And the comms, I think, in general was like super, super good in the clutch rounds and all those kind of things. And I think that's why we managed to win Vertigo as well. Like we pulled a lot of rounds back, even with double entry that we lost. So yeah, well, I'm really, really happy with the communication in general. Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, you seem completely on the same page. Final question. I know we talk a lot about, what is this going to be for Mezzi and how's it going to be for Dexter? But how has the dynamic changed for you? Because it seems like it's only allowing you to do what you do, but better?
I mean, I think my role is basically the same. I think the will is the most changed because I'm always like a secondary caller and helping a lot, and I can do the same with Chris, and I think he likes that and likes that a lot. So I mean, I'm basically, I think the only difference maybe Chris calls a little bit more, so I don't have to do that much and help that much, which is great for me. But other than that, I think the big difference is will, and I guess we can see that as well, like already popping off. So I mean, I hope we can continue like that. This is really good.
Yeah, it would be nice to see. Congratulations. Great job for Fnatic. They're through to the groups. We're going to take a quick break, but Mezzi is going to be joining us on the desk right after this.
What is your calling?
As As we end day one here of the play-ins at IEM Cologne, we have two teams advancing to the group stages. One of them is MOUZ, and the other you just saw here on the B stream. Fnatic has secured their spot, and we actually do have Mezzi on the desk, so we get a chance to chat to him. I know Maui and Pimp cannot wait for that. You had such an incredible performance today. You played out of your skin, and clearly it is a sign that you should not IGL.
You said it, apparently so. But yeah, I think feeling a lot better without that responsibility now, so it's feeling good. It's working out for everyone, so it's
clearly.
Good. Yeah.
Do you feel it? Like, do you feel it on your individual gameplay that you're now relieved of those duties?
Yeah, I think so. I think as well, it's just more like my CT roles haven't really changed so much, but my T roles have obviously changed. Where I think I'm giving myself like a lot more freedom in terms of like what I can do now. I think before I played a lot more passive as like just a normal rifler, but now I think I've got like when I played IGL, I played a bit more aggressive and kind of mixed them now. So I think I've got a few more moves and it feels a lot better now, at least on the T side where I can do a bit more of my own stuff.
I mean, for my money, and I guess for the viewers at home, we are a bit surprised that you're playing that well. Is it a surprise to you, or is it normal in practice as well that you're running around dropping bombs?
No, it's been going well. It's been going well in practice as well. And I think even before I was IGL, I think I mean, still confident in my own ability. So I think it's not so surprising for me, at least.
That's good.
I had a statement before the game started, and when I saw this whole move unfold where it was announced that Dexter was taking your spot as the in-game leader, where I actually think that last year you called better than Dexter. For my money, you guys had more layered T-sides, you had more interesting mid-rounds, and I thought you guys had like better overall conversions, getting the most out of your pieces. But I do have to ask, like, so when the whole decision was made for Dexter to come in and to be the in-game leader, was that kind of like because they wanted to see you get back to that form, or was that like a team decision? Was it a coach? Who's calling the shots there?
I think it was very much a team decision, but also I kind of pushed it quite a bit as well, just because I think for us as a team, I think we lacked a bit of firepower at times, and also I think for me, I think I could give like an extra 5% in terms of like adding towards that firepower or like the overall like that side of things, and also I wasn't like the best IGL or anything. I think it was taken away from my game, and also I was still learning a lot, you know, as an IGL. So I also wasn't giving the best on that side of things. So I kind of just said that I think it's just best for everyone that if we can try and find an IGL that's a bit more experienced or has like a lot more experience in those mid rounds or a lot like controlling the team. I think sometimes for me, I kind of lost some control within the team in terms of like in some rounds when it gets chaotic and so on. So I think for me, it was just kind of like putting my opinion forward, and I think I was still happy to IGL, but I think we really needed the right pieces around it to actually happen and go well.
I remember in a lot of the interviews you gave when you were calling, you were talking about how like Roy was giving a lot of input, or other people will give a lot of input. Now that you're seeing that the responsibility is on Dexter's shoulders to manage all of that input, would you say for certain that he is a better caller than you?
Yeah, I mean, I think he is for sure. I think, yeah, I mean, at the moment as well, I think it's a really good thing, but at times we speak a lot, I think, because obviously me IGLing before, I give a lot of opinions, and Roy, like I said, and then Chris coming in and gives a lot as well. So I think at times it can get a bit chaotic, but I think Chris does a really good job at like kind of making sure that we're giving him space at times to like make sure he's the one that's calling the shots and stuff. So there's so many ideas going all over at once. So I think he's doing a really good job.
Messi, we saw that in the game that all you guys were proactive. We have a round I would like to show you, round 9 in the game, where you were under a lot of pressure. You're down. You got off to a bad start. You're down in a 4v3 in round 9 that we can pull up, and we see a lot of proactiveness coming out of you as a team. Is there anything specifically you've been talking about that you want to be proactive? We have the round here running for you. You get off to a pretty sticky situation, sort of, where you're locked down towards the side. We see Afro pushing in, being proactive. We see 2 players over to the B bomb side, helping each other out, being proactive, seeking the fights. Is that something you've been talking about, that while you're a man down, you want to play aggressive and proactive?
Yeah, for sure. I think especially on Vertigo as well, and we also know, like, the prep as well, we know they like to pull you around quite a bit and, like, have those lurks. So, like, saw their Afro killing the 2 mid lurks as well is huge. But I think for us, we speak a lot to make sure that we're not going 2-2 in like a man down situation, like just getting too stale and just freezing up. So I think we kind of make sure that we're constantly think about those situations, pushing forward instead of taking a step back and like over rotate. I think obviously Heroic are a team that do it the best, and I think a lot of the lower tier teams, like you see like Game Legion, Apeks that are coming in now, like they're also adopting that style, and I think it's kind of what you need to do now, because otherwise teams just pick you apart. Even when you're in a 5v4 as CT, if you just stand still and just wait things to happen, like the teams can really pull you around, especially on maps like Vertigo where they can get a lot of space as well.
We are now going to move on to your teammates who had an epic performance on Vertigo, and he is, of course, our Air Force Aim High player of the match. Roy is coming up on the screen. You're going to be happy with those stats, of course, Mezzy, but I think you're also probably wanting to head on over to celebrate with your team, so we're going to say goodbye to you. Thank you so much for joining us.
Thank you.
He's going to head on off, and as he does, we're going to take a look at these highlights from Roy. It was just a really good performance from Fnatic.
Yeah, he was fantastic, Roy, and Fnatic were fantastic. I think coming into Vertigo, I think both me and Mauri agreed with the same sentiment that it was going to be very tough for them. It's not a bad Vertigo team, Fnatic, at all. It's just 9 used to be, at least online, a fantastic Vertigo team. I do, however, think that we are seeing some of that weaknesses. Of course, Roy having a great showing and Fnatic as a whole, but I also do want to steer the conversation towards 9, saying that they are underperforming a little bit on LAN. We saw it in Paris at the Major. We see it now here as well. It's not the 9 that we used to see online that dominates the opponent and plays free Counter-Strike.
It feels like when I see 9 on LAN now, as we have at the Major, at IEM Rio, and now at this event, they're less active, and also their individual mechanics are worse. That's something also where I feel like a couple of the players that are really good online, like Key, for example, Kylar, even Goofy, I can expect so much more out of them as individuals, but it feels like on LAN, the only guy that I'm getting consistently is Hades, and that's just because he has more experience. We've seen him when he was playing for ENCE before, and he wasn't a star for that team, but he's at least able to transfer the skill and that comfort that he had on LAN to this team.
Is it not a bit of a self-fulfilling prophecy now, though, specifically with 9, because we keep saying, oh, they're not very good on LAN, then they come to LAN and it's kind of close, but it's not good enough, and now it's just going to become this terrible moment where every time they're going to get in their own heads?
Maybe. I mean, it's not that bad after all, right? They did get a W today, and they were somewhat close of making it and progressing into the group stage, so they still have a chance of doing that. I think it's the contrast that we noticed, the contrast of them playing so great online, playing some of the most inspiring and interesting Counter-Strike. We saw it especially a couple of months ago. The Nuke CT side was absolutely fantastic. So instead of having 9 being a team that I'm excited to watch play online, I feel like I'm more, scared of their performance.
Yeah, and I actually, if I have to think about another team that's kind of had woes once they've transferred from online to LAN, I think of kind of that old Cloud9 roster a little bit, and I think of the fact that the reason is because the coach says a lot when they're playing online games, and I think that, I don't know if that's going on with 9, I don't know if Nalrod is giving a lot of mid-round instruction to this team, but it's something where if you're getting you're making it through a lot of qualifiers, if you're making it to LAN, you need to replicate LAN settings when you're playing online too, to make sure that you're not giving them too much help, because coaches can talk when you're playing online via TeamSpeak, but they cannot talk live and around when you're at a tournament like IEM Cologne.
Obviously, their opportunity to advance to the group stages is not up yet. They do have a chance to carry on. Fnatic, though, they are through. They're going to be very happy. MOUZ as well. So that's 2 teams. I will be honest, I didn't expect the MOUZ go through. That was a surprise to me. But there you go. We now have 2 more teams advancing to the group stages.
Yeah, I hate to say it, right, Maui, but I'm 10 out of 10 for predictions. So it's feeling real good to stand.
I was giving it to him. I
saw it coming. I saw it coming. I think both MOUZ and Fnatic deserve it, though. I think they've been playing some good Counter-Strike today. Both of them had a rough first showing against either Complexity and I believe it was MOUZ who took TheMongolz to double overtime as well. You see a lot of close score lines right here as well. Especially the MOUZ-Mongols games were very interesting. So if there's one game to rewatch you haven't seen, I'd probably head in to see that.
Right, and we see there in the lower bracket a couple of teams that are going to be fighting for their lives. We see that MONGOLZ is going to be playing off against Into the Breach, and Complexity versus OG. That is not going to feed into big Team Liquid and Imperial Greyhound rivalry. Those are on the other side of the bracket, so you want to split those in your head mentally, or else this would be a 3-way free-for-all on a map. I don't know how that would work.
Which one are we most excited for, though? If you're prepping for tomorrow, which is the one that you think might be more interesting?
I think the Big Liquid game could be very, very interesting.
I think Big Liquid is a little weird.
That's going to be a good one. I'm also curious to see Monte versus Furia, the late game we got going. I think Monte's looked somewhat decent today. They took down Imperial, and now they have another chance of taking another Brazilian powerhouse down tomorrow in Furia, who were a little shaky in their first game. So I think that one is going to be quite interesting as well.
I'm excited for that one as well. I think that'll be fun. That, of course, is the schedule for the B stream tomorrow, which is what you're watching. But there will be games running at the exact same time on the A stream. They're all the way over there behind Pimp. But you can join us. It's going to be an epic time. This has been a fantastic first day. It's my first IEM Cologne. I've had so much fun.
You feel the energy in here, right? I think all the players, all the teams, you feel the vibe. It means a lot to do well at Cologne, and I love to be in this LAN environment. I know COVID is a long time ago, but be together with all these great players and all the great vibes in here, the energy, the synergy, it's fantastic, isn't it?
It's just day one. It's just day one.
It's just day one, and it is possibly the well, actually, I'm going to say it. I think this is the last big CSGO tournament we're going to see before CS2 joins us. So make sure that you set your clocks and you join us tomorrow. We'll see you then.
Rafa really making history. Absolutely phenomenal.
And Ace is the champion of the Intel Extreme Masters World Finals.
Storm's still not quite done. MC is going to take this fight, though. 3 seconds left.
Last 2 rounds of action's got to start it well for ESC.
And this is a massive move for Zez, but he's not content with just a Nexus kill. He wants to win up.
And it's all done. A Trollic win. Unbelievable Rogue with a 4-0 victory over Classic. And they did it again in the grand finals. It's MOUZ! Give it up for your Intel Extreme Masters World Champion! action.
This would be an ace clutch from Poland.
Oh boy! FaZe Clan, the champions of ESL Pro League.
Poland's here.
Oh my god! Girl, are you gonna be kidding me?
What a map. What a map.